Hello, hello. Welcome back. It's the streets of New Capenna Championship. We are live on Twitch. I can confirm this. We are hopefully live on YouTube. Let's see if that works. It says that we're waiting. It says people are waiting. Let's try to adjust that. Schedule May 21st, 9:30 a.m. That's right now. I'm not sure why viewers would need to be waiting though. Next streaming software to start preview. It did. Let's refresh. Let's refresh.com. Why is this not working? YouTube, Lisa, how long? What's up, my brother? It's live on YouTube. Love the dual stream setup. One day I'll have the internet to do this. Remember when you had to drive out to upload every day? Oh, that was brutal, Brew Labs. So YouTube is good? We're live on YouTube? Is this correct? Streaming 21.95. Yes, we are live on YouTube. Beautiful. We have 21 viewers on the tube, 95 on the Twitch. Twitch gang really representing today, which is fantastic. Really, really cool beans. So, thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate that. We're just getting started. There's about 25 minutes until this big event starts, which is pretty cool. So we're chilling. We're currently ranked 76. Just making sure everything is set up. Hope I can get my YouTube dashboard to work. It's telling me that it's not started yet. But I do see that people are on YouTube, so that is confusing to me. My restream says you're here, but my YouTube says that is so confusing to me. Yesterday it worked, and today I didn't change anything. But I see the chat. And they say I'm live, which is beautiful. Thank you so much, Lisa. How have you been, girl? It's been a while. It has been a little bit, hasn't it? Is there anything else we need today? I don't think so. I do not think so. Just trying to get to my live thing here. We were there. Now I can't get back.com. No. Well, we were there. We were there at one point. Now we've lost it. But I'm gonna say that that's fine. Cat says it's good. It's good, right? Here it is. I have it just in another stream. Yeah, and it says we're up to 32 people. Which is great. We have that restream thing up there. That's kind of annoying, isn't it? How much does this cost to upgrade? Wow. $20 a month to get rid of that restream. That's crazy. It's Let me click view on YouTube. Oh, it is working. I can see it, and here is the chat. Hello. Beautiful. Love your content. First time you go to view. Thank you for hanging out. Current countdown is like not long. We're right around the corner. Which is nice. Let me just kind of get these other windows closed. Then that will be good. It says no data though. I'm gonna enable it, see what that does. I just find it strange. Like, I don't know if you can see. Well, no, different screen. On my YouTube broadcast page, it says that we have one viewer waiting. It's like the YouTube isn't actually getting feedback from my restream. Which to me is crazy because yesterday it did. Yesterday it wasn't a problem. Alright, so let me get all of these other windows closed. There's so many of them. Oh my god. We're good to go. We're literally just kind of counting down, waiting for the big event to start. Good morning from Arizona. Let's go. So the big deal today is like, who wins? Is it YouTube that wins, or is it Twitch who wins? Right? Who wins? I'm watching you on YouTube and Twitch. Matthew wins. Okay. Matthew wins. I got it. Anyone who's watching us on both wins. I made a fun Pioneer deck yesterday that I am proud of. Beautiful spirit. Does it slap.com? Does it frickin' slap, bruh? Does it slap, bruh? Anyways, I guess official for those of you watching the recording, this is the Streets of New Capenna Championship Day 2. We have $450,000 up for grabs, divided amongst the whole play pool. 223 players, playing standard in the morning, historic in the afternoon, and then tomorrow for the final day, the top 8, it's going to be standard all day long, which is my preferred format, of course. And yeah, it's going to be super exciting. We'll have live commentary all day. And yeah, let's get things rolling. I think I'm a little zoomed in here. I think I am zoomed in. This guy lost his head. Anyways, we are here. Let me get the broadcast open for us to start to watch, which is exciting. Jump over here on Twitch. Window. There we have it. Magic. Beautiful. And yeah, we're literally waiting to go live. To jumping on YouTube. I wonder why the YouTube settings aren't as good. I wonder why. I wonder why. So, if we jump into the viewer's guide, we can talk a little bit about what's going on. Thanks for the follow, appreciate that. Dun, 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 dun. So, the schedule today, Saturday, May 21st, 9 a.m., which is literally in 18 minutes, which is fun. Broadcast ends after 15 rounds, and the top 8 of the New Capenna Championship is announced. So it's gonna be a long day, chat. It's gonna be a long one. I hope you are prepared, because you know your boy is. We're ready to yell literally all day long. Can't wait. So again, we're playing standard in the morning. We are playing Dork in the afternoon. And that's going to be a ton of fun. And here's our prize pool. First place, 20,000. Second, 15. Third, 11. Fourth, 9. Fifth and 6th, 7. 7th through 15. 5. 16 through 33. 3.5. 34 and 61. 3. 62 and 88. 2. 89 and 118. 1.5. 119 to 163. 1. And 164 to 223. 750. 750 for just walking through the door, ladies and gentlemen. Ghouls and goblins. That's gonna be fun. Right? That's going to be a lot of fun. So, that's what we've got going on there. And again, you know, we're just waiting. We're just waiting. I need my eating pants. I've got my eating pants on, bro. These are stretchy. Look at these freaking things. Oh, not a problem. All work, no play makes HG a dull boy. Oh gosh, stop it. I'm sharp. You actually playing or just restreaming? We are just restreaming. We don't have the privilege of competing in this particular event. However, doesn't mean we're not doing our best to get there, right? We are participating in the play-in event. We are, I boil all of my denim. I'm boiling all of my denim. And, you know, we're currently in the top 100, so not only do I plan on participating in each month's play-in event, but I also am committed to participating in the Mythic Qualifier. Show us a backflip. How about I run up the wall and do a double backflip? How about that? Triple backflip or bust, baby. Let's go. Okay. All play and no work. I think it's all work. Magic is live. Let's go. Let's freaking go. We have our 15-minute. Let's go. Your boy's first in chat, like it ain't no deal. Your boy's first in chat, like it ain't no big deal. Yeah. Run up Maya's wheel. Hey, let's get the cat cam in this scene here. Video capture device, existing cat cam. Okay. Well, that's a little big. It's a little big. Maybe Miss Maya could be my wheel, or my background. She's here. She needs her own frame. You know what I mean? Maya needs her own frame. Without doubt, she needs her own frame. I feel bad she doesn't have one. But she's not around. Is there a Twitch app? I think so. I don't use it. Actually, no, that's not true. I do use it. I do use it. Hey, thanks for the follows. I appreciate you guys. I hope you're having a great day. A freaking magical Gadizze. Yeah? CC? Oh. Ooh. Is everyone excited? Are you half as excited as I am? Beautiful. And we're ready. We're going to be doing predictions throughout the day. So if you want to guess who will win each individual match alongside the commentators that we happen to have today who will be guessing, you can do so, right? It's just in the chat at the beginning of every match. You just pick who, and you can wager channel points on this and do some cool things with those if you get enough. Right? Good morning, Drew. How are your cuddles, bro? Drew has the best cuddles. I guess I could probably shut down my music since they have their music playing, yeah? I imagine that there is some music here, chat. Did they have a dead stream? No, there it is. It's like, where's the audio? Where's the freaking audio, Randy? Let's crank it up. Turn it up, baby. Let's go. So who's winning? Who is going to win? What's your 8-ball say? I do love coffee. Coffee.com. Bringing you the juiciest coffee on the Dizzy. I think there is a problem with YouTube. I don't know why though. I'm so confused. When I click on it, it says it's here. Everyone has liked it. I'm upset that it doesn't show it in my analytics. And I also want to... Oops. Oh my lord. I think my computer's just bugged out. Oh, there was no upload? What the heck? It has butchered my YouTube video. Like the thumbnail and stuff. There we go. I fixed them manually. We fixed them manually. Oh, and it deleted my tags too. What the heck? It reset all of my SEO. That's crazy. At least we caught it, and we can fix it. Beautiful. We've got her handled. We've got her handled. Got about 8 minutes left. Beautiful. Good morning, Carrie. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We love to see it, right? Yeah, cool. Go. Second pause. I don't really need that playing. I just want the analytics. Beautiful. We want to get rid of that restream logo. Probably. It's upsetting me. That restream logo is upsetting me. Chat, does that logo upset you? Does the restream logo upset anyone? If it gets your goat, let me know. It's $20 to make it go away. A little expensive, but I'm not above it. We'll nuke it if it's annoying anyone. Because I never notice it because I watch it in my OBS and it doesn't show it in my OBS, but when I go into the restream thing, I see that super ugly water badge. So far, so good. Beautiful. Thanks for the heads up there, John. I really do appreciate that. At logo WH. What logo? You don't see this? You don't see the giant watermark on the stream? On the top right, it's like a giant restream logo on the chat. Right here. Logo makes me sad. It makes me sad too. I guess I'm just looking for permission. Then again, if someone's saying what logo, then maybe it's not too bad. Guys, let's be honest. The $20 that this costs would be all of the money I'm making today. No! So it would be cool to actually make $20 and not just lose money. I do not see it. I'm just blind. Yeah, I mean, if you guys can't see it, I'm actually okay with that. I don't see it either. I guess maybe it doesn't exist. Maybe they don't put it on there and what? Maybe they just put it there on my end to bait me into buying the full version. There's no way. Cannot see, it's not there. What? I'm showing it to you guys in this chat though. Like you see it here, right? You see it in the top, like where my mouse is. There's like a blue and yellow, I assume for Ukraine. You don't see that, hey? They put that there just to bait me. Wow. Get baited, HGG. It shows it right there. And it's like, oh, you want to get rid of it? Upgrade now. You just have to pay us $20 a month. But if it's not there, it's not there. Then I just saved myself $20, baby. You actually have to download the watermark to broadcast it. I can see it on your screen, but I do not see it on mine. Wow, that's good to know, hey? They're literally just trick streamers into buying that when they don't need to. That's fantastic. Good game. I like that. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So once the 3-minute timer is done, I am going to grab a coffee and a quick washroom break while they're kind of introducing you guys into today's schedule. And then, you know, we'll get back into it because I'm already doing the dance. You know what I mean? My little baby bladder is about to explode. Tokyo, numbskull. We got the boys in the chat. We got the boys in the chat. Christmas is here too, or what? He's in and out. Raided us earlier with a friggin' massive raid, yo. That was so cool. And also, does anyone know how we got 500 viewers earlier? How did that happen? How did that happen? For I do not understand. It's okay though. It's okay. Did you know that yesterday on Twitch was my 3rd best day ever on Twitch, revenue-wise, which is pretty cool. So I want to say a massive thank you to everyone who supported the channel yesterday. Making today possible, right? So that's really cool. We made a whopping $75. I'll show you guys. Here's my big old Twitch revenue. Heyo, we're at an average viewership of 65, which I really like. I'm super pleased with that. We want 75. We're trying to get to 75 viewers. And then we get that purple check mark. We gained lots of new followers yesterday as well, which was cool. Lots of new subscribers. And that's what generated that revenue. But look at yesterday compared to all of my other days, right? Average day, you know, what's this? $5, $13. On a good day, $24. This last good day was $45, right? But yesterday, $75 on Twitch, which is actually pretty cool. That's not bad. I would love to compound that every day. You know what I mean? So that would be really cool. Sweet Leaf, getting us started for the day. That is a Storm Count 1. Thank you so much, Sweet Leaf. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, just in contrast to our other days, you know what I mean? It's pretty crazy. Elite Omega, what up? What up, yo? And of course, if you're on YouTube, you can support by becoming a YouTube member. YouTube revenue yesterday wasn't crazy good, but it was still all right. What? Good morning. $75 big ones. Yeah, no more itchy ban. Hey, thanks for the tier 1 there, Sonar guy. I appreciate that. All right, let's go, chat. Let's freaking go. Like I said, if you're half as excited as I am today, we're gonna have a great time together. I gotta find a good spot for this mic.
It's pretty freaking great right here.
Oh boy.
Good grief.
Oh boy.
Brutality here. Totally sick match.
That is so impressive.
Oh, and look at that.
Let's go.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's time for day 2 of the new Capenna Championship. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. I'm Maria Bartholdi. Well, we've got 111 players back to do battle here in day 2 across 8 rounds of standard and historic for their
Drew Cuddles. Drew Cuddles. Holy Toledos, we have a Rochemeister, a Profectus, Nuna Hitayo, Arsenal 9,
We've got Cedric Phillips and Riley Knight hanging out with you as well.
Abaddon, MTG.
From the feature match.
Oh my god.
What are you most looking forward to?
Well, we're getting closer and closer to sending more.
Mercedes,
and I just want to find out
Mercedesi, Jafir, Big Spartan, JH, Marsola, Remdekia. Oh my lord, these names.
I like that
these names, chat.
Cedric, so you have the power.
It's me. Okay? They don't do anything. I send them.
How about you, Riley? What are you looking
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We had a great time with both standard and historic yesterday, but it was particularly standard that caught my eye.
Those subs must have been for the sick mic screech, hey?
Basis people are skimping on basics, and there is Field of Ruin, there is Cleansing Wildfire, there's Dire Strain Rampage. I want to
What's up with my internet today? Yo, be better.
see some lands being blown up, Maria. Let's go.
Absolutely, we saw it yesterday.
We didn't see much of the land destruction. We also didn't see any mill yesterday, huh? Where's the mill? I want to watch mill videos.
Today and tomorrow.
Yeah, let's have a chat about what we've seen and what we're going to see as well today and tomorrow. So, of course, yesterday we had 223 players assemble, all of them tilting for their chance, their share of $450,000. But we've winnowed that field down to just 111 players today. After
we're going to try the event more while we watch today's event.
Standard and historic.
We'll be playing in the background.
we narrowed
we got that hype train, baby. Keep it going. Keep it going.
4 match wins or more.
We need the choo-choos, right?
Where it's a very similar story today. We're going to have 8 rounds rather than the 7 we had yesterday.
A better day than even yesterday.
Historic, so it can split
I can do that. I can actually guarantee that.
Head towards the business end today. We're going to make another cut. This time, just 8 players will remain, those with 12 match wins or better, and of course the usual tiebreaker scrum to get yourself into the top 8. Day number 3, where it is elimination time.
Yeah, I'm excited for the
all
mill.
way to our championship match, playing standard all day on the 3rd day. Best 2 out of 3 matches, of course, for our championship match. And let's not forget, Maria, 6 more seats at the World Championship.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Riley. Well, if you missed any of the action yesterday, we had tons of incredible moments that we caught on camera. Here's a recap for you right now.
That's how excited I am. I've got to burn the energy off.
123 players entered the arena to battle for the title of new Capenna champion across 7 rounds of standard and historic. We kicked off the day with standard, and turns out we saved the best for first, as 2 of the greatest of all time, Kai Budde and Paulo Vitor Damaderosa, locked horns.
What up, Killa?
End, Kai's black,
How's your day going,
blue,
bud?
and red left Paulo's Esper mighty dead. Round 2 packed the dynamite as Hall of Famer Kenji Samura blew up enough of Yuma Koizumi's land to make him unable to cast much of anything. Very, very cool, yet very, very rude.
Okay, while they get you guys caught up, I'm going to go grab a coffee and stuff. We'll be right back.
Hall of Famer Shota Yasuoka Jund went up against David Inglis's Jeskai Storm. Turns out sometimes you're looking for bad weather. Inglis wins 2 games to 1. We had 28 players left undefeated after 3 rounds of play and turned to historic for the rest of the afternoon, which gave us Simon Nielsen on the edge of qualifying for the World Championship versus Marcio Carvalho. In the end, Nielsen Celestia humans proved Phoenixes don't always rise from the graveyard to fight again. It was the battle of enchantments in round 5 with Grzegorz Kowalski's Enchantress versus Christian Hauk's Azorius Auras. Despite all that card draw, Hauk couldn't draw out a win, boosting Kowalski to 4-1. Next up, it was Nielsen's humans back again, battling this time against Cats in Ovens. Proving you should never follow the trail of breadcrumbs, David Inglis comes out on top to secure a 6-0 record. Finally, it was Party Nettles in a Phoenix mirror, with Nettles' dreams of a possible World Championship berth on the line. And in the end, he got there in a truly epic match. Champ's dreams still alive. And so, 2 players remained undefeated at the end of day 1. Teammates Stefan Schutz and David Inglis. How will things shake out today? Stick around and find out. And that was a look at Friday's action, and if that was any indication, we are in for quite the show today. Well, let's kick things off with our leaderboard to find out where we're at after 1 day of competition. As you heard me say there, we have 2 players left undefeated in the tournament. Stefan Schutz, David Inglis. They are teammates and they are playing the same decks. I think they did it right for this tournament. And guess what? There's more teammates on this overall standing slide as well. Austin Bursavich is part of their team, as well as Carl Serap. So congratulations to those players, both of them on 6-1, also doing very, very well. I want to give a shout out to Toby Anapi there, running Is It Mill in standard. Mill him out, baby. I love that, sitting at 6-1. Hisamichi Yoshigawa running Naya Midrange in standard. So some cool off-meta decks a little bit there, doing very well in the tournament. Hall of Famer Shota Yasuoka, 6-1 starting off the tournament here. Eli Cassis, he's your Neon Dynasty champion. Can he go back-to-back with top 8s? He's certainly trying and in great position here on day number 2. Reed Duque starting off the tournament 6-1. Everybody loves Reed Duque. He's been playing Magic since winning that online championship back in 2011. Just been killing it ever since then. And check this out here. Zachary Keaney starting at 6-1. He's already locked up his spot to the World Championship, as has Simon Nielsen, who gave it that great dancing yesterday at 5-2. Congratulations to him. Locked up his spot at the World Championship as a challenger. There is a look at your overall standings, but speaking of the World Championship, we've got our eyes on the races, the MPL and Rivals League. Cedric, what's going on over there?
All right, let's get it started. You already mentioned Shota Yasuoka, who has 84 points as far as the league races is concerned. He's in 5th place in this tournament, a dominant display from a Hall of Famer. Good to go in a very meaningful way. Is he automatically qualified for World Jet? No, but he's in a very, very good spot. He could go 0-4 in the standard portion this morning and still be in this nice yellow box. David Inglis, as we know, in 2nd place, having a heck of a tournament as well. Reed Duque, oh yeah, also having a great tournament, currently sitting in 8th place. Logan Nettles, barely scraped into day number 2, but he made it. So he is still active and still very much eligible to qualify for the World Championship. Gonna need to pick up a couple of wins though, because some real gamers are hot on his heels. First and foremost, Paulo Vitor Damarosa. Paulo's in the box. Good place to be with his 72 points, and also happens to be pretty darn good at Magic, currently sitting in 32nd place. However, as you take a look at the players that are outside of the box looking to chase these players down, Marcio Carvalho, Peter Glogowski, Austin Versavich, Kai Budde, oh my goodness, Gregor Kowalski. Now, Andre Strosky, Shintaro Ishimura, they're out of the tournament, unfortunately, so they're not going to get any more points. They're not going to qualify for the World Championships, but you see the players that are outside of the box, you see the players that are inside of the box. These are a who's who of some of the best we've ever seen play tournament Magic, so I can't wait to see just how much this changes over the course of the 8 rounds today. And I know things aren't just changing for me, they're changing for you too, Riley.
Yes, indeed. Although on my side of things, when it comes to the Challenger race, we've already punched the tickets of 3 people who will be going to the World Championships: Greg Orange, Yu Koizumi, and Simon Nielsen. Congratulations to those 3. And we think at this stage, not 100% on this, but we think with one more win, Tristan Wildlarue will also have locked up his position as well. Tristan has done a great job so far and only really needs one more win to be almost guaranteed a position at the World Championship. Nathan Stoyer's done very well for himself as well. Started outside the box, finds himself in it with 60 points and can pick up even more of them. And for him to be overtaken, it's going to take a minor miracle, because look, he can be overtaken by people like Drew Baker, Lucas Harane, Stefan Schutz, but that's not going to knock him out. He has to be overtaken by 5 people at this point. So we have to have the entire back half of our top 16 really come up. And a lot of them can't get any more points. Jim Davis, Camilo Lukesh, Oscar Franco, none of them are playing in the in the new Capenna Championship this time around. Jim Davis has been knocked out. Lukesh and Franco didn't even qualify, so they can't get any more points. On the other hand, Drew Baker, Lucas Harane, Stefan Schutz, who has put together an incredible run so far, they are in the position here to pick up more points to qualify themselves for the World Championship. And Drew Baker in particular, I mean, this bloke, he plays tested for this event with local friends. He grew up playing kitchen table Magic. He has idolized pro-level Magic players for years and years and years. And this time, he might be joining their ranks at the World Championship if he can string together some wins in the coming rounds. So keep a close eye on him. A lot of stuff to get across in the Challenger race.
All right, here's a look at who's already qualified for the World Championship. Yuta Takahashi, your reigning world champion, will come back to defend his crown. Congratulations once again to Greg Orange, Yuma Koizumi, and Simon Nielsen, who punched their tickets yesterday. But guess what, everybody? That's only half the field. We need to put faces to these plaques here. The rest of the 16 players headed to the World Championship this weekend. That means so many matches are so consequential today. So all the action in the feature match area matters in more ways than one. All right, there's a look at the World Championship, but let's bring it back to standard because that's where we're starting this morning. Cedric, let's take a look at the metagame.
Esper Midrange, name of the game here, Maria. 77 players playing the deck, 34.5% of the metagame. A lot of people are really digging Rafine, Scheming Seer, the Wandering Emperor, and powerful Planeswalkers, removal spells, and creatures across those 3 colors. Naya Runes, also another 3-color deck here that is shown up in a very meaningful way. 30 players playing the deck, 13.5% of the metagame. Same thing can be said for this innovative Jeskai Storm deck with 30 players and 13.5% of the metagame. Goldspan Dragon, a real hammer in that deck. We're going to get to see that one here very soon. Jund Midrange, Grixis Vampires, Jund Treasures. You're going to note here, I'm saying Esper, I'm saying Naya, I'm saying Jeskai, I'm saying 3-color decks because the mana is so good in this format. I think that's why Riley is so into this land destruction strategy that we've seen.
All right, there's a look at our metagame, but we've got round number 8 teed up for you here, everybody. We're pitting the last 2 undefeated players against each other in our feature match area. They're teammates. David Inglis versus Stefan Schutz. Here's a look at our players here. David Inglis has 1 top finish to his name, finished top 6 at the Strixhaven Championships. Wants another top 8 here. Take a look at David Inglis, 69% standard win rate, nice. Running Jeskai Storm, that's the deck list. He and Stefan figured would win this tournament. And you know what? They just might be right. They're the last 2 undefeated players. Here's a look at Stefan Schutz here. Loves trying to find the best deck for a tournament, he said. And he might have found it here. 66.5% standard win rate for Schutz. But But let's take a look at these decks. Cedric, what do they do and how do they do it?
Well, they're going to be very similar here. We're going to start here with David Inglis, who is off to a wonderful start here, second place in the tournament. Teammates, I say team greats because these two have very similar deck lists. Goldspan Dragon, Lear, Show of Confidence. That's kind of the combo here with this deck. You kind of get that sort of thing established. Show of Confidence allow you to attack for a lot with a Goldspan Dragon.
This is a good deck.
Generate a lot of treasures. Fable the Mirror Breaker, Expressive Iteration, just powerful red and blue cards that really do tie the room together. Unexpected Windfall, big score.
I like
ways to
Refine.
draw cards, generate
Refine,
treasures, fix your
Refine.
mana, all that jazz. Like I mentioned, you're going to see basically the same thing here. Deck lists are very, very, very close. Couple of card differences, but nothing major here, folks. So you see this Jeskai Storm deck really starting to take standard by storm. There is removal in these decks in both
Storm
Cage
deck
Surge
by
and
Storm.
Spikefield Hazard that kind of play double duty.
Prediction started.
Dragon as well.
Vote
to
away
generate
our
more
points.
treasures and help to make a larger
Remember, chat,
show of
vote
confidence.
against
So,
the
as I said,
majority.
Teammates, let's say team greats because they found something beautiful here in Jeskai Storm.
All right, well, it's time to make our predictions here at the news desk. Who do we think is going to win these feature matches, resetting the records? Thank goodness. Mine was terrible. Riley, who do you think is going to win?
Oh, so hard to pick these two apart. Both of them playing virtually similar lists. Both are not an absolute tear this weekend. I'm going for Schutz. I mean, I'm going to back the Austrian, but it really could go either way.
All right, what about you, Cedric?
Well, I did my Tangram song yesterday, so I'm going to save that for a little later. But I am going to go with David Inglis here, someone who I've had the opportunity to cover a little bit on the SCG Tour online and various other avenues. He's really, really, really good. Not taking anything away from his teammate here, but he's, I think, breaking out here this weekend. So give me Inglis to be in first place after this round is over.
Yeah, only one defeated player after this round. I'm also going to go with David Inglis based on his top 6 from the Strixhaven Championship. Seems to be killing it in these arena events. We're going to find out after this round, but it's not just us bringing you all of the action here.
It's
At
me
this tournament,
too.
We've got a slew
HGG.
of great casters. Marshall Sutcliffe, Paul
I got you
Keon,
guys. I
Ailey
got
Loney,
you.
and Corey Baumeister will be in the booth with you this weekend. An awesome, awesome team. Well, round number 8 is coming up, and only one player can remain undefeated. I feel a storm of brewing. Ailey and Corey, take it away.
I tried, chat.
Thank you so much, Maria. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Hello, wherever you are around the world. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, where we get to wreck someone's perfect 7-0 record. Kind of feels bad, Corey.
Absolutely, got to look at it that way, but we also create an 8-0 player here between these two team greats. I really like that a lot.
Let me get the hat. We're doing a hat today.
Oh man, this team have just put up so many good results so far. I think they were at either 68 or 69. Nice. % win rate between their team against non-teammates, but this is a different pickle of fish or barrel of, I don't know, whatever the heck the saying is there, because now they're playing against each other. Now, what kind of extra pressure does that add to a tournament, Corey?
Yeah, I think normally when you play against your teammates, when you're undefeated, when you're at the top of the standings, you kind of, get to put your shoulders down a little bit. You're like, well, we're doing it. We're still in a great spot for this top 8 no matter what.
Oh, that's
But this isn't really like any other traditional tournament. They're both playing for these World Championship seats, and the matches matter for each of them just as much to be able to get there, which is their final goal. So, yeah, this is still going to be a really big match for both players.
Oh, for sure. Plenty of stakes this weekend. We still have 16 seats to fill at the World Championship coming up at the end of this year. So, both players want to get there, and they are both in a very good position to do so, whether it be by making it to the top 6 of the tournament or in the league races or the challenger races. So let's get this game underway. Both players just getting their stuff set up. Not much to happen in the first few turns here, as we're likely going to see a expressive iteration here, but the Fable of the Mirror Breaker is the go-to for Stefan Schutz, as he wants to get his little goblin guy going, making some treasures, and then, I don't know, maybe copy a couple Goldspan Dragons. That seems like a good way to win.
Yeah, not too bad. This was the one card that really surprised me that wasn't really in these traditional Jeskai Storm lists beforehand. And immediately when I saw their list, I was like, oh, of course. Why not play the busted red card in their blue-red deck? It just makes so much sense. Being able to have a creature that creates treasures in your treasure deck, as well as for Chapter 2, being able to discard a couple of cards, try to find Goldspan Dragon, because this really is a Goldspan Dragon. If you don't have that card, it's going to be a lot tougher to do really anything. So Fable of the Mirror Breaker is kind of, well, breaking the mirror, I guess. I don't know, they set me up well for that one.
They sure did. Now, different approaches to the start of this game. We see Fable the Mirror Breaker rocking on Stefan's side of things, but David Inglis is working his way towards the Goldspan Dragon, like you mentioned. That is the key card in this deck because you want to be casting all of those instants on this Goldspan Dragon. Now, at the moment, there's only the Show of Confidence, which is kind of what you want as your big finish. So where do we go in the next turn here for Inglis as 2 points of damage comes through for Stefan Schutz, and Expressive Iteration is going to go digging.
Absolutely. So next turn for Inglis, since you did have that big turn of either big score or unexpected windfall on turn 4, that's kind of the green light to be able to essentially win this turn. You know, without an untapped 5th land, that's pretty disappointing here. You know, we're going to see David kind of shrug at that one because that does make it a little more difficult because instead you'll have to use your 5th mana if he even decides to go for it by sacrificing a treasure, which is actually 2 mana. So it is a really big cost to not get that 5th land. But you still
what's that Elite Omega?
Disruption.
Yeah.
Is Restream being lame?
Go from there. Now, if Goldspan Dragon lands in play, you're going to see some of these cards like Spikefield.
Or this is a match from earlier
to be able to
that they're just replaying.
Dragon.
I got
That's
you.
Going to generate you a lot of
Sorry, I was just getting everything set up.
And then big scores and unexpected windfalls are going to be these cards that are free. In air quotes, because they create 2 treasures, cost 4 mana, and cycle through your deck. And that's the whole goal of the combo to get it going. We'll see if Stefan has anything to say about it.
Well, Stefan sure doesn't like this scaly flying lizard, is going to attempt to Jawari Disruption. And in response, does David Inglis pay the 1 here?
Yeah,
sure, why not? Let's get this dragon down. Seems like a pretty important thing to do. There is a Fading Hope in hand, but as we know, Goldspan Dragon, if it is targeted, it creates that treasure, and there's a Jawari Disruption of David's own to protect against any bounce spells. So, yeah, Dragon's going to get a rock in. Just the 1 treasure so far. It does have the Spikefield Hazard to kind of do that Lotus Petal effect. You know, I use 1 mana, I ding you, I get 2 mana back. It's totally fine.
Yep, so the options
it would be
here
cool
for
if
David,
Restream was betting its
Spikefield
chat
Hazard
points
to
too,
get
you
that
know what I
extra
mean?
mana.
Like the
that
bot.
Puts you at 3 mana. You Show of Confidence, there'd be 2 spells cast. So that puts you down to 1 mana and then up to 5.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
And then you can start doing some big score stuff. Or you can be a little defensive and try to, you know, really set up for a gigantic turn next turn and then almost assuredly win. But the whole problem with this mirror match is there might not be a next turn. So, you know, you might have to go for it, or you
That's
might
just
be dead,
it.
and that's what
There
David
might
decides
not
to
be
do.
a next turn.
Now, he was a little bit undecided about this. Like, in combat, this would have been a lot more impactful, right?
The Spikefield Hazard?
Yeah, the Spikefield Hazard into Show of Confidence. If that's the way he wants to go. If he's just going Fable the Mirror Breaker, then that makes more sense.
Yep, absolutely. If you're just going for Fable or you're trying to, it does look like we're going for Show of Confidence, but you know, you really don't need that extra 2 or 3 points of damage to be able to get it done.
Yeah,
It's
this is
not
the gross
that
match
important.
of the set.
But looking at the list, there isn't any, you know, Furies or Smoldering Eggs to be able to win
I don't
the
think
turn
so,
on the spot.
Deggy.
As far as I'm seeing, so you know, they do have to kind of just untap and then win the turn after.
Yeah. So here we see Fading Hope in response to the shenanigans that are afoot, and we'll see Jawari Disruption say, no, thank you, sir. I would like my dragon to stick around because I'm doing some fun stuff over here.
I like when
So
Test of Talents
that's
gets
going to make
involved in
sure
all
that
this,
Fading
right?
Hope does not disrupt what David Inglis wants to get going here.
That was actually great for David here because you notice the Show of Confidence trigger hasn't resolved yet. That Jawari Disruption is gonna then cause another trigger. So maybe a bit of a misstep here for Stefan not doing it after the trigger resolves. But you know, playing around the Jawari Disruption there this late in the game is always a little tricky to do as well.
For sure. Yeah, the Goldspan
Wow.
Dragon is quite a resilient creature. It basically protects itself.
That
as
sucks.
we find a second copy of Goldspan plus Lear, Disciple of the Drowned. So yeah, we can just kind of do it all over again now. Hello, Second Hand. You are now unlocked.
And now is where it gets kind
Wow.
of crazy here because you get that Show of
Pay attention,
Confidence
kids.
in the graveyard here. That's going to probably be essentially the last card you play. You're going to go through all the big scores, all the unexpected windfalls first. Yeah,
Oh,
Galvanic
gosh.
Iteration, why not add that into the mix? And that's another card that you can just safely discard because, well, you can just cast it again. Now we're going to see
Yeah.
Show of Confidence for like 7 or so, where that's going to be about
I think he
14
drew
mana
it,
for
did he not?
Goldspan Dragon. And yeah, it's really, this is the storm aspect of this dragon deck.
Sure. And I guess doing the second main phase it allows you to get Lear down in the battlefield and go off like this, essentially. Look how many copies of Show of Confidence we have going here. If Stefan doesn't have a way to interact with this dragon, next turn, yeah, the game's pretty much going to be over. As we're going to see Galvanic.
It's like looking at the sun. It's a good thing I've got my glasses on.
Big score. Oh my goodness me.
Yeah, this deck is just awesome. Being able to do this over and over and over again. And when you discard these cards like Unexpected Windfall, just being able to cast them from the graveyard again is really, really, really disgusting. And now really, what these decks are doing as far as the list goes with David and Stefan, instead of winning on the spot and having to play, you know, not so great cards in your deck that don't really work that well, Fury being one of them, Smoldering Egg,
don't leave me hanging on for a number. Is that how that song goes?
You have an answer for whatever your opponent is doing next turn. So in their case, in this mirror match, they're going to try to find Fading Hopes. They're going to try to find all these ways to stop Stefan from doing big dragon stuff as well. Yeah, and then we'll see David end the turn and try to attack for lethal the following turn.
I see a lot of mana being floated here. 6 in the pool right now. Let's get
Vaughn's just like, are you serious?
Down on the battlefield. 1 extra mana available. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's kill this little treasure dork. And maybe say go? Or are we still going to do some more things here?
That's really it. Everything else just adds mana or deals damage. And, you know, with Dwari Disruption in the graveyard, that might be a little deceiving to this Goldspan Dragon. It does have that special purple hint around it, and that is indicating it cannot be countered due to Lear's ability, unless maybe Lear was no longer on the battlefield, Ailey?
I mean, he's gonna do it anyway. Let's well, we have to bounce.
And then
Lear,
we're gonna
right?
see the Fading Hope here for Lear to bring it back. A really heads-up play, and that's gonna guarantee game 1 going to David. How sweet.
How sweet. Are those the right words?
Oh no.
Oh, that was just awesome.
This deck, I enjoy watching it go off, but I kind of feel bad for the person sitting across the table. It's like, okay, yes, you're playing cards. Okay, fine, sure. Where's the escape concede button? Oh, there it is. Cool.
Yeah,
Let's go to game number 2.
I like paying mana for the concede
pretty
button.
much the same sideboarding here. You know, a couple small changes. We see the Thirst for Discovery in Stefan's sideboard, where we don't actually see it in David's. You know, there's small, tiny changes like that. You know, I believe one of them was playing 5 mountains.
No one betting yet.
We'll
get them riled up. We'll get them riled up.
Minor changes, but realistically, this is really the same list. They both agreed to take out Fable the Mirror Breaker. Not exactly what you're looking for in the post-board games. And yeah, I mean, so I took out the exact same cards, just had a little disagreement on the cards they bring in. But realistically, they're submitting the same 75 again for the next game.
And you know, being teammates, I imagine that they played plenty of games against each other. You know, confidence in your list is being prepared to play against your teammates if they have an awesome run. You know, you want to make sure that you are prepared for any and all eventualities in this tournament. So I doubt we'll see any variation too much.
You know what's crazy? To be fair, I think they've been showing
is you look at their deck and they're both 7-0 with this
list.
I did walk right into that one.
You really did. You left that wide open for me right in the morning here for this broadcast.
Listen here, I haven't had my coffee yet, okay?
Right,
of course.
Just talking about
everyone will be playing this. They're both 7-0.
Moniker for these players. These are just some of the players who are still in contention for the World Championship. We've got Austin Bursovic, we've got Tristan Wildlarue, we've got PBDDR in there. We've got Arne Hushabeth as another notable player. Torolf Severin as well. Simon Nielsen, who is locked and loaded for the World Championship. So these guys are crushing it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I just can't
Goldspan Dragon is just a fair and playable card, let's be honest.
To the World Championship today as well. Well, I guess it's Cedric. He's sending the league players.
No, they have no say in it whatsoever. It is Cedric A. Phillips. He will be sending you to the World Championship. I'm pretty sure he will consider any and all
Expressive's
presents.
Nice.
I don't know.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Expressive finds the next land.
Here. We're not going to be bribing nobody.
Fair,
you have removal.
Fair. All right, pretty nice hands from both players. You see just 2 lands, expressive.
You don't really want that
iteration,
surge, though.
You know, pretty similar hands outside of that. The one advantage I would give to Stefan, and it's of course very minor this early in, and it's because of that unexpected windfall and the Disdainful Stroke. Disdainful Stroke ends up being the best card against these Jeskai Dragon decks, Jeskai combo decks.
Hi, Daddy.
Just because it does answer both Leer and Goldspan Dragon, and you 100% need those cards to win, at least for sure in game 1. You know, you might be able to do Hullbreaker Horror nonsense post board, but it's very reliant on the big spells.
For sure.
And the land. There'll be new land here as well, no?
For David Inglis had a 2-land hand that looked very similar to this, but now just has to send something back. So it's going to be a Leer that gets sent to the bottom of the library, but doubtless we'll see.
Let me take a look at this.
Disciple of the Drowned later on.
I was actually pretty shocked by that mulligan. Maybe I just, you know, don't mulligan as much as the average person. I definitely train in the school of Seth Manfield a little more than David Inglis, I guess. But that hand looked pretty good. Two lands, expressive iteration.
And then big score is new.
Turn up. It'd be interesting to get in David's
March
head
is fairly new.
on why we sent that one back.
Yeah, I wonder what he was looking for. Perhaps some more reactive permission.
Maybe a Disdainful Stroke, you know, maybe that Behold the Multiverse. Those cards are very important as well.
Is the All-Seeing Arbiter in sideboard as well? There's a couple new things here, but not much. You know what I mean? Not much.
That's a brick. That is as far as bricks go for expressive iteration. Whenever you don't see that 3rd land and you just have to burn a card away, you know, it's a little fist pump from your opponent, and it's, you know, 1 tier when you're playing expressive iteration.
Oh, I was wondering if we're going to see a Spell Pierce there.
You know, I didn't see any new lands. You're right.
Like, oh, you want expressive iteration?
I didn't see any new lands.
Yeah. I mean, that's really interesting right there. Stefan really puts a higher value on Spell Pierce, and you notice how fast Stefan clicked through that. Just like, I don't want to telegraph that I have it, because you want to Spell Pierce something bigger, like a big score or maybe a Fading Hope on your Goldspan Dragon, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeskai was one of the olders.
Gonna hold that Spell Pierce in hand. Hopefully he gets to use it in a meaningful way, because we have seen Spell Pierce get worse and worse over time, but here is a perfect spot for it.
And here's a very good learning lesson in the mirror matches here. When you're on the play, turn 4, you almost always want to be casting big score or unexpected windfall, but you want to be doing it on the upkeep just in case.
I don't know, Killer, because no one's using them. Like, it's so rare anyways. Everyone's just using the regular land. That's so good.
Use a counter spell. Then you get kind of far behind, but as I say that, of course, David says, just kidding, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, no. Very disciplined play there.
Yeah.
Let me know how the audio's balanced as well.
There could be a Disdainful Stroke.
Yeah, every single September, John.
Spell Pierce, and it's heckin' feels bad, man, when you have to discard a card and get nothing for it.
But yeah, now, I mean, that was the cost right there. You saw David not even cast it at the end because of that scenario that could happen. Unexpected windfall into Spell Pierce, or unexpected windfall into Jwari Disruption. It just becomes too big of a
It's just so stressful. You know what I mean? This match is stressful, yo.
Just kind of looking back at each other like, do you want to go first? Do I want
to
go first? And most of the time, the pace of who has to start is dictated by cards in hand. If you hit 8, most of the time you want to either try to do something, or if you're missing land drops. Stefan's doing both right now, which is a problem.
Yeah. Luckily for him, though, David hasn't pulled the trigger on anything. He is prepared. He's got a lot of reactive permission in hand. Disdainful Strokes aplenty, as well as the Spell Pierce. So, Leer, Disciple of the Drowned, is gonna get drowned, unfortunately, as he's not doing all that much, but instead it's gonna be Galvanic Iteration into the bin that can be cast at a later stage. And the lands have kind of dried up for these players.
Yeah, and they're both in the same situation. They're like, I would rather discard than quote-unquote blink first. Usually in these
the pathways will be a big hit.
Combo
I agree.
Matches, whoever's
losing the pathways will hurt.
Usually ends up regretting it because you get to counter that person's stuff and then do your big stuff yourself. So it's going to be a lot of draw go, and the advantage is going to go to whoever can rally off a couple lands on top and then do something like Galvanic Iteration into big score. When you can cast 2 cards, it's so much better because, are you going to try to counter both of them? Then I can just untap and do something big as well.
Yeah. Now, Stefan, if he had to go for an unexpected windfall or a big score at this point, he would be okay. But he's being extremely patient. He doesn't want to blink first. Neither of these players have drawn a land to save their lives. And Behold the Multiverse is a good pickup here for David.
somewhat okay as well. Because
Yeah,
if you go
seems
for
strange.
It, David can go in response, big score, get rid of a Fading Hope, and then use that Disdainful Stroke in hand to counter it.
Yeah.
But that would open the door for Stefan to be able to go land 5, Goldspan Dragon attack, and then have counter magic open if he drew a land. So that's the things the players are thinking about right now. What's the risk reward here? And David is also thinking, do I want to foretell Behold so I don't have to discard? But then I only have but then I only have 3 mana open, so just 1 Disdainful Stroke. If I'm Stefan and my opponent goes down to 3 lands, I'm firing off Big Score, Unexpected Windfall immediately, well, at the end step. And then if there's a counter spell, you just knock that top of the deck, and if you hit Goldspan Dragon, then you're in such a good position to win the game that it would be really tough to lose.
TikTok, baby, let's go.
About using Galvanic Iteration to essentially cast 2 spells, that would be enabled if we do foretell Behold the Multiverse, which is what we've seen here now. So David Inglis still has a Disdainful Stroke up, missed that one earlier, and a Fading Hope.
Well, no, it's a different meta.
Shenanigans that may be afoot here. Now, is Stefan pulling the trigger on something here?
I think so.
Because it's not just about how good the deck is, it's about what it's facing.
This is the window to give it up, and it's now, what do you want to discard? Because there's an Unexpected Windfall kind of off-screen on Stefan's screen. And I think the one thing you for sure want to keep is a Spell Pierce, and at least one of the Disdainful Strokes, so Lear would make sense to be sent away.
I'm not sure how many Lears he did keep in, so I think one of them at least came out.
Yeah, I think it was 2 for each players that they left in, but that's a very good point, Ailey. It's like, you got to at least leave one of them, because it's a very important piece. You can win without it.
I'm pretty sure one's in the bin.
Yeah,
Classic is it matchup.
I think one's in the bin for each of us.
Let's rope each other. Let's all rope each other. Nice.
Or Lear. Actually, no. Lear is a terrible card to play against. He can get the bin for all I care.
Excuse me.
Lear
Sorry.
is an incredibly
I was just thinking how bad
card.
the
With some
game
of
is going to
best
be.
cards taken out,
Everybody's going to be
many
playing this deck and
Lear's
roping.
Choices,
It's going to be brutal.
Still incredible. So here's the stroke. If there's a land, Goldspan Dragon's coming. Oh no!
Big score. It's not the worst. I mean, do you just fire it off now, or are you holding? No, you're holding on to counter magic. Okay.
Yeah, I think you hold on to it because once again, both players know the lists, and there is at least 1 Spell Pierce. There's 1 Spell Pierce in each list, and the train wreck scenario of David having it, the game's over, and it's already looking very good for David. So now what we're gonna see is David has the option to go Galvanic plus Big Score, and now you have to counter both of them.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna be a big turn for David.
Big turn for David.
All right, does he pull the trigger? Are we going to see Galvanic Big Score or Behold the Multiverse here?
Yeah,
he's going for it.
Another play you could do too is like flashback Galvanic Iteration and then play Behold with 1 mana open, so you don't play into Jwari. But because one kind of train wreck scenario that we know Stefan doesn't have here is if you have Galvanic Iteration and a Jwari Disruption, you can actually still get both of these by copying your own Jwari.
I think this match is going to be over soon.
These Isn't Mirror match lines are always so complex and so fun.
Fun, is that the word we're going for?
Can you tell I like Is It decks quite a bit? This was my favorite deck in playtesting for sure. Exactly.
Oh man, 2 Disdainful Strokes are available here to Stefan Schutz. Does he respond with his own Big Score? Let's have a look, Ski. What he's gonna do here in response? Nothing to the Big Scores, so that's a lot of treasures, my friend. I hope you're ready for.
That's got to be game, isn't it?
Because David Inglis has a lot of mana to work with. Unfortunately,
there's no way that David doesn't finish this.
Yeah, no counterspells, just Fading Hope as defense from other Goldspan Dragons.
Well, I guess the turn after double stroke.
Counter magic. Usually the best kind of line is to be like, okay, it's time to go.
But he could still find it. He has Behold the Multiverse times 2.
So they can't be pressing the advantage.
Just dig for it.
David seems to agree here.
Just dig for counter magic.
Stroke. 2 Goldspan Dragons is not the best plan.
Just multiverse, bro.
This could be brutal. I don't think we'll see David try and run out the second copy right now, but if he does, that would be a real train wreck situation.
Yep, I think we're pretty likely to see a
maybe went and looked for my own interaction, but
turn if Stefan doesn't do anything big. And yeah, with 5 mana, if Stefan had perfect
I actually don't mind golf.
would probably jam this gold.
Nor do I mind tennis.
But decide, and it wouldn't have worked because there's the stroke, which is
not as good as volleyball though. Let's be honest.
A stroke doesn't counter another stroke, unfortunately. It just counters whatever Stefan might get up to. But at this point, David Inglis has
even pole vaulting. Y'all ever watch pole vaulting?
Everything. Like he is the
shit is gas.
The one who knocks, as if we could put it that way.
I like it. I like it. Great reference.
All right. It's a Galvanic.
What?
Now, what are we up to here with this Galvanic? Are we copying Disdainful Stroke?
Why?
To just make sure that this
make sure
works.
you get
now,
it.
This is a line that plays around.
This is crazy.
Counterspell, but you know what it doesn't play around is a 3rd Goldspan Dragon. So David is going to be very happy with this because Stefan,
it's the poles, John, not the uniforms. Hey, Tokyo knows what's up.
Misplayed in any way, shape, or form. It is playing around something different that's more likely. It's much more likely that there's a Test of Talents or a Spell Pierce or something like that than the 3rd Goldspan Dragon. But this Goldspan Dragon is going to be excellent here.
No one expects the Dragon Inquisition, as the Disdainful Stroke will resolve, but much to Stefan Schutz's dismay, Goldspan number 3.
Goldspan number 3.
We're going to see the reaction from Stefan, I imagine, on his player cam. Nope, cool, calm, and collected.
Fucking dead-faced him.
Like, yeah, okay, cool. Very far behind, though, right now. Being stuck on lands is something you never want to be in this sort of mirror match. You know, you need that mana available just to keep doing what you're doing, keep your game plan going while defending against what your opponent's doing. So, very unfortunate situation here for Stefan. The lands just haven't played nice. But David Inglis sitting pretty right now and could be on his way to a clean 2-0.
Yeah, this is looking
it looks like
pretty much unwinnable here for Stefan.
Unwinnable, uh-oh.
Access to playing Lear with mana
Didn't see your question.
open if you want to.
I did not. Gotta highlight that shit.
Played a land this turn, so not able to do that. Probably just a turn where you just defend, say go, try to cast Lear next turn. But
what do you think HEG should
But either way,
be running Test of Talents? Yeah.
Here,
no, I think we said that right away. I like Test of Talents in this matchup for sure.
Now, is there a way for Stefan to get back into this?
I think I'm trying to think what is the best card here, and I just don't see a one-turn
at that same thought process, if you deal with the dragon, you don't have to deal with the other stuff.
Maybe there is
right?
a window.
You just use stroke on Lear, you use stroke on dragon, and then you don't have to worry about the spells at all.
Ends the turn.
Maybe that's the thought process.
Oh, okay. All right, never mind. Yeah, we get, so here's a cute little line. You get to go Fading Hope with that ability on the stack before it gets bounced, then show confidence, and then basically play your whole graveyard. So,
wow.
All right, David, I see you. That's why I'm up here and David's down there.
I mean, yeah. You could just do everything in response to this Fading Hope trigger. Sure, your Fading Hope's gonna get.
How about that time bar though?
But you can have so much mana by the end of this.
And here is the line that I'm not gonna lie, I learned as these great players, as I've been watching these players, is you see that trigger on the stack that says it's about to copy things. David didn't do it this turn, but was considering playing other cards before that trigger goes off, because then that still adds those additional copies. I always just pictured it when I played this card. Right when I cast it, that's how many copies it was. But these players are showing the versatility of show confidence and perfect timing when it comes to these cards.
Yeah, and the shields are down for Stefan Schutz, so we're going to see as many shenanigans as we can possibly string together here. With the Goldspan Dragon, we're going to big score twice, courtesy of Galvanic Iteration.
I prefer this over the all-run thing.
And let's see what else we find.
Yep, and Galvanic Iteration plus Big Score does actually net you 2 mana. It costs 6. You get 8 mana out of it with Goldspan to be able to just kind of really go off. Now, David's biggest competition is the rope. Because you can only have so long of turns here, and that rope still will catch you at some point. You gotta click fast
click.
And it's tough to do, especially when you're in such a big moment.
Yeah.
Wow, he's going deep.
So we're just Galvanic. Let's see how many more triggers we can get on this stack before the rope says, nope, you gotta stop now, friend. Your opponent gets
That's
go.
big.
Goodness me.
And this is 3 copies here, so we're definitely going to be discarding to hand size regardless.
It's not that bad when you go to Lear on the battlefield. Hey, there's a show of confidence. You want to do it again? Do it again.
That's crazy.
And this is another one of these scenarios where their deck lists don't win on the spot, but they're going to get it. David's going to get to a spot where he has so many reactive elements that it doesn't matter what combination of cards Stefan's going to do next turn. David will have it covered. Now it's going to be a little bit more complicated because this Goldspan Dragon.
There's a test of talents. We see it. They have test of talents.
Unless David does something, you know, kind of wild like bounce Lear and then counter his own Fading Hope, which I wouldn't put it past David. I actually, never mind. It's so much easier to just Sajiri step your Goldspan Dragon, but chooses not to do it.
Yeah, just pro blue. All good.
Yeah.
It does get bounced, but, you know, we'll just get a couple more dragons down. It's totally fine. It seems good.
Honestly, this turn's been so long,
good.
I didn't even know we were still in main phase. I thought this was at end step, but...
Stefan should go make me a sandwich.
This is silly.
That was a turn. Gotta discard 6 cards.
That's totally cool. Look, Lear's just got everything that he needs.
Everyone can back up to
Wow.
the back of their seats now. You know, that was a stressful turn for us all.
I'm quite surprised Stefan didn't get up and go make a cup of tea during that, honestly.
Yeah, no kidding.
Wow.
Good grief. All right, well, I guess this is the point where Stefan goes, cool, let's see if this resolves. Big score on the stack. What can he find with that?
Just bounce your Lear and test it. He's out of mana. Whoa, why didn't he bounce his Disciple and test of talents that, and then they have 1 mana. They're done.
A bunch of stuff in the graveyard. I'm going ham and killing you next
They
time.
should have just bounced their own Lear.
Yep.
Fading Hope your Lear,
Oh, goodness
test of
me,
talents,
so only
the
one undefeated
windfall, you're
player
done.
remains. It is
Not that it mattered.
Or as Cedric likes to call him, 10 grams.
10 grams. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
Making
sir.
it
Let me
look
get that
easy. That's our
prediction thing
tournament
up
leader
here.
now at 8-0, the only player to be at a perfect record. So really, really impressive stuff.
did it.
I would love to just rewatch them play that match over and over. They're
Why isn't
so
it
good
showing
with
to
those
me?
decks, and it's so fun to watch.
You certainly can get some good tips and tricks if you are picking up these decks to rock on the
Are you sure you
ladder,
started
so,
one, Killer?
Be sure to watch that match again if you need them. We have more Magic here in the first round of the day, so let's hear from Maria and Cedric what we can expect next.
I got the next one
Corey
started.
Burkhart versus Tristan Wildlarue is coming up next.
Corey Burkhart is on the very powerful Esper Midrange deck. The weekend's deck to beat. Is it good enough to take care of Jeskai Storm in the hands of Tristan Wildlarue, who has the breakout deck of the tournament? Goldspan Dragon has been very tough to beat.
All right, that's coming up
Has
next.
it?
Corey Burkhart versus Tristan Wildlarue. Stay put.
Stay put, don't go anywhere. We really appreciate your time. Don't go, stay right there. Really appreciate your time. That's why I'm not in a band, chat. That's why I am not in a band. What up, what up, what up? Get your votes in, chat. Don't be scared. Do a little gambling on this beautiful Saturday morning. The Lord ain't even gonna give you trouble, boys. It's not even Sunday yet. Place your bets. Yo, yo, yo. All right. When I'm reading chat, I cannot have the glasses on. Well, not those glasses. I need these ones. Gold fan, gold fan, gold fan. That's how you win games. The Disciple's pretty cool as well. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. We have to refresh this. Beautiful. Dodge the ad with Twitch Prime. What a perfect time for a quick little ad break, right? Just get that out of the way while we wait. And we'll get into our next match here.
Welcome back to coverage of the new Capenna Championship. Are we very close to putting more people into the World Championship? Our next feature match may do just that, Corey.
Doesn't the second start of...
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a big one here for Tristan Wildlarue. A win
second part of X.
Here for Tristan is locking it up for the World Championship here with that Jeskai Storm deck that we just saw. A few minor changes once again, but for the most part, really the same list. Up against Corey Burkhart, who's just having a great year as well.
Unless I'm misunderstanding.
Midrange. So I know Tristan took down a nice length in game one as we join in for game number 2.
So he is just one game win away from locking up his World Championship slot. That has got to feel amazeballs. But up against
amazeballs
this weekend in Esper Midrange. Now, Corey,
nice,
this matchup, it hasn't really been as clear cut as we would have liked to see. You know, we don't see Storm just absolutely crushing it. Esper is having a bit of an iffy weekend altogether so far. But what do you think we're going to see in this match?
Exactly. A lot of the Esper people that I was talking to, leading into this event felt pretty good about their matchup against Goldspan Dragon. Just the fact that you get to have duress.
Well, Wandering Emperor
the big score and the unexpected windfall
really gets the dragon.
Stroke and Infernal Grass to be clean answers for the dragon and Lear. There's a lot of great answers, but you have to draw them in kind of the right order up against these dragon decks. And that's why maybe Jeskai Storm is actually doing pretty okay against this deck, because Jeskai Storm is a very linear combo deck that does kind of the same thing over and over again. It doesn't have to have its threats.
Wow, is it 2012?
Well. It just has to see a Goldspan Dragon at some
Absolutely.
point. And that's really the only thing you need to be doing. And that's not so hard to do when you draw basically your whole deck every game.
Yeah, as we saw in the last game with David Inglis.
Hey, just don't let them go.
Let's see how this goes here. We've got 2 creatures on the battlefield right now, pressuring the life total. Spikefield Hazard will take care of one of these Null Priests of Oblivion from Corey Burkhart, who draws Rafine's Tower.
Someone was running the Titan. It was in a 3-color deck, too.
That's the most suspicious thing you can see from a blue player, especially these Esper dudes, as they are rocking the Wandering Emperor and Obscura Interceptor. So Tristan will know to be wary of one of those.
And that's the pinch. It's so hard to play around both of those cards
because
they do such wildly different things that, it's pretty
he doesn't want it countered. It doesn't want it countered.
Maybe trying to cast this now just in case there's a Jwari disruption. Pretty heads up play there from Corey B.
Yeah.
Being able to recognize there is a Jwari disruption. And that's a lot of pressure against this Izzet deck, but it is opening the doors to unexpected windfall or too big score. Corey just has evaluated that he doesn't care about that risk.
Which is smart as all hell.
It's a bit of a difficult consideration, I guess. It's like, okay, am I going to be defensive and try and stop what they're doing? Or do I care more about my game plan and just killing them as quick as I can? Because the longer Corey gives Tristan, the more answers and resources he has to work with.
Yep, 100%. You can really look at these Esper mid-range decks in this matchup as kind of the tempo player. They want to close the game as fast as possible because what Tristan's doing, and every Jeskai Storm deck in this tournament, is something bigger than every other deck. They have just this combo finish that does something so overwhelming that all these mid-range decks don't really do. So while mid-range decks traditionally want to play control role against like other aggressive decks, against combo, they're kind of this tempo aggro deck. And that's where Rafine really shines because it kind of has that versatility role built within it.
And this Esper deck has been described by a lot of the players playing it as, Obscura Tempo, for example, Esper Tempo. And to me, it feels a lot more like that and less like a control deck. But here we're going to see Obscura Interceptor get this expressive iteration back to hand. Now, Tristan will be able to recast it, But this is exactly what the deck wants to do. Just slow down Tristan to the point that they have control, they have everything they need to deal with whatever they're doing, and they're chipping away at the life total.
Yep, totally agree. I think you said that perfectly as far as this being a more aggressive deck. I think if you really want to look for the control deck of the format, as weird as it is, it's Grixis Vampires. You know, that's the most controlling deck. It just has that tribal theme, so it's kind of tricking everyone that it's not really a control deck. It's a control deck.
It's a control deck with creatures, though, which I can stomach. That's fine.
There you go. There you go. That's up your alley, huh? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
A control deck with creatures. That's a mid-range deck.
A similar build.
It's got 2 creatures, maybe 3 if they cost the Fable.
I didn't say a lot of creatures, Ailey. I just said creatures.
Oh my goodness. So Rafine's Tower in hand there to cycle away something, or cycle into something, I should say, as well as
They couldn't interact with fading. They only had 1 red mana and no spells.
That could possibly come down, and there's no way to protect
They could
it right
bounce
now
their
with
lair.
Wildlarue, so he's going to keep those dragons in hand, but he's down to 9
And simultaneously,
life now, so he has to pull the trigger on something.
because there's no mana, fading,
really
sorry, Test of Talents, the
land,
Windfall.
Really any land
In the last
besides,
match,
you know,
of
a
course.
Sugiri step or anything
There was
like
no
that,
interaction.
to be able to go Galvanic iteration into Unexpected Windfall instead of just casting one of these is pretty brutal. But being able to do it now and then picking up Spikefield Hazard, which actually lowers the clock quite a bit by taking up Obscura Interceptor.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh, hi, buddy. What's up, Rafine? How you doing? I do like this card though. He's cool.
Oh yeah, Rafine is a great Magic card from Streets of New Capenna, and just really
Fade
powerful.
first,
And
then
it's
test.
created this
Absolutely.
deck. You know, most of the time this late in Standard, you don't get one card that's just going to create a new deck in Standard. But you know, this along with Rafine's land, the Tri-Land,
They only had 1 red mana,
Esper has really
untapped,
opened up a whole new thing. So
and they had no treasures.
I mean, Rafine is very cool.
All they had to do was Fading Hope.
Now we're all waiting for rotation to
Their
freshen
Leer
things up a
and
little
Test
bit,
of
but
Talents,
it's
the Windfall.
great to see that New
And then they would have had 1 mana
on this
and
format,
your turn go
just the fact that
and
Esper
win.
Midrange is
But it was fine because
the
they
most played
conceded.
deck this weekend because of Rafine and Obscure Interceptor and all these conniving like Ledger Shredder as well. Yeah, it just shows you how good the quality of the cards are in New Capenna. So kudos
it's one
to
of
the
my
designers.
favorite sets. Yeah, it's one of my favorite sets in a long time. And honestly, though, this being the most played deck, it questions a little bit to me, like, is this the, you know, quote unquote, the new shiny toy? So that's why so many people gravitated to it, or is it really that good?
Or was Test of Talents in their graveyard?
Once we see, you know, what
I guess that's the only. If Test of Talents, I don't know if it was in their hand or graveyard. If it was in their graveyard, that would have interrupted the line.
Same here, buddy. Goldspan
All right,
Dragon on
it's
the
the turn.
stack. Vanishing
I guess
Verse
Urza,
and
that could have been an option. I didn't pay attention to that.
Jargon, let's see.
So it's going to target it, and it's going to be on the stack for a very long time, is my prediction. Yeah, so what we're probably going to see is at the beginning of combat, Vanishing Verse this Goldspan Dragon. That's going to put Tristan up to 7 mana, and then you start with Galvanic Iteration into either Unexpected Windfall or Big Score, and evaluate from there. And eventually, if we can find a protection spell for Goldspan Dragon, this game could be over right now.
Yeah, so for Tristan, it's do or die time, because if these 2 creatures get to attack, that is potentially 2 counters on these creatures, and that is lethal. But we're going to go digging. We're going to find something here. Galvanic Iteration on the stack. What can we do? Big Score. Let's get some treasures. Let's go digging. Let's find a counter spell or protection spell or removal to get rid of Rafine.
Yep, those were not good for what it's worth. I mean, we have a lot more draws at it, but none of those cards keep going, nor protect Goldspan Dragon, nor our show confidence. So we're gonna do 4 more cards here, but now Tristan has to find something. Otherwise, this is not enough right now.
With the Voltage Surge, though, he could copy that and sack a treasure, and I think that he gets the 4 damage and would have enough to pay for ward.
Yes, yep, that is very true as well, but we did find a Big Score, so here we go again. Spin it. We got another 4 cards coming. But once again, we're kind of there, you know, like that. This hand is not very good, so we need a few more things.
We're doing the stuff. Oh, there we go. Sugiri Shelter. That will protect against that removal spell, so that
it's a crazy
gets
deck.
To live, and he can clean off these 2 creatures as well if he wants to, because boy, does he certainly have the mana to do so.
Yep, here's the step, and it's going to be very important to name black and not white. Yeah, because you do want to show confidence your own Goldspan Dragon still.
Yeah, I've made that mistake a couple times with Aura decks.
Oh,
It's like,
same.
oh, pro white. Oh, there go all my stuff. Wow, good job.
There it is. There's the show confidence. So that's pretty much infinite mana. Now you, but then again, now we're really kind of out of stuff. So, but I mean, we are at 34. I was going to say maybe we just have enough to finish the game, but it's probably not quite there.
I mean, we could try. You know, just live a little. It's possible.
I think that's exactly what Tristan is going to try to do, is going to cast spells that allows him to live a little through the next turn and not have to combo this turn.
Well, Fading Hope will send Rafine the Scheming Seer back, so we'll see him a little later unless we find a counter spell of sorts here for Tristan Wildlarue, who is ever so close to clinching that spot in the World Championships. Show of confidence. I don't even know how many spells he's cast this turn, but show of confidence will tell you.
But show of confidence.
We're going to find out.
One more time.
How about this deck, chat?
12? Let's see if we hit 12.
Oh, we're gonna
fair
have
and
12
playable.
on the stack for sure, because all these treasures come on the
fair
stack
and playable.
as well. So a nice 26er or so there.
Don't break Arena. It can't handle this many triggers. Oh no, this Goldspan Dragon
so
is
good.
So
you can't cast
large.
spells,
Look at it. Oh, that is
or you can't counter if Lear's in play, so it would have interrupted it.
Now at this point,
bye-bye.
And now at this point,
If it was in the grave.
Goldspan Dragon. Now Tristan Wildlarue is up to 30 mana. No big deal here for turn 6. And now start with Expressive Iteration, see what you find. Even if you hit nothing, you play 2 Fabled Mirror Breakers, and that's not nothing, by the way. And then you just play both these Fables.
Oh my goodness me. Corey, what is this?
This is Tristan Wildlarue cementing his spot at the World Championship. That's exactly what this is.
It looks like that. We see a.
It should be a once per turn thing.
Going to protect the Goldspan Dragon, who's gonna get a friend on the battlefield here, and Corey Burkhart, try as you may, my friend. You only have 1 card to work with right now, and a.
It should be a once per turn thing, man. That's crazy.
It's almost over.
I think Corey's hoping it's almost over. Doesn't want to deal with this anymore.
Also
Don't break Arena. Yeah, no doubt.
To bounce something if he needs to. Galvanic Iteration again. What are we casting this time?
That was just to cast it because it was in the exile zone from Expressive Iteration,
yes.
so it's in the graveyard. Dropping some nice here as a congratulations to Tristan.
Yep. There you go. So that is it. Tristan Wildlarue clinches his spot in the World Championship. No, he's not done for the day. There's still plenty to play for in this championship. It's a separate whole thing from World Championship. But wow, what an achievement. Jeskai Storm just absolutely.
My submissions are all wrong.
Yeah, it looked great here in both of those matchups. Obviously, one was a mirror match, so it's kind of telling to say how great it looked there. But it's just got to be so tough to play a tournament after you just clinch the World Championship. You know, what every Magic player looks to as a goal to just
Tristan
be there,
won, right?
to just attend that event. And now you're like, okay, yeah, you got to play for thousands and thousands of dollars as well. So get back in gear and get ready to play the next round.
Woo, nice confidence boost. I bet he's feeling good. You know, just shake it off, carry on. Go win some money there, Tristan. Congratulations. But we still have more Magic to go check out. So, until next one, friends, it is Paulo Vitor Damodorosa versus Luis Scott Vargas. 2 more goats going at it here. Grixis Vampires.
I got you.
Esper Midrange. We're going to join them in game number 2 with Paulo Vitor leading 1-0. Let's freaking go.
Yeah, and if we remember, this is kind of a rematch here from the GOAT battle to start our event here yesterday where Paulo played against Kai. It was the same matchup. Luis and Kai tested together. Kai came up on top in that match, and so Paulo's looking for a little bit of revenge here.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't get the easiest start to his days, huh? Our former world champion, Paulo Vitor.
I mean, if we've just looked at all these players in this tournament, there's no easy matches at all. Even the people that, you know, have taken dead last in this event are great Magic players, you know? It's never easy.
That is exactly true. I love watching the world's best players do battle against each other. It is an absolute treat to behold.
All right, you only have 14 seconds. Be quick. Be quick, chat. Be quick.
Fable the Mirror Breaker negated by Paulo. who's drawn a 4th land. But where does he want to go from here? Is it Rafine time? Is it Kaito Shizuki time? Where would you go, Corey?
Paulo's got game 1.
That's the tough one, because especially with not having land number 4, you really want to guarantee that you're going to give yourself some opportunity to draw cards. So I think
I was just waiting till the submissions, killer.
Jamming Kaito Shizuki. Also, because we don't have white, that's probably a pretty big factor to play that one, I would imagine.
Oh, yes, true.
Yeah, so probably just trying to, you know, filter away that Meat Hook Massacre and try to lock down a Sorin for next turn. Gonna be pretty important here. But yeah, once again, no white as well, so that's pretty brutal.
All right, the mirrored deck go so far. Kaito Shizuki is able to protect himself, though, against any shenanigans that Luis may have, who finds land number 4, has 5, 6, and 7 in hand, so no shortage there for Luis Scott Vargas. See something similar here, no doubt. Draw a card, discard. Let's see what else we can find. It's another land. Come on, library, behave.
Yeah, and a big update here from the league's World Championship race. Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa is in the box right now, you know, as we were saying at the desk, is in that kind of safe spot, but in there on tiebreakers, so really has no room to give. Okay. Luis is a little bit further down on this list, but, you know, when you're playing against someone who is above that line, this win is so huge for Luis to be able to at least stay in contention. Luis is down there at 66 points. Paulo Vitor is at 75. So if you give somebody that's in 5th place more points and you don't gain points yourself, that's really detrimental. So Luis really needs this. I mean, so does Paulo, but yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure both of them really want to play in another World Championship, as Sorin the Mirthless makes his way down, creating another token on this battlefield, and a bloodthirsty adversary is found here for Luis. I do love in Luis's About Me section, or whatever, which teams we played with, a bunch of washed-up Hall of Famers. That's a good description. I love that.
Yeah. I've seen all those.
Grixis.
I've seen the team that Luis is on. I've seen how these Hall of Famers are still performing to the day. I think that's just a dagger at his friends, because they are not washed in any way, and they are still crushing it at every tournament.
Oh no, I just love the banter between these pro players. You know, Reckoner Bankbuster is the draw here for Paulo Vitor, as the bloodthirsty adversary was able to take care of both tokens via a spell being recast from the graveyard and the attack at Sorin, forcing that little 1/1 to block.
Yep, and everything seeming to be coming up Paulo so far with that grip full of hands, advantage on the Planeswalkers. Grip full of cards, excuse me, caught myself there. But the main thing that Luis is going to be really looking for from this Grixis deck, that really is their next level card for these kind of mid-range mirror matches, is Evelyn the Covetous. That is what Luis is probably going to be needing to find. It's such a phenomenal card at, well, taking your opponent's cards as well as giving yourself some card advantage.
I don't see him coming back from this.
Vampire synergy that they have going on in the deck.
Now here's an interesting spot for Paulo. First thing he's going to do is discard a card to draw with Kaito Shizuki. Does he go for the Lolth, or is it time to get rid of this attacker on the board just to slow down Kaito? Are we doing something else completely different?
Yeah, looks like just prioritizing making sure Luis does not snowball out of control. And all Paulo is trying to do is just say, I want to untap with these 2 Planeswalkers. If every
missed the Great
I
Henge.
untap with a Planeswalker, I should be good. And now this is face up. You know, Paulo knew this could happen, where Hive is going to just deal with either one of them straight away. But that's taking Luis's whole turn. And now you get Kaito Shizuki to just draw a card, which is good, but it's not great.
It's not often you see Hagra Mauling cost 3, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
It's usually 4.
Yeah, it really is.
That's hilarious. Oh man, I wish we would have seen some of the land destruction decks in this field, because they would have had a great time.
I mean, we did get the joy of casting it so far. You know, unfortunately, Kenji didn't make it our hero, but that was a really fun match, and I know Paul and Marshall were very jealous of us.
Yes, and that's totally fine by me. Okay, so Luis is still looking for some action, finds a Make Disappear, one of the new counter spells from New Capenna. It's going to be Blood Tithe Harvester that hits the board. Going to make that blood token and will allow Luis to cycle a little bit more into the library and try and find something meaningful. Speaking of meaningful, oh boy, Paulo just has the gas. Look at that.
Yep. Yeah, Paulo's just got hit after hit coming down. You know, this is really Paulo's game to lose here. And Make Disappear is a really interesting card because we've seen this in the past, like Quench. You know, it's a little bit better of a Quench, but that is a really, really underwhelming card. But there's not too many counter spells that are just unconditional counter spells. You know, there's Negate for non-creatures. There's Disdainful Stroke for big stuff. There's no real just counterspell in this set. So that's how much this team is reaching for just something that counters anything. And we had to go with Make Disappear, which is not the best Magic card.
Yeah, fortunately not. So Rafine is taken care of, courtesy of Hagar Mauling and the 1 extra mana available to Luis to pay for the ward cost. But Lolth is also another source of card draw here. Something that these black-blue based decks do very well is draw cards, so there is a negate for a non-creature spell. Rafine number 2 could come on down, but there's also mana left open for the Wandering Emperor. We're also going to see the wedding announcement.
Just look at the card advantage, though, right?
Token is going to try and find something meaningful for Luis Scott Vargas. Oh, that's good.
That is pretty good. You know, a creature that at least draws some card. It's a start, but, you know, at this point, Paulo just has so many cards where it looks like Luis is still in the game, but I think even Luis would just assume, like, the odds of him winning this game are maybe 5%. And it's just crazy because both players are at 18 and 19 life, and, you know, it's still relatively early in the game, but all these mid-range grind fests are really just about position. And right now, Paulo has the position on Planeswalkers, creatures, cards in hand, really it all right now, and it's going to be a tough one.
For sure. Soul Transfer is going to remain in hand here as Lolth Spider Queen looks to be the target of this very powerful removal spell from
Got
Kamigawa.
A negate there,
let's see if it
or
meets a negate,
Yep. Yeah, and these mid-range battles are just so tricky, but some players absolutely love it. Like, this is really Duque's, you know, set championship to win here. He is the king of these mid-range style decks and is doing quite well in the tournament as well.
Is it that? One of the other goats in the game is Rafine Scheming Seer gets the Connive trigger. So this little itty-bitty is gonna get large, but Luis Scott Vargas says, you know what, I am so far behind. Here you go, Paulo Vitor. Dama de Rosa, you have the victory, sir. So is that kind of how you expect to see these two mid-range decks play out, Corey?
You know, I do think they're always so close, so that saying one of these decks dominates the other one is just going to be false, because at best, I think both of the teams are thinking, you know, maybe we have a little bit of an advantage. You know, the Grixis deck was not a known quantity going in, so all the Esper mid-range players are kind of figuring out, do we have a good matchup? We don't really know. While the Grixis players, the Luis Scott Vargas, the Kai Budde, and everyone, they do know because they tested Esper extensively. So I do think the advantage is a little bit in favor of Grixis because they actually had time to prep for this matchup.
Extensively?
But, you know, we did just see it go.
Is that a new word, Corey?
With Paulo
extensively. That is a new word.
Very close.
For sure.
All right, well, we'll see how these decks shake out against
extensively.
each other. We still have plenty more Magic
I love
today. We'll be back with the desk after the break.
Like, I'm gonna slay a pack. She tore into that thing. Just casual foil Triome. Nice. That is delicious.com. All right, chat. What are you feeling? How are you doing today? Is everybody in a good mood? Did you know you can dodge this ad break if you subscribe with Prime? Subscribe, right? Oh, we're getting down. We're getting dirty. On my next break, we'll go get my laptop charger, and then I'm going to, on the side, play some stuff. We're gonna try that play-in event another time, right? We want to get in there. We want to win. So eventually, when I take my next quick break, I'll grab that laptop charger because I don't want this baby to die mid-match, right? That would be terrible. We'll get after it. We tried a few times this morning. We didn't have the best of luck, but it was what it was. Yeah, we have another new word here. Me and Corey are just gonna start making new words together, right? It is the future. That's why I got no ads, baby. Bye-bye. Ooh, woo. Maybe someone will gift you a sub, bro. Maybe someone is super duper kind in chat and they're gonna gift you a sub. LOL, I just noticed the Twitter feed at the bottom of the screen all day. All day long, baby.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of the new Capenna Championship. Maria Bartholdi, joined by Cedric Phillips and Riley Knight here at the virtual news desk. Let's take a look at our standings here after 8 rounds of play. Welcome into day number 2. Only one player left undefeated in the tournament, and that is David Inglis.
Wow.
8-0. His teammate Stefan Schutz.
That's got to be heavy.
Second at 7-1.
That's got to be heavy,
we have
yo.
A lot of players on 7-1 still, and it's really interesting because we've got a lot of different deck archetypes there at the top of the standings as well. Naya midrange, Is It Mill, Jund midrange for Shota Yasuoka, the Hall of Famer. Really, really cool stuff to see so many different decks at this tournament doing so very well.
Appreciate your support. G
won the last one of these, sitting at 6-2. Take a look at a lot.
I'm just looking to start our predictions up for the next match.
The same team as the 2 players who lead the tournament in first and second. Stanislav Sivka running Orzhov Angels, as is Greg Orange, also sitting at 6-2. Greg Orange locked up his spot for the World Championship.
Frickin' Angels, you know what I mean? Ugh, gross.
World Championship. Congratulations to Tristan Wildlarue for locking it up this past round. Take a look there. Those were the players we added in previous tournaments and yesterday, and our first player added to this sheet today, Tristan Wildlarue, the 4th challenger to lock up their spot at the World Championship later this year. Well,
I was there for a second.
Talk to Tristan to find out how he feels about this enormous accomplishment.
We almost made it
right now.
I'm here with Tristan Wildlarue, who is our latest challenger to book his ticket at the World Championship. Tristan, a huge moment. Congratulations. Tell us about how you got to this point.
Thank you.
Limited, we got slayed.
A dream come true.
We tried 3 times, we lost 3 times. I'm going to try some more, though.
I finished 11-4. I just missed top 8, but then I put me in a really good spot for the Worlds race. At the last event, though, I went 8-7, which was pretty tragic.
Can you pronounce that?
I needed to
somehow,
all I needed to do to make it to Worlds, more or less, was get an invite.
Did I do it?
I played it in as many PTQs as I could. And I had some that I thought I was going to do really well, and I made the finals.
Hello.
And I had almost given up.
Got owned in limited. Yeah, kid's a scrub, yo.
The same deck actually that I'm playing today, and I guess I'm not as emotional now.
French BBD.
At that point, when I won that PTQ, I was like in tears. That was kind of the moment for me when I knew I had probably locked it up. And it's hard to. It was pretty crazy.
It's hard to articulate.
I mean, yeah, this tournament's more just been putting the finishing touches on your incredible performance.
Try harder. I'm going to. I'm going to, chat.
But let's look forward. I mean, let's look forward to this event and tell us about. I mean, I want to hear what's your preparation going to be like. How seriously are you taking this event? Obviously, it's massive, so I imagine you're going to put in the work.
Yeah, I mean, I plan to test for this event. I'm certainly more seriously than all the other events. That's not to say I feel like I've taken a lot of these really seriously, but. I think exactly like I've never tested for an event like this small of this caliber. I mean, I guess clearly I've not played on any World Championships before, but it'll be interesting to figure out what the process should be like and how to do it.
Well, Tristan,
he's like, I have no idea.
At the World Championship and for the rest of the weekend. I mean, you've still got this championship to play as well, so a lot going on for you, mate. But once again, well done. Looking forward to seeing.
Expect me to test this deck, bro?
Thank you.
Man, you crazy.
Congratulations once again to Tristan Wildlarue going to the World Championship. Well, everybody, it's deck tech time. We've got Simon Nielsen here to talk about.
Kids do tell me to get good.
The #1 deck brought in standard.
But it's
how does it play out?
GUD.
If you're looking for tips, Simon will let you know how to play the deck.
Give me those tips. Bye bye. Well,
Hey everybody,
you play
I've got
Rafine.
Simon Nielsen here, who's playing Esper Midrange in Standard this weekend. And Simon, this is a huge tournament for you. You're leading the pack with challengers as far as the World Championship goes. Why did you choose Esper this weekend as your standard deck of choice?
Yeah, so I'm in like a great position, which means I don't even need to do that well to make it. I just want to play it super safe. So I was trying like, until last minute to work on the rune stick and some other stuff, but in the end I just had to like go with the safe choice that is Esper that some of my teammates worked on.
All right, well, let's take a look at your deck here.
Yeah, it's
starting
true.
out with the early drops. You've got some cards that can really do some damage. Rafine
What up,
Skinny
Sean
here,
Jones?
Of course, is the
Welcome.
one that jumps out to me. This card is a house, Simon.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to have an Esper card that rewards attacking, but that's exactly what this deck is about. Like, it is a mid-range deck, but you're still trying to curve out and put them under pressure.
I love this card. I've played with it. I'm somebody who likes attacking with creatures, and normally in Esper colors, you're not really trying to do that. Another card I love is Tenacious
Eat good, got it.
Underdog. Talk to me about this card's role in the deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, this card is like pretty interesting. Like we actually went through the whole cycle of starting out with 4 and then like trying other 2-drops, trying other numbers, thought they weren't good in multiples, and then ended up right back 4 Underdog, 4 Luminarch as our 2-drops. That card is just, it's a good play to play early because it's pretty aggressive, but then later in the game, it could just be a draw engine where you just keep like bringing it back and putting the pressure on the opponent.
Yeah, I've loved that card when we've been playing. Let's transition over into your heavy hitters. Because not only are you applying pressure early,
I can't believe that they actually call these heavy hitters.
Or mid-game payoffs.
That's awesome.
Emperor, of course, an all-star.
Yeah, for sure. And that card kind of like rounds out like the core of the deck, like with the 4 Wandering Emperors alongside the 16 cards you saw earlier. And then you just back that up with a bunch of other Planeswalkers. It's like, they all have like their upsides and downsides. You kind of like just get a good mix in.
But it's
Sometimes you get, like,
GIT.
all 4 different Planeswalkers in play, and it's pretty cool.
Kaido is one of the newer planeswalkers, I should say. How have you liked that card?
It's pretty nice because like Rafine, it rewards the same things as Rafine does, which is you really want to play a 2-drop and then attack with that 2-drop. The issue is that unlike Rafine, Kaido can be a little bit like awkward on the draw, or like whenever you don't hit your early drop. So I still think like maybe I wish I played a second Kaido over the Sorin, but yeah, it's all very close.
And of course, we have one of Amiria's.
It's
Call
very
in
good,
here.
yeah?
In case you don't want to play it as a land, and you just want some angels in the late game. Let's take a look at your interactive spells here as we round out your deck. One of Spell Pierce. I am here for that. Why did you put this in the deck?
You're gonna get some people, and also like it's open deck list. So whenever you leave out a blue mana, like the opponent has to be scared of it. Like maybe they'll play a land that they would rather like keep to loot away, or like maybe they will play a different spell than they normally would. So, and then, yeah, you can't really like draw too many of them because it definitely can be that sometimes. But the fact that you can, really hit like an Sigrist Chariot or an Emperor or something in the mid game is just like tremendous. And you can like loot it away with your Fiend Connives. So.
Yeah, that's a good point. One of fun of there for Spell Pierce. 4 copies of Vanishing Verse. Is this an all-star in the standard format right now?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it does hit a lot of things. Like the fact that it can even like, exile stuff like the Underdog as like a cheap thing, but also hits like the Planeswalkers. Stuff like lulls can be very hard to deal with if you don't like have pressure on the board. And I think it's gonna like dictate a lot of how people choose their threats in the format, because if you can like pick up multicolor threats that don't die to Ray of Revelation, like that's like those cards are gonna be in premium against Esper.
And then you've got Meathook Massacre, 2 copies of that card. Are you ever worried about clearing off all your own creatures in the process?
You see, the thing about the Esper deck is that it's very good at pumping its own creatures. Between Luminarch and Rafine and the Wandering Emperor, even Wedding Announcement, like it's actually like not that hard to like make sure that your own things get out of range. But even if you do kill your own stuff, like it's such a flexible card. You can just time it whenever it fits. And obviously, just having it in play with the drain ability after you sweep the board can be very big for like coming back into games that you were far behind in.
Well, this deck looks super sweet, very powerful. Simon Nielsen, best of luck to you this weekend and in the World Championship race.
Thank you.
Simon Nielsen there with his Esper mid-range deck. Welcome back to the news desk. Cedric Phillips and Riley Knight here as we gear up for round number 9 in day 2 of competition. Let's find out who will be watching in the feature match area for round number 9. We've got Greg Orange versus Reed Duque. Check this out. Orzhov Angels for Orange, Grixis Vampires for Reed Duque. Let's get to meet our players a little bit better. Greg Orange, better known as the Citrus Assassin. There he is on your screen. Very surprised to see him playing Orzhov Angels this weekend because he's such a control master. And here he is with a creature deck. Greg Orange, really
get those
cool
predictions
guy.
in, chat.
Always unexpected his success, he says. Well, it doesn't surprise us, Greg Orange. Here's a look at Reed Duque. 6 top finishes to Reed Duque's name here. He is 1 win clear in his world's race of a
for less
chasing
than a
pack,
minute.
so
Nice.
He just needs to keep winning. 76.2% standard win rate. Really, really excellent with Grixis Vampires. What do you think of this matchup here, Cedric?
Matchup is definitely interesting. Let's start with Greg Orange in this Orzhov Angels deck. You want to talk about a deck I would have never guessed he was going to play. This is definitely it. We think of Greg Orange, we think of Azorius Control. We don't think of mid-range Angels, but here we are with Legion Angel.
Ugh, Angels make me just cringe, you know? Just cringe.
Honestly, it's just an Angel tribal deck that a lot of people aren't playing, but Greg Orange is having some success with. Pretty straightforward mana base. You could easily splash additional colors here if you wanted to, but Greg has elected to really not do that. It's just going Orzhov based. And look, these Angels are powerful if they're not dealt with, and some of them are hard to deal with. So it's going to be Reed Duque's job here with Grixis Vampires.
Let's go, Reed. Let's go.
And generate some card advantage.
Let's go, Reed. Let's go.
Fable the Mirror Breaker, of course, is the card that kind of ties the room together if you are playing red. And
you're about to get duked out, son.
So this deck here in Grixis Vampires has no shortage of powerful 3 mana plays, a very solid mana base, and I think just enough removal here to probably.
Whoa, what up, Mickelson?
Gotta draw that removal because these Angels, if they live, they are extremely.
Hello. Yeah, everybody vote against Angels because they suck.
The decks for round number 9. Now it's time for predictions here at the news desk. Let's put up our scores after 1 round of play here. All right, Cedric and I with the win. Riley, you gonna redeem yourself here?
I'm going to go for Greg Orange. I played a ton of the Angels deck. It actually is quite resilient through a lot of removal. Those Rave and Feeblements will be a bit of an issue out of the board, but the Voltaic Surges, other shock effects do nothing against this deck. It can gain a ton of life. It can put on a huge amount of pressure. I'm a big fan of this list. I hope it takes Orange across the line.
All right, how about you, Cedric?
Well, Reed Duque is making a run here this weekend.
Let's go, Reed. Let's go.
Will be his last one. I think this is not a bad spot for him as well. This Angels deck is a little bit unorthodox. Don't know how much they tested against it, but I do like the matchup here for Reed, so I'm going to go with Reed Duque.
All right, I'm
my boy.
With Greg Orange. You know I can't bet against the Great Creatures tribal strategy. I love it, and Greg Orange playing it this weekend. If he's playing it and he doesn't play creatures, it must be good, people.
Yeah.
We've got round number 9 coming up in the feature match area. Marshall and Paul are going to be with you for this matchup. Take it away.
Let's go.
Welcome back to the booth here at the new Capenna Championship. Marshall Cyclic with Paul.
The big dog's out.
And we're ready to dive into Reed Duque versus Greg Orange in, is this a good versus evil such a scenario here?
Is this good versus evil?
Angels versus vampires, Paul. So you got to kind of pick your side here.
Yeah, although, you know, I would never have put Reed Duque as the evil, right? Because he's playing vampires, and we all know vampires are the ones that are supposed to be the evil tribe. So curious on that one. But yes, this is really interesting. Wouldn't have expected to see 2 tribal decks going at it, with standard kind of being very established coming into this event, but here we are.
That's right. There's some good incentives for that. You know, the Grixis deck really does play out more like a mid-range grindy deck rather than being too vampire-centric, though many of its creatures are vampires and there's a few synergies in there. But when you look at the Angels deck, it is an Angels deck. Like, this deck actually cares about the creature type Angel above all else.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see how this plays out. I think generally speaking, when you have kind of the more traditional Esper mid-range deck go up against the Angels deck, I think the Esper deck has more removal spells that do a good job of dealing with the Angels. A little bit less so, I think, when you're on the Grixis side. Now, Reed did draw his one of Ray of Enfeeblement in his main. You're going to see plenty more of those come out of the sideboard. But for example, a card like Voltage Surge, in theory, you would love to say, hey, this kills all of the Angels. However, this deck doesn't generate a ton of artifacts, right? You can make blood with the Blood Tide Harvester. You might be able to make a treasure off Fable of the Mirror Breaker, but there's not a ton of ways to do so. So oftentimes it's a shock. And shock does not have a lot of targets against this Angels deck.
Boy, he'd kill for a shock right now. Giada hit the battlefield, as you mentioned, the Rave Enfeeblement, taking it out there on turn 1. But that turn, Greg had actually drawn an additional copy of Giada. Now, the good news for Reed Duque is here. He does have a target in the yard for Corpse Appraiser.
Yeah. Now,
so
Greg
get his value there.
Greg did miss a land drop, but next turn, it's going to still be pretty solid for him here. He's going to be able to attack, likely going for an Inspiring Overseer to try to draw a card. However, Meat Hook Massacre is a card that you need to be concerned about as well, right? Because Reed can go land Meat Hook Massacre this turn, which I can't imagine he's not going to go for, right? This is just way too tempting here.
Especially with the Corpse Appraiser on 3 toughness as well.
Yeah.
Is he
the only
going to
thing
attack
Reed has
first?
to
Yeah,
attack
he's
first.
Gonna attack first. That's what I was wondering too.
He beat me to it. I was trying to set it up, Marshall.
Sorry, man. I should have got there quicker, but we both had the same thought. You know, do you send it in and risk the block? It's just so unlikely that Greg's going to block there.
I mean, I cannot imagine not going. Like, Greg's missed land drops. He's relying on this Giada for mana. Any angels he plays, they're just going to be so big. I suppose you can maybe try to wait till a later point in the game to go for a gigantic Meat Hook Massacre and maybe just go for the shock on the Giada and just continue to develop his board. That is definitely another option. But Meat Hook just seems so good here. Your creature lives too.
That's right. But you know, if Greg made the big brain play and block there, it's pretty bad for Reed. He loses his 3/3 in the transaction where it could have survived. But he wanted the 2 extra damage and he got it down to 18. And now the Meat Hook Master comes down and wipes the board. Thankfully for Greg, though, a land off the top. He doesn't have a lot to do with it. He's just going to play Youthful Valkyrie for now. But he'll be relieved because his last couple of draw steps have been 4-drop and a 5-drop. He really needs to hit this mana.
Yeah, this is a gigantic turn here for Greg Orange. If he can find a land, there is a shot here that he can fight back, right? I mean, his hand is just filled with extremely powerful, expensive spells. But if he doesn't, it might just be a little too late if he finds it on the following turn.
That's right. And you see Kaito Shizuki hit the battlefield here for Duque, so that's going to draw him a card straight away thanks to the Corpse Appraiser having gotten in. And he has also got Blood Tithe Harvester, so the clock getting very real. There needs to be a land here, and
it's a painful land, but it is a land.
He'll take it. Yeah, if I would have said, hey, Greg, how about this land? He would have said, yeah, sure. Or if it was Greg, he would have said, I suppose. Furious Retribution hits the battlefield, and he gets a 4/4. He's not going to bother. He's going to keep on chipping away here, trying to get that life total down. This is the first time that he's actually been able to get Reed for real down below 20. The Meat Hook Massacre helped buoy his life total earlier, and down to 18 falls Reed Duque.
That was a pretty aggressive attack. Just because if Reed has any removal spell here for the Angel, that Valkyrie can at least stay back and help prevent some of the damage. Reed's got an active Meat Hook Massacre. Greg's sitting on 12 life.
2 damage getting through is not insignificant, but boy, the blockers line up perfectly here for Greg to have left it back as well.
And just as you can see, you're going to see Reed Duque here utilize that blood token generated from the Harvester to get this Angel off the battlefield, attack for 6, get the drain in. I mean, Greg's going to go down to 5 here.
If he left the Valkyrie back, it would be an attack for 0.
Right, yeah.
I mean... That's tough. I mean, Greg, of course, recognizes that his deck isn't going to win if he just sits here over and over. But generally speaking, that might be true. Look at his hand, though. Double Wandering Emperor, Lisa Forgotten Angel, and a Vanishing Verse. Although I spoke a little too quickly about the verse. That's about to get to rest, probably.
Now, Greg will at least will be able to get some of this life back. He's got the Wandering Emperor. Could choose to exile one of these creatures. Now, if he draws a land too, right, and slams the Lisa, I mean, Reed currently doesn't have an answer for Lisa. And
that's right.
Lisa just does a really great job. Unless Reed can draw specifically Infernal Grasp, not a lot of ways to get Lisa off the battlefield. And with There's
there's Infernal Grasp, Paul.
Oh, of course.
Did you call that? Did you know that was coming? What the?
I mean, you know, I just got a little... I might be 2 minutes ahead of everybody, right?
There you go.
That's
I
my
like
secret.
it.
Yeah.
I like it. That's how you do it. Infernal Grasp, and he even finds a Voltage Surge backup plan here for perhaps another smaller threat down the line. Reed did end up taking the Wandering Emperor, by the way, rather than Vanishing Verse. Currently, he has no targets for Vanishing Verse. So he's like, sure, keep it. And unfortunately for Greg, he's drawn another one.
Yeah, not a great situation here for Greg. Really, really needed that land this turn. However, of course, given that Reed found the Infernal Grasp, it's going to be pretty tough here for Greg Orange, given that Reed just has the answers to all the creatures that Greg can play this turn. Of course, still needs to be mindful of Wandering Emperor. He does know about it because he casted Duress earlier this game. Getting in anyways.
And he's applying maximum pressure. Hive of the Eye Tyrant gets fired up alongside Double Corpse Appraiser, Blood Tithe Harvester. Everybody's coming in. Easy block here for Greg. He can block the 3/2 Blood Tithe Harvester with his 2/4 Valkyrie. And now he's going to play Wandering Emperor to take out yet another creature. This one is going to be the Corpse Appraiser.
Yeah, this is going to get him up to 8 life, then down to 2.
I am almost sad to see
The Valkyrie will likely die to the Voltage Surge here post-combat.
Yeah, and that'll get him down to 1.
Will that just kill him here?
Oh, excuse me. He's already... No. That'll...
what do we have here.
No, this will gain Reed a life.
I always forget on Meat Hook whether it's gains you or
yeah,
they
that'll
lose
gain him a
depending
life.
on what happens. All right, so he's at 1. He can't have another creature from Reed die. He can't take a damage. He's facing down...
Yeah, I mean, with this Infernal Grasp...
Menace creature, right.
With this... Because Greg could technically go Lisa, make a token, right? And that's basically the play that you have to make. And if Reed didn't have Infernal Grasp, that might have been good enough. No, there's also Meat Hook Massacre, so...
Yeah, so... Are we having fun yet? Greg Orange says, not so much. That early mana stumble really didn't work out well for him. His deck needs to hit every land drop and keep up to 5, and then ideally stop. But he wasn't able to do so. Reed Duque seals the deal there with that Infernal Grasp. That was a key moment. You called it out early there, Paul, that he needed to find that card, and then immediately did, and that was it. So to zoom out a little bit here, by the way, as players go to their sideboards, if you've been watching since yesterday, you'll know that Greg Orange, with his great performance here thus far in the tournament at 6-2, has qualified for the World Championship. So he's already secured his seat. Reed Duque has not. The interesting thing is that Reed is currently, so the leagues, that's the Rivals and MPL leagues,
Got him.
their top 5 otherwise unqualified players into the World Championship. And Reed is currently in that list of 5. And what that means is, remember, we're quite early on day 2 here, and there's still another day tomorrow as well that could affect this. Reed needs to keep on winning. He's got to keep himself in that select group where he can secure a seat. Lots of pressure on him from a World Championship perspective. From a tournament perspective, still a great start from both players. They're both 6-2, and if they can have similar days today as they did yesterday, they could also find themselves in top 8 contention, because there is kind of a cheat code to get into World Championship. If you top 6 this event, you're just in. You don't have to worry about leaderboards or points or competitors or getting past or anything. So I wouldn't call it the easy way to do it.
Sounds good
but
as
it's
all
a little
hell.
straightforward.
Yeah, and that's going to be an interesting thing to follow tomorrow. Not only the 6 slots that people will get for the World Championships by making the top 6, but of course, if somebody double qualifies, right? If somebody double qualifies, then that opens up a slot at large. So even people that you may think are out of contention because you don't see them in the top 8, or they haven't necessarily locked in a slot, they could sneak in. If, for example, Yuki Ichikawa, right? He was the world champion, and if he wins this event, that'll open up a slot. So things like that can happen. So again, it ain't over till it's over. You're gonna see a lot of stuff unfold, even potentially in game.
HEG, I really like the decks that you make.
It's funny because you'll see the
I like that,
players
Yoan, when you make a
who
mistake.
get past and
Thanks
sort
for all
of
the decks,
lose
bro.
hope all of a
You
sudden
are
will
most
start
welcome.
rooting very, very
Hey.
hard for specific players.
Yuta Takahashi, excuse me. Yuki Ichikawa was the set champion.
Right.
Same
But
works
it is-
for, of course, Yuki Chikawa as well.
Yep, same thing. But it is funny because you'll start to see pros make real good friends saying, oh, I'm rooting for this person extremely hard. It looks, by the way, like Reed is mulliganing here, or has mulliganed here.
It is funny because in this tournament, you go from rooting for people to do poorly to cheering them on once you're kind of from the outside looking in, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's all of a sudden you're rooting for them. All right, so we're underway here in game number 2. Reed picks up game 1 and has taken a mulligan to 6, but he's on the draw. As far as Greg goes, got a bit of a clunker here. It's a very powerful hand, 3-drop, 2 4-drops, and a 5. But, you know, more traditionally from this deck, we'll see more of a smooth curve like a 2-3-4 out of this deck. And right now, that's not what we're going to see. We're going to see a 3, hopefully 4 or 5, something like that. This is some of the most powerful stuff that Greg can put on the battlefield, but he is giving Reed precious time to find his mana. Here's Righteous Valkyrie hitting on turn 3. This is the first play from either player.
Right, but you know, this might be the way that Greg looks to win these matchups, right? It becomes more of a battle of attrition because after sideboard, you can expect a Grixis deck to have all kinds of removal. One of the best cards in the
just
matchup
Slam Legion.
Oh
yeah,
Legion Angel, right?
It's
that
the lotto
Greg is gonna
ticket.
Play. Of course, in any mid-range matchup, because that allows you to just fight through all the removal spells that Reed may launch. Because every time you play Legion Angel, I mean, you're up 2 cards.
Yeah, so there we go. And a Braid is going to kill it, but this is the type of fight that Greg can actually win.
Yeah, I mean, Reed doesn't have any pressure. He just has a handful of removal spells. So, you know, Greg can't fight through this. However, I mean, that Mind Flayer in Reed's hand.
Yes.
If you can find a blue source, right? Greg, as it stands, does not have an immediate answer to that Mind Flayer. So, I mean, imagine something like a Mind Flayer stealing a Lisa, right?
Yeah, that could be fantastic. He's also got all this 1-for-1 removal with Infernal Grasp and Voltage Surge. We may see cards like Mind Flayer or Meat Hook Massacre be the difference here, because honestly, 1-for-1ing against Legion Angel is not a way to victory.
Right. Greg choosing to go with the Wandering Emperor here instead of the Legion Angel. Play around a counter spell, make it awkward on Reed Duke's mana.
Let your blade do the talking.
Yeah, and this puts Greg in a great situation here, right?
Really
he's got an active Wandering Emperor. Could choose to play an Elspeth Resplendent here. On top of that, if maybe he doesn't want to expose himself to maybe a sweeper effect. If you want to play around a potential negate, though, then you just run out of creature.
He's going to get chippy here with Samurai. It looks like Reed's really thinking about his options here. Finds himself in a tough position. Also, you know, Reed will be aware that Greg, having not played anything on turn 2, means that his hand, you know, he's got a lot of expensive stuff in hand. And yeah, there's Elspeth Resplendent on the stack now as well. And no answer for that here for Duque either.
I can see all realities.
He's going to use it to generate some advantage here.
We got the headphone reality.
This is the second time we've seen Greg Orange whiff on Elspeth Resplendent. Not being too good. These collected company type effects have not been good to our players so far.
No,
at least in the feature matches.
Got a land out of the deal, passes it back.
Yeah, Reed likely going to save that Voltage Surge now. Aim that one straight at Elspeth Resplendent.
He uses his other removal spell to just take out one of the Samurai. Again, this is a very uphill climb here for Reed Duque. He is using 1-for-1 removal on creatures or threats that require more than that, right? Like you can't use Voltage Surge on 2/2 Samurai over and over again and expect to win the game. Just like you can't use a Braid on Legion Angel over and over again and expect to win the game. It's going to need a Haymaker or something to stick that gives him a repeated advantage. Like Mind Flayer might be worth it. Meat Hut Massacre could be quite good.
And this is going to be tough. Reed instead choosing to go for the line that gives him the best chance at fighting through everything, assuming Greg Orange doesn't have a removal spell. But Greg has an Infernal Grasp, and this is going to make it that much more difficult here for Reed.
I love that. Yeah, go ahead.
There's an active Elspeth, right?
Yes.
I understand the reasoning behind doing this. It's like, I'm so far behind. You have 2 Planeswalkers in play. I need my creature to be the thing that kills your Planeswalkers here. And I know that one of the 3 cards in your hand is a Legion Angel. So I'm just hoping that you don't have a removal spell so my Harvester can clean up.
More coming soon.
That's right. It's the judgment calls that you have to make as a high-level Magic player like Reed, where you're constantly weighing risk versus reward. What can I tolerate? How much risk can I tolerate here? And in this case, Reed decided he needed to take the riskiest, highest upside line available to him to try to claw back into this game. He knew that there was going to be the chance that his Blood Tithe Harvester could get killed and the House of Cards would fall apart on him. And that is, in fact, what happened. But you make that judgment call not out of fear, right? You make it out of, this is what needs to happen if I'm going to have a chance to win the game. Because if you use the Voltage Surge there to kill the Elspeth, then they still have the token to trade off your Harvester, and now maybe Wandering Emperor.
Jordy LaForge ain't got shit on me.
The game, and you don't have a clean way forward. So that did backfire on Reed, however, and he's in a very difficult position now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I like Greg choosing to go with the Legion Angel there instead of the Lisa. He could have easily just run out the Lisa, but definitely has to be mindful that a singular copy of Mind Flayer is in Reed Duke's sideboard. And if that's what, because
Murderous Rider is also a creature with lifelink, though.
It's like, oh, if he steals my Lisa, right, and I don't have a way to kill it, that's how we can get back into this. So you know what? I'm going to play out this Legion Angel instead, present a big enough board where if you do have a Mind Flayer, you're probably going to have to cast it on my Legion Angel, then you slam the Lisa.
Boy, look at this. He's really kind of going all in. Greg is going to get rid of Wandering Emperor and now put a counter on the new token. That does leave multiple 3 toughness creatures on the battlefield, and that Meat Hook Massacre is looking okay here.
Yep, Meat Hook will deal with 2 of the creatures.
And it'll leave the smallest one behind as well, so that could buy Reed a lot of time.
That was harder than it should have been.
And remember, Wandering Emperor's gone now because of that. So there we go. Meat Hook Massacre takes out 2 of the 3 creatures on the other side and 18 life here for Duke.
We have to reassemble our Helmet of Doom.
Library now for Greg. And now he says, all right, I'm all in. He's going to play Lisa Forgotten Archangel, which, by the way,
I'm so bored, Scott.
It's a 6/7 flying lifelinker.
Yeah, don't.
I hate angels. Lisa. It's like, man, screw this deck.
Do not want to pump the Lisa here.
Yeah, what actually needs to happen is that, where there's now a blocker for the Lisa.
Yeah, we're building a Helmet of Doom.
That Mind Flayer can come down and steal it.
Maybe I'll work on that more later.
All right.
This is huge.
This is leaning heavily on the Lisa. Yeah, he doesn't, and at the same time, the Lisa can't really attack. So Greg can still continue to get advantages here, right, with that active Elspeth in play.
That's right. And Legion Angel.
And this is a huge Legion Angel.
Massive.
So, I mean, a ton of triggers. Now, I believe Righteous Valkyrie is also going to trigger.
It does. Look at that.
Jeez.
That's a
so he can attack now because he has a 6/8 and a 9/8 to block.
Wow.
Did you see Reed's forehead?
And I don't think that
Reed's forehead just went from like being normal to having like 3 distinct lines through it. He's just like,
for Duke.
What the hell?
Okay. Boy, this Angels deck, when it goes big.
Oh yeah.
I mean, 2 of those creatures just hit this turn.
Right.
Just 8/7. He's got a 6/8 and a 9/8.
Roberto, you don't like my window?
We're now out of Meat Hook Massacre range.
Definitely that.
We don't even have 6 damage to spread around because we only have 1 red source. So yeah, I don't see how Reed can get out of this overwhelming board state here.
Yeah, he's just going to get overran in the air next turn. Wow, what a turn for Greg Orange. Has most of his board swept, has most of his creatures picked off one by one with removal from Reed. and still ends up with this board state at the end of it all.
Yeah.
Just a cool 28 power in the air, no bigs.
It's the 40 life that saves him.
The issue with kind of Reed's hand here was just the fact that he only had the removal spells, right? This deck does have a lot of ways to generate card advantage. You have the Corpse Appraiser, you have Evelyn, you have Fable of the Mirror Breaker, but you know, all he had was a handful of removal. And of course, you can't mulligan that hand, right? You're just gonna, you look at your hand, you're like, hey, look, I have answers for your next 3 to 4 plays, and over the course of those turns, I'm gonna hope to draw one of those spells. And he just didn't.
It's a good draw.
Okay, well, he gets rid of Elspeth finally with Voltage Surge, but that's probably the last gasp here from Reed.
A 6/5 Inspiring Overseer? No, we have a Righteous. I'm not even gonna bother. It's a gigantic Overseer that's going to draw some cards.
Yes, it is.
Here, how about this?
8/7.
Help me out with this. I'm sure somebody who's good with the maths. There we go. It's an 8/7.
Chat's too slow to keep up with you, Paul. Come on. Drew another Elspeth.
And that's an Elspeth too.
Yeah, only 3 mana available there for Reed Duque, and you can see Greg is thinking about if there's anything that could matter here. Remember, Lisa does have lifelink, so Reed with a block is at a virtual 10 life, though he's still very much dead.
What are we going to find this time?
Reed is looking at his sideboard, by the way. He's just like,
all right,
have your fun.
What's my plan? Oh, here's another Righteous Valkyrie. Look.
Okay.
Wow.
Look at this board.
13, 15 youthful Valkyrie, anybody?
Reed will take approximately 25 damage.
That's right. He'll gain a little bit back, but it won't be enough. He's going to lose game number 2. Greg Orange with a convincing victory. And Paul, I want to go back to a point that we made at the beginning of this game where you said, hey, maybe this is part of Greg's plan, right? Instead of the
holy Toledo's
aggro draw that you might be able to get out of this deck, instead it's the heavy hitter.
Righteous Valkyrie, fair.
Boy, did they hit heavy.
Playable.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, those are the cards that are going to be more important because Reed will just have so many ways to kill your 2-mana angels. Now, Greg, it does look like he does have all
I like that it's non-legendary as well, right? That really helps.
But he just kind of drew the heavy
really helps that angel is non-legendary. You can play multiple copies of it.
In that game, so it was at a slight disadvantage there. And as you mentioned,
and then it got a new 2-drop to play before it.
A mix of lands and spells
that made it even stronger.
Back,
you know what I mean?
Was not ideal. It particularly
girl, look at that board.
Where it ended up being.
I like big boards and cannot lie. No other state deny.
Maybe Reed could have kept.
I don't know how I'd remix that.
Yeah,
it's a good start though.
Reed's.
I forgot my
once again
charger.
To see if there's anything he'd like. You can see the Ray of Enfeeblements over on the left. He had that one in game 1, but he gets to add another couple post board.
She does die to a shock, so that's not bad.
Really, what he wants to see in his opener.
But if you don't remove her,
but the Voltage Surge,
then you are screwed.
Well.
Yeah, I wonder if you may even consider.
Are there any other 2-drops that if you don't remove, you're screwed?
Deck,
kind of like the Dragon Whelp was like that in Alchemy as a 2-drop.
That's interesting. Yeah, it really does. Like
shock is just a general term.
Yeah,
he means blast it.
It's possible that this deck just wants to tap out most of the time.
It can be, you know,
it's maybe not something.
The Blood Chief's Thirst, for example.
Just lean on removal spells, but
you know.
Yeah, he does have the one copy of Make Disappear.
Historic has a 1-mana angel.
Honest, but he decided not to go with the stroke. Probably for the reasons that you said, Paul. He'd prefer to tap out and then be reactive. Whatever hits the battlefield, he feels like he can kill after, rather than having to keep up mana. Hey, there's that Ray of Enfeeblement in the opening hand, as well as Voltage Surge. Is there cheap stuff in hand here? No. And look at this. It tells us more about what Greg Orange feels about the matchup. He's kept a hand where the first play he could make is 4 mana.
Yeah. And Reed's going to have an okay call, but remember this Grixis
Rahilda's
deck or Grixis Vampires deck,
Rahilda can be chump blocked.
More the controlling end of
it's not something that just like absolutely has to go.
You know, sure you have this Bloodtide Harvester.
Luminarch kind of is nice to deal with, but again, it's not an absolutely must remove.
Off the top of the library here on turn 2 for Greg, will give him a 2-mana play.
This is a great draw here from Reed Duque, the Fable of the Mirror.
But yeah, I guess there's some pretty good 2-drops, right?
Nice curve here. 3/2 into a creature that can make you that treasure, and then your hand is just filled with extremely efficient removal, right? Ray of Enfeeblement may as well just read 1 mana, destroy target creature in this matchup.
Right, and the Valkyrie gets into the red zone here, but it doesn't do anything else.
Kiki
Greg just
Cheeky.
says,
Oh my gosh.
Plan go, doesn't have a play for the turn, so he's got to wait. And this is
Gonna need more than that, though.
Difficult.
2 Rays, really nice in hand. Also,
And
you know,
Reed's hand is
Bloodthirsty
already
Adversary
against the Angels
is
deck,
pretty
so
good.
This is going to be pretty difficult. You're definitely keeping the Rave Enfeeblements.
Mm-hmm. And he's going to get rid of the Voltage Surge, it looks like.
Hey, buddy, might be alone here.
You definitely want to keep
but
that land drop. So
any you could set match feed to 1080, not completely crisp on my side.
Treasure here as well.
and you still have access to the Rave. Yeah, we went back-to-back Fables.
I got you, bruh. I got you,
So
bruh.
Fury's Retribution will make a 4/4 Angel, but it is white in color, and therefore
We'll keep it crispy for you,
Rave
chat.
Enfeeblement ready.
I just don't see how Greg can get through this, right? Reed just goes, kill your 2 creatures, attack you for 7.
Yeah.
Right? Actually, he
Oof.
can even play an adversary next turn, right? He can just go sack treasure,
Get wrecked,
adversary,
Angels.
attack you for 10, kill your thing, get you down to 2.
Oh, Speaker of the Heavens.
creatures on infinite
Wow, that was a good
you
card.
on
Remember
your
that one?
keyboard.
Right, and remember
That was a
Greg
human, though,
doesn't
wasn't
run
it?
Sweepers or anything like that, so how do you get out of this mess?
And he even has that 1-2 punch. Build your own Snapcaster Mage. Next turn, you're going to see Reflection of Kiki Jiki with the potential to copy Bloodthirsty Adversary.
So he's going to have him at 2 life here and no board state out.
Yeah.
And the Fury's Retribution is going to
That's
bring
over.
on turn 2.
Because he has more
Orange does
removal.
not play a Wrath, to my knowledge. So
I don't think so either. And a Youthful Valkyrie off the top is going to be the death knell here as Greg Orange
Get gone, Angels. Yeah, out of here.
Championship discussion. He is
Oh,
currently
Lord.
qualified for the World Championship, but it's still early in the day.
That's
and a lot of
crazy.
things can change from there, but he's doing a good job winning there.
Angels is a best of 1 deck. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
It's a best of
absolutely. I
1
mean,
deck.
It's still anybody's race for the leagues. A ton of people from the Rivals League and
Changed my
WPL
mind.
made it into day 2. Not too surprising, of course. And Reed coming into this was in 3rd place, so this will at least guarantee that he's still kind of in that top 5. Still needs to continue picking up wins because it's still anybody's race.
That's right. A lot more World Championship races to bring you. We've even got more matches to bring you this round. Let's hear from Maria to hear
Who won that, Reed?
Coming up next, we've got Marcio Carvalho versus
Reed.
Pyotr Glogowski.
For Marcio with Jeskai Storm, the breakout standard deck of the weekend, Goldspan Dragon is the name of the game. Make that thing huge and kill the opponent as quickly as you can. For
I don't know how to spell these
Glogowski,
guys' names.
Esper Midrange is the go-to deck of the tournament. Can Rafine stop that very powerful treasure-making
How
dragon?
do you spell Marcio's name?
We'll find out coming up after this. Carvalho, Glogowski, don't go anywhere.
M-A-R-C-I-O. M-A-R-C-I-O. Oh, nice. I got it right. I did it. Yes! Heyo! Let's go. Did you know that you could dodge this quick Twitch ad skis with Twitch Prime skis? What a magical time that would be. Or I'm sure you could find an ad blocker. LOL. If not, you're gonna get hammered. And everybody on YouTube doesn't have to deal with ads during the live stream. That's a pretty cool YouTube thing. We have 107 live on Twitch. Let's check our YouTube numbers quickly here as well. Ooh, that's on the wrong screen. We are looking at 99 on YouTube, 101 on Twitch. That is so close. Who is gonna win throughout the day? You know, we take the analytics from both of the streams and compare them, which is pretty cool. It's really, really, really close. We'll continue to monitor this. We will get this next prediction up on chat for everyone. Marcio Cavallo. Peter Glogowski. Man, I don't even know how to say. I just like throw some sounds out of my mouth. Glogowski. Right? I feel like I'm pretty close. Woof. Between YouTube and Twitch, you should watch that on both. But I actually don't mind if you're here with us on Twitch. It's pretty cool. You get to participate in the predictions that we have running. Hashtag, I'm sorry, YouTube. I'm going to get you guys more love here in the future for the next event. But then you also can help me get my Twitch account verified. Right? If we get those 75 average viewers.
And welcome back to
That's
coverage
gonna
here
be a
of the new
massive help.
Capenna Championship Martial Cyclist
My
with
self-esteem.
Paul Cheon. Paul, we've been talking a lot about World Championship races, trying to get people into their seats for those for that event. And right now we have a match with major implications on just that. We've got Marcio Carvalho versus Pyotr Glogowski, and as you can see, it's Esper Midrange versus Jeskai Storm for the here and the now. The bigger picture view as we come into game number 2 with Marcio.
No, but I'm saying that the people on YouTube can't
Marcio's
participate
currently
in the
sitting in
predictions
sixth
that we're doing
with
because
Pyotr
that's in the
seventh
Twitch
for
chat.
The league standings. Remember, only the top 5 from them are going to make it in. But 6th and 7th is hotly contested. I mean, these two players are very, very much in contention for that world seat. And Paul, this isn't just a win and I keep moving.
Maybe
this is a win.
I should visit Portugal. Portuguese could be my calling, where I just like, I don't really know what I'm saying, but I just throw stuff out, and it's like, yeah,
a very high
we got it.
Position for whoever can pick up this win.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge,
All right, let's
huge
go,
match
chat. Let's
for
go,
both
let's go,
players.
let's go,
They're
let's
just,
go.
Just on the outside looking in, and a win continues to move him up the standings, and then, like you said, more importantly, just knocks him out. So really, really big. And,
Removal for the Luminarch.
One of those classic matchups that we've seen kind of
But
a lot
that-
over the
that-
course of this.
It's
this
that
weekend.
sorcery
And,
speed.
you know, it seems to me that the
And if they put it right on Denick, that's pretty hot.
In this matchup. So,
yep.
Curious to see kind of how everything shakes out. But this Jeskai Storm deck has been really fun to watch.
It has a lot of play to it. You know, we were watching Alien Corey cover this last round, and you know, at some point, you've got 16 cards in hand, and you've got, you know, Lear filling up your alternate hand, and you've got, you know, 60 mana or whatever. It gets pretty out of hand as far as the ceiling goes. When you look at the Esper Midrange deck, it's a much more mid-range focused deck that doesn't have nearly as high of a power ceiling. Wow, Kaito Suzuki gets countered there by Jwari Disruption. That feels terrible if you're in Pyotr's seat.
Yeah, I think he just kind of had to go for it. Next turn, he has the ability to go double Luminarch Aspirant, so he just wanted to curve out as well as possible. You cannot give this Jeskai Storm deck any time at all, right? Because if it gets set up with the treasures, with the unexpected windfalls, you can lose as early as turn 5.
Feels just unfair when they hit you with Disruption, though, right? Because they've got all this stuff that's focused on their plan, like Expressive Iteration and stuff, and instead they just nab your powerful Planeswalker. Now, Marcio is tapped out this time, so that double Luminarch Aspirant play does get to come for Pyotr Glogowski, so he'll have a nice board state going here, already up to 4 power.
Yeah, and Marcio doesn't have a hard removal spell here to deal with this, so this will be pretty annoying, right? These are just going to continue to grow, but Marcio does not have shortage of action still, right? I mean, we're still looking at that Fading Hope that can buy you some time.
Quick question.
We do have that Lear. Ooh.
Wasn't Marcio accused of cheating like multiple times?
Protecting right here, right? These two Luminarch.
I hate to bring this up. I don't want to shine a dark light on the guy because obviously he's allowed here. But wasn't
its stock has risen
Carvalho accused of cheating?
Right.
That's right.
You know, there's always
and like kind of like confirmed.
Strokes do I play? Well, when a large portion of the field is going to be leaning
can't be
heavily
great.
on Lear and Goldspan Dragon,
I have to look more into that.
Up on Disdainful Strokes over Negates.
That's right, and we've seen
Get Goodest.
Goldspan Dragon wax and wane in popularity and standard over its time there, but it's back on top again. The card basically just waits for the way to be clear and then makes this big comeback again. You see the Luminarch Aspirant hit the battlefield.
The old fake oops. It's like, oh, I should have my Denick. It's in my. Why didn't I? Shucks.
Funny. He'd like to leave Disdainful Stroke up on this key turn because here comes Goldspan Dragon. And Glogowski might want to throw another oops at Marcio here because he's going to get him with the disdainful stroke.
Oh, man.
Funny.
No,
Funny.
I think Marcio just kind of, look, it's like you could have a counter spell, but I need to run something out here. If you counter my dragon, then I still have the leader here as backup, right?
Yeah, I mean, Marcio's not falling for any of this nonsense.
No, absolutely not.
He is a seasoned professional, and he probably just has,
he probably just shook his head. He's like, all right, you
sure,
got a
buddy.
counter, but whatever.
Disdainful, no.
Okay, here comes the aspirants, though, and he's managed to keep Marcio off balance just enough to keep this pressure going, but can he keep it up as we see reflection of Kiki Jiki hit? There's the attack with the token. That's going to generate a second treasure. Land, and here comes Lear.
Yeah, and he's got the protection as well, right? He does have, and this is a great Lear turn.
Wow,
You go
Fading Hope.
Strangle the Aspirant, and you still have Fading Hope up to protect your Lear. So now, Pyotr, if he wants to get that Lear off the battlefield, which is probably in his best interest, is going to have to use both the removal spells that he has in hand.
Oh, brutal. Good news is he actually has that option since they're both instants, but
It takes your entire turn to do
it just
so, though.
eats up everything, doesn't it?
He definitely has a cool profile
Pyotr
picture.
just kind of
Very
going,
interesting.
Please, just bounce my Aspirant. Come on.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Now, this Esper deck doesn't have a lot of
I like
reach,
it.
so you can probably afford to go down to 5.
And it looks like Marcio's going to go for it.
Appreciate
here.
you, Christmas.
Fading Hope.
Jeez.
XOZO.
And that's his last mana for the turn. So now Pyotr gets to know exactly what's up. Marcio Carvalho.
Elamene. Oh no.
Right, so now Pyotr doesn't have to worry about the Fading Hope.
I seen one article that said he pulled out a creature from under his playmat or something.
But a nice little turn here for Pyotr. He gets to pick
Like
off.
that would have been, premeditated if you had a card under your playmat and you like kind of tried to slip it out on
You might just
top.
run out the Rafine just to have some pressure on the battlefield. So kill your thing. Reflection not especially strong right now.
Right.
So
Scout me harder,
You can
daddy.
make another smoldering egg, Paul.
True. And if he
all I
can
got.
find 7 mana worth of spells,
I'm not sure they can afford me though,
All I
killer.
got.
yeah.
All right, there's expressive iteration into egg windfall.
All the eggs.
Yeah. Looks like he's well stocked on eggs for now. So he'll take the unexpected windfall.
I mean,
into hand.
with that unexpected windfall, it's not going to take that long.
No, it's not. He can cast the egg in this scenario as well. He'll get 2 treasure here.
Pyotr deciding whether or not he wants to run into a potential strangle here. Now, Marcio already did cast one, and there's only, I think, 2 in the deck. But could also have cards like Voltage Surge.
Yeah, there's 2. You're correct.
Although Voltage Surge would kill the Rafine anyways.
Does he bring Torch Breath in? Unclear.
Oh yeah, it's for this matchup. So
There you go. So that's why Pyotr didn't block.
And did he not play the egg?
He did not. Oh, he did. He did not. No, weird.
He
Why
did not play the egg, so he's keeping mana up. Interesting. So valuing that treasure and not playing the egg.
That's right. All right, here comes Rafine Scheming Seer. It's going to get an attack in. He sees Tenacious Underdog. Not a bad one to have in your graveyard. A little mana intensive for this point in the game, but it's unlikely to get through the Smoldering Egg anyway, unless Pyotr has his eye on destroying it or exiling it. So he's going to put Tenacious Underdog in the yard, get in for 2. Down to 7 goes Marcio. Tick-tock.
Yeah, I'm still really confused why he didn't play the egg.
I have not figured it out either.
Unless,
I was hoping you did.
Did he scry a Goldspan Dragon to the top, or?
Not according to our view here. He put he scried an island at the bottom.
Right.
So there's Infernal Grasp for the reflection.
Okay. And now, I mean, Pyotr does have the answer here for this egg.
Mm-hmm.
So that is not going to flip. And Marcio needs to find an answer to this Rafine.
He is down to 7 life. It adds up fast with Rafine. There's a windfall. That's going to put the egg 1 away from transforming.
You need to kill it in response here, yeah.
So what's the reasoning there?
Just because it'll go up. You don't want it to get to 6, right? And then if you let the unexpected windfall resolve, Marcio could potentially have 3 spells at instant speed, flip the egg, and then potentially deal a bunch of damage that Pyotr did not want to have happen.
I see. He could get in for 2 or 4 extra damage kind of for free there.
Exactly.
So here comes
All right. Are we going to use treasure this time, or okay?
Marcio's a bit of a dragon. He hoards his treasure. But he's going to spend 1 here to get the Fable of Mirror Breaker number 2 on the battlefield. He's also going to hang on to Otawara as a way perhaps to stem the bleeding from Rafine.
Yeah. Spikefield Hazard will do some work here. We'll get that aspirin off the battlefield before you get a +1/+1 counter. I imagine Pyotr's interested in just riding this Rafine to victory.
Flip that egg, flip that egg, flip that egg.
Does have the Otawara.
Yeah, he's going to go for the Tenacious Underdog, which will get.
Can I offer you an egg in these trying times? Holy Toledos.
And also just present more damage, of course.
And does not play the aspirin, so hoping to find a more relevant 2-mana interactive spell here. And he finds...
something.
Finds a negate.
Find something?
Yeah, he's done with the whole aspirant plan, which is really kind of annoying.
You're right. Yeah, and now this forces a block here.
It does.
This is a lethal attack.
So Goblin's going to have to jump in front.
Of course, Marcio could choose to sack all of his treasure to Otawara the underdog, I guess.
Yes.
I would. Most definitely. And then you hit for 4, 5 with the spike field.
It's easy to get focused in these positions on how do you survive, but Marcio's going to be thinking about how can I win?
What?
Right? That's often what gets lost in these discussions.
And Marcio choosing to exile the underdog.
I don't like that.
Part of me also wants...
He's so low on life.
Part of me also wants you to... Part of me thinks you want that card to discard to Fable, right? If Pyotr spends his turn using the... bringing the underdog back, I think maybe you're okay with that.
Yeah, that's good. It costs 2 mana, or 2 life.
Because you have the Otawara for Rafine. So what are you going to discard? But I mean, it is a problem if this game does go long. Although this game feels like it's not going to go on for too many more turns, given the life totals.
Yeah, there's that Torch Breath we talked about earlier. Fable.
Okay, that was a great draw.
Because Torch Breath will actually kill Rafine here.
Yeah, and by exiling the Tenacious Underdog now, I mean, Pyotr doesn't have any more threats, right? I don't see a creature land in play.
No,
but he can play a Denic that has life gain.
Actually, ended up discarding the Luminarch Aspirant to make that a lethal attack.
Ooh, girl, dodge this.
Plays around negate as well. Torch Breath. A huge piece of technology here from Marcio's team.
Wow.
The can't be countered is just a really great way. It also fights through Rafine's ward as well, because just the spell cannot be countered.
Wow. What a draw there for Marcio.
I know, 1 out of 5 stars. Wouldn't recommend again. .com.
I mean, it looks like he's actually going for extra. There must
Do I say that too much? .com.
That he's playing around some type of protection.
Don't get me started. .com.
Because he gets.
It's like.
I
love it. .com.
Yeah, there might be a pump spell.
He's undoing. He's undoing it all.
Yeah,
because he doesn't have to spend any treasure.
You just need the Torch Breath for 5.
Right, but
he get
Torch Breath for 5.com
for a second there, but now he's back down to the
/9 actually.
7.
Right. Okay.
_ actually 7
for the ward.
This is just so nerve-wracking for Marcio because
Like, should I pay anyways, just in case?
Right. This is how it works, though, Marcio. You got it right. And there goes Rafine, and now there's nothing on board here for Glogowski, and he sculpted his hand to be negate.
Yeah,
and he
so
finds
now we're
Shipwreck
gonna...
Marsh.
All right, so now he's gonna lean on that.
Why are they talking about an empty hand when he just like has Denick?
Boy, he's gonna lean hard too.
I guess it's not in his hand.
It is a 3-power flyer.
It is. It's very good here.
Oh, it's the backside of it.
Oh,
Gotcha.
voltage surge now for Marcio Carvalho. He's ripping heavy now.
Wow.
Now this is gonna get negated because this is Piotr's.
He's using topdeck.exe.
Marcio does have the backup here in the Otawara.
He does. Wow, this has been a good one. It's never easy. Tradesies? Remember, Piotr's life total's low too. He's down to 4.
And remember, Otawara's ability is uncounterable.
That's right. It's just it's an ability, not even a spell. There's Archon of Emeria, though. That's a nice draw there for Glogowski. It'll give him a blocker.
Right, and if Marcio...
This is good, though, because now he can play it for lifelink. It's back to his hand. He can play it as the front side.
By the way.
It's the front side, though. It has life gain. That's so clutch.
Emeria, and he'll have and he also will get Denick back as well, which is a 2/3 lifelink on the ground.
It's a lifelinker, so Marcio doesn't have a good attack on the ground.
I don't like that play.
Yeah, he's not getting through. This is
but he had to make it, doesn't it?
Interesting.
Okay, so
is this a 2/3 on the backside or a 3/2?
Oh my God! Express iteration.
But you can't cast a spell. You can't cast a spell on
Emeria.
Oh, you're right. Maybe an instant that he could get into his hand.
The Crucible is the channel. The Crucible can be channeled.
He sees Smoldering Egg, big score.
The Crucible channels for 2 damage.
If there was a Smoldering Egg in play through all of this,
I still never figured that out. Did chat yell at us or something? I don't have it up. I assume
I don't think so.
Crucible has to go in his hand.
Screaming. I just checked to see if there's a Narset in play, and if there's not, then I don't know. Could be anything.
No. He needed the Crucible and then a creature.
Okay. Especially from chat, so.
Or something good.
Does Sokinzan get it done? No, because Denick has lifelink.
Denick's got lifelink, yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
So there's no scenario here where
that doesn't work.
Gets in for a lethal attack.
12 minutes.
You probably want
0 damage because Denick.
Because you only have big score in your hand. Wow, Archon.
Yeah, 2 tokens attack. They're both 1/1s, 2 damage.
Both
is what I mean.
The fact that it's a 2/3 was perfect for this board, and then of course its abilities are mattering a lot here. Yeah, he does take Sokenzen into hand.
Can't play it.
No, he tried. He gave it a shot, but it said no. Shipwreck Marsh off the top here for Glogowski.
What a close one here.
Oh my goodness. And remember the implications for World Championship 2. These
luge it up, baby.
6th for Marcio.
Get your luge on.
Now remember, Marcio can go...
Yeah, he should have maybe held on to big score into the hand. I agree there, Walter.
Right?
Yes.
Which means he can potentially have 6 power attack.
Might need to channel defensively.
That's 8 power that's attacking.
That's on the table as well.
If Piotr attacks with the Archon, Piotr blocks one of the 2 power creatures with Denick, takes 6 damage, and would die exactly.
But he can double block
so
Denick.
If Piotr attacks, he loses.
He loses. Oh my goodness. And you know, he has a good reason to not attack potentially with Memory Deluge. He might just say, I'll
luge it up. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. That's all his mana.
Do it first. So he was going to try
and
to figure
Archon.
Out, do I
and
have
Archon.
An alternate plan that can play around, say, something like a couple
because Archon is going to affect
Sokenzen here.
Both players, I believe, right?
Maybe a 1-mana interactive spell. I can't imagine he kept Array of Enfeeblement or something for this matchup.
No, but it might give him a longer-term game plan, right? Like, okay, I don't win this turn anyway, but I'll just beat you next turn. Exactly.
The Interceptor's nice.
Interceptor. Because remember, Marcio got rid of the egg. Like, Piotr's like, oh, you kept something better than that, right? So he's going to have a pretty narrowed-down list of things that he could have. This is the moment, though. Does he attack with the Archon?
Right. If he doesn't attack, he lives. Because Marcio will have 8 creatures that can attack you. Block.
Yeah, just hold on.
Creatures. You with the lifelink, you
just
will go
wait
to
1 more turn, bro.
After the dust settles.
And honestly, unless Marcio finds something else, Piotr probably wins. That Obscura Interceptor has lifelink and can
Marcio's
absolutely wreak
attack me.
havoc. He's like, come at me.
Those are my 5 best friends,
Please
chat right there.
me. You're tapped out.
Mike Wood,
Just
Caleb Pillif,
attack.
Crisp666, Cardboard Live, my bro, and the real Sector 7G.
No, is he? No.
Oh,
Oh.
he still has an
If he
arc on it
attacks-
as queued to attack, though.
Marcio will win.
Do it, bro.
Oh,
Don't
what
do
a
it.
sweat here from Glogowski. He's even keeping Marcio
I
on
mean,
the edge of
Marcio's
his
at 3.
seat.
It's like he's thinking, what are the combinations of cards here? Is he gonna hold back?
Pulls it
He
back.
just brought it back, and he didn't
Okay, he
attack.
passed.
Oh, Piotr Glogowski giving us the full sweat. Thank you, Piotr, for that.
Remember, Marcio can still draw a removal spell,
That's right.
right? And is he just gonna go end of turn, utilize all your mana, or is he gonna? Oh,
I think Hype Train.
Hello, Goldspan.
Oh, wow.
That's it. You copy Goldspan Dragon, and
Popdeck.com.
Marcio's gonna win this.
And that's
What
exactly
a draw.
lethal in the air. What a rip for Marcio Carvalho.
Oh man.
I think
He
Hype
even
Train
finds things
individuals might get
multiple
like
times
points
and gets the
at a
job
quicker
done.
rate.
Can you imagine the sweat that Marcio just went through? He must be sweating bullets at his place. Good Lord.
Yeah, I mean, Marcio had a lot of good draws there, but it was just, I mean, I think Piotr played that game extremely well, and Marcio was able to find just the perfect answers and threats in timing. I mean, that Torch Breath, right? That was such a clutch Torch Breath.
Bolitos.com.
Answer, but I mean,
So I don't know
I mean, that was just a really exciting game.
how much I feel about that. I'm going to dive into this article that we found a little bit more.
Part, but, you know, Marcio still had lots of live draws there.
So this is from Matt Sperling.
Incredible stuff. Both of our players, and that's Marcio.
Matt Sperling's blog, I guess, right? Wizards recap. They have the official recap here. And then they're talking
We're going to be back
about
with more action here from the new Capenna Championship.
the whole situation here. So I'm really interested in reading more about this. So they're basically accusing him of doing it multiple times. I don't know. It's like not necessarily official, but it's from other pro players, right? Right, and this is the issue. It was like he top decked off the sideboard from a hidden zone underneath his mat, potentially. I'd love to actually get the legitimate thing here as well. Wonder if this article is still hosted. Nope, it's gone. So I mean, it's interesting. Very interesting. I have no idea as to what to believe. What is correct? But I mean, he's here. He's playing on a digital platform now, which has got to be harder to interact with, unless they're using topdeck.exe, right? And then in that case, it might be a little bit easier for them. So who's our next match? Did I miss that? We have our winners here. Let's get our next one set up. Kayla, you get the next one? Your butt is blurry. Burryblut.com.
What's up, friends? Welcome back to coverage of the new Capenna Championship. Well, we saw him
Burryblut.com. That actually might be a website.
round on camera, but Greg Orange is still having a fantastic tournament here, currently sitting at 6-3. He also locked up a spot to the World Championship yesterday. Let's find out how he's feeling with it. He's with Riley Knight right now.
Let's get these interviews in.
Orange, who has locked his position at the World Championship. Congratulations, Gregory. Tell us about how you got here. We're heading into this weekend. Did you feel that you definitely had the spot? Were you sweating about it? Talk us through it.
I was a little worried, a little nervous about it, I suppose, but it did seem likely. I was kind of surprised when I initially looked at the world standings after the the second of the 3 like championships, and I realized that like, oh hey, I actually have a pretty good shot at making it to Worlds. So I figured I could probably screw it up in some way, but I don't know. I guess I did it. So.
Managed to get across the line. Well, I mean, a huge achievement. Playing at the World Championship will be absolutely massive. Tell us, what does playing at the World Championship mean to you, and how would it make you feel to actually like win the whole thing?
All right. Well, I played in one before, and it was really cool. I mean, the density of like cool and like you know, great players is you know, very interesting. Like,
you're gonna want to pick up one of these new visors if your eyesight's bad.
Like, it's on like a whole, you know, another level on top of that, and so I played
first
it
you
a
gotta
lot.
take your
It
glasses
did not
off
go
first.
the best for me, so I guess I would like I would.
Oh yeah,
like,
see, now I can see perfectly now.
Not necessarily redeem myself, but I like to, you know, make a fair showing, I suppose. Winning would not be my expectation, but you never know. It could be.
You never know.
Oh, don't be too modest.
At any rate, Gregor Orange, congratulations on the World Championship slot. Looking forward to seeing how you go there. Best luck to you for the rest of the weekend.
Thanks.
Good interview.
Greg Orange going to the World Championship and one of the chillest.
All right, get your LaForge on, baby.
Let's take a look
Gotta
at
pick
our
up that
standings
visor.
here. After 9 rounds of play, still one defeated player. David Inglis has not managed
Geordi,
to lose
the nerd.
yet in this tournament, sitting at a clean 9-0. Teammate Stefan Schutz right behind him at 8-1, along with Shota, Yasuoka, the Hall of Famer, and Zachary Keaney.
Someone should Photoshop him into that card.
Sitting at 8-1, and check this out, in 8th place currently, Javier Dominguez. Hello, 2018 World Champion. There he is, your fervent champion, if you will. Reed Duque, Eli Cassis won the last one of these, sitting at 7-2. Let's take a look at some more of our players here on our leaderboard, if we can. Marcio Carvalho, 7-2, just saw him on camera. Mike Sigrist, 7-2. Siggy doing great this tournament. Your 2014-2015 Player of the Year, 2 Pro Tour top 8s to his name. Yuki Ichikawa won the Innistrad Championship, also sitting at 7-2. Popular streamer in Japan as well. There's Simon Nielsen, qualified for Worlds yesterday, sitting at 6-3, along with Tristan Wildlarue, also going to the World Championship. Awesome players here, doing very, very well in this tournament. But let's check in on the World's races. Cedric, you're watching the leagues. What's going on over there?
Ooh, girl.
Shota Yasuoka. Imagine Shota losing, which I can't because it's not happening. 3rd place in the tournament right now. Look, 90 at the top for him, 75 for Paulo Vitor Domidoros. Shota is, it's not a lot, but it's pretty darn close, folks. So congratulations there. Maybe a little preemptive, but I'm feeling pretty good about things for him. David Inglis, 1st place, hasn't lost, speaking of not losing, 84 points in this league's race, so things are going very well for him as well. Reed Duque coming in 13th place right now in the SNC Championship. Things are going well for him. Logan Nettles, a little bit more interesting here for Logan, 89th place, 15 points right now in the tournament. Had to scrape by to make day number 2. He's got to make the most of it here in day number 2 to be able to ensure a qualification to the World Championships. But again, you've got Marcio Carvalho right on the heels with him. Same number of points right now. Marcio is in 17th place in the tournament, so doing extremely well. PVDDR, Piotr Glogowski, aka Canister, Austin Bursavich, Gregor Kowalski doing well, Kai with 69 points, LSB with 69 points, Arne Huschenbeth with 69 points, Matty Huizma with 69 points. So look, this is getting tighter and tighter. I know that 78 and 69 seem pretty far apart, but someone strings together a couple of wins, a player strings together a couple of losses, and everything can change. So the wrap up here is pretty simple. Shota, Inglis looking very good. Reed Duque also looking quite good. The rest could get very interesting. Riley, how about you?
Yeah, things over in the Challenger race as well. We've already announced the fact that, of course, Tristan Wildlarue, Greg Orange, Yumakoi Izumi, and Simon Nielsen have made it. But look, I'm feeling very good about Nathan Stoyer as well. He's come a long way, this fella. I went to look up some details about Stoyer, you know, maybe sort of round out the picture of this guy. He just didn't fill in his player questionnaire, so he's an absolute mystery, this fella. We don't know anything about him, but I can tell you that his testing team, he tested with the Zoomers, a bunch of other people I'm sure you've heard of. You know, the Sam Rolfe, Eli Loveman, Thiago Saporito, a couple of others as well on his testing team. So he's well looked after in that regard. But we turn our attention now to the other people below Stoya in 5th place. Jim Davis, Camilo Lukesh can't gain any more points. Drew Baker, on the other hand, can and has into that yellow box for the first time. Drew Baker's doing a terrific job here and has to continue to string together the wins to lock up his position. But Lucas Hone, Julian Wellman, Thiago Saporito, and of course Stefan Schutz here, all the ones with points potentially to gain and jump over those DNQs, jump over those people who have been knocked out of the tournament like Nico Boney and Jim Davis. So a lot of volatility here, a lot of positions to still be locked away. And if those people who are still active in this tournament can pick up some more wins, Maria, we might see them move up and into...
Imagine being the scuba diver.
Yeah, really, really exciting stuff as we watch the races for the World Championship. Well, it's deck tech time, everybody. I got the chance before the tournament to sit down with my good friend Mani Devuti to talk about a deck that kind of came out of left field for us. Grixis Vampires.
That's a big boy.
Let's hear Mani tell us what that deck is all about.
Dad.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Mani Devuti to talk about Grixis Vampires in Standard. And Mani, normally you're on the news desk with me, so I've got to ask you this weekend, how could you abandon me?
I just thought I could use a little bit of a break and just take to the streets and battle for this one.
Okay, fair enough, but you better take the whole thing down. Let's talk about this deck. It's an interesting one for sure. We're gonna kick things off taking a look at the 2 drops for this deck. Your early drops, your Bloodthirsty Adversary, Tenacious Underdog, and Bloodtithe Harvester. Talk to me a little bit about these cards.
Harvester is really the ideal 2-drop for this sort of deck. Of course, it's a vampire for some of the synergies we're going to see later, but it's a big body. 2 drops are great leading into your pretty stacked 3 mana slot, and just being a removal spell on a body, great against the creature decks. Having that ability to make a blood token and sift through your draws, really helpful, and it just sort of does everything. Plus, it's insane with Fable of the Mirror Breaker, which is a nice upside for most 2-drops. The other big important 2-drop, Adversary, is just so good in this deck. There's so many spells you want to be flashing back, and then again, Vampire type, really relevant and great with Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Speaking of Fable of the Mirror Breaker, let's take a look at the heavy hitters here in this deck. And there certainly are a lot of them, including what I think is the reason to kind of play this deck, Evelyn the Covetous. So let's start with her, the all-star.
Evelyn is the reason we're really trying to have this vampire sub-theme in this mid-range deck. Just being a large flash creature, 5 toughness, really good against a lot of the removal spells in the format, as well as being multicolored, being good against Vanishing Verse. So it's already a hard to remove threat. It also has flash for ambushing in combat, but the most important thing is, as long as you're playing vampires, you're
probably the best deck here.
Stream of cards from both yourself and your opponent, so it's really a way to overload other people when you're playing a resource battle.
Corpse Appraiser, another vampire in the deck, just great value, period, for that card. Now, Fable Mirror Breaker, a full 4 copies of this card. Tell me this card's role in the deck.
This card just is the best card in Standard. It does everything. The Shaman token allows you to get ahead on mana. The card sorting on the 2nd chapter is just extremely good when you're trying to find answers as a mid-range deck to what your opponent is presenting. And then of course, Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, that 3rd flip side of it, really brings everything together. You have a lot of creatures in the deck, like the Harvester, like the Adversary, like the Corpse Appraiser, that you really want to be copying to get continued advantage from. And just being able to have that engine means that
there's a few people playing this deck
you could do once the Saga transforms.
Since you're playing Grixis, you might as well put Kato in there, right?
The point of the deck really is in the early turns to either go removal spell 3-drop, or tap land 2-drop, 3-drop. You really want to have those types of curves, because all of these 3-drops just hit so hard when they come onto the battlefield that if you can set up those early turns, it just feels so good from there.
Let's take a look at your removal spells here in this deck. The ones I want to point out are Voltage Surge and Soul Transfer. I'm assuming you're turning these cards on most of the time.
The Voltage Surge especially, you do have the treasure tokens from Fable of the Mirror Breaker, you have the blood tokens being made by cards like the Harvester, so you can typically deal 4 damage with it, and 4 is a bit of a magic number.
4 is a magic number.
Dragons, there's Rafines, there's planeswalkers like Kaido, like the Wandering Emperor. So 4 really deals with a lot, and when it's not on, 2 can still deal a good chunk of damage as well. So it's a really flexible removal spell for what the standard format looks like. And then Soul Transfer, just
Orange Glasses played Angels.
Really strong, and especially in
yeah, you guys, this is Mojo's deck.
Bloodthirsty Adversary, just really good being a 3-mana spell that can do so much. And again, because you have Fable the Mirror Breaker, it's an enchantment that makes treasure tokens.
Mojo is deckless.
You can really turn it on all by itself for you to get double value from it.
Well, lots of really cool synergy going
Love
on
that guy.
in this deck.
Where is he?
Grixis Vampires, best of luck to you this weekend.
I'm assuming you're turning these cards on most of the time.
Thank you.
Yes.
We miss you, Mane. Good job this tournament so far. Maria Bartholdi, Cedric Phillips, and Riley Knight here at the news desk, ready to set up round number 10 here at the new Capenna Championship. Let's find out who we'll be watching do battle here. Stefan Schutz versus Shota Yasuoka.
Shoot it up. Shoot it up.
Jeskai Storm versus Jund Midrange. No top finishes yet for Stefan. 9 for the Hall of Famer, Shota Yasuoka. Let's meet our players a little bit better here. Stefan Schutz, Jeskai Storm, feels like the breakout deck of the tournament. His teammate currently undefeated in the tournament. He only has 1 loss, 66.5% standard win rate. Well, will this be the tournament he makes a name for himself? Shota has already made a name for himself in the game several million times over. Jund Midrange, his deck of choice. Not a lot of people rocking Jund Midrange at this tournament. More than 13,000 arena games played for Shota. Talk to me about these decks, though, Cedric. How do you expect this thing to go?
Well, let's start with Stefan and his deck here. This Jeskai Storm deck that is kind of the breakout tournament.
Who will win? 2 minutes to decide. Get your prediction in.
With big score, unexpected windfall, galvanic iteration. No, it's not copying Outrun's Epiphany anymore. It's doing some other, I guess I'll say, fairer things, but still looking to do some unfair things in general. And then, of course, expressive iteration and Fabled Mirror Breaker. Monty said it in his deck tech just with you a minute ago, Maria. Fable may be just the best card in Standard. And so it makes sense for this deck to play 4 copies of arguably the best card in Standard. So that's what this deck is up to. But if we want to talk about a breakout deck here, Maria, you said it. Not a lot of people are playing this Jund Midrange deck, but this deck is performing incredibly well. Of course, you've got your 4 copies.
Little Zayatora.
Playing red, gonna do that. But this is like a weird deck that's making like weird types of tokens, treasures and cat tokens and dog tokens because of Ginny Faye. You know, you've got the Charm. You've got a card that, it's weird to say, it's kind of overlooked. Asika's Chariot, anyone? Remember when that was the best thing to be doing in Standard?
Galagreeters and Ginny Faye is like so good.
4 copies there. You've got the Meat Hook Massacre. And most importantly in this matchup, folks, he's got the Shota a lot of removal to manage Goldspan Dragon, which is the key card coming from the Jeskai Storm deck. So this Jund Midrange deck was not a known quantity coming in, but I think it will be coming out of this weekend.
All right, it's time for predictions. Are we playing Modern, Jund, or Storm? Riley, your call.
I'm going for Yasuoka with Storm. It's got basically a Thragtusk in it, so how can I bet against it?
How about you?
Just wins games.
I'm going with Shota as well. I really like the positioning for this deck. I think he's beaten this deck a couple times this weekend as well. And I'm looking to move on to 3-0 with my predictions.
All right, I'm going for Stefan Schutz here. I think he's been having a fantastic tournament, and he's going to keep his run going. All right, everybody, it's time for round number 10 here on day 2 of competition at the new Capenna Championship. Ailey and Corey are here with the call.
Thank you very much, Maria. Hello, everybody, and welcome to round 10. It is I, Ailey Looney, alongside Corey Baumeister and friend. This is going to be a spicy one. This Jund Midrange deck, I like to call it Jund Good Stuff because, ooh-wee, you just have all the best cards and all the different mana values in there. So Shota Yasuoka versus Stefan Schutz, who's had an excellent weekend thus far. Both players at 8-1. Let's take a look at these opening hands. What do you think about this matchup as we get a look?
Yeah, this matchup is tough to really predict because, like they were saying at the desk, Schutz is just playing this really interesting deck that's playing a lot of cards we don't see. You know, a lot of treasures, synergies, and not even playing Magda, you know, the card that you think you just always include into these treasure decks. So it's hard to really predict.
Historic this afternoon. It should be relatively soon.
Excuse me.
Right, I'd say within the next hour.
Not that worried, I would think, because there's only like 3 cards that deal with Goldspan Dragon, or excuse me, 6 cards that deal with Goldspan Dragon in the game 1 configuration, so that's not a ton. So it's going to put a lot of pressure on finding those cards to be able to deal with it. But yeah, it's tough to predict here because Schutz is always bringing something new and unique, and it always seems like Shota is the one who wins with his creations and nobody else can.
I mean, that just speaks to the level or the quality of player that Shota Yasuoka is. A Hall of Famer, plenty of top finishes behind his name, and one of the fastest players that I have ever seen play. I mean, I remember a game against Luis Scott Vargas, and both of them just, you know the mechanic blitz? Yeah, they're in that mode all the time. It's just insane.
I remember that match as well. A judge had to go and come up to them and tell them to slow down the play, which I don't think any judge has ever done in the history of Magic before, saying, we need you to slow it down. It's far too fast.
First time for everything, huh?
Yep, exactly.
And even when for Stefan Schutz, excuse me.
And even when Shota is usually playing control decks, is usually playing at that pace as well. You know, this is definitely, you know, a more aggressive deck, but still usually plays at that lightning pace, even with a slow one.
For sure. It's a bit of a suboptimal expressive iteration there, not finding the third land of the library as Stefan would have liked, but still not doing too bad, but an excellent start for Shota Yasuoka so far. 2-drop into Ginny Faye, Jetmir's second, so any tokens that are created will either be a cat or a dog. Unfortunately, no cat dogs for any fans of that franchise just yet.
There you go. And I think this is back-to-back games with you, Ailey, where we've been covering Stefan's match that he's bricked on expressive iteration. I think we're cursing him so far when it comes to that card.
Oh, he's probably cursing his cards. Don't you worry about it.
Yeah.
Here comes Fable of the Mirror Breaker. What's it going to be? Cat or dog? I'm guessing.
I think it can be also Shaman, too. So it is a May ability. And the Shaman does seem a little bit more important than most of the tokens, but creating a treasure or something, you would much rather have a creature.
For sure. It's nice to have the option, you know, cat, dog, or treasure. I'm pretty sure most cats would argue that they are treasures, and you should treat them as such. As all good cats do.
Exactly.
It's just nice to have those options. So on Schutz side of things, we've got big score ×2. We have a Leer and a Goldspan Dragon to work towards. 2 Leers, in fact. And March of Swirling Mist, which is a good way to protect or get something out the way if you don't want it on the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty much everything that this Jeskai Storm decks wants is in Stefan's hand except land number 5. Being able to go big score this turn, maybe cast some kind of disruption, and then you can just win the game next turn if all things go according to plan. And now with Azeka's Chariot coming down, as well as this Shaman being able to attack and create a treasure, that Infernal Grasp will be available as a little bit of disruption for Shota. So there's definitely a wrench in the works here where it's not just automatic good game if Stefan does find land number 5.
Oh, for sure. I mean, at this point, Shota's doing an excellent job of just applying the pressure because these 2 cats that Esika's Chariot makes, well, they could get an upgrade into the Hasty Kittens that Ginny Faye creates. So let's see what Stefan can find here off of the big score. Hopefully a way to just stem the bleeding and prevent a big chunk of damage being dealt.
Yeah, definitely an upgrade. Good call getting rid of one of the Leers because that's a lot of Leers right there. Otherwise, having 3 of them would have been a bit of a problem.
Yeah, pesky legend rule.
Ooh.
All right.
This is really interesting here. Are we just trying to March of the Swirling Mist on the Shaman here? Or maybe even both
I'm thinking
creatures?
Ginny.
I guess you get to do both.
Yeah. Just get those away so that there's not a chunk of damage flying at your face. Keep the cats just calm. No catnip for them.
Yep, absolutely. So it not only does it create non-hasty cats, it makes sure that Shota will only have 1 mana. And if we're looking at the list, as you, the fans, can be looking at right now, there is no 1 mana removal spell that deals with Goldspan Dragon. It's 1 Ray of Enfeeblement as the only interaction here. So a really
just look at the pictures. Don't bother reading. That's how the game works.
And how
I'm just making lunch here.
Go off is another question.
RDFC,
There's not a
nice.
lot of resources here So it's a bit of a problem. You have this big score, like we've been talking about in the other matches, where it's, you know, quote unquote free, but you have 3 cards you very much want right now. So it's a huge decision of which one you actually have to or want to get rid of here, because all 3 of these are big players and cards that you need.
Yeah. Oh, my money's on the show.
I agree, Walter. They do a good job at it.
Big score can find some extra gas and then get.
Just look how successful I am.
And then just keep doing it, you know.
Yep, the only way to get Lear on the battlefield is to string together, I guess, a couple of 1-mana cards like Spikefield Hazard, or finding that last copy of Show of Confidence. So that does allow Lear to be cast, but nothing else. You know, post-combat, you can Spikefield Hazard your Goldspan and then just play Lear and then hope for the best, but it's not the greatest play.
But don't forget that as soon as Lear's down, all the spells in the graveyard are available to him. So in response to an Infernal Grasp on the dragon, that does open up the opportunity to cast something else. It won't protect your dragon, but you get some value off of it before.
You just won't have any mana. Unfortunately, it'll be completely tapped out. But yeah, if you go to kill Goldspan specifically, but if Infernal Grasp gets pointed at Lear,
then
that's big trouble. Yeah.
Yeah. For sure. So here are the 2 5-drops. The Izzet
You're done.
Goldspan Dragon.
You're done.
Disciple of the Drowned. Hanging out, just chilling, you know, just waiting to kill you out of nowhere.
Yeah, and it's so crazy here. Schutz was, Stefan was 1 mana away, or 1 extra card away from actually being able to combo this off. If you could just discard 1 extra card that wasn't that Show Confidence or Lear, it would have been on.
Oh, yeah. So now an interesting decision here for Shota Yasuoka. Still has a pretty formidable battlefield.
I can't believe he's being so patient. Like, I would have slayed Lear 10,000 years ago.
Getting ready for
how we kick this turn off. Just checking. Nope, nothing there I'm interested in. Infernal Grasp is in fact going towards a Lear, Disciple of the Drowned, so nothing for Goldspan Dragon doing here.
It's a big hit.com.
Is a lot of damage coming through.
And now if we remember all those Lears, 1 was exiled, you know, 1 was discarded to big score, and then 1 was killed. That's 3 of them already, and that's going to be big trouble because that is the
another land. Oh no!
And yeah,
have mercy.
Realize I don't have any more of those in my deck.
Yep. Unfortunately, Goldspan Dragon needs a little bit of help from his sea-dwelling friend there, but we're going to go to sideboards now and talk us through the decisions to be made in this matchup.
Yeah, so for Stefan, you really want to just make sure
we are
that you
just
have the right pieces of removal for
it is lunch o'clock, chat.
Or Ginny Faye. We're seeing Dragonfires that get brought in immediately.
Fantastic.
And then for Shota, we see a max out on Duresses, valuing that extremely highly. And then basically,
so I'm just boiling some water for some noodles. We're going to get our craft dinner on. Right, a little KD.
We even saw
it's some other brand.
Inferno coming in to be
but nonetheless, it's going to be delicious. I cannot wait. So excited.
And then can actually, you know, do
gotta
a
have
little
the
bit of
skills,
that double duty.
baby.
Can either kill Fable the Mirror Breaker, and can kill
if you wanna pay the bills.
Yeah, treasure token, and I suppose that's it. But that's still enough.
Yeah, that was pretty nasty. The thing is, there's it's really good if there's no meat hook. What happens if Shota starts running into meat hooks?
Culligan's command,
right?
For any
like I get that you can kind of overwhelm the dragon here a bit.
Yeah, what did Reed do? Call it Super Culligan's command.
Culligan's command. Yeah, so
it's gonna be interesting to see how this plays out.
Give it my final form, Goku.
When Reed saw this card, he was very excited. That's the most Reed Duke card I've ever seen.
I love to see it. So Shota's ready to rock and roll. He doesn't just play fast. He also
lunch o'clock
quickly. Yep. Stefan is just deliberating the last few decisions to be made.
There's the bell,
here.
baby. Let's go.
He's got in here. Still see the 3 Lears, the 3 Goldspan Dragons rocking out.
I've got some leftover chicken I'm going to throw in that.
Bringing in as much interaction and removal as he possibly
can.
Maybe
even top it with some bacon bits.
On the battlefield.
Absolutely, and a reminder that Shota is so far ahead of the pack, 15 points
And a
clear
nice
of
tea.
that line,
Why not, right? Let me
where
save
he
my
would
water.
no longer have a seat at the World Championship. So this win, maybe 2 wins, something like that, to mathematically lock him into the World Championship, and already sitting good, even if Shota were to just do a lot of losing.
Sauteed mushrooms, nothanks.com.
Time and time again, Shota will be so extremely excited. We'll be able to very clearly see the joy on his face. Okay, maybe that's not true. Shota is very stoic. Even when I saw him win a Pro Tour so long ago, he was just very calm. De-sideboarded his deck and everything like that.
Oh yeah, I was about to say, didn't he just start de-sideboarding? Well, I can tell you, Corey,
yeah.
If he wins this, due to other results that have just come in, this is now a win and in to the World Championship for Shota Yasuoka. There's no possible way that he can lose that seat if he wins this matchup against Stefan. So a little bit more to play for here. I don't think he knows that just yet, though. So, yeah, he's going to have a nice surprise at the end of this if he wins.
Absolutely, absolutely. Got to win 1 round out of the next so many. And Shota's sitting in a comfortable 3rd place here, doing quite well.
And he is so far ahead in the standings for the World Championship race. So even if he doesn't get it this time, he is pretty likely to make it. But I want to put someone else into the World Championship.
Right
Cedric,
now,
you don't get to decide. We get to.
Good one. Good one. Take that.
All right, so both players just getting all their things down. Duress has taken a peek in the hand of Stefan Schutz, so Shota knows that there's some stuff to play around here, so it's going to be interesting to see what he leads off here with, if it's just going to be the tenacious underdog, or if he wants to get that Jwari Disruption out of hand.
Yep, pretty much, because it is that face-up Jwari Disruption indicated by the little eyeball on that card, so you can safely play Tenacious Underdog with an untapped land. You could play Den and then Tenacious Underdog to say, I dare you to counter this. And that's essentially what Shota's doing here. It's being like, do you want to use up this Jwari Disruption? Because, well, I have some good 4-drops that I want to cast next turn that couldn't be Jwari'd. So a nice little heads-up play by Shota just saying, I dare you. I dare you to do that.
And, Tenacious Underdog, you don't mind seeing it go into the graveyard because you just get it back. It's tenacious for a reason. It just keeps getting up and keeps on swinging.
And now next turn, I wouldn't be too shocked because we're going to see 2 mana be left open from Stefan again, that it's going to be Fable the Mirror Breaker into Azika's Chariot here, because just getting 1 Azika's Chariot Jwari Disruption is too big of a problem for Shota. So, and even though Azika's Chariot is legendary, it's still so powerful to just cast, even if you have another one on the battlefield. Just getting 4 mana for 4 power is still very good against these Jeskai Storm decks.
It's such a good card. An Expressive Iteration, a suboptimal one once again, but there's a Burn Down the House, which will come in super handy against said cats. And Fable the Mirror Breaker goes into exile, but he will be able to cast that here, opening up the way for Shota to do whatever the heck he wants for this turn.
Yeah, Stefan cannot find a land off Expressive Iteration to save his life here, but luckily we're late enough in the game that this is still actually pretty good for Stefan, because you do get 2 powerful spells.
Yep. Some good stuff going on here for Stefan, as well as for Shota Yasuoka. Does find that Riveteer's Charm, which is actually an excellent combat to this Jeskai Storm deck, because it's not a targeted spell, right? It says you got to sacrifice, so you're the one that's got to do the work. I'm not targeting anything.
Exactly. Yeah, targets doesn't target, but it has you sacrifice the highest mana value, and that is always Leer or Goldspan Dragon. So it's going to be a very nice, especially answer against Goldspan Dragon, because you don't get that treasure where then Stefan could use something like a negate or Jwari Disruption to protect it.
So kiss your combo goodbye, as we're going to see Esika's Chariot hit the battlefield here. 2 kitty cats up against 1 little treasure goblin. Fable the Mirror Breaker allows some more looting to happen, so let's get rid of that Jwari Disruption, which isn't useful right now, and draw into a big score and a Voltage Surge. So sculpting his hand quite nicely here.
Yeah, and nicely, because of that Voltage Surge, this Shaman can get in there, because if you go to crew up Azika's Chariot, you just get rid of that treasure, deal with the Chariot straight away. But instead, Shota doesn't bite for that, and just loses 1 cat. A definite trade up with trading a vanilla 2/2 versus a shaman that's able to create a treasure each turn.
For sure. Both players have been quite aware of what the other player is trying to get them to do.
Yes.
You know, that's one part of Magic that you learn as you become more experienced with the game is like, okay, I want my opponent to do this. How do I get them to do that?
Yes, the mind tricks, if you will, absolutely is a very big part of the game. And, you know,
tricks,
no one's...
as we call them.
Yeah, the pen tricks, there you go. That's a flashback for sure. But yeah, you know, nobody knows those kind of games better than these players that are both sitting at 8-1. And remember, Stefan's also in that race in the challenger side, sitting at 16th place right now, kind of tied at 48 points with a lot of different players. So, you know, especially converting today into a top 8 is going to be excellent for him, as well as just maybe a couple more wins to get above that threshold where the line is at 54 right now. 54 points.
He would love to do that. But, you know, if you can just get into the top 8, win a game there, you're in the top 6, boom, Bob's your uncle. You get into the World Championship. So plenty to play for this weekend as we fill up these World Championship slots as we work towards our top 6 and our champion for the streets of New Capenna. Duress is going to take a look-ski in hand and see what there is to see. Voltage Surge goes bye-bye, so Dear Esseka's Chariot will be safe to swing if that's the route that Shota wants to go. Has a couple of options in hand, though.
Yeah, you make it sound so easy. Just make it to the top 6. Why don't you do that?
Yeah.
I recommend it.
Easy.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, here comes the Chariot coming in because all 4 of these cards are face up, so knowing that Chariot is free to do some damage.
Da, 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 da. Chariot of Cats.
I liked it. Didn't play Genie Faye there, really recognizing that the only way Shota loses this game is if Goldspan Dragon or Lear starts getting, you know, going a little crazy here, and playing Genie Faye would tap down that charm.
Yeah. Also knowing that there's a burn down the house, don't want to commit too much to the battlefield at this rate. Just try and win with what you've got on the battlefield and control whatever it is that Stefan deploys this turn.
This Jund midrange deck is really cool from Shota. I've been really loving watching this.
When in doubt, Jund him out.
Yeah, there you go.
Alrighty, it's time to burn, baby, burn. 5 points of damage to all of the goodies. So there goes the battlefield. Goodbye, friends. Next turn, Stefan's going to try and deploy his Goldspan Dragon into Lear, into whatever nonsense he can concoct. Now, Shota might feel pretty good about deploying some of the other nonsense he's got in hand there. We see the Genie Faye. We have the Riveteur's Charm to defend against a 5-drop, as well as another copy of Fable the Mirrorbreaker.
Yeah, so ideally, Shota would love to just go Genie Faye and Fable, crew up that Azeka's Chariot, copy the Shaman, and have one of these just really absurd Azeka's Chariot turns. But then the shields are down, and you have to look and just be like, all right, Stefan could just win the game. You know, just straight away right here. And it becomes a little bit too risky. But on the flip side, what Shota's thinking about right now is, can I even afford to just play one threat and say go? Because then I'm not pressuring Stefan enough. And we've seen what this Jeskai Storm deck can do if it's allowed some time. And Shota just says, yeah, I cannot win the game. Well, if I'm dead, you know, if Goldspan Dragon and Lear just goes off next turn, so has
Funny
to
how
just
that
pass
works,
the
huh?
turn. I know, who would have guessed? Who would have guessed?
Can't win if dead.
Yeah,
Shucks.
because Goldspan Dragon, you get to play. Nice. Goldspan Dragon gets to hit play, and then Lear would be able to hit play as well. You attack with Goldspan Dragon, you get that second treasure, and then all the big scores and unexpected windfalls in the graveyard are online. Now all of a sudden, you know, you're drawing 6, 7, 8 cards a turn, and it's pretty easy to find the win from there.
It does look like Stefan has sniffed something out here, though. So we're going to go to Expressive Iteration first and foremost, dig a little deeper, perhaps try and find a way to protect against any removal that Shota's holding on to.
Stefan is either all lands or no lands with Expressive Iteration so far. There's no in between.
That is amusing, albeit slightly frustrating for Stefan, no doubt. But, I mean, he's remaining cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, and look at this discipline, just not playing Goldspan Dragon, just saying, if I don't present my threats, this Jund deck can't really, you know, duress away these creatures. So if Stefan doesn't play these creatures, Shota will have to continue to leave mana open and slow down Shota's game plan. And now that's not going to work for the rest of the game because eventually Shota playing one threat a turn and then attacking with Chariot is going to take it over. So if Stefan didn't have anything to play this turn, you got to just jam the creatures. But Stefan's pretty happy just going Behold and seeing what he finds and then trying to do some more action next turn.
Yeah. Very disciplined, like you mentioned. We got our Black Market Kitty Cat drawn off the top, Fable the Mirror Breaker. It's going to go to Chapter 2, so we'll see a discard here. This isn't something we want to be playing with right now. Finds another land and could potentially see Dear Ginny Faye hit the battlefield this turn.
Yeah, it's Genie Faye or bring back the Tenacious Underdog. And honestly, it would just be crewing the Chariot anyways. So I like just playing something that's going to stick around on the battlefield. Leave open that Riveteer's Charm. And, you know, the only decision now is if Shota wants to crew up the Chariot in the face of 2 unknown cards or just be comfortable just attacking with a 2/2 and getting either a cat, dog, or a treasure out of it.
In response, we're going to see Behold the Multiverse. Let's see if there's anything to stop this Ginny Faye from hitting. Doesn't look like it, so let's see what the top of the library has in store. A big score, not too shabby.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah. Make a couple treasures, get rid of a redundant piece in hand here. So it's just going to be the Shaman that goes for it. Kitty Cat car is going to stay right where it is, and the treasure becomes man's best friend. Who's a good boy? You are.
Yeah, Ginny Faye kind of looks like your household. I know you have some good cats and some good dogs.
just 3 cats and a dog, that's all.
There you go, there you go.
Okay, so we didn't fire off the big score there. Looks like we're going to go towards Goldspan Dragon, and this is going to be a pretty quick response here from Shota. Does he go for it now? Let's see.
Yeah, I think step 1 from Stefan before Shota is actually given a response. Right now, you just get to eat up these treasures and, you know, create a good amount of value where if Goldspan Dragon goes away, all of a sudden you lose out on an extra mana from each of these treasures. So now, even with Goldspan Dragon going away with this Riveteer's Charm, most likely, in response, Stefan can play that big score, and if you were to find more big scores, you just keep that chain going, and in an ideal world, Stefan is going to find some kind of answer to this charm. But, you know, Sigrist Shelter isn't really a card that you can find because it's protection where the charm is just having you sacrifice something. So there's not as many ways to prevent this, unlike against other pieces of removal. Yeah, bounce spell or a counter spell, but Jwari Disruption doesn't do it. So I'm looking to see if there's even a counter spell.
There's Ottawara, there's March of Swirling Mist, there's Fading Hope. There's a couple ways that he can protect this Goldspan Dragon from this charm, and I think that's probably what Shota's going through in his mind now. He's like, is it worth the risk? Because there is enough mana there to big score, to do something else. There's 3 cards in hand. Chances are one of them draws cards for Stefan, so YOLO, I guess.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at the list with this being post-board, we know how Stefan sideboarded.
I love that decision.
I love it too, but it is not going to work out. It's not going to work out at all with this big score because big score is going to be able to be cast twice. So while it was a really cool play, I am actually kind of shocked that we didn't see big score in combat here, just in case you draw show confidence or anything, because, well, that's already +3. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see what the top of the deck yields here for Stefan Schutz. Is he going to find some gas, or is it all lands? There's Sigrist Shelter and Ottawara Soaring City. As you mentioned, though, big score gets to go again.
Yeah, absolutely. You can get rid of one of these cards. You can protect something with Sigrist Shelter. And, you know, if we would have went for Sacrifice the Creature option, Ottawara was found off the top, so you were able to at least bounce your Goldspan Dragon, and nothing really would have happened there.
Basically blank the spell, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a Spell Pierce and a second copy of Goldspan Dragon. Not too much else to do right now, though.
Good timing on that Riveteer's Charm, though, because Spell Pierce would have been an excellent card if Stefan would have found that in response.
You know, even though it didn't have, like... On one hand, sure, you can exile some cards and you can play those next turn. On the other hand, there's still the underdog in the graveyard, which essentially does a similar thing in finding some cards for Shota to try and, you know, get this game over and done with, because now pressure's on. So I like the decision to just slow down Lear in that respect and just try and kill stuff.
Yeah, because especially with the list that we've been seeing, you know, this Jeskai Storm deck at the top, they don't have that way to just kill immediately without going to combat. So controlling Lear is very important against this specific version that doesn't have a Smoldering Egg. It doesn't have Kazandu's Fury, something to just win right away.
All right, so we've lined up our attackers, but who's getting in there? Ottawa Soaring City is also deciding which one is going away. Den of the Bugbear does create extra attackers, likely to get munched up here by Lear. Ginny Faye is going away. Courtesy of Ottawa.
Pretty cute line there. Stefan was maybe thinking about Ottawa-ing back as Zika's Chariot, since there would only be 3 lands. But then Shota would have the option of just not attacking with Den and replaying it.
Sure. So didn't want to lose any of the mana, is going to create 2 little friends off of Sokenzan, and here comes the team.
Yeah, and Lear has got that 4 toughness, so you do get to kind of just eat something up for free to make sure you keep Lear around for all the good stuff, in air quotes, that's in the graveyard. Not too much really available at this moment. So another card we're really looking for off the top, if you're Stefan fans, is a big scorer and unexpected windfall to just get the ball rolling.
Definitely so. So we're going to sign a couple blockers here. What is the biggest threat? Looks like it's going to be our little treasure shaman. Just chump block the Esker's Chariot and kill off the good dog.
Yeah, and really nice play by bouncing Genie Faye there. If you didn't do that, the Den creates a cat or a dog. The shaman creates a cat or a dog, and then the chariot creates a cat or a dog. So that's much more important than a 1/1, a treasure, and just a copied shaman. The shaman is pretty good, but outside of that, you would much rather have creatures.
For sure. And the nice thing is there's only 1 burn down the house in the deck. There's also Cinderclasm to concern yourself with if you're Shota, but at this point, he's feeling pretty confident and just wants to make as many creatures as he possibly can.
I like that block more.
Yeah, and I believe that Burn Down the House was one of the cards that went away and exiled, so no option to have that gone. 1 Cinderclasm, which almost assuredly came in here as well, but not the biggest deal. Ooh, that's a big draw.
Thirst is pretty good. Hello.
That's a big draw.
And this is one of the difference between the team who played this deck. Thirst for Discovery wasn't in every sideboard, so let's see if this pays off here. Big score, Lear, and a Spikefield Hazard, so that's pretty darn good indeed.
Yeah, that is excellent. This is looking very good for Stefan. Now you're able to thirst from the graveyard. You're either to double big score here to be able to draw 4 new cards at essentially a free cost. And, ooh, that's not great. Gonna do it again.
Couple lands, all right. Go again. Whee! And at this point, all Shota can do is just watch. This is the point where we're going to go gold fishing with this deck, just to see what sort of power we can get from the rest of the library here for Stefan Schutz. Still sitting at 11, but this board is growing on the other side of the battlefield. Fable the Mirror Breaker and Spikefield Hazard drawn. Still not wonderful. I think we're going to see a thirst here pretty soon.
I would think so as well, and you can just kind of see Shota's just like, I wish I was playing counter spells right now so I could be doing some interacting. Yeah,
that looks pretty grim.
Here. Otherwise, maybe Stefan is considering first playing the golds, but if that happens, then you're going to get 4 mana off the attacking Goldspan Dragons. Thirst is going to be able to put you down to 1 mana. Spikefield Hazard can then put you back up to 2 mana, and if you find a Show Confidence, boom, that's it. We're online, and that seems to be the avenue we're going for here.
Oh yeah, Let's rock and roll. 8 power in the air. Can Stefan kill the Hall of Famer right here, right now?
Doesn't decide
I'm
to
gonna
go
get damage
for it.
first.
So I mean that's a bit of a problem with this kind of configurations. Now, no matter what, Shota is gonna get another turn where if Show of Confidence was found, you gotta think you can probably string together. I mean, not even you gotta think, it's 100% guarantee that Stefan would have found a way to win here because of the Leer, where you get to Show of Confidence and then goes to the graveyard, Show of Confidence again. So maybe something that Stefan's going to be kicking himself a little bit if he finds Show of Confidence and Shota were to still be able to kill him next turn.
Let's see what we find. Discard a basic land to avoid discarding 2 things. There's a Galvanic Iteration and an Unexpected Windfall. So don't think he would have gotten the kill here with what was drawn there.
Lost every time.
Yeah, it seems like you would have 1 mana floating, so you could Spikefield Hazard your own creature, and then you could... you'd be up to 3 mana, and then you could Galvanic Iteration plus Spikefield to get up to 4 mana, and then Unexpected Windfall again. So it still would have been live, but if you brick, you're dead. You know? So this is probably a little bit safer of a play. Hopefully we can find some other disruption from Stefan's side to be able to interact a little bit more.
Yeah, let's see where we go with this. So Spikefield, we're going to get some more mana here. So working with 3 now. What's your follow-up play? There's a land still. There's also the Unexpected Windfall.
And here we go again.
Roll the wheel. Goodbye, Dragon. That's not something you see very often. Goldspan Dragon getting discarded, but that's the last card in hand. What else we find?
That was good.
Dragon's Fire is not too shabby.
Yeah, that's actually ideal. This is what you're trying to find now at this stage of the game. It's not Show Confidence anymore, although that would be good. Removal to make sure you do not have your life total go to 0 is what you're doing. Fading Hope, another excellent card. Yeah, this is very good.
Oh yeah, we're just stringing together these big scores now. I heard you like freeze spells, Corey.
I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
You like freeze spells?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they seem pretty good.
One thing we do got to keep an eye on as well, it's not the biggest deal quite yet, but we do see that clock to start popping up for Stefan. It is a very click-intensive deck, so, you know, when your turn is 5-6 minutes at a time, when you're going off, it can be a bit of a problem.
Oh, good. I'm glad he targeted the other Goldspan Dragon. He was feeling a little left out there, I think.
There you go, yeah.
Yeah, you got to give them equal love.
Yeah, it made me a little nervous that you don't want to accidentally kill that Goldspan Dragon too. That's for sure. All right, and here's the combo.
Oh goodness me! Alrighty, Galvanic Iterations gonna copy. Big score. Let's go digging deeper. What more can we find? This is just gross, by the way. Oh man, it's like I don't need that. Get out of here.
And
Get out of here. Let's make
now we're gonna
treasures.
get 4 treasures. And now this is really the plan for this Jeskai Storm deck with their configuration. It's not that I'm going to win on the same turn very often. It is just I really want to make sure I can create such a good defensive hand that when I say go, you know, there's a good possibility that Stefan can just deal with every creature on the battlefield here by Galvanic Iteration, Dragonfire, and stuff like that. Yep, and that's what we're going to see. Just kill all your creatures. Say go, and then you're going to left with 11 power. Shota's going to have an Azeka's Chariot and like a den to deal with, and that just will not be enough. Really cool stuff.
Oh my goodness me. So yeah, certainly wasn't going to attempt to go for the kill, but we'll kill everything in its wake. Talk about some Dragonfire. Well, here, have 3 bouts of it as all of the pivotal creatures are getting dealt with on this battlefield. Goodbye, Ginny. Goodbye, Shamans. Thanks for participating.
And just in case you want the card to really be as fitting as what the situation is right now, you have double Fading Hope to really cleanse any hope that Shota would have for this game to be available at Stefan's hands.
And that's so good against tokens too. So it's just gross.
Or pretty good
underdog
against
time.
Tenacious Underdog.
Give us a hand here, bud.
Yeah, Fading Hope will truly be the final bit of hope for this game, but we'll be heading to a game 3 where Stefan's a little short on time, and Shota's going to be trying to just automatically clinch that seat at the World Championship for sure. Not have to worry about it anymore.
Yep, getting that done and dusted would be fantastic. For Shota's side of things, it doesn't look like he's going to win this matchup, though, with the nonsense that we just saw Stefan deploy. But as you mentioned, he is running a little short on time, so he's going to have to hustle in the next game if he wants to get this done in a comfortable time.
And you're seeing Stefan not fire off anything right now because it doesn't matter. You just look, I'm not going to die to your attack, and you can't beat these Goldspan Dragons. So until that equation changes, there's no reason for Stefan to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even need to do this right now, but he's...
Yeah, even doesn't have to do that, but why not?
He's gonna yeet these poor shaman out of the way so that Lear can get in for an attack as well.
Bully. What a bully.
A Revitio's Charm or something of the sort.
Yeah, it's kind of like those, you know, skateboards that you use with your hands, and you're just showing off your tricks to your buddies at the playground. Just be like, look what I can do, though. I can do more tricks instead of just winning, you know? Like, really got to go the maximum analogy. Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Just giving away your age now, friend.
Those are all we had back in the day, okay?
Yeah, that and Tazos and whatever else we could get our grubby little hands on, but
there you go.
Let's go game 3. Man, Shota's just like, boom, I'm done. Let's go. Bring it.
That really leads me to believe that maybe Shota changed 1 or 2 cards.
What's my man drinking? That looked delicious.
Against this matchup. It's just
that looks so good, Shota. What was that?
And you know, it does kind of scream that a lot of the kind of, you know, one-ofs.
I demand to know.
From Shota's deck that are really bad against blue counterspells. So Ziatora being a big one. Tybalt, the backside of Velki, being something you take out. Ray of Enfeeblement being the worst card that you immediately have to take out. That's a metagame decision. You know, it's very good against Runes and Esper, but will be very bad against these Jeskai Storm decks.
So he's happy with what he's rocking for this one. And on Stefan's side of things, let's see what he's got here. Brings in a Spell Pierce, brings in another Dragon's Fire, Thirst for Discovery, as well as that Burn Down the House. So this may be from game number 2, sideboarding decisions, because, yeah, not too much is going to change.
Yeah, not too much is changing at all. And one big card we want to put some attention to is Show Confidence. We've been talking about it, you know, as the big out.
It wasn't in.
It wasn't in. It makes sense why Stefan was having a pretty tough time finding that card. It's all coming together now. But just realizes that, you know, up against these other aggro decks, you turn into this Izzet control deck that, you know, technically we're going to call it Jeskai because there's one Sajiri Shelter in there, but it's just Izzet Dragon control.
Look what I can do. Look what I can do. That's like Jeffy off of Mad TV way back in the day. Look what I can do.
Interact in some way and just close out the game kind of like we saw for this last game instead of one big flashy turn, even though with all those big scores, it was pretty flashy, I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah. This is a lovely hand from Shota. Just look at this. A Duress into a Hearse. Heck yeah. It's like,
great
cool,
hands
you put things in your bin. I'm going to eat them.
Absolutely. Good hands for both. And Hearse, while it is an amazing card against everybody's favorite blue mythic
and get hit by Wallry.
But it is not that good against Goldspan Dragons. So that is another card where the threat has to line up with what Stefan's doing. And if Stefan, you know, jukes a little bit and goes more of the Goldspan plan, it's not going to be as effective.
For sure. Expressive Duration drawn here for Stefan. Now
does he go straight for Hearse while he can?
Disruption as a land, or is he just going to drop down?
Or does he go underdog?
So it's going to lead off with that.
It is underdog.
Bugbear and Tenacious Underdog.
Might burn him. That could come back to burn him, baby.
Like we mentioned, the quicker he can kill Stefan, the better it is for him. But
he
did force Stefan to play it out in the last game. And
but Shota sees the Wallry.
So sitting on 8.5 minutes as we get this game underway.
From the Duress, right?
Absolutely, and plenty of time, but of course, definitely something to keep in mind. Now, one thing I want to bring some attention to is that Genie Fae.
And do Hearse.
You know, it is that kind of weird hybrid where it is in this deck. It is 2 green and a red. You know, you do not have any planes or anything to be able to cast it that way. So with help from some treasures or a top deck, you can get that card going, which leads me to be slightly confused, definitely slightly, because I don't like to question Shota ever, but playing that instead of Fable, which would then give a treasure to be able to cast Genie Fae.
But the Fable could have been hit by Wari, whereas the Hearse left up that 1 mana still.
Disruption, which allows him to get that Goblin Shaman down on the battlefield. Storm-Carved Coast is the land for turn for Stefan, who's more than happy to just pass it on back. And this Hearse is going to keep on chowing things.
Yeah, absolutely. And right as you say that, playing around Dwari Disruption is exactly what Shota was doing to not play Fable the Mirror Breaker. So that's why I preface with I should never question Shota. I just missed that. So that's on me.
It's all good. Alrighty, now what do we discard here? If anything, there is a land that can go west and find a new card for Shota.
Fido go
Ginny
west.
Fey he can't cast just yet, but with that pathway he'd be able to. But he's happy enough sending Ginny Fey away, finds a Shadow Skull Smashing and a Voltage Surge.
Yeah, and that Ginny Fey was the last bit of pressure that you can, progress onto the battlefield here. There is a den if you want to get busy right now, and there we go. Here it comes.
Let's go.
Yeah,
I love it.
I love it too. This is a big hit, and this is putting a lot of pressure on Stefan to, deal or cast that burn down the house that Shota knows about already. And yeah, this is a lot of damage.
Don't just do something, stand there. That's a lot of damage.
Shota's deck just goes really wide.
Will survive, burn down the house. So will
That's good value.
Hearse. And Unlicensed Hearse can get up to a 4/4 already.
All right, it's got
so
the
we
token
need
copy.
One more power to just be able to finish the.
It's got Zayatora in it.
Already?
All right, that big dragon that's new.
Stefan can take the turn here to actually clear this board.
Are we going to see the 6/1/1 play? Something that we don't really see? All right, these little devils aren't going to burn down the house right away. They're just going to hang out and try to do some blocking.
Yep. So Stefan rightly making sure that he's got some blockers on this battlefield. And these are too many little dudes for Shota to deal with here. And the way that they can block, they would be able to kill off any other remaining creatures that survive the combat step. But Unlicensed Hearse is going to make sure those all go away, and these little devils are now on blocking duty.
Lancho clock.
Even with these devils being great blockers, eventually 6/1/1s do not match up against the power level
that
of
sounds
these
better.
Jund decks. Eventually Hearse is going to get there. Eventually Den tokens are going to overpower. All these kind of things that can happen to the devil. And then you just look at Stefan's hand, just 2 more expressive iterations to try to hopefully find something. But when you're already down to 5, it's pretty risky already. So Stefan in a lot of trouble here.
Yep. Doesn't have to commit more than the 3.
Yeah, perfect.
But if he wants to kill that...
Because now you can get Kiki-Jiki too, right? Yeah.
Have to get a couple more blockers in there to deal the damage, kill off the 2 toughness creatures that will remain on the battlefield.
Yeah, so with this block right there, I think you do just have to get 4 in front if you want to be able to deal with the whole kind of Wrath, the whole board, or at least Shota's board. Because even if you take 1 here, it's slightly risky, putting yourself into 4 range. There's a lot of magic number 4s on the battlefield. The Hearse Den creates 4 powers. So Shota
don't double block the 2/2, block the 1/1.
The rest of the devils animate Den. Now all of a sudden you're in business.
That's
so
fine too.
Little Den of the Bugbear Gobbo is gonna be chilling. Gets through for 1 point of damage. 3 damage to come. So able to kill off the reflection of Kiki-Jiki, as well as the remaining 2/1.
Yeah, this feels like a game where Riveteer's Charm might actually see the mode that we don't see so often of just flipping over 3 cards and going to cast it. Oh, never mind. There's a dragon. We do have the Voltage Surge to deal with that dragon already, but the Sujiri Shelter would be able to prevent that.
Yep. Or even just the sacrifice from the Riveteer's Charm. That would get it super dead. But
it's all coming together. Goldspan Lear. Let's go, baby.
Into it. He's got the little 1/1s down to protect against any lethal threat. For now, at least. So yeah, let's just keep digging deeper in, and then next turn, could see some fireworks. 5 minutes, 40 seconds remaining for Stefan.
Yeah, I think there will be a next turn, but it's still not looking very good here. We do still have the 3 blockers, and it'll be interesting to see if Shota, with 4 unknown cards from Stefan, fires off this Riveteer's Charm at an end step. That's kind of this cool ability where it checks the cards at your end step. So Shota will have all next turn to cast those 3 cards.
All right. Finds an Unleashed Inferno, Zeotora's Proving Grounds, and a Duress. So, Unlicensed Hearse, gonna carry on munching away. Up to 6 power now.
Not the best hits, realistically. You know, you can play a tap land, you can Duress, and you can deal 7 damage to a devil, I guess. But get that devil out of there.
Sure, why not?
It's an extremely dead devil.
Yeah, he gets his own back, though. Take that, Shota. Ooh, Fable the Mirror Breaker off the top.
So now we see a Duress. And now if we can deal with
the shelter.
one creature. So the Hearse is not lethal quite yet, but we're definitely getting close to that point where we can safely send Shota to the World Championship.
Oh, Shota is trying his darndest here as we're going to see Fable the Mirror Breaker hit. There's our little Goblin Shaman. Still a piece of removal in hand here as well. Is it go time? I wonder if we're going to wait one more turn.
Yeah, the Hearse can be crewed right now, and there's, I think exactly what Shota's doing right now. Is there any way my Hearse can die? You know, Voltage Surge mixed with both Devils blocking is the thing, but Duress did put all this.
Well, he sees also his entire hand.
He dealt 5 damage with Spikefield Hazard and both of the Devils, so that is worth it to Shota to get one of those dead.
Yep. And without losing both blockers, is able to ping 1 point of damage to the Shaman, and then Spikefield Hazard to get it off the battlefield. So Shota's going to need another creature to crew the Hearse, if that's the way he wants to go. Does also have the Underdog in the graveyard that he can blitz back, and has that 1 piece of removal for the Dragon, should he need it.
Yeah, definitely not over yet. This Lear is looking okay. Actually, there's still a decent amount of cards for a Hearse, you know, being around this often. I was assuming we only have like a Spikefield Hazard, but that's not the worst. You do have 2 of them at least, but not the most ideal plays.
Yeah, now is an interesting decision point because there's only the Dragon in hand and the Jawar Disruption. If we get rid of Lear here on the end step.
I like that. I like that. Then you have Fable the Mirror Breaker to find 1 more removal spell to just lock it up right now. Or you just play this slow and steady. You know, Stefan is kind of in the abyss, as we like to say, where you just have to sacrifice a creature every turn to this giant attacker that, well, if you don't block, you're dead. So it's a tough spot to get out from there.
Yeah, Unlicensed Hearse just riding over pedestrians left, right, and center. You'd think he was playing Grand Theft Auto or something.
Oh my god.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Streets of New Capenna are rough, man. So we didn't see a discard here. This Reflection of Kiki-Jiki does create another driver for this Unlicensed Hearse.
Yep. You could see Tenacious Underdog come back, but wow, no attack here at all. And are we just letting Lear untap without Voltage Surging it? That seems slightly risky.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here, but I kind of like leaving the Hearse back because anything that Lear targets, the Hearse can just munch, I guess.
So Schutz decided to wait till upkeep to do anything, kind of forcing the hand. Looks like we're targeting Expressive Iteration and Sigiri Shelter. Behold is not one of the targets, and both of those cards are not able to be cast at this time.
Cool.
And Schutz is just saying, yeah, if you want to cast Behold, sure. But Fading Hope had to have been probably one of the best draws here. Stefan maybe wants to re-tap that auto-tapper to leave up 2 blue sources for double Fading Hope. Decides against it. But yeah, that could be a card that actually keeps Stefan in this. That was a great draw.
Yeah, Voltage Surge with a treasure to sack. Goldspan Dragon is the target here. And Fading Hope can send the critter back and get another treasure.
Yeah, you can actually do a lot more. So Fading Hope, you can you can Fading Hope Goldspan Dragon with Fading Hope on the stack, sacrifice both treasures to create 4 mana and recast it. That's the surface value play that you can do. But with Spikefield Hazard, you can actually net 2 mana so that when Goldspan Dragon returns to hand and attacks, you can also cast Behold from the graveyard, which is pretty impressive.
No, that's pretty darn big here for Stefan, who is in desperate need of some action at this point to keep himself in this game. He's only got 2 minutes and 45 seconds left, though, so he needs to put foot and go. This dragon needs to hang around.
Decides not to go for this and is just going to let Goldspan Dragon die to prioritize Fading Hope being left up just in case. I mean, not even just in case. It's the inevitable when a lethal attacker comes into play with this Hearse. And Fading Hope is especially good against Hearse because
isn't it still lethal because there's Hearse and Den of the Bugbear?
Correctly? Yeah.
Yeah, because everything
kind of hide
goes
underneath
away.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Shota Yasuoka, is this your moment to shine, sir? Are we going to see you in the World Championship? It is getting down to the wire here. 2 minutes left for Stefan. Doesn't have all that much going for him right now, but can prevent a big ol' attack here from this Hearse on the other side of the battlefield. Zeotor's Proving Grounds, likely to get cycled away. There is also the underdog in the graveyard.
The one thing that I think Shota has going for him, plenty of things, of course, but the fact that
plenty of things, of course, but
even if there isn't a Fading Hope, so Shota's just going to play this turn as just best possible. Even with the animated Den, it's 3 damage getting through. If my maths are correct. So we'll see if this Hearse just attacks, just as the one creature trying to get in there and try to set up a big attack next turn. Or if you want to get that Tenacious Underdog there so you can start drawing some cards. That's actually probably the worst case scenario for Shota. If you bring back Tenacious Underdog and crew the Hearse, and then the Hearse gets bounced, then all of a sudden you can't recast it unless you also attacked with the Shaman. So a lot of ifs here. Yeah. So a lot of lines with just one card, not even a card in hand.
Oh, it's hope times 2 because Lear. I got you.
I got you. Action here, and we will likely see a swing here with the Shaman and the Underdog. The Hearse is staying back though, so we will get a treasure off of this attack trigger. We will get cards off of the Tenacious Underdog, unless that is the card that Stefan bounces.
Okay, really interesting. Prioritizing leaving that Fading Hope around. And Stefan is just really, really praying like, okay, Goldspan, here we go, one time. Nope.
Another Fading Hope. Unexpected Windfall has a lot of work to do here for Stefan Schutz. Fading Hope into the bin. More treasures being made. 2 cards drawn. Otawara, Soaring City, and a land. That's not going to cut it. Unexpected Windfall gets rid of another land. We need to find a dragon, and we need it right now. That's not a dragon. That's a Voltage Surge and an island. So,
he's playing sloppy.
Bad news bears here for Stefan as we go below the 2-minute
Why not
mark.
play the regular island?
Yeah, right now it's just
and hold up on Worry. Why cast on Worry?
Go, swing.
Shit, bro.
You need to get this game done.
Yeah, I agree with you.
No, you can't, Den.
Hit things.
I guess he's got Surge and Hope.
Oh my gosh. All right, so
shit.
Hope
stressful when the timer's on,
way to prevent these attackers from basically just murdering.
Oh, Rhino off the top.
That's a hasty threat. That's a hasty
It also gains life.
Top. So now this is
Thrag Tusk at home. Yeah. All right, let's go. Is it go time? Are we going to see the game end right here with a draw of the Workshop War Chief? It can be blitzed in. It leaves behind dudes. It's a big dumb trample, bro, for 5 and 3. This one might be over this turn. Let's see.
Yeah, this card's incredible, too. It's really only Shota that's bringing Workshop War Chief so far. And, kind of surprising because this is just an incredible card. You say Thragtusk at home, but this is the improved Thragtusk for sure. Thragtusk is the Thragtusk at home right now.
Here we go. Workshop War Chief ready to rock and roll, as is the Hearse. Will we see the underdog come back as well to try and finish this game off right here, right now?
And I think we're even at the point where, like, now, even if somehow Stefan really controls the battlefield here, I don't know if the clock will allow Stefan to win this game. And I mean, we were kind of joking about how fast Shota plays and how impressive it is. Well, Shota has 8 minutes right now and can really think out all his plays and doesn't have to make any mistakes. That
risky discard, I think, there, no?
You know, it's tough to play when you got that clock coming down. It's almost impossible to play perfectly at this stage of the game.
Yep, keeps himself alive. I don't think it's going to be enough, though. 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining, and Shota has padded his life total with the big chunky Rhino Bro, so back up to 14. All that damage that Lear dealt is undone. So a Thirst for Discovery in hand. Shota has the option to recast the Hearse or just get the Fable of the Mirror, break it down. He goes for that. More dudes on the board. Draw Disruption off the top, not what you need. Get rid of that. Let's find a dragon, please. He's asking his library. Big score. Let's go. One time. Where is this dragon?
One time.
Oh my goodness.
He should have hoped his dragon, huh? Should have hoped his own dragon.
For Stefan Schutz, sitting at 8-1, but I think he's going to go to 8-2, my friend, because we are not finding a dragon to save his life here. Dragon's Fire can take care of one of these creatures, can kill off another one, but he's not going to get it done just with Lear alone.
Yeah, and really have no fear for Stefan fans, though. They're both doing great in this tournament. They're both still doing great in this race for the World Championship. But yeah, really looking like it's going to be Shota's game here.
Whoa. That was a good match.
Stefan couldn't find his hasty flyers, and Shota Yasuoka locks up his spot in the World Championship. So congratulations to Shota Yasuoka. That game, too. That time spent, Shota was just happy to sit and just let Stefan take clock damage.
Yeah, I wonder if Shota's ever... Agreed. I wonder if Shota has ever timed out in an online game of Magic. My guess is probably no, you know?
Wow.
Some people
maybe if his hands were tied behind his back and he was blindfolded, perhaps. But even then, he'd still probably make it in time.
Yeah,
so really excellently done there by Shota. We're going to go to
I wonder if Christmas has ever timed someone out in a match.
The new Capenna Championship.
Heyo! Support the channel, become a YouTube member or Twitch Primer today, and dodge this adbreak.com. Right, dodge this. A lot of losers there. Uh-oh. Someone got beat up. Shout out to whoever voted for Yasuoka. Wow. www.wow.com. Clock damage, the true villain. The villain. Kiki Jiki, am I right? Just what a crazy card. What an absolute crazy card. After Christmas has clocked himself out. Main phase and Johnny. You still in there, Johnny? I don't get ads and I do not have ad blocker. Liar. Don't you lie to me, Willis. Victory music, bro. Gotta get in the right mood. In the right mood for the big championship. Dun, dun, dun. Right? It's a classic! Holy Toledos. What time did we finish yesterday? Like 6 o'clock? 7 o'clock? It's currently 1:35 local time, Mountain Standard. Woof. Oh, we got about 5 more hours left.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the new Capenna Championship. Maria Bartholdi, joined by Cedric Phillips.
We haven't even started Historic yet.
Virtual news desk. We've had 10 rounds of play. Let's take a look at our standings here. Day 2, we had 111 players coming back to do battle, and no one is left undefeated in the tournament. David Inglis
I believe it
taking
is
a loss there. Shota Yasuoka and Zachary
the gold
Keaney
deck.
also now all tied, all sitting
Right, it's that show of
9-1,
confidence deck for sure.
leading the way in the tournament. 3 people at 9-1. These decks: Jeskai Storm, Jun Midrange, Esper Midrange for the top 3 decks here in Standard. At 5th, Tobia Napi sitting at 8-2,
hours.
running Is It Mill in Standard, which just makes me so very happy to see.
So yeah, we've probably got about 5 hours
here
left
at the top tables. Taking a look, we've also got Ely Cassis sitting at 8-2. Ely
No
won the
Explorer
last one
today.
of these tournaments, hoping to run it
So we
back
have some
here and
historic
make
this
another
afternoon, which I
top
think is going to
eight,
start
which
right
would be
now.
absolutely
And then we
incredible.
have
Carl Starrett sitting
tomorrow
at
being
8-2.
standard
On
all
the
day.
testing
So
team,
historic
David
this
Inglis and
afternoon,
Stefan Schutz.
which
All of those
again I
players
think is
just
right now.
crushing it here at this tournament. Whatever they did it right.
And then we're
in
gonna move on.
testing. Take a
Check
look
this
here.
out,
These
though.
are people who have already qualified for the World Championship. We are keeping our eyes on the World Championship races. We had 19 spots to give away as the weekend started.
Boom.
Check it out. We've added 2 more people today, Tristan Wildlarue and Shota Yasuoka. Congratulations to them. They will be going to the World Championship.
Future
this
champion right here,
fall.
chat.
Still 14
Future
spots
champion,
left
chat.
to give away, everybody. These rounds are really coming down to it as we send more people to the World Championship. Welcome back to the news desk here, everybody. It is just like, it's normally exciting here on day 2 as we work our way towards our top 8. But today it's doubly exciting as we send all these people to the World Championship. So really cool stuff as you hang out with us today. It's deck tech time. Now we've got Johnny Gutman to talk about Jeskai Storm, the deck that has truly taken this tournament by storm. But how do you play it? And how do you play it right? Let's find out.
And how do you play it right, Daddy?
Here from the streets of New Capenna Championship, and I am joined by the Canadian crusher, the one and only Johnny Gutman. Johnny, how the heck are you?
I am feeling fantastic. How are you?
Johnny, I'm doing great. You are one of my favorite young Magic players after your fantastic top 4 finish at the Neon Dynasty Championship with mono white aggro in Alchemy. How I love it. Got to watch you crush many a person that weekend, and maybe we're going to see you do the same thing here, though not sleeving up any white creatures, instead some blue and red ones here with Jeskai Storm in Standard, huh?
Yeah, I thought I had to show my range a little bit. Can't be just, using the broken mono white aggro cards for every deck, so had to mix it up a little bit. I think we got a doozy this time, though.
Well, let's go over that doozy.
Cooking bacon ain't easy, baby.
Is because your Twitter told me that you're not thrilled with your deck choices, but perhaps that changes as we make our way through this deck tech of Jeskai Storm in Standard. And let's start things off with the combo pieces here, my friend. We've got Goldspan Dragon, we've got Lear, we've got Show of Confidence. Okay, hang on a second. We got Galvanic Iteration. We're used to that one. What the heck's going on here? What's this white card doing amongst these 3 blue and red cards?
So the deck is predicated off this awesome interaction between Goldspan Dragon and Show of Confidence. So whenever you target Goldspan Dragon with any spell, you get to create a treasure, which you can then sack for 2 mana. And Show of Confidence would then copy itself for each time that you've cast a spell this turn. Each of those count as a new spell. It's not an ability, so they're all giving you more and more treasures. So your goal is to have a Goldspan Dragon in play, cast a bunch of spells, cast a Show of Confidence on the Goldspan Dragon, create all this mana, and then get to cast a Leer, and you get to do it all again. And then eventually your opponent dies.
Okay, I see why the white card is here. I see why we're Jeskai now. All right, this is making some sense. Well, given that you're trying to assemble this handful of cards, I think some card drawing is in order, something that blue and red has done pretty well historically. And you've got some nice options here: Unexpected Windfall, Big Score, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and Standard Mainstay Expressive Iteration. Anything to note about these cards? I mean, it seems pretty obvious how good they are, but is anything standing out amongst these 4?
So yeah, I think it's important to kind of note the synergy between Big Score and Windfall and Goldspan Dragon.
Magic explaining.
They essentially changed their text to read just 0 mana, draw 2 cards, because you can use 2 treasures to create them, and they replace themselves, so you're 0 mana, discarding a card to draw 2 cards. So those allow themselves to turn into each other very consistently, and then once you get a Leer, you're kind of not deterministic, but it's extremely hard to fizzle at that point. So the addition of Big Score and new Capenna has made the deck so much more consistent because now you should have so much, like, way more access to these discard a card, draw 2, make 2 treasure effects.
Well, onto the interaction we're going to go. Any good combo deck does need a little interaction to play back at the opponent. You've got some options here in Fading Hope, Voltage Surge. Those are some new cheap ones, pretty good ones there. And then the modal double face cards here in Jawari Disruption and Spikefield Hazard. And I know Spikefield Hazard has more applications.
Wari and Spikefield, barely interaction.
Than just dinging
Fucking
something
barely.
for 1 and being a land. So tell me a little bit about those.
Yeah, so Spikefield Hazard, and then to a lesser degree Voltage Surge and Fading Hope, all are able to target your own Goldspan Dragon to create a treasure. So they only cost 1 mana, and they create a treasure produces 2 mana. So they're kind of like a Lotus Petal effect, where they're generating a free bit of mana, which is really important in your combo, because a lot of your effects are either bringing you down on mana or trading at parity. So you kind of need some way eventually to go beyond the base mana values, especially when you don't draw Show of Confidence. You need some way to generate positive mana, and Spikefield Hazard is the perfect way to do it, along with being a great removal spell on the land. So it's the perfect card for this deck.
Well,
Promise, that's funny.
In your deck in Tajiri Shelter and March of Swirling Mist. I'm hoping that those have big impacts for you over the course of the tournament. But I got to ask you, my friend, good matchups for this deck. What are you hoping to play against this weekend?
So you really don't want people to be interacting with you on the stack. That's very scary. So decks that don't do that, like Jund, Runes, I think are both pretty good matchups. Those are the kind of things I want to be fighting against. If anyone brings mono green aggro,
I love Magic Slaying.
That'd be awesome. Not sure if anyone will. Rakdos Anvil as well. Just has no way to deal with you on the stack. It's a little bit too grindy. It's not fast enough to race you. So that's the kind of the dream matchups for the deck.
Well, fingers crossed that you do get those dream matchups. This is Johnny Gutman, and that is all about Jeskai Storm in Standard. Good luck this weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
Jeskai Storm there with Ginky, Johnny Gutman. Well, playing high-stakes Magic,
Genki.
of course, can be
That's a good nickname,
exciting,
Genki.
but it
I like
also
it.
comes with a lot of pressure, especially here deep into day 2 when almost everything is on the line. How do the pros deal with it? We asked them, and here's what they had to say.
Dealing with pressure is a super important skill for a Magic player. I mean, there's just so much pressure. Everything is so uncertain.
Pressure. There's always pressure to do well in these events. I bet my heart is racing right now.
I think a lot of my success has come from the fact that I am
Mono
much
Mike.
better at these high pressure situations.
That's left side only, baby.
Technically at Magic as some of my peers.
で、まあ僕と違って他のプロプレイヤーはそれが上手なので、尊敬しております。
I haven't found a good way to counter pressure of high-stakes situation.
It's very, very hard, very, very important, but I don't
Good day,
know how to deal with
Diagon,
it very
one of
well
my
either.
favorites.
It's more
Welcome.
a matter of learning how to work through that pressure.
Don't overthink it too much, in my opinion, and just keep on keeping on.
During a game, you can't change anything that has happened, so feeling bad or reflecting on mistakes can wait until after the match.
Those things don't really matter that much as far as the match at hand goes, so you just take each match as it comes and kind of, at the end of the tournament, they'll hand you a trophy or they won't, and that's that.
You play so many games, so many individual decisions where everything is on the line. It's the kind of stuff like if
It's the general anxiety,
then
though.
you can be a pro Magic player
That
next
pressure.
year. If you do it wrong, you just can't.
There's no shortcuts.
He stills.
You just have to play a lot of them, and it does get easier, I promise.
And yeah, the more experience you have within
Under pressure.
those
How do you
high-stakes
deal with it?
situations,
I,
the
have
better
my little
you'll be at
squishy smiley face here that
chilling.
just gets smooshed whenever I'm feeling the pressure. Cedric, how do you deal with it, either being a host or playing in big tournaments?
When it comes to tournaments, the thing that I always did when I was growing up back in my day was I tried to put myself into those situations as often as possible. So between a lot of like PTQ wins and stuff like that, for me it was always I don't ever draw. Like, you know, when people like when they get to like the back end of a tournament, they're like, hey, do you just like want to split or something? We can go home or something. It's like, no, like let's play. I came to win and I want to get myself familiar in the situation, so practice gets you kind of ready for that sort of thing. As far as the broadcast goes, literally zero pressure. Like, I'm just gonna screw up sometimes. I read a graphic wrong yesterday. Whatever. Like, it's not you're not getting anything perfect. So yeah, like the fact there's a camera on me like right now, literally nothing. Never, ever, ever nervous. There could be a million people watching. There could be one. Literally nothing.
That's awesome. It is a gift, I think. Riley, how do you deal with pressure?
Literally nothing.
Oh, look, for me, like with so many other areas of my life, I just approach it from a very scientific and mathematical point of view. Those who know me know that I've got a very structured mind, and I approach, things like decision making and the pressure that comes with making a correct or an incorrect decision in a game of Magic with just pure mathematics. It's 50-50. Either you make the right decision or you don't. Either your opponent has the card or you don't. Either you win or you lose. It's either the only two things can happen possibly. It's 50-50. It's always 50-50. So hey,
just because two things can happen doesn't make it 50-50, bro.
Right about half the time, and that's the easiest way to deal with pressure. Just look at the numbers. The numbers don't lie.
All right, Riley, I'm going to sign up for your math class, or maybe not.
No, definitely do.
Hashtag maybe not.
It's not a joke. I'm a qualified educator. I'm a qualified teacher, Maria, so you're in good hands.
True.
As indeed are future generations in my classrooms.
That certainly sounds like it.
Well, they either are or they're
What about
not,
weighted probability?
Sure.
50-50.
Yep. There it is.
50-50. Well, we've got round number 11 coming up here.
There could be multiple options, and one option could have a higher percentage of happening than the other. Like this one thing could happen 9 out of 10 times, but all one in a blue moon, the Neo.
11 top finishes for Kai Budde, 1 for Kenta Harane. Let's get to meet our players here. Kai Budde, I mean, he's one of the greatest of all time. He holds a record number for Pro Tour wins at 7, record number of Player of the Year titles at 4, and tied for the record number of GP wins at 7.
The outcomes need to be weighted the same.
72.3%.
If you're flipping a coin, sure.
That is Kai Budde, the German juggernaut.
But it's like there's other things. You know what I mean?
65.1% standard win rate.
Get a good example. Shit.
Tour Nagoya playing Bant Spirits at that tournament. Also the winner of the World Magic Cup with Japan back in 2017. Running Is It Calamity? A little bit of a different deck here, Cedric. Tell me about him.
It is. We're going to start with Kai, of course, in this Grixis Vampires deck, which we're getting a little bit
more
familiar with over the course of this event. Evelyn, kind of the go-to for this strategy and why you would play it. Fable the Mirror Breaker as well, of course. Incredibly powerful saga that we've been seeing all weekend long. A little bit of discard, a little bit of removal.
Okay, so here's a good example. So if I have a glass in my hand, if I hold up this glass, chat, and I drop this glass on the ground, there's 2 outcomes. The glass breaks or the glass doesn't break. Are those 50-50 chances? If I drop this glass at the ground, is it 50-50 that it's going to break and not break? No, because weighted probability.
Let's get to the interesting part of things. Let's get to whatever the heck this thing is.
Please understand.
Well, it is based around Invoke Calamity, and so what's interesting about this deck is at the end of the day,
I'm gonna let it go though. I'm gonna let it go.
Kind of a blue-red Is It based control deck. You've got some card drawing, you got Burn Down the House, and some things like that. And out of nowhere, you have the ability to create a gigantic
But this is
token,
again assuming that 0s and 1s are weighted equally.
And then throw it at the
but
opponent.
the weights or behind the probability of this glass breaking is like very high compared to not. You know what I mean?
We see land destruction. We're seeing
it's not everything is a fifth, like even weighting.
Interesting, but think of this as a Is It based control deck with some weird odds and ends going on.
All right, there's a look at the 2 decks for our feature match for round at number 11. It is time for our predictions here at the news desk. Let's see how we've been doing so far today. 1 and 2 for you and I, Riley. Who are you going with this round?
That it will phase through the floor? What if I'm already in my basement? Where will it where will it end up?
50-50.
50-50, okay.
Cedric,
50-50.
Who are you going with?
I'm here for body of research. Let's go. Let's make a big token. Let's throw it at Kai's face. Let me move me up to 4-0. Pretty easy. I'm going to cut that Harane.
All right, I'm going to go with Kai Budde.
Woof.
I'm a little nervous about my pick, though, so I'm going to get out the smiley face to squish. Come on, Kai. Let's go. Round number 11. You're one of the greatest of all time. Show us on camera why that is. Marshall and
50,
Paul
50.
have got the call here with the round number 11.
Chat, it's 50-50.
And thank you, Maria, for that. And I think that Kai's going to be...
I think we got to get 10 glasses and just start throwing them at the floor to figure this out.
He does need to keep winning here, Paul. Kai Budde is on that fringe. He's currently sitting...
I don't know. Who do you think's going to win, chat?
The league leaderboard Not in the tournament.
It just sinks into hell where I am now.
5-5 coming in. So
Wrecked.
His opponent. But the interesting thing about this is
2 players, one playing this weekend, and I'm at home watching 50-50.
League players above him who make top 8 and then subsequently make the top 6 will free up slots ahead of Kai.
50-50 chat.
He is hanging on by a thread, but
we have to do our
believe me,
predictions.
He's not out of it. He absolutely needs to maximize these last few wins to keep himself in the discussion. And then he'll have to sit and watch on Sunday, see who makes it in, see if he can free up a slot and actually make it to Worlds. You know, he told us before he got here, that's what it's about for him.
Oh, someone did it for me.
Really trying to queue for Worlds. It's such a big step, even in an illustrious career like he's had.
Someone did it for
here.
us.
Kenta Harane on a cool deck, Paul. He's playing Is It Calamity?
There we go, chat. Get in on it.
Yeah.
Get in on the prediction.
So if you were looking at the key card slide there, this is basically a combo deck, right? And basically the idea is you cast an Invoke Calamity, cast Body of Research, get a giant creature into play. You can either kill them with the giant creature, or you can kill them instantly by casting Kazul's Fury and effectively flinging the creature at your opponent's face.
That's right. So Kai is going to need to be aware of that at all times. Beyond that, you'll see the shell from Kenta Harane resembles, you know, an Is It control deck, right? It's got some permission. It's got some burn spells. It even has sweepers in the form of Burn Down the House. And it just tries to buy itself enough time to assemble its powerful combo. In the meantime, it's a grind fest for Kai Budde, but, you know, having instant speed removal, which he doesn't right now. Ooh, Jwari Disruption hits Kaito Shizuki. That's a tough one for Kai Budde. Now Expressive Iteration here from Harane. But you can see that Harane has already started to get some combo pieces, at least the hint of them with that Body of Research, an awkward card to have in your hand, but don't worry, he's got a lot of ways to discard it.
Yeah, and he's found the land here. There's a Kazul's Fury with the Invoke Calamity. And, you know, frankly, when you're playing against this Grixis Vampires deck, again, it's not overly aggressive, right? Kenta's deck plays some amount of disruption, so it's not too difficult to kind of set that combo together. And if you wait long enough, you can actually make it such that your creature won't die that you make, and you can just, if you find a Kazul's Fury, you can kill them instantly. So in this matchup where Kai's deck is playing a lot of removal, but not a lot of counter magic, at least in game 1, that's likely what you're going to see Kenta go for.
So he'll go for make the creature, then threaten to attack you with it and kill you, and then if you use removal, fling it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it will just depend on how much mana Kai has available. I know some members of their team, Kai included, has a singular Spell Pierce in the main. So, you know, if you see a blue mana up, you might want to be kind of careful around that.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we've seen get very popular in the open deck list era, right? Where players can take a look at what you're playing before and during the match while they're sideboarding and such. A card like just one Spell Pierce can actually go a long way because it does force your opponent to at least consider the possibility that you might have it in your hand.
Yeah, and Kenta now does have the ability to put a giant creature onto the battlefield next turn once he has access to the 5 mana. He did discard the Body of Research. He does have the double Invoke Calamity. Doesn't have a Kazul's Fury for the instant kill. But given that Kai doesn't have a piece of interaction in hand, that creature might be good enough.
That's right. You see Kai taking a look at the graveyard here from Kenta Harane, but yeah, you know, having the ability to kill your opponent at instant speed through this combo is very powerful, but they do have the sort of lesser backup plan of just making a 30-30, you know, creature and killing you with it.
Yeah. One thing I want to talk about is just kind of how powerful the Is It shell is. Oftentimes it's just choose whichever way you want to kill your opponent, right? Because that combination of being able to have Expressive Iteration, big score, and Unexpected Windfall, and then play a bunch of cards, has just kind of been the recipe for success for a lot of these players, right? We've seen the Dragons deck, we've seen a Mill deck do well, and now we're seeing the Is It Calamity version here with the Body of Research. Now Kai, with the pretty heads-up play, seeing the Body of Research in graveyard, chose to attack with Hive of the Eye Tyrant that turn, and exile the Body of Research.
Right, so combo potential down, but the problem that Kai faces here is that the Calamity is still just a great card, even with Like, look what he's getting. He's getting expressive iteration and big score out of one card from his hand here. You know, that's the type of thing where Kai says, wait a minute. So now you're going to switch gears and just start to grind me out with good old-fashioned card advantage. That's a game that Kenta Harane can play as well.
Yeah. I think this deck, in a lot of instances, may struggle if the metagame has a lot more aggressive decks in the field. But you just don't see that in this format, right? It's all about the mid-range decks. Kind of the aggressive deck in the format is, I guess, Naya Runes, right?
Sure.
Which is not your conventional aggressive deck either. So
yeah, there isn't a popular conventional aggressive deck, right? Like even the Angels deck is a step slower than we'd expect.
Right. So Kenta does have the ability. Yeah, Kenta does have the ability here to just make, as you can see there, a 40-40 at instant speed.
That's right. Taking a look at the hand here for Budde, he has all of his mana currently. This is his first main phase. He's looking at a pair of Evelyn, also Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and a Kaito Shizuki. He could also activate his Hive or Tenacious Underdog, so he's got a lot of options.
Yeah, but I mean, Kenta is just sitting at a healthy 17 life. Kai needs to kind of find more threats to get onto the battlefield. Just activating Hive every turn is not really a winning strategy here.
And in fact, he's going to pass the turn back. And this accomplishes two goals for Kai. One of them is, well, he can just cast Evelyn. That's what he actually is going to do. But also it has to leave Kenta with some thoughts about what might happen.
That's a Kazul's Fury Marshal. He's got the combo. So
does he have all of it?
Does he have an untapped? Yeah, so he has 8 mana. And that's what you need to do the combo. You go Invoke Calamity, make a giant creature, sack the 3 treasures, cast Kazul's Fury for the win.
And there's Evelyn on the stack, and with only 1 mana available from Kenta Harane, that should be the green light. Yeah, there is a Spell Pierce.
Spell Pierce, though. Is Kenta going to play around the 1 Spell Pierce?
You can see the stress here from Kenta Harane. He has to consider it. That's Kai Budde sitting on the other side of the battlefield.
I mean, he could play around it. I mean, the thing is, he can go end of turn.
Case on the attack triggers. Dang, yo.
If you counter it or kill the thing, you can just do it again.
True.
It's a 1-of, though. And this, by the way, folks, in an open decklist format is why you run these 1-ofs.
Harane forced to make a tough decision. Now, one of the things that we should note here, right, is that he's not under much pressure life total wise, but Evelyn hitting the battlefield, which it just did, could find Kai some of the action that he needs to actually defend against the combo. And Harane is going to take the patient route.
And Kai has to know at this point, it's like, okay, Kenta, you've got 7 cards in hand. I mean, you probably have it. I need to sacrifice this blood token. I need to find some way to kind of slow down what you're doing. Maybe find that 1 Spell Pierce.
Right, because as far as Kenta's concerned, right, he needs to resolve big score here, right? Like, does he?
And this is it. He sacked the blood.
Does he already have the Body of Research? There it is.
Yeah, he's got it in his hand. This is it.
So that's it. So unfortunately for Kai, he put the shields down for just half a second here. Right. And Kenta's going to say, thanks, take 36.
Fling my 36 to the dome.
Woof, woof, baby.
That was a tough spot for Kai because boom, down goes 36, and even Kai has to smile
Lord.
at that. Really tough spot for Budde there because, as you said, you know, he did feel some pretty extreme pressure,
ladies and gentlemen,
from the number
That's
of
insane,
cards in hand from Kenta Harane, so he felt like he needed to sacrifice that blood token. Unfortunately, that put the shields truly
all right, counter spells in, duress is in,
and Kenta Harane
discards
picks
in
up game number 1 with this sweet combo deck.
Now, I will say, things are going to get a lot more difficult for Kenta after sideboard, right? Kai's deck was heavily tuned to have enough answers to the Esper Midrange deck, lots of removal, Voltage Surge, Rave Enfeeblement. All those get boarded out. as there
Hello.
are really
What up, Charlie?
many targets in this matchup.
Expensive
Right? So you get to ward out
pasta.
all the sweepers, you get the beat hook massacres, all that stuff out of there. You get to replace them with duress, go blank, negate, and make disappear. So huge upgrade here for Kai. Still needs to get kind of that combination of pressure plus disruption to kind of close it out, because again, if we see the games kind of go long, Kenta just has so much card draw in his deck.
See if Kai can put something together here. He's now got to win back-to-back games to defeat Kenta Harane, and
maybe it's the other way around, Killer.
Somewhere near the top of the standings. He's right now outside of that top 5 that are going to get the seats at the World Championship, but he's not that far out. He was 8th, so only 3 slots out.
Mojo's deck is
here.
What
are you seeing here, Paul?
Mojo is the confirmed
boarding out most of
first
the
person to ever fling Body of Research.
Look, he's going to have a bunch of counter magic. I'll use Invoke Calamity as a value card, right? Just ways to kind of just draw cards, etc. And I'm going to win with Hullbreaker.
Oh, on YouTube, you're John.
Right? It's
okay.
like,
boy.
I thought I had made a new friend. I was like, man, this John guy's pretty cool. But it's just you.
Specifically,
Shit.
their removal spells can't ever really kill a Hullbreaker Horror outside of the 2 Infernal Grasps, right? So Kenta's now kind of transformed into Izzet control.
Jeez, that is such a tough pivot. If Kai's, trying to attack the combo a little bit more with specific stuff. And what about this opener, a 1-lander here for Kai?
Oh, of this particular gold
now,
fan
what
deck.
about on the top, though?
I actually don't think so, not yet. Well. But you could stay tuned.
So Kai found a keeper here on the bottom.
What up, Maya?
Did mulligan into a 2-land?
Miss Maya's in studio.
Looks fine.
There's 3.
Is that a...
It's hard to tell just because we have a lot of the DFCs over there. But yeah, that's double Kazul's Fury with the dual land there.
And by the way, they flipped over to show us the other side just as we said that, Thanks, Arena. All right, we're underway with both players on 6.
Yeah, you guys keep me grounded, yo. Keep me grounded.
And Blood Tithe Harvester lined up here for Budde. Yeah, getting a clock on the battlefield.
Yeah, nice.
Very important here.
Nice sequence here.
Because Lord knows I'm keeping you grounded.
Into Fable, exactly what you want out of the Grixis deck.
And it's going to be land Foretell go for Harane. And there we go. So 5 power on the battlefield here on turn 3 for Kai. He's a bit out of gas at the moment, but we know that the Fable will take care of that.
This must be our last standard match.
The battlefield for him, and hey,
if it's not our last standard match, this is going to go to like 10 o'clock tonight.
And look at this. He's going to discard Infernal Grasp.
I feel like I would have guessed 2 lands.
You do not get rid of Grasp.
You're still not missing your land drop for the turn.
It's 50-50, right, chat?
No, Infernal Grasp isn't great here. He can afford it.
So you go to bed at night. There's 2 outcomes. You either wake up or you don't.
Has no sweepers, right? I mean, Kenta does
50-50.
have 3 copies of Burn Down to House, which would be fantastic here if you can find it.
Right? You go to bed at night.
So that's something that
you either wake up or you don't. 50-50.
Well, he would be 1 mana short because Kazul's Fury would come into play tapped.
Well, I'm saying from Kai's perspective.
Oh, sure,
land burn down the house
right.
is saying he has to consider.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so he's going to
50-50, baby.
Put Tenacious Underdog into play here, and that's going to get him an extra card, but also jump back to the graveyard. So he is kind of straddling that line.
And,
it's going to cost you about 50-50.
Kai will be 1 point short, right? If he just tries to do the same thing next turn, get in for 8.
Yeah, you're right.
Get Kenta down to 1, so Kenta has a little bit of time. Might want to just pass, turn day into night, gain a life, loot.
Yes.
Unless there's something he wants to... Okay, it looks like he's looking for something here at sorcery speed.
Well, in this case, it's just going to be a land and then pass the turn back over to Kai.
Oh, it looks like he just wanted to resolve that unexpected windfall, of course, as Kai is tapped out, because, of course, Kai will be bringing in a lot of counter magic.
Wow, Kai Budde is so close here. Is there any way for him to get an additional point through? It doesn't look like it, does it?
I don't see it.
Pop him, daddy.
Boy, this is the type of matchup where...
I really like Evelyn, though.
One is
big Evelyn fanboy.
You know, like
this is a gilf. You know what I mean?
4 lands, 2 treasures, Celestis, and another land drop to get, but with the cards in hand is so scary.
And he does poppers.
Some matchups, it's like, hey, what's the worst thing that can happen?
Bro, you've had enough poppers.
Yeah, and I like the side of Kai.
Where do you think the wedding was?
Here as the play, as
Doc getting the wedding dress.
This turn anyways. So this means that if
that was a funny episode.
Burn down the house, you can still just recover.
What do you have that can blow up a car?
And then blitzing in, casting the Tenacious Underdog from the
graveyard. Slides a grenade across the table.
So I don't see how Kenta gets out of this. It starts with Invoke Calamity on the Unexpected Windfall.
53-50.
But I'm struggling to find a way that Kenta can deal with just all the pressure that's going to come into play next turn.
Yeah, he would need to burn down the house, but also have.
Yeah, she's eating food right now. Miss Maya's eating food. Simba, I think, is sleeping somewhere.
Doesn't look like the case at all here for Harane. Nice play here from Kai Budde, setting up lethal on board with a lethal backup plan and really forcing Kenta to react to him.
Lethal on board with a lethal backup plan? Oh, that doesn't sound good.
So Kenta has to kind of spin the wheel here with Unexpected Windfall and just see if there's.
Do you see Kai? He's just like, what?
Get him out of this.
And I think that's
Buster,
basically it, right?
Yeah.
You can Calamity Windfall, but then you'll just have 2 treasure left. You just won't be able to deal with everything else.
Right. So now Kai just.
Man, I don't remember that one. But no, my bathroom doesn't have a laundry hole.
I imagine. I don't see a burn down the house in the graveyard.
Right, so he's probably figuring out.
I like that one, Pizza. 50% chance of it becoming day.
Calamity on my turn. Like, what are the combos that could actually make that happen?
Right?
But Kenta casts
when the sun goes down, there's only 2 options.
Yeah, if
it comes back or it doesn't.
Cast a second spell
50-50.
And then
Celestis could be a thing.
Celestis.
Yeah, because that would be the way to do it, right? A passive way to keep your.
That was actually really good because technically it almost. You could trick people into thinking that they would be 50-50, right? Because it's either day or night, and they both rotate, and you can't change anything about the rotation of them. But, you know, if it's either or, comes back or it doesn't, 50-50.
Corpse Appraiser, so more mid-range goodness here for Budde, but all right, he's just going to stand pat here. He's got the win.
Quit. That's 50-50.
Yeah, so what Kenta could have had there is also just Invoke plus Burn Down the House in hand, as a way to kind of have an instant speed wrath.
Oh,
right?
man.
So that's the thing that he's.
My cheeks literally hurt from smiling about that.
Excuse me, burn down the house.
Totally. No, that makes sense, Paul. And so Kai just has to kind of hold his breath here. His job is easy.
Hold your breath. You either pass out or you don't. 50-50.
And Kai's like, all right, yep, you must have it.
What you got?
There's good news actually coming here for Kai Budde because he's nodding his head in resignation, going, all right, you're going to burn down the house. I get it. I know what's happening.
And then he'll be like, oh, wait, I win.
And then he's going to, instead, it's going to be Unexpected Windfall. Oh, and look at that. Kai loves what he sees here.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Okay. This one resolves.
Yeah, that one you may have. And there's a couple of cards that go into hand, but in the meantime, it's an all-out attack. And Kai Budde says, what was I even worried about? Not a problem at all. Evens things up at 1 game apiece. I love the expressions from Kai there. You can tell, you can feel what he's going through.
Judas.
Here, right? Like, Kai knows that at 5-5, this particular tournament top 8 is out of reach under, basically all conditions. But he knows how important, even though this is a round 11 match where he's 5-5, he needs to keep his hopes alive because things can happen tomorrow.
Catwheel, really intermission.
If multiple league players make it into the top 8, which, let's face it, if you're in one of the leagues, you're probably one of the best players. That means you're probably one of the people that's most likely to make it into the top 8. Who are ahead of him can make it in and then make it to top 6. Those are seats that just open up in front of Kai. Like, gotta win this game to keep that, just to stay in the conversation.
Much better hand this time for Kenta. An actual form of interaction. Cost 5 mana, but
combo decks are hard in best of 3.
I mean, can't complain too much about Kai's hand. He would probably like a duress or a counter of some sort there, but given that you still have that curve of 2 into 3, and both Kaito and Fable allowing you to dig for some cards.
Naya wheel?
Can't throw that away.
Yeah, it's a nice curve here, similar to the one that he had before.
Dinner's done. I'm back. Bro, what's for dinner? What's for dinner? And I don't know when you left, so I don't know how far to update you, bro.
The end step. Kai gives a little
Miss Maya climbs trees too.
There's expressive iteration.
A voltage surge would be nice. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, Maya really likes Pom-Pom.
Exile voltage surge. Play a red source from hand.
And the Beetle and Grimm's backpack matches her cat wheel as well. She is a big fan of the whole thing. She loves it.
Oh, that makes sense.
Having more copies of it available.
You should get your cat a harness and take it on a walk.
And then he could still recover. So there's voltage surge. It's really important that he takes that card off the battlefield, not just the 3 damage each turn, but also for Kaito.
Yeah, we're all in one chat.
So instead of Kaito, we're going to see Fable.
The bot does it. So just like here on Twitch, it says Restream Bot YouTube. On YouTube, it'll say Restream Bot Twitch or whatever, right?
To 7 mana.
The bot
uncounterable Hullbreaker
just
Horror.
Places the...
Yeah, and getting your big score countered is really
50-50.
tough.
Yeah.
And this does set him up. You see that mountain in hand. He's got 4 lands.
Chinese food? Oh, man.
Hullbreaker Horror is ready.
Sounds salty as all hell.
Now, the question is, what is...
I like Chinese food once in a while.
Because you can just go for it.
Words,
if you
yo.
don't have any spells that you can cast at instant speed to kind of protect it, then a single removal spell could take it down.
Right. Now keep in mind, Kai's only got 2 Infernal Grasps. Those are the only cards in his deck that can actually kill Hullbreaker Horror. I'm sure Kenta's very well aware of this, so wouldn't be surprised to see Kenta just go for the end step Hullbreaker here.
Ooh, makes me nervous.
Makes me nervous.
You know, like... If it gets killed, what's his backup plan? I guess he has stuff to do.
I mean, he can put a 40-40 into play, right? He drew the 1 copy of Body of Research.
Yeah.
So he can Calamity that in.
No, you're right, Paul. And now all of a sudden you're asking Kai to have both copies.
Right.
That's unlikely. And it is interesting because, you know, there's some matchups. Oh, wow. Corpse Appraisers. Oh, there's an Infernal Grasp and a Soul Transfer. Oh.
If you ate Chinese food every day, you would die. Like an American or Western Chinese food, you would literally die in like a couple years.
I don't think so anymore. Yeah,
I live in Italy.
Just exiled the tenacious underdog, and that would have been it.
Just eat Italian food, bro.
Okay, so
you've already got it.
Grasp here. So if Kenta goes for just...
I like Marshall. He cracks me up.
I mean, Kai will have an answer.
Yeah, so then the question becomes, when do you Hullbreaker? Do you ambush a creature
Soulbreaker?
Like, there's some upside. I don't know if it exposes it to any risk that you wouldn't have otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, Kenta can also, alternatively this turn, just go for the sweeper here, right?
Yeah.
In instant speed sweeper potential. For example, let's say Kai attacks.
If you eat healthy every day, you die.
Right? You can sweep the entire board away.
Yeah, but if you don't, you'll die earlier.
And burn down the house. Get the Kaito.
50-50.
Sure, Kai will be able to draw a card off the Kaito, but all of a sudden Kai has
eating healthy will increase your lifespan. 50-50.
The best where you go, here's a Hullbreaker Horror. If you don't kill this, I'm going to win anyway. And if you do, then I'm going to go for the combo. You know,
yes.
And I don't mean the full combo. I just mean getting down a 38-38 or whatever, and go. You have to kill.
I'll put you in charge of that, okay, Walter?
That is presenting
You're going to be my emote man.
For Kai to deal with.
You, Killer, Mike can all collab on emotes, all right? The mods.
Right, like. All right, he's going for Invoke Calamity right now, so it looks like this is sweeper.
Make sure that we get one, an emote that says ChristmasSucks.com, right? I want one that says that.
That's right, and the reason to do this now is to prevent the trend.
And something about Tokyo's mom.
Yeah.
.com as well.
But it does take down that ability for Kaito to be on the battlefield.
Everyone who drinks water dies. 50-50.
Potential upside lost there.
Stop it. Stop it.
Okay, nice and safe here for Kenta. taking probably the most conservative line that he could.
Dot
But it does leave
biz
him still really good options.
slash
Kenta
org
is sitting at a pretty healthy 18 this time around, though, so has
.io.
several options.
I like that one. I demand to say, maybe.
And there's Kaito.
You're like in the third level of the pyramid,
Valuing
Tokyo.
His life total and the potential treasure from Kai here higher than the possibility of nabbing a Kaito Shizuki that he didn't know if Kai had or not in hand.
I mean,
But if
Kenta, now that body of knowledge just doesn't
50-50.
do anything, right? Just,
if
guess
I
actually
drink
you have
25 beers,
You are.
I either
are we
get drunk or not.
talking
50-50.
Casting here?
We're one man away.
25, could you imagine? I would die.
Well,
I probably wouldn't even make it to like
Just
8.
saying it's a possibility. Could happen.
That would be
ChristmasSucks.eu.
Wow. Oh, you know, I forgot about Hagra Mauling.
I like
That
the
is also
EU flair on
a
it.
local spell.
And that's an interesting.
Shout out to our Euro gang. Any Europeans in chat? I guess we've seen someone from Italy here just a second ago.
Okay. Kai just wanting more interaction, and he's just passing.
Wow.
You don't play.
Man,
To
it's got to be
horror
so
or not
stressful
to
to be
horror?
Kenta. Look at Kenta. He's just like this guy.
Because he discarded.
Their place is pretty good. Yeah, you mean that's not bad.
And passed.
So you have heard
that has to
of me.
signal some alarm bells, right?
Absolutely. But here it is. Hullbreaker Horror goes on the stack. There's
Okay.
nothing at
Gotta
1
kill
mana
it.
for Kenta. So this is the window for Kai Budde to take down the horror.
I think next turn we're gonna see some. I don't know what Kaito's on right now. It's on 5, so you
5.
could just burn down the house to get it off
Why
the
not?
battlefield. You could
Why
also
not?
choose to make devils.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pizza's EU? Okay. Where are you from, Pizza?
This has been a weird game.
Yeah.
Living that Mediterranean
I mean,
life
it
or
is
what?
A weird deck, so.
Yeah.
Or are you like Team Nordic?
I think Kai is going to be relieved that he's still in.
Got
this
him,
thing.
50-50.
Oh, he used the treasure, of course. I was gonna say the Celestis also gives you a green source, but he's still 1 mana away.
Oh, I keep forgetting. That's really funny.
Very close, very close.
Well, I guess he's just going to lean on burn down the house to keep
Netherlands,
him alive
there you
for a couple
go.
of turns. What is Kai's plan here, though?
Could go for an adversary. You can cast Soul Transfer and return Corpse Appraiser.
Commentator's Curse is
Okay,
brutal, bro. That's a
is
real
the
thing.
play. I mean, you don't have anything else really.
You have no idea.
And probably want to just do that.
Well,
take up
actually, you
Kaito,
do.
Get it up to
You stream a
6.
lot.
So it gets to survive burn down the house. You can even play the Corpse Appraiser this turn if you want.
You can, yeah.
So neither.
And there
Is
is
it
a-
Netherlands
there is
like
a Hullbreaker Horror in the
a
graveyard as a
Nordic
target.
Not
like
bad.
part of Europe? Or
Okay, so he's going to get back the Corpse Praiser.
how do they refer to those top
Make
areas
himself
of
a
Europe?
3/3 haster. That'll get him an extra card off of Kaito Shizuki as well.
Mhm.
So a very productive turn here for Budde. Let's see what he gets off of the Kaito. Oh, and it's a duress. Oh, his eyebrows went up at that. That's a game changer.
Jeez, that's
Cancel
big.
that Corpse Appraiser. Let's go for duress instead. Thank you
Right.
very
I don't
much.
think the Dutch is correct.
And he's got an adversary in hand too, so he can duress again next turn.
So he
I
can
could have swore it was
decide
Nordic.
on
Or is
Body of
that
Research,
like
which is
the
clearly kind of the
equivalent
scariest
to me
individual
saying
card,
Dutch?
because that's the type of card that you can just lose to. But he could also start chopping down these burn down the houses.
However, if Kenta does just hard cast Body of Research, Kai can just cast the adversary and then cast Infernal
Oh, it
Grasp
is a
in his
group of
graveyard.
countries, but it might maybe Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway.
I mean, the fear would be that Kenta
Not the Netherlands. The Netherlands has escaped.
you know, with a top decked
Yeah,
Azul's
right.
Fury or something.
Yeah.
But that's a risk
Interesting.
that Kai's willing to take here. He actually took down the burn down the house, one of the 2 copies there.
The more you know.
Reckoner Bankbuster off the top here for Kenta.
50-50.
So that's a way for him to start generating some advantage, but it's slow.
It is very slow, and it's the fact that the Kaito is on 6 here is also a bit awkward.
Very. Burn down the house just to kill a 3-3, then play the Bank Buster, and Kai has got to be happy with what he's seen here. He knows both cards in hand for Kenta as well.
Yeah. Kenta can start to rebuild here with the Reckoner, with the Bank Buster.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, Kai next turn, excellent turn, right? You go adversary.
It is the Dutch, you're right.
Body, potentially. Or it can just lead with the Corpse Appraiser first.
For some reason, I was thinking the Dutch referred to people from Belgium. Or is Belgium like a... No, it's a country.
Anders Lounge was a draw step there for Budde.
I thought Dutch referred to people from Belgium. Look at me learn.
Body and Kenta draws it.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, you can't rest against that.
Can't the rest the top of the deck.
No. Okay. Hullbreaker Horror.
Belgians are from Belgium.
Appraised.
Fuck you.
It's appraised very highly.
Ooh.
Another
well,
duress.
He knows the
that's
hand.
too slow though, right? Yeah.
However, Dutch is the majority language in northern Belgium,
It's possible, but the Hive might just be better.
being spoken natively by 3/5 of the
He
population.
did take the Hive.
So I'm not super wrong.
Ooh, another Corpse Appraiser as well.
Yeah.
And there's probably a
Learning
there's
every
an
day,
adversary in
chat.
the graveyard,
Having fun.
right? So can probably exile that one.
Yeah.
50-50.
So this turn could just be double Corpse Appraiser, or he can still do the adversary. I mean, how important is it to take that
50-50, bud.
out of hand this turn? Like,
You're the majority language. 50-50.
It's really difficult for Kenta to cast.
Right.
So
3/5.
Kai could just be like,
50-50.
hey, look, if you find the mana and cast it, that's fine. I'll just cast the adversary next turn, duress you. and
Belgium's
also-
either country or not. 50-50.
Oh, yeah, because he's getting up there in mana now.
Yeah,
or
it
he can
requires
even
8
double
mana
trigger.
for the double trigger. These Corpse Appraisers, they're really good at finding each other.
They're just chaining together now. Corpse Appraiser takes out a creature from his own yard, but he finds another Corpse Appraiser with it. And Hive could also be an important part of the combat.
Bank Buster time.
Here. So does he trash a treasure here to
Yeah,
bank
I don't
bust?
think he's on the casted mode. Oh!
Well, I think I knew my geography pretty well. I wasn't necessarily wrong.
So he finds Malevolent Hermit.
Just a little bit confused.
Another copy of Hullbreaker Horror.
And then when I second guessed myself, because I looked up what Christmas said and what he said was right, and then I was like, dang, yo.
Kai does have...
I thought people from Belgium were Dutch, which I guess many of them are.
If Kenta chooses to cast this horror as...
Then because of that, I was like, wait, is
right?
Belgium not a
He would
country?
eat one of the
You know, second
appraisers,
guessing
but then
myself,
Kai
but
could
it doesn't matter.
Follow that up with a post-combat adversary. Now, what's interesting is if Kai just leads with adversary next turn,
because that's
given that
kinda what
Kenta's
he
drawn
wants to
cards,
do, right?
Right. So
Yeah.
if Kai goes adversary duress,
Hey man, that's
Kenta
the
goes
theme of my life.
Resolve.
Explosive.
Kenta goes sure,
yeah,
Right?
or go.
Right. That could be a big problem for Kai Budde. Because he needs answers for that.
What's it called in golf when you get the ball close enough to the hole and you're over par?
Really interesting now.
A lot of action here now.
So,
Bro, Google tells me that people from Belgium are Dutch.
But not quite enough mana, right? 7, 8. Yeah, he's a little short on doing both.
It might be tempting to... Oh, and Kai's going to go with the adversary here.
Yeah, this is what his line was leading him to.
When we look at it...
Remember, he knows about...
3/5. 3/5.
He can pay for Jwari
Majority.
as well, which he also knows about.
You got to deal with your consensus stats. That's not on me. That's on how your people are filling out your forms.
Maybe just another. Let's find out. He also may just do this once, right?
But there's two duresses.
There's two duresses.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you know, in Kai's
No,
eyes,
they
I'm sure he's
speak
thinking,
Dutch.
Okay, double. I don't have any other way to disrupt.
So
you.
would it...
So double
it's
duress
not...
is pretty strong.
They would
here.
still be referred to as the
also
Dutch,
show him
just like I would be referred to as
about
the
the
English.
Hullbreaker Horror, so he doesn't have
Like
to
if I
run
was
one of
to
his
be
creatures
sorting
in if
groups
he
of
doesn't
people.
want. But
right.
that's
if you
bad news. Like
yeah, and if you can duress away the body and
Hey, do you know there's a match going on here? Come on, chat, pay
the
attention.
windfall.
Yeah.
However, you still just run out the horror.
Yes.
And then you're drawing cards off the Bankbuster.
50-50.
You can also loot with the Celestis, right?
Absolutely.
Kai's not going to be happy about this.
No, he's decided to take the middle ground here and just do one kicker on the bloodthirsty adversary. That'll get him 1 duress.
In all honesty, as soon as I seen the Hullbreaker Horror, I'm just like out of it.
Or Fable, if you'd like.
Does Kenta just let this just resolve?
But if you were sorting me by, you know what I mean?
Okay,
like if you put me in a
Hullbreaker Horror.
Yeah, he's like, well, he's going to take the windfall, but now he's going to have to deal with this horror. If Kenta can just chain together a bunch of spells, you can just utilize this as your win condition.
So how does it make sense to refer to
it doesn't take much.
one group of people who speak Dutch as to be Dutch, and then another group of people who also speak Dutch not being referred to them as Dutch?
With the Hullbreaker Horror, it's so difficult if they get to untap and do really anything.
Right.
Oh,
yeah, so
man.
We're going to loot.
Let's go
Could
conquer
still find a
Belgium.
removal spell.
Yeah, and Kana needs to. There's a land, so that's not.
I'm sending the Dutch there this evening.
And I don't think there are any.
Are
there any corpses left to appraise?
We shall raise the flag.
Oh, no, I don't think there
It's been a long day.
Hermit. There's a hermit.
Oh, the hermit, right?
Yeah,
he
the
discarded
hermit,
it.
So gonna be appraising that one. So he's got an army, and bouncing corpse appraisers doesn't feel especially good. Although I think we're out of corpses at this point.
Yeah.
I am. Like, I have no problem sorting cultural identity by language.
Oh, man.
I do like that example, though. The Spanish example is better for me.
Spell Pierce Duress, that does not do it.
But at their core, are they not Spanish? They have so many of the same values.
I mean, you could still just duress
like such high regard for the church, and you know what I mean? Like, they do have such similar values because that's where they're lit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know.
Play the horror. And Kai's cast a bunch of spells, so the Celestis is triggering, right?
Yeah, Kai's cast like 3 spells already.
But if you were to sort people, objectively, would it not be best to do it by language?
But not the big one.
Right? Like if you had, the world's population and they're like, you got to sort this shit out.
Yeah, it's tough
would you not do it by language?
Just put it on the stack, whenever
you know what I mean?
Wants, but it counts in response to anything. There's a Hullbreaker Horror. And by the way, Kai did attack with everything.
Anyways.
Yes. So that's very much worth noting here.
So this gets him down to 10, and then you have potentially a lethal attack next turn, right? With the Hive of the Eye Tyrant?
Right.
Let's see, you block. No, you go to,
Thanks,
you go
Killer.
to 1.
We had no idea.
Because next turn, Kenta could block one of the 3/3s and would take 9.
And he's used Kaito, so he can't make a ninja. Wow. Okay, back to Celestis trigger.
Yep.
And it looks
that
like he's
makes
had
a lot
enough
of
body
sense.
of research.
This Google Flanders,
and it's a land
bro.
off the top.
Like
so
from The
he still
Simpsons?
Can't just put a spell on the stack, at least currently.
Right. Could have also chosen to activate the Bankbuster in response, right? In case you somehow wanted.
Flanders is the Dutch-speaking northern portion of Belgium.
Okay.
And one of the communities reaches language areas of Belgium.
Bankbuster. Is it too slow?
It's just more cards.
I mean, it's a spell he can put on the stack, right? So let's start there, because that'll get him a Hullbreaker Horror trigger. Even if it is sorcery speed, he can still, bouncing.
Well, there you have it.
Just like you said, isn't a great long-term plan, but right now there's one corpse appraiser in the yard. I don't know. You could probably feel okay about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's also part of why Kai chose to attack last turn, right? Because he's going, okay, well, your game plan with this card is to bounce my permanents. The only way I'm going to win is by continuing to put pressure on your life total.
50-50.
And also, if you eat one of my creatures,
I literally can't
you
tell.
bounce my appraiser, I can just replay it, and now there's going to be gas for the appraiser for me to find more cards.
Right, so well played there by Kai. It could be tough, though. Kenta, saw it coming in hand. He's just got a hard counter.
Right.
That he can use to protect his Hullbreaker Horror and also diminish the board for Kai. I mean, what is Kai supposed to do? Not cast spells? That's not going to work. There's the Bank Buster.
All right. Just keeping his life total high. And now, I mean, with all the mana that Kenta has available, I mean, we're looking at 3 extra cards a turn, potentially 4 with the Celestis. Can counter this Corpse Appraiser, potentially.
I'm either right or wrong.
And this Hullbreaker Horror gets to take
50-50.
down Kaito Shizuki as well, so it's already done good work. Make
That's not
disappear
gonna
is
do
certainly
much.
not what Kai wants to see here.
Is there
So he's
4
gonna have to,
Dutch grounds?
Corpse Appraiser and cross his fingers, it looks like.
No, I guess it's just
Yeah,
confusing
or before casting anything,
that you're referring to
could
like a
just choose to
country
activate the hive and attack first, so
as
nothing gets bounced. If
the same
Kenta
as
happens to
the
just have a
language.
counterspell
You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And that does
Dutch
happen
breaker
these days.
horror?
Now, Kai
Quite
doesn't know
literally.
it either, so he's going to have to work through that. Oh, he's going for the Corpse Appraiser.
Now,
And this is going to set back Kai pretty far.
I guess he's bouncing the Corpse Appraiser.
He's bouncing the treasure?
No, wait.
That's aggressive.
That's aggressive.
Kai looks confused.
Kai looks
I guess you just say, hey,
confused.
if you want to attack me, go for it.
Boy, that's a... Maybe he's just saying if I bounce one of the creatures, you just get to get value off of it right away
Right.
anyway.
Yeah.
But I got to say, his life total, you know... His life total matters here a lot.
Yeah, so
Surprised he
is gonna
didn't
go down to,
just
what,
hive.
5 here.
5.
And then Kenta's going to draw
Pull it,
a
Dutchland.
bunch of cards here.
Yeah. I mean,
So-
Kenta should
Roger,
be able
Roger.
to find enough action between his draw step, the Bank Busters, and maybe a Celestis in there somewhere. He doesn't need much. Oh,
They're daddy countries.
That's some business.
We only have
Desperation
one
was the draw
daddy
there for
country,
Kenta Harane,
and it's currently a
that's
mommy
gonna
country.
lead him to decimating the board here from Kai Budde. He's going to start off with a Goblin Shaman, and it looks like...
Fuck off,
yeah, this
Christmas.
is interesting. Kai can sacrifice the Shaman to casualty here and just force Kenta to tap a bunch of mana if he wants
50-50.
the expressive iteration to still resolve.
Don't worry, you guys. He's
I mean, he's
a
gonna lose to
certified
something
educator.
anyway.
I imagine Kenta's going to want to still pay for this. Iteration just finds you more spells, right?
Yeah, I think
And
so. It is 4 mana, though. I mean, he could spend that 4 mana to just draw 2 cards off the Bank Busters. He has to consider this at least.
yeah.
But I still like it. You
But,
can
but
also
like,
hit a
you
limit.
have to pay 2 mana.
So here in
to
Canada, when
anyway,
things
off the
overlap,
Buster, and iteration is
we
basically
hyphen
drawing
them.
2 cards.
You know, you're a French Canadian.
And he can
You know what I mean?
So if he pays the 4,
So it's weird that they're not.
one of
There's
the
no.
Bank
You,
Busters is
you're
on
not.
one. So he can make a chump blocker there too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he can,
don't have any
he can eat
subtypes.
the last counter and make a 1/1 there to chump block as well. I imagine Kenta's going to want to pay for this.
But if someone spoke German to me, I would assume that they were
Land off
German
of that one.
Mm-hmm. He gets a treasure from the Bank Buster as well.
because it's not necessarily your location,
with this horror, right?
in my eyes, that signifies your identity.
In which case, at
It's
the moment, Kai doesn't
the
have anything.
culture that you hold within, and language would be a part of that culture,
With Chapter 2.
right?
Really looking
So that's
fine
why
from
the
Silva
location
here for
thing
Budde. He
is kind of
really
weird to
needs
me.
Cross his fingers that this expressive iteration doesn't give Kenta a way to interact.
But I get it. It's fine.
Kenta would love another 1 or 2 mana spell here, right?
Yes.
A Quebecian?
Instant would be nice.
Well, not all French Canadians live in Quebec. That's just it, right?
Yeah, and then
Malevolent Hermit. That plays.
That counts.
We don't have Russian-speaking citizens, yo. We kicked them the fuck out. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
He's going to go ahead and play it. Get
Some of them
another
actually, though,
trigger from
maybe.
the Hullbreaker Horde.
But it's not like
look at that.
a majority. You know what I mean? It's not 3/5.
Wow. Like, I don't want you to dig.
It's like I'm sure there's a few people here, but
Oh, this is so close. Kenta's so close to turning
but
it
see now,
around.
I would refer to,
really close
I
to
guess,
putting
like
it
all
away.
Germanic nations as just Germans. Like I guess that would be insulting to those not living in Germany and Austria or Swiss, but
And Kenta at this point is just more than happy to just utilize that Fable.
I have base language skills in French, but like
the tokens.
No, yeah, I would not be able to speak.
Would much rather do that, obviously, than just bounce the Corpse Appraiser or the Bloodthirsty Adversary. So if given the option and he's just playing a bunch of spells, you're going to see this kind of play pattern continue. Bounce your token, bounce your Fable. Bounce your token, bounce your Fable.
50-50, you know what I mean?
How does Kai
it's
get
50-50.
Loop? Like, at this point?
I mean, he can find he has a second Infernal Grasp in his deck, and there's another Bloodthirsty Adversary, I believe, that he has.
Okay.
50-50.
It's just getting tougher and tougher for him by the moment.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if Kenta
I hate Hullbreaker Horror so much.
Lands in a row too, right? That's the other hope. Okay, so now that makes things interesting too. Kenta's getting pretty close to just potentially finishing things off by attacking and then using Kazul's Fury to kill things. Although I don't think he's quite at that point yet. I think he'd still rather just keep that back as a blocker. Although right now, I mean, Kenta doesn't have a way to bounce these tokens.
You're two different
things. I suppose
things.
You can Kazul's Fury away your Hermit to deal 2 damage to a token.
Nationality and language aren't necessarily two different things.
You can then replay the Hermit from the graveyard, potentially.
You can see Kai looking at his fate here. He has a decent board and an opponent on low life, but really no way to get through at the moment.
Yeah, and
it's
then
because
at this
of
point,
the influence,
Kenta, with all the mana that he has available, he can now protect Hullbreaker Horror, right?
That's right. He has an instant, right? You know, just anything that's instant speed means that it's going to be almost impossible now for Kai to get that card off the battlefield. So he's going to have to win the game through that.
So, no, because when imaginary lines are drawn on the ground, it doesn't change the culture of the people. So, for example, Russia takes over Ukraine,
with the bank busters,
right? It claims its territory, says Russia on the map.
Yeah. He gets
Are they Russian?
For that, for sure.
Or do they withhold their original,
You got the Kazul's Fury.
you know,
got the body and the
cultural beliefs and past through the development in which their language was a massive part of?
Tenacious Underdog out of the yard. Kai has some life total to play with and can try to apply as much pressure as possible.
Yeah, and with the Sokenzan in the hand, I don't think Kai can just surprise attack you for lethal, right? You can just make 2 tokens here. Can also crew a Bankbuster, right, with the pilot. So that's a 4/4.
Yep. Negate's interesting here, depending on what line Kenta Harane decides to take to try to win the game.
So, for example, Austria and the Swiss and Germany are all split up. Yes? Cool. All different nations. Yes? Cool.
Such a crucial,
but did they develop in a culturally similar situation through their past via language and other cultural inputs? Yes. And are they similar now?
Closing in around
yes.
Budde here. He knows that it's extremely difficult. He's going to come in with everything.
So if Kenta can find a way to survive here, he can crack back for lethal, I believe. If you attack for 7...
I agree with all of you as well.
And then you crew the Bankbuster, that's 11, and then you cast Kazul's Fury.
Through negate?
Well, does Kai have...
Yeah, he's getting 2 treasures here.
He does, but Kai, if Kenta has another spell, he can bounce the negate.
Or the treasures, yeah.
With the Hullbreaker Horror. And he's got a Malevolent Hermit play. But there's a lot of stuff here to sort through.
Yeah, of course.
I just want Hullbreaker Horror to lose. Yeah, I'll do anything to get past this match. I fucking hate that card.com.
Voltage Surge here.
That Bankbuster, by the way, did wake up and block a Corpse Appraiser.
And I think Kenta's looking at the scenario where how can I...
Personally, I don't mind describing cultures as long as they're being celebrated, right? I think it's okay to celebrate individual cultures uniquely because they all are unique. As long as it's not a derogatory thing. Like if it's a celebration, then I really like all the different cultures. But I get it. Yes. It's cool to just all be peoples as well.
This is the line that lets Kenta Harane
Oh wait, no, this is even safer. Because Kai doesn't have burn, right? You just kill the 2/2 and you bounce a treasure.
Sure.
Kai just has 1 mana up. Kenta can then attack for 9, cast Kazuo's Fury. That's 16 damage. Wow. Kai's at 16.
And so this is going to force the issue on Budde here, because if he can't cast the negate anyway, he may as well negate the voltage surge. But I think that'll sit just fine with Kenta Harane.
I mean, Kenta can go to 1.
Yeah.
That's totally fine.
Is this how close Kai's going to make this? He's going to be able to get him to
1. Down
like
to 1.
Celestis trigger in the middle of the game was the difference.
Oh, man.
That's incredible. Malevolent Hermit does not do anything here. Decides not to.
Kenta sees it. He's like,
3 fists.
I go to 1, but you're dead.
You're tapped out and you are going to die. Tenacious Underdog triggers, but there's nothing castable here for Kai Budde. And there's the Celestis triggering once again, but there's only one card that matters in hand here. And
keep in mind, this is all branching from Belgium being 3/5 Dutch speaking.
That's right.
that I was confused
and
about.
We're gonna see
because I was referring to the Belgian people as the Dutch.
As he ends up winning
we got into this crazy combo, yo. 50-50. There's game! Hullbreaker Horror remains undefeated. You just can't freaking beat that guy. That Hullbreaker Horror chat. Holy Toledos. 50-50.
Yeah, Akai absolutely needed to basically win every single match moving forward, because sure, he's in 8th place, but he was a full 3 matches behind the top 5 of kind of the league standing. So this is a huge,
50-50.
huge loss here for Kai.
That game is either over or it's not. 50-50.
One small decision that he made, which at the time was probably correct, but something that you can maybe look back on, is the fact that there was a turn where Kai did loot away the Hogger Mauling, right? Mm-hmm. That was another key piece of interaction that
WebDeath, you got the predictions or
could
what?
have used to deal
I don't know
with
who
the
won.
Hullbreaker Horror
Thank
that
you.
won Kenta that match.
Yeah, so tough spot, really complicated, long game there with a ton of decision points. Ultimately, Kenta
gets the win.
Picks up the win. We've got more Magic to bring you this very round. We've got Maria to set up the next match.
All right, who wants to argue about geography a little bit more?
Versus Andy Ferguson.
For Lucas, it's the big bad of standard. It's Esper Midrange once again.
Who wants to help provide me with my 6th grade education? Let's go.
May have a win.
Because we can't rely on Riley to do it, so I'm going to need chat to step up.
That red, black, and green have to offer.
Help me out,
Maybe
chat.
enough to beat Esper.
Hone versus Ferguson coming up after the break, everybody.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, it is. After the break. BEA beautiful. Sunday comes after Saturday. 50-50. All right, what countries do you want to argue about, chat? I just have a passport, yo. And I just like show my picture and they're like, have fun. Then I get on the plane, I get nice and litty. Then I get off the plane, I show my papers again, and then I fuck off. I just got... So are Belgians Dutch or not? Well, 3/5 of them are. 3/5 of them are. We're right back where we started. And it's 50-50. You know what I mean? Like, come on, chat. Nothing's changed. Maya loves her cat wheel. 50-50. Yes or no? Oh. All right. What's everybody think about country states? You know, what do we have? We got the Vatican. We got the City of London, Washington. Are there any other ones? Like what, Hong Kong or something maybe? That must be all of them. If you were born in the Vatican, are you Italian? Well, that's kind of weird. You know what I mean? I would say culturally, absolutely. But the city-state thing, right? That's what we're kind of... Are you? Like, no. The Faroe Islands? Man, it'd be so cool to go sailing. And oh no, it would be cool to go sailing until you ran into a hullbreaker horde. You know what I mean? Just like on your sailship, sailboat, you know, having fun, enjoying the mermaids, and boom, hullbreaker horde. I actually seen a video of hullbreaker horde earlier. Do I still have it?
Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we're a good chunk of the way through day 2 here. We've got, of course, World Championship.
Maybe I can re-find the hullbreaker horde.
Here, Lucas Harane, as you see on the left here with Esper Midrange, is on a 7-3 record against Andy Ferguson, who's on Jund Midrange. As we see a lot in standard, a lot of mid-range decks right now are popular.
Actual footage of the hullbreaker horde.
And if he's able to pick up a win here, that'll
this thing will get you.
Jump.
That thing will freaking get you, Randy.
The DNQs, the people who are also in that race but aren't playing in this tournament. Because remember, as a challenger, you need to qualify for each and every set championship, and some people didn't. And that means that they're kind of sitting ducks. They have to just sit on their point total and hope it holds, while people like Lucas can hunt them down. And that's exactly what he's trying to do. If he can pick up this win, he will clear himself of that group and put himself ever closer to one of those 8 seats.
Yeah.
Matchup wise, we've seen this a few times now, Paul, right? The Jund is kind of it's represented in the field, we should say. Maybe not one of the most popular decks, but it's up there.
Yeah. I mean, it's just another flavor of mid-range deck that you can choose to play. Now, Andy is playing kind of the more traditional build.
I don't know. I can't believe they're not playing Historic yet. This is going to go until like 12 o'clock tonight. It's already 3 o'clock, and they haven't even started Historic.
You know,
what the hell?
Hey, look, I still recognize the power of Esika's Chariot. This is the reason to play green, and I'm going to choose to play that card, along with that really powerful sideboard card that you see here in Andy Ferguson's hand.
We eat those down here.
Does a good amount of work in this matchup, being able to take down a permanent while also being able to eat a wedding announcement or perhaps a Meat Hook Massacre that's in play is quite powerful.
But you're saying no Black Market Tycoons, no Ginny Phase.
Yeah, that's next level. That's level 2 Jund.
Oh, I see. That's next level Jund. Gotcha,
that's Shota Jund, right?
There are no hospitals in the Vatican City,
these decks have a similar game
and they're all priests, so I don't think you can be born a Vaticaner.
They do approach it differently. As you can see, the hand here.
You can be born without a hospital, bro.
Mention as we come into the match, Lucas is up a game. This is game number 2, so we are on sideboards. Valky's gonna get turned up to a...
Yeah, I'm in the top 100 Mythic permanently. I'll qualify and play competitively as best I can,
y'all. Better against Denik than the Valky did.
Fried Hullbreaker is delish. Oh my god.
Andy's hand is a bit anemic here. Feels really bad utilizing an Infernal Grasp or removal spell on a Denik, right?
Yeah. Built into for one.
So I mean, he's just kind of playing the hand that he's dealt here. But I mean, after this, there's just not a whole lot else, right? Lucas can play a Wandering Emperor.
There's only a 66% probability that he speaks Dutch.
Just choose to cast Denix out of the graveyard, right?
Yeah.
50-50.
Yeah, he's got good odds.
Thanks, Blondo. I appreciate it.
He could also exile the underdog. So just
I would.
All kinds of options, and all of them are very solid here.
He has 2 ways.
Andy's hand is looking pretty sad.
Right.
And he's going to go for the more mana efficient version here, Wandering Emperor, to take down what was a tenacious underdog. It was actually Valky, God of Lies, so that's going to go away.
Yeah, we're going to need a new identity.
Nothing.
Some removal spells, but I mean, what can he do here? He can Shatter Skull smashing the Emperor down to 1. Have a couple
I'm going to go grab a drink and my laptop charger.
A lot of plays here still available to him.
Yeah, killing the Emperor is nice, though. At least he has that option.
Yeah. I imagine Andy's going to look to try to get a little more value with that Unleash the Inferno.
At least he's not facing down a board state, says Andy Ferguson, right? He can take this turn off, but he's not. It's not like he's going to take 5 or 6 damage in the interim. He's going to leave a black mana there. I think we saw one of his sideboard cards a little bit earlier already with a Ray of Enfeeblement. He does run 3 in the sideboard, so he could represent that card here. Doesn't have it. All right, there's a little business. Briarbridge Tracker off the top.
Yeah, that's action. Lucas has a couple of answers to that as well with the Iganjo and the Vanishing Bursts. And remember, he will be able to utilize Iganjo at a discounted rate with Denick in play. I think maybe deciding whether or not he wants to play the Smashing untapped.
Decided to keep it.
Oh, and look at this
this
little
is a nice combo.
Look at
deck,
this little
isn't it?
value engine here.
Wow, that's a beating.
Draw 2
Also,
cards.
literally, yeah, he's gonna
Draw
get 2 cards. Yeah, he'll get
one.
He'll get a clue.
And then he'll get a clue. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's fantastic. I mean, he's just pulling so far ahead now. Oh wow, and he even hit negate, and he has the mana for it too. Meat Hook Massacre, Unleash the Inferno, and Shatterskull smashing in hand here for Ferguson. He's got a very reactive hand. He does have Briarbridge Tracker and a clue of his own, so this is not the final form of his hand necessarily. He's going to get in for 4. Unleash the Inferno could force the issue with the clue. Yes, he could do that too.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine Lucas is just cracking the clue end of turn here anyways.
So you're not getting much extra out of it.
Yeah. I guess you have to decide whether or not, I mean, this Lucas just kind of burying Andy here in card advantage, right? It's all these creatures. Like Andy had to use removal spells to kill the Denix, then the Denix came back.
Yes.
Then you blitzed in an underdog. You got a clue, you got to draw a card.
Land drops flowing for Lucas Harane as well. Players are having a heck of a weekend. We should also add they're 7-3 right now. That is, you know, you're thinking top 8, and you got a little ways to go here, but only 3 losses this late in the tournament. You do have a shot at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Briarbridge Tracker. Go ahead, Paul.
Debating whether or not to cast Unleash or perhaps sacrifice the clue. He's like, all right, this feels bad, but I need to get this flyer off the battlefield.
Ugh, feels terrible. Is it going to get negated? And he says, you know what?
I think Lucas has enough, because he's got another one in the graveyard too, right? I think he's okay with this. But he is at 10 life, so does need to be a little bit careful, but he does have the answer in the Vanishing Verse here if he wants to just get this tracker off the battlefield, run out the Wandering Emperor, and then start putting pressure that way.
He also has an Iganjo Seat of the Empire hiding down there.
Yeah, it'd be a little awkward if he chooses to do that this turn, just because it costs 3 mana and then he can't play out the Wandering Emperor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Emperor just has a hard time against Briarbridge Tracker.
Well, now that he's sacrificed the clue, I mean, he's probably just going to take the 2 here.
Yeah, now it's a much more attainable clock. He cracked the clue pre-combat. That does shrink down the tracker.
Yeah, and now an active Planeswalker here with negate backup.
That's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah. Negate plus Vanishing Versa. Put a counter onto your 2/2 if you want. Get in. I mean, Andy's down to 9 already, so I mean, I think Lucas is going to lock this up pretty quickly here.
It does look like this one has hit the tipping point here for Lucas Harane. He's been ahead the entire game. In the mid-range matchups, you know, 2-for-1s are kind of the name of the game, and he has had way more of them than Andy has.
Yeah. This is going to be a huge win for Lucas, right?
Big time.
Getting to jump the players that are no longer playing in this event means that there is no chance that at least those players can catch him, right? So now he's one step closer to kind of jump a couple of other players who are also not playing. So, you know, he doesn't need that many more match wins to kind of get into that top 8 in the challenger leaderboard.
Yeah, and also going to 8-3 puts him, you know, setting his sights pretty high for this tournament. Again, we're not quite there, right? We're not at the point where you're going like top 8 is right around the corner. He still has a good amount of work to do. And there's the GG. But Lucas Harane is doing a great job of doing exactly that work. And he has put himself ahead of the pack, at least as far as the did not qualify is concerns. And that's a big leap for him, Paul. He's actually in pretty decent shape now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's going to be pretty difficult for Lucas to not make the top 8 unless the wheels just completely fall off. It seems to me that he only needs maybe 1 or 2 more match wins to really kind of get into that mix. So this was a huge step for him. Probably going to need a couple more, but I mean, there's still a lot more Magic to be played, and kind of his fate is in his own hands.
And to clarify, you meant top 8 for the challengers, right?
Top 8 for the challengers.
50-50 chat.
All of his matches to top 8 to make the actual top 8.
Yeah, he's going to have a little harder time doing that.
All
but
right.
still,
Are we triggering me?
Both of these things are still in sight here for Lucas Harane. Great job by him. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we'll have more Magic here for
chat. What are you doing to trigger me?
We'll see you after this.
I'm just back in time to take care of y'all. Lord knows someone has to. No one voted? All right, well, I mean, I guess we don't have to do those if people aren't voting, right? 50-50. 50-50, chat. Oh, I forgot my laptop charger. 50-50. That's my new .com, 50-50. Thanks, Riley. I can't even vote. Well, the vote's over now. Didn't show up for you. Huh. 50-50. My favorite standard deck? Honestly, I don't know if I have one. Like, it's so, like, I get it, but it's, I guess if I had to pick between any of them, it's, I gotta say the Jund, Shoto's Jund, but I wish we seen something crazy cool, right? But I don't know if we got to. I don't want to say the Storm one though, you know what I mean? Like I refuse to say it.
Capenna Championship. Well, we are 11 rounds deep into
That's why it's hard to think of. He's like, man, I'm not getting on that bandwagon.
Tournament. It's not the first time. Is Shota Yasuoka sitting at 10-1, one of only 2 players with just 1 loss. Also, things went especially well for him last round. He locked up a spot in the World Championship, and he talked to Riley Knight about what it means to him.
Right, it's not quite Rakdos artifact sacrifice.
Just made it to the World Championship, and it's not the first time either. Congratulations, Shota. You're one of the more experienced players in the field. Were you nervous about your chances of making it to the World Championship, or were you feeling very confident about how you'd go?
Thank you. このシステムが発表された時点で、結構高確率で出れると思ってたんで、そこまで緊張とかなかったですね。
Yeah, I was pretty confident with the current system. I had a very high chance of making the World Championship, so not really any nerves or anything.
Well, you'll be one of the more experienced players at this tournament. I mean, you played at a World Championship before. Is that going to impact your preparation, your confidence heading into this event?
まあ、今年はそもそもずっと一人でやってきたので、まあ、世界選手権も多分一人で調整して挑むと思います。
Well, I'm pretty confident. I've always been practicing alone. I don't really have a team, and I'm just gonna do the same thing I've always done: practice alone, do my own thing, and just go with that.
Well, it's worked for you across quite a star-studded career, mate. So congratulations on the World Championship spot. And hey, best of luck throughout the rest of the weekend.
時間いただいてありがとうございました。
Shota Yasuoka, a lone wolf when it comes to Magic, and he does it so well. Cedric Phillips and Riley Knight here at the virtual. Thank you, Cedric. Let's take a look at our standings here after 11 rounds of play. We're on day 2. There you see Shota, 10-1, just one loss to his name.
I don't know, 50-50. Jesus Christ.
David Inglis, one of our undefeated players overnight, doing extremely well as well, sitting at 10-1. Check
what
this
did
out,
I start?
In 4th, Eli Cassis. Guess what? He won the last one of these tournaments just a few months ago. And here he is, putting himself in great position to make a top 8.
I just got a good smoke on too. Let's rip.
Snagged a world championship spot, sitting at 9-2, along with Mike Sigrist, aka Siggy, sitting at 9-2. Simon Nielsen also snagged a spot to the World Championship yesterday.
Take care, Killer.
8-3.
Have a good day.
Out, 2018
I honestly, when you're asking me my favorite deck of the tournament, it was like, shoot, I want to say Mill, but don't want that to be on record.
Let's take a look at our World Championship races. Cedric, you've got the leagues. Take it away.
Well, finally, I get one of these cool little icons that I get to kind of get a little pumped up about. Shota Yasuoka is a lock. Congratulations into the World Championship. We know that. Just a dominant display, sitting in 2nd place right now. David Inglis sitting in 1st place here this weekend. And remember, coming into the weekend, Shota and David, you know, they needed to have pretty good weekends because this race is pretty tight, and they said, this stuff's easy. Okay. Now, David isn't a lock like Shota is, but he's getting very close because there are only 4 rounds left in this tournament. So it's
Riley is to blame, 50-50.
I also want to point a lot of attention to Logan Eddles right now.
I think we both are 50-50.
He had to win an in against Sam Pardee to even be here, and things could have went really poorly for him. But not only did he win into day number 2, but he's in 54th place right now. So the winning has continued. That's why you see him in 3rd place and is getting pretty comfortable with that World's Invitation. Duque, Marcio Carvalho, they're a win up on someone I would want.
I like Shota.
Excuse me, breathing down my neck. Yeah. Paulo Vitor Damaderosa. You do not have a.
He did really well in the last tournament too.
Because he doesn't lose very often, folks. And he's in 30th place. Duque is in 33rd. Marcio is in 16th place. So all 3 are having very, very good tournaments. And as you see these other names, before I do hand it off to Riley, remember, if Shota were to make the top 6, if David Inglis were to make the top 6 here, well then they
opens up a spot for someone else
to the World Championship via the top 6 of the new Capenna Championship, which would mean that Logan, Reed, Marcio, and then some players underneath them would get some invitations. So in some respects, if you're Paulo, if you're Piotr Glogowski, if you're LSV, you're going, go Shota, go David Inglis, just keep on winning. Don't stop winning. So just one thing to keep track of. Riley, what's going on with you?
What's going on with you?
Look at the Challenger race here. It is, with great pleasure, I announce another seat that has been given away, this time to Nathan Stoyer. We've followed him, you know, broadly speaking, throughout the entire weekend, and he's been kicking goals with both.
Jeb's going to get dropped out.
Has locked it up.
There's too many actives still.
As we said, it was 50-50 as if he was going to.
Unless they lose all their matches, I don't know. I guess it's a possibility.
Very, very happy indeed. Apart from that, though, Jim Davis and Camilo Luquesh hanging on, digging their fingernails into the face here and hoping to be the beneficiaries of some lucky bounces. But Drew Baker still in the yellow box that we've talked about. Lucas Harane.
Can we get a 50-50 emote?
Wellman still have an opportunity to get in, to leapfrog Jim Davis, to get ahead of Camilo Luquesh and find their way through the historic rounds into the World Championship. But outside of that, once we start getting down to Thiago Saporito, once we start getting down to Kazuna Kasaka, it's quite a deficit that has to be made up. Can be done, still can be done, but by the time we get down to our 15th and 16th place challenges in this particular race, it's looking a little dicey. But headline here, Nathan Stoyer joins Yuma Koizumi, Greg Orange, Tristan Wildlarue, and Simon Nielsen going to the World Championship, baby.
All right, let's take a look at who's already qualified for that World Championship.
I like how even Riley said it, baby.
Yesterday, Greg Orange, Yuma Koizumi, and Simon Nielsen. Yuta Takahashi, your current reigning world champion, will be back, of course, to defend the crown. And today we're adding more people in. Tristan Wildlarue, congratulations to Nathan Stoyer, making it in here as a challenger. Also added Shota Yasuoka that we just told you about.
Right, just so my quick second of fame right there.
Excellent world championship.
Future qualifier, am I right?
Here we are at the new Capenna Championships at the end of a season. Let's take a look back now at where we started with the Innistrad Championships. This was last December. And take a look back, a walk down memory lane at that incredible tournament. Welcome to coverage of the Innistrad Championship. We have 252 players, and by the time the weekend is over, not only will we have crowned an Innistrad champion, we will have sent 6 players to the World Championship.
It's actually quite exhausting.
I mean, it's really tough.
Brett, come on, you can't untap, you will die, and that is the game.
How did Jin get knocked out? Lost.
Oh, man. What a comeback. Christian Hauck is going to improve to 11 and
50-50.
That's a concession from Takahashi. If he hits a Phoenix here, it'll be over. And there's an Arclight Phoenix. He actually did it, Zachary Keaney.
Simon Gertzen doing seemingly impossible. If you've just tuned in now and you missed it, go back and watch it.
Is there any chance for a PV? What is PV?
This is going to be good game, and your champion is Yuki
50-50. It's funnier when I don't do it.
Awesome tournament, the Innistrad Championship. Well, like I said a little earlier, we're pivoting now to historic for the rest of the day. Cedric, what does that metagame look like?
That means Arclight Phoenix Show. Ever heard of it? Faithless Looting. Familiar with that one too. Is it Phoenix? 69 players, 30.9.
Oh, okay.
It's just a consistently strong deck. Golgari Food, Azorius,
I forget what it looks like. I don't know where he was.
Kind of what's
only lands.
We're seeing a little bit of slicing humans in Azorius control, of course.
Bro, that's actually really bad. I sent you one.
Arclight Phoenix, you had a bad
Walter, I literally sent you one.
Right,
that's way better than
these
this.
Players come prepared to beat Arclight
but we could put the Phyrexian symbol in instead. But you're using the wrong fonts.
Inglis versus Shota Yasuoka, both of our players at 10-1, the best records in the tournament. Golgari Food versus Is It Phoenix. Here's a look at David Inglis having a fantastic tournament. 70% historic win rate. That is extremely high. Got top 6 at the Strixhaven Championship versus Hall of Famer Shota Yasuoka. 63.7% historic win rate. 2 Pro Tour wins to his name. One of only.
I have the only lands as a PNG.
They've won more than one Pro Tour. Tell me about the deck, Cedric.
Well, let's start with Inglis and Golgari Food. I mean,
it didn't work. What do you mean? Well, I still have it on my Photoshop.
We just saw a little video on.
I can send you.
So great at the Neon Dynasty Championship, just because really not that many people brought it for whatever reason, but it is back and it is in full force, and it has a very good Is It Phoenix matchup. Inglis very familiar with this strategy. Played it at the Neon Dynasty Championship. Loved it there. Clearly
I could send you this layer.
Here. Now we are going to see Is It Phoenix on the other side of things. And this is actually one of the builds, and I'm checking, want to double check.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
No Ledger Shredders, which is a card.
Only lands. But I like the Phyrexian symbol in the middle. That's pretty cool, though. Well, what scale do you need it in?
Entities, which would be a pretty
we could put it. We could make it into 2.
It does dodge a card like Fatal Push and just flying a lot of power there, but.
Or I could tell you what. I'll give you the fonts.
Got your own holy heats and everything else that's kind of going on with this strategy. So the base of it is.
I don't know who the matchup is.
All right, it's time to do some predictions here from the news desk. Riley, who do you like in this matchup?
Look, Arclight Phoenix tried and true, and Shota Yasuoka riding high off the World Championship qualification. I reckon this is the 1-2 punch that he's going to get across the line. Let's go, Shota.
All right, you've got a perfect record here, Cedric. Are you going to keep perfect?
I was told to make it quick. 10 grams. David Inglis, let's go.
Are they calling him Ted Grams?
Golgari Food
or 10 grams?
To beat Phoenix. We'll see if it can do what it was meant to do here in this round.
5-0, you can't see me.
If they're calling him 10 grams, that's pretty gangster.
You can't see me, Maria.
Alien Corey got the call here with round 12.
Anyway, hello everybody. Hi,
anyway.
Lodi alongside Corey Baumeister. And it's a tale as old as time, Corey. It's food versus Phoenix. It's the birds versus the bagels. Who do you think is going to come out on top?
The bagels, I like that one. I'm going with the food. It is a pretty good matchup for this strategy. We've seen it time and time again, but if anybody's going to be able to come back from a bad matchup, it is Shota. Yes,
it looks like it's 50-50.
Should be a good one.
It should indeed. Now, these two have faced off against each other in standard already, with David Inglis picking up the win against Shota Yasuoka. So he's going to be looking for a little bit of redemption.
Okay, this is our first historic match, kids. Hang in there with me. Don't go anywhere.
Player that he shares the top spot with here.
Tokyo, you still here?
Absolutely. Both players 10-1, so looking great.
I promised Tokyo that we could sext.
Almost assuredly competing in the World Championship against each other. Now they have their eyes on that top 8. 12 is that magic number. Even
Gamba, okay.
Might be good enough. We're not confirming that for sure.
Let's try the Gamba.
Yet, but a win here really
Who
sets them up
wins?
for an incredible chance.
It's Shota.
Oh yeah. Also, if you get to 12 wins, you get to chill out for the rest of the day. Now, I know there's not that many rounds left to go, but, you know.
You have 1 minute to cast your predictions, starting now.
Relax, gather your thoughts, prepare for tomorrow, because that's a big,
baby. 50-50.
Top 8, you want to get into the top 6, and you bet your blue.
They are literally only halfway through their day.
But anyway, that everybody just outside of those itty-bitty boxes is rooting for those players ahead of them to get into top 6.
Absolutely. We're going to have some very unusual fans of certain players coming into that final day. There's going to be a lot of, if this person wins at least a match, it's going to qualify multiple people into the World Championship and stuff, and maybe people that are not even playing in the event. So that's going to be an exciting day. Make sure to tune in tomorrow.
I don't know. I like Shota in this matchup because the flying.
Players would love to clone themselves.
Yeah, you get a refund but people are betting.
Seats. No matter how much you beg, it's not going to happen. So, yeah, one of those spots go to the at-large contenders. So it's going to be a very interesting day.
I actually only see your text, Walter, if I'm being honest.
Familiar, Ravenous Squirrel, an oven down on the battlefield. And now we're considering our options here as Opt goes into the bin, along with the copy of Consider for Shota Yasuoka.
Yeah, absolutely. A great start here, especially for David, really for both players, but trying to get these Ravenous Squirrels out of range as soon as possible. If you ever get them to that magic number of 7, it becomes extremely difficult to actually deal with these cards, since Unholy Heat would have to be paired with something else to deal with them. So not an easy feat to be able to deal with a monster creature from the Is It strategy. Not too many bounce effects. And as I look at Shota's list, no Brazen Borrowers in the main. Some players have tried to have that one cheeky number to be able
I like
to
the flying here.
Bounce some big stuff, but Shota says no. Also doesn't play Ledger Shredder. I thought that was really interesting, Ailey.
Yeah, Sprite Dragon got to hang around here for Shota, so maybe perhaps just appreciating another hasty threat, you know, to just get the job done.
Yeah, it doesn't show that you've picked
A
Numbskull.
little bit of extra punch. But so far, looking so good, the squirrel can get out of range of.
Maybe it's because you already have too many icons. Typically, it shows who you vote for, though, in chat.
Enough cards in the graveyard.
Like, okay, I Scoop has a 1, a blue 1, which means he picked option 1.
Flying being an extremely excellent way at attacking these Golgari food decks, and Stormwing Entity being another really good way to attack how these decks are really traditionally built if you don't play cards like Mortality.
You gotta kill these squirrels
Fatal Push does not do
before
a
they
great
get too
job
big.
at dealing with the Stormwing Entity. All you really got to do is try to get a Meat Hook Massacre for 3, and this.
That would be cool, Blondo. I like that.
No, not at all. But I like the plan here from David Inglis. Just make these squirrels giant.
Right? And each time it died, it removed a life. I would really. That's cool.
It's the David's birds going nuts versus. Yes, the birds versus the rodents at this point. So get on in there, Squirrel. 6 points of damage, down to 11 goes Shota. The race is on.
Big hit.
Yeah, and at this point, you know, Shota is just already really.
He picked his nose again by mistake. Stop it.
Get Delirium. That's got to be step 1. There's a second
itchy.
Unholy Heat, so if we can
just get itch. He's got to get the itch.
Clear off both of these squirrels. You know, it's a huge advantage.
Well, the voting's over now. You missed it.
Versus, you know, just even one of these squirrels hanging around is pretty bad news bears.
Yeah, so bad news squirrels in this case.
Yes, of course.
But we are going to see another land down here, an Opt, and the Storming Entity is going to get pretty big indeed and return the favor here, but needs a blocker, needs removal. Hello, Faithless Looting. Let's get some of these.
Oh, and
bats
another
in.
one.
Just one for the time being, but that is an extra blocker on the battlefield, and that it's not enough to get the job done here. And if he swings, he's probably dead because this fatal push can just clear out this Arclight Phoenix, and then boom goes.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and by card we needed, I meant the card that just allowed an Arclight Phoenix to come in as a blocker. Just to stay alive. We hit Delirium, but without any mana, that wasn't going to be possible.
Squirrels go zoom zoom, baby.
And even if we got to untap their Shota, those squirrels were probably going to be getting above 6/6s, so it was going to be pretty difficult anyways.
Oh, for sure. So now you're going to see Shota turn to the Graveyard Hate strategy. Well, actually, no, taking it out. Never mind. I lied about that. But bringing in the Abrades, bringing in the Gates, and bringing in some extra.
I saw it.
Of the Crackling Drake. On the other side of things, though,
50-50.
some Hearses to keep that.
Yeah, we went through.
As well as Maelstrom Pulse.
Yeah, Lantern is really more of just a Phoenix card. Being able to try to pick off a Cauldron Familiar in the yard.
I actually do play Magic in the bathtub. I'm gonna be honest, Numbskull. I take my laptop in there.
You ever tried to hurt a cat, Corey? Or cats? It's very difficult.
I've been scratched before, yes, absolutely.
Oh, so you've actually caught them? Okay, so you're ahead of a lot of us in that respect.
Yeah. Well, maybe I've tried.
Riley's math, 50-50.
Claw me. That's why I own a dog now, you know?
Good choice. So a couple
Hashtag certified educator chat.
Looking to
no, poor guy. We love him.
To 11.
He's literally provided me with an afternoon filled of happiness and laughter.
1 to get to 12.
50-50.
Donezo for the day and lock up those World Championship slots. Let's go into game number 2. Take a look-see here. Pretty good start, I must say, for David Inglis on the other side of things. Also not too shabby, but could use another land here for Shota.
Very interesting decision by Shota because this is heavily reliant on Faithless Looting. You know, you get that 2 draws to find land number 2. And if you brick, it's really bad. You know, normally you have like a Consider or an Opt as well as Faithless Looting, so it's pretty hard to brick. But with this scenario, if you just don't draw land here...
Somewhere, somebody's getting anviled to death by HGG from his tub. Yeah, rub-a-dub-dub, baby.
Decision to leave up and kill
Obnixless in the tub.
on turn 2 is pretty interesting as well.
I have a little Obnixless rubber ducky I take in there with me. I'll crush your soul. Ouch. So it says when you squeeze it.
Hurts us. Oh,
yeah, no. David just made the exact same sound that we did, I think, but, you know, kind of in favor of David there because that was the cost.
That's worse.
Yeah, that was the cost for Shota in not casting turn 1 Faithless Looting, and that was the Punisher case of drawing another card like Faithless Looting or Opt, but not finding the land to immediately cast it for turn 2. Instead is kind of left with
that sucks.
Now lost all that kind of value with the Phoenixes being stuck underneath.
Obnixless.
Oh yeah, those birds aren't coming back. It's a little unfortunate, but it's not the only threat that Shota has. He's not totally reliant on the Arclight Phoenixes. He has the Cracking Drakes. He's got the Sprite Dragons and the Storming Entities. So he just has to find those. And land.
Yeah, at 1,000 subs, we'll do a bubble bath stream chat.
Really impressed me across both formats so far. You know, a bigger.
I'll show you my Obnixless.
On historic, but even in standard, it's just a tricky card to deal with.
My ducky is what I mean.
That mold of just really tricky cards to play against since they dodge all these. You know,
I just use the battery.
In standard. You know, they dodge Meat Hook Massacre, and you just get to sit by.
It's not like I'm not in the bathtub for like 4 hours.
Even
you know,
matchups where that's not the biggest thing. You know,
turn into a prune after like 20 minutes, yo.
Arclight Phoenixes and other spells out of the yard. Even if you can't do that, it's still a good card.
That's just my rubber ducky.
And, you know,
Rig off.
To Shota's advantage, he does have that copy of Abrades, so when it is time to care about the graveyard once again, he can take care of that unlicensed hearse.
Trust me.
There's also a Lurrus that he's
You're gonna love the noise it makes.
Because Lurrus likes to bring back 2 drops. Cheeky little kitten that she is.
Yeah, absolutely. And you even look at it in this way. This might be a little bit of a stretch, but if you abrade that on unlicensed Hearst, still a 3-for-1. You know, I mean, you lost your Arclight Phoenixes, you lost your Faithless Looting, you lost your Abrade. It's already gotten a lot of value. Is my
Shota's really good at sideboarding, typically. So this is sad to see.
Yeah. So he's gonna
fade away. Yeah. First starts out with a bubble snare.
But Lurrus is a consideration. that he needs to deal with. So Soul Guide Lantern, it's going to get sacked to find a card, and it's going to be a Witch's Oven, but no cats in sight, just Lurrus of the Dream Den.
Exactly, and we did see that goose in the yard, but Lurrus would have been very vulnerable to a very likely removal spell, and decided to not play it there, and rightfully so, with a lot of Pillar of Flames and stuff in hand.
50-50.
Oh yeah, it's Removal City in Shota Yasuoka's hand right now. Also found a Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Well, it's really more than a ding than a dong.
No blue mana though, unfortunately, right now. To get that Storming Entity down, does find a dual land though. So that should allow him to get that down on the battlefield.
Yep, a huge draw there. Now we're going to see this powerful 3/3 hit the battlefield with 2 Meat Hook Massacres and 4 lands, though. I think I have an idea of what David would like to top deck here.
Oh, yeah. Give me land. One time. Let's go. First things first, Unlicensed Hearse. Gonna chow on a couple more goodies in the graveyard. Making sure that Faithless Looting cannot be replayed. This thing is enormous right now. There's a land, but it's not untapped, unfortunately. Blooming Marsh wants to get out early. It's not a fan of showing up late.
And now here's the big problem for David. It's like you really want.
I tried it 3 times so far.
Spell, which the only
I'm looking to hit the tub after we're done here. I'm going to try a couple more times.
Goose because you have nothing else to do, and honestly, kind of hope that Shota goes to destroy it.
Hello,
so
good grower.
Massacre. That feels pretty bad.
Aren't we all though?
To use up that value, but the alternative is just what? Say go, maybe take 6 off Castle Lochthwain, to draw a card. That doesn't sound very smart. Either.
No, don't do that. But you know what the danger is here as well, is that if you do get the opportunity to Meat Hook Massacre, there's going to be instance, Shota is likely going to be able to protect the Storming Entity as well. So even with this land, it's not a guarantee that this bird is going down.
Very good point. The only guarantee we know now is Shota's probably going to take 6 damage from this Unlicensed Hearse coming in. Probably not a block.
Seems
Shota's
like
interested.
a good idea. Alrighty, let's kill some stuff. Goodbye, Lurrus of the Dream Den. Into exile you go.
The Crackling Drake is a nice answer.
Graveyard you go. And now free and clear to take
like
care of that unlicensed
Meat Hook Town with another land, though, right?
To do it right now.
It'll be interesting if Shota wants to just fire it off now to get that extra point of damage in, or like you said, play around Meat Hook Massacre, but a little bit, at least making David have 1 more land. I think I would love that play, because with
they do it, but when they do it, it's like basically too late.
Rough and pretty risky to play a Meat Hook Massacre here, even for 4, because you could easily have 2 ops, and all of a sudden this is a pretty not so great play. But
like
the one
right
thing
here.
that David's got going for him here is, what else are you going to do? So he might just fire it off anyways, and it is going to work out.
What was Shota clicking on there, actually? When his screen went like,
that land.
grayed
out or whatever?
Yeah,
what was he clicking
on
on?
the land to get it
do it for 4.
Yeah. Big thing here. And also, Shota would be pretty happy to see it used early, because there's a big Crackling Drake coming.
Looks like he discarded that off.
First, it's going to be Soul Guide Lantern. Draw a card here for David Inglis. Oh, Kitty Cat's arrived! Hey, okay, game's over.
Or he cast opt, and then it was looking at his options without showing us. I see. Yeah, it is a little confusing. It'd be nice if they showed us for sure.
Respect your opinion from that one.
Come on, how many games has this cat won?
A lot this weekend, that's for sure. An absolute lot.
50-50.
Yeah, very true. This has been extremely powerful. Food and Jeskai Storm, the 2 decks that David did choose to bring to battle here this weekend, have both looked like the decks of the format to me. So kudos to not only David, but the rest of his testing team that, seemed to kind of nail it. It's looked really good from both ends.
They certainly did. Expressive Iteration to kick off Shota's turn. Finds another Arclight Phoenix and a couple of lands, so... Not the worst finds here. Stormcarved Coast, sure, that's fine. Always have some more lands, and I like leading off here.
So have people on Twitter leaked results then?
Care too much about that? Sure, it's probably gonna
Are the day's results leaked on Twitter?
But, yeah, he wants to see these Meat Hook Massacres go away.
Exactly, yeah. We could easily see just a scenario where you just take 7, you know, sack cat, bring cat back, maybe even leave it into the graveyard.
Any good matches? Yeah, we had that one Is It Mirror that was kind of crazy.
Massacre the next turn. Since you have a couple extra foods laying around, you can also just meat hook massacre and let Cauldron Familiar
We're
die
into historic
naturally
now.
to be able to drain your opponent for an extra damage.
That's why
and then
Sector's
bring it
a
back.
boss,
So a lot
right?
of
Left that
options
stream up.
David's gonna
Nice.
have with these extra bagels sitting around.
Couple extra bagel bites, baby. Anyone else get bagel bites and just demolish like the entire box of them? Eat like 40 bagel bites in one sitting?
Sacrificed. There we go. One more cookie for his troubles.
Yeah, it's probably part of an agreement that you don't.
Still one of my favorite moments on coverage was Marshall and Paul naming different food items every time
Bagel
that
bites.
a cat in an oven got sacrificed. It was impressive.
That mirror was insane.
Yes.
Holy cow. I mean, like, I kind of just want to dump the Meat Hook Massacre down here. If not, why not? Schutz is
For
tapped
sure.
out. There goes his Bird Force.
Yeah, it's just the decision of to do it for 3 or 4. I mean, I guess it's 3 no matter what.
Yeah.
But decides to just let it die instead of sacrificing it to oven or leaving up Fatal Push here. So interesting decision there. But you do have that extra food, so it's not like, you know, having 1 or 2 food with Cauldron Familiar makes that big of a difference.
Yeah. Oof. Cauldron Familiar is going to end up winning this on its own. I'm just putting it out there right now because he's just going to come back. He's going to ping. We got Meat Hook Massacre dinging our opponent as well. So David Inglis said that Golgari food beats Phoenix, and you know what? I believe him.
Yep, I really do. It was that kind of triangle in a historic matchup where these blue-white control decks really dealt with Golgari food, and then is it dealt with blue-white control? Well, there's one deck that didn't really show up to play this weekend, and it was blue-white control, so these food decks have looked really good.
Oh yeah, they've been going absolutely nuts as our dear little cat is going to snack on 1 more food token and get rid of this Crackling Drake courtesy of the Fatal Push. So as scary as you are, 11-4 Crackling Drake, you don't do all that much. And I think we might have lethal here with
Yeah, here's the
Kitty Cat
hive if
Sacks
you want to just
and-
finish it off. Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
Man, how do you beat the hearse?
Decisions, David's like, do I have to take this quote-unquote risk? You know, when you're at
How do you
17,
beat that
you're likely
hearse?
going to like 20 if you want. It's just David being as safe as
I shouldn't make fun of
possible here.
people. I feel
Such
bad.
A big moment. I would say such a big moment in David's
It's so fun,
career
though.
as like, you know, one of the, you know, breakout moments or something. But at this point, David's just an established pro. He's just been dominating tournaments, joining the ranks of Shota in that established pro category.
Oh man, he has been absolutely crushing it and just going for the safe play here. A Meat Hook Massacre for 1, and that's gonna do it. The cat gets it done. Sure, it had a little help from me.
Oof, 2-0.
But it was all the
You gotta love winning them back to back like that.
all the cats. So David Inglis.
That's fantastic.
And O versus Shota Yasuoka. Look at that. Absolute sigh of relief. It's just like, okay.
Please don't go anywhere, chat. It's historic, and I'm really tired, and I need your help to stay awake. No, I'm actually not that tired. I'm fine. Did you know that YouTube is beating Twitch right now?
That's exactly because
The YouTube gang is beating the Twitch gang.
you know,
There's like 100 people on YouTube.
You're top 8 and, you know,
50-50,
winning everything
exactsies.
right now. So huge congrats to David.
Kudos to David and his team. You guys have absolutely crushed it this weekend. Keep going, because we want to see you in the top 8. We have another match to feature. Let's find out now from Maria and Cedric what we can look forward to.
Hey everybody, coming
It
up
does
next,
make
you're
me
gonna watch
sad
Tom
that
for
the
full
production's
shot
not done
target
live.
versus Ian Burrell.
LSV trying to make it look easy with Is It Feed?
That essentially we're just watching a playback.
But the base is all the same, and it's a good one. For Ian Burrell, looking to take advantage of
Kinda
the
sad.
by Is It Phoenix with this build of Selesnya Company.
If that's the
And Creature,
case.
you can't stop Ian.
I like that live
Coming up
feel.
after this.
And Chad has destroyed it for me. Woof. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Let's hit these suckers on Twitch with another ad break, baby. If you hit me with your Prime or your Tier 1, you can skip it. Later, dog. Dun, 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 dun. It'd be cool if it was live. It'd be live. That should be part of it. I guess that's what's cool about when they brought everyone to the arena and did it just on computers, right? Do you remember when Alienware was sponsoring them? And everyone was playing on Alienware computers and they had all the cameras set up? Yeah? You remember that, kids? That was pretty cool. And then I believe that might have been live? What if that wasn't even live? No! Oh. www.heartbreaking.com. Still in pandemic protocols. I don't know if this will ever change, though. I don't know if they're going back. Like, I know that they would do Worlds live. Probably. More so. But maybe not these championships. Give me my precious points. Who won? Number 2? I don't even know. David won.
Welcome back to coverage of the new Capenna Championship.
It's all coming back to me.
Corey Baumeister. We just had one.
It's all coming back to me, baby.
They were all in blitz mode. So we are on to our second feature match, Corey. It is going to be Ian Burrell versus Luis Scott Vargas, Selesnya Company versus Is It Phoenix. Now,
Lewis and
Company,
Ian.
This deck, tell me a little bit about it, because there are some spicy meatballs in this one that's going to really annoy Luis.
Yeah, absolutely. Selesnya Company, you know, we've seen versions that is like Selesnya Humans that had some more tribal themes to them with Thalia's Lieutenant, that kind of stuff.
You have 1 minute to vote,
this
chat.
one's a little different. And instead of all the
Get your votes in. Who's going to win?
It's just all hate cards for almost specifically Arclight Phoenix. You look, you see Archon of Averia in the hand. You see Paulo, Elite Spellbinder, and then you see Scavenging Ooze. There's plenty more
Get your votes in.
to come in this list as well for Phoenix. So Luis Scott Vargas had to have looked at this deck list and been like,
Night, Artisan.
Like,
Cheers, bro.
That is a lot of hate.
I was like, really? You're doing this? I would be feeling that if I were in Luis's shoes right now, but he is a seasoned professional. Nothing's going to get under his skin. As we get things going here, we got a Dragon's Rage Channeler and a Ledger Shredder down here for Luis. Now, Scavenging Ooze, the problem bug, as that's, well, it's a news. That's going to be quite the nuisance for a graveyard strategy such as Is It Phoenix. So where do we go to from here?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because this is like the one turn where you can have a little bit of a big turn by playing Faithless Looting. You know, maybe trying to
Scavenging Ooze is so last year.
Not really a chance you're going to be able to hit Delirium, but
gotta use that hearse, baby.
Creature's a little bit larger. And trying to find something here, but this just feels like one turn where you get a good hit in. And yeah, you don't even really want to attack with this Dragon Rage Channeler and trade a 1/1 Spirit. And looking at that graveyard, kind of a sad graveyard.
Nothing for the Ooze to munch on. That's a feels
bad.
Yeah,
I was saying a little more sad from Luis Scott Vargas. Like no real action, no real close to Delirium or anything like that.
Oh no. One really good draw, though, for Ian here is this copy of Talia, Guardian of Thraben, which is going to stifle whatever plans Luis Scott Vargas has in terms of just, you know, mana efficiency. All your 1 spells become 2 mana spells, and that's just not great.
Yeah, this style of deck...
Mojo would probably be down.
Really kind of more of this hate bear strategy. All these cards that are just so tricky to play against. Thalia, Archon, Elite Spellbinder, all this
I like
stuff
Archon here.
Adds up to one huge problem for Is It Phoenix decks, you know, and this is going to be maybe a little bit of a, you know, a polarizing matchups when it comes to very good against Phoenix, but if you get paired against, let's say, Golgari Food, probably not exactly what Ian wants to play against.
Yeah. Now, this is quite a decent situation here for Luis. Sure, he can only play 1 spell right now, but the Unholy Heat can take care of the Scoos. So he can say, excuse me, coming through with whatever graveyard nonsense he's got. There's no green mana up at the moment. Can make the Ledger Shredder into a 3/3 and keep swinging. You know, he's got that going for him. 3 toughness is relevant in this matchup.
That is absolutely big, and with no creatures in the graveyard before that, I like Ian's play of just playing something out, because Scavenging Ooze could only eat a Faithless Looting or something, and that is, you know, just okay here. So Symmetry Sage with its boost kind of showing off a little bit here, because this is one way to avoid all of this graveyard hate. Be like, yeah, you got all the hate in the world. I'm attacking with 3/3 flyers that cost 1 mana.
Pretty good deal you got going there, huh?
Yeah, not bad.
Not too shabby. An overgrown farmland, not what Ian's looking for. He would love to find the company card, well, the collected company, that is. But it's going to turn to Elite Spellbinder and be horribly disappointed that it's just a Brotherglide Pathway in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And a nice removal spell off the top. Luis snaps that one off. Can only cast 1 spell a turn. It's better than Faithless Looting that is just going to manipulate, you know, 1 draw from you. So not ideal here. And that's Delirium off the top. Wow.
Look at this. Oh, goodness. Death by 1/1s. You little 1-drops. You love to see it. Yeah, go. Everyone.
Yeah, these 1-drops are definitely hitting the gym. They are getting bigger and bigger. That's for sure.
This is like worst case scenario for Ian Burrell, who finds a Llanowar Elf and nothing else to deal with these pesky creatures.
done.
So Luis is going to pick up a very nifty game, number 1. And
Get
for
that
all
sideboard
of the
in, baby.
interaction and removal and the whatnots that Ian had for the Phoenix deck, just nothing came together there for him.
Yeah, you know, all that stuff I was saying about it being such a bad matchup, of course I meant it the other way around. Yeah, these Celestia cards are not up to snuff. No, I'm just saying that, you know, maybe just the way that these Phoenix decks are built now, with Symmetry Sage being the key addition, Ledger Shredder, another card. Both of those cards don't really care about the graveyard as much, and don't necessarily care about your cards being extremely cheap. You know, so maybe this style of deck, the Thalias, the Esper Sentinels, all this stuff that has pestered Phoenix in the past, maybe it's not as bad.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. And we have known the company deck to run out of gas at certain points. It really needs to hit on that important card in Collected Company. But, you know, from Luis's side, he's going to be very pleased with this. He is still in the hunt, trying to get into that league qualifier box for the World Championship.
Pizza?
So,
don't you dare go to bed.
happy to pick up
Don't you dare leave me, Pizza.
Closer to the top 5 for the league players.
Exactly. He's been right outside of the box. So, you know, he's kind of been asking himself all weekend, like, what's in the box? You know, he's trying to get there.
Have a magical night, bro. Thanks for hanging out all day.
Pretty healthy at 8th place with 75 points.
Don't you dare go to bed.
Marcio at 5th with 81 points. So, you know, 2 match wins away, and this doesn't factor in anybody getting into the top 6 of this tournament. Looking at you, Shota, you know, having the best chance to do so as well. That could boost up Luis a little bit. So definitely still in contention and looking pretty good to do it, as long as he can pick up some W's here in Historic.
That's what they'll be hoping to do. Down to the Bugbear. Great draw there for Luis. That's land number 3. Ledger Shredder down the battlefield on time. And on the other side of things, we have an Inquisitor Captain early. Finds a Talia, Guardian of Thraben, and a Llanowar Elf. So great find there. All the spells are now more expensive. Talia needs to go quickly.
And speaking some of the cards like we were talking about with Symmetry Sage, that got a little boost. Inquisitor Captain actually did get a little bit of a nerf. You know, it got a little bit more controlled. It used to be able to, you know, you could hit all these clone effects and just keep going, keep going. And that card, it used to just be insane. It's still very powerful. But that was some really fun stuff to do with Yorion, if you will.
Oh, yeah. And with a Glasspool Mimic. I think I strung together like 3 Glasspool Mimics in a row. Oh, it was great fun.
It was one of my favorite decks to play, I must say. I played a lot with those style of decks.
All right, so Ian off to a great start here. What's the follow-up going to be? It's going to be another Tangled Florahedron. So Mana Dork number 2 hits the board along with an Archon of Emeria. That is the second spell for turn, though. So Ledger Shred is going to say thank you very much. I'll take that.
Yeah, absolutely. And here if you're Luis Galvarius, you want to try to get your spells in while you can before Archon comes into play. But the combination of Esper Sentinel, Thalia, and Archon, is pretty brutal. But yeah, Pillar's going to definitely help in this scenario. Which one do you go for? They're all so good.
Oh, you got to take care of Talia. She's making a no fun zone, and nobody likes that. She's the fun police.
Ooh, big draw right there.
Excellent draw. Skyclave Apparition is going to come down and munch on this birdie. So no thank you, no more fun for you. And with this board that's assembled, it's just turn dude sideways and go. This is looking excellent here for Ian Burrell in game number 2. Doesn't even need the Scavenging Ooze. Luis, I don't think there's a chance here.
Oh, poor guy. He's like, you know what? I'm just gonna pack it up. I'm just gonna pack it up.
Company fan, that's what you want.
Dang.
Wow, we have had some not so close games for our round.
Sergeant
so
Dang,
far.
right?
Haley, these have been kind of beatings in each direction. Just decks working on, firing on all cylinders for these first 2 rounds that we've been covering. And now for Luis Scott Vargas fans, Luis on the play, is a big advantage in these kind of aggressive matches, being able to get a threat down, and then after Ian starts playing threats, be able to react to those while you have a threat. That's kind of how this deck, is best utilized, when it can kind of be that tempo style deck.
Ooh, that is a good hand.
That's a good one, yeah.
Hello.
I'd be very happy about that one. Not too much disruption, but you're really proactive with this hand. This hand hits hard as far as even turn 3. Symmetry Sage into Ledger Shredder. Turn 3, you just kind of go crazy.
Oh my goodness. This is going to be one hell of a fast game. Now that's what I love about Historic. You don't tend to have these...
Well, we have an Archon on the other side, though.
You don't tend to have these long, grindy matchups when there's no foot involved. But this is what I love to see. It's just like, right, I have my dudes down, you don't have removal, GG, next match, let's go.
And a little brutal there for Ian Burrell, that was already a mulligan, so do you want to go to 5 or keep a little bit of a clunky hand on the draw? Decides to keep it, draws a Tangled Florhedron, so another decision right on turn 1 to either play that as a land to guarantee you're allowed to play a 3-drop, or try to keep it, play the Tangled Florhedron, which is also
0-3 attacker.
That made me so happy. Attack with a 0 power to assert dominance.
Yes, yes. Luis likes to still have fun while he plays some Magic. You gotta love that.
He knows how to put on a show. I appreciate that. Oof, now double shredder, triple shredder even. Now I know why the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles had so much difficulty with this dude.
Wow, this is powerful. Being able to but just really sculpt your hand here and make these cards quite large. Do you want that 3rd Symmetry Sage or the 2nd Symmetry Sage decides to keep it?
Yeah, if not, why not? Portable Hole, nice find here. Can also play the backside of Branchloft Pathway just to exile something here with Skyclave Apparition, because, you're going to be dead to pigeons very quickly here, Ian, if you don't keep them under control.
Yeah, interesting. I really feel like you have to be mana efficient and play one of the 3-drops at least. Interesting to choice between Skyclave or Archon, but here's this expressive iteration. It's not going to be able to cast a 2nd card, so you're really putting some emphasis on finding a land to put into exile, and Unholy Heat is a great pickup, something that you can cast on Ian's turn is going to be very valuable here.
Oh, that expressive iteration was Chef's Kiss. 4 points of damage in, down to 12 goes Ian Burrell. There's a Talia. No 4th land, though, unfortunately, so can't go Skyclave into Portable Hole or anything like that. So where do we go from here? Is it time to get the skies filled with Elite Spellbinder? What's the plan?
I would think just Skyclave here to get that going.
Archon's down.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't even get
double
2 spells.
I can't believe he didn't take the Shredder.
It's an incredible card, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's really good, except when you need it to not be so good so you can do more things,
Crazy, yo.
It's like, all right, opponent, could you kill this, please? Thank you.
Okay, so there is the delirious Unholy Heat to deal with Archon, and now the shields are down, and Luis is really going to go crazy here. With 3 1-mana spells in hand, you got to think it's birdie time.
I think so. Let's just kill everything on Ian's side of the battlefield. Let's make our birds ginormous. I'm going to get another 1-1 for the funsies, and going to smack you for 7, down to 5. Your turn, go. Land? No land, so not even a chance here to get Collected Company going. Can take care of the biggest thing on the battlefield, but you know, this is just gonna be real bad news bears here, unfortunately, for Ian.
Yeah, and Symmetry Sage really showing off how great it is with Ledger Shredder, making it a base power 3, and then getting those counters on top of it. And that's just game right here. Impressive stuff.
Man, what a slapfest between these two decks. Absolutely awesome stuff. So
Easy peasy.
Win continues onwards.
Lemon squeezy.
Points that he needs to qualify for the World Championship. So still in with the shots. So fingers crossed that he can get it done. We have one more match to check out this round, friends. So let's jump into it and see what shenanigans are afoot against Eli Cassis and Johnny Gutman. Now these guys, they're chilling. They've already qualified. They don't have to worry about that. It's all about the top 8 and day 3.
Yeah, usually when you get to these third matches, maybe these are the ones that the players' records is maybe not doing as great or something like that. No, that's not really the case here. These players are doing extremely well. Eli Cassis at 9-2 and Johnny Gutman at 8-3. They're just already qualified for the World Championship, so we haven't seen a ton of them as they quietly just put themselves in a position to make another huge top 8.
Yep. And you know that if they do make the top 8, we'll get to the top 6, I should say, that the players behind them or the players that are just outside the box for those standings, they're going to be rooting for them to get into the top 6, opening up another spot for them.
All right, you can vote for the next minute in Twitch chat.
And Luis Scott Vargas are teammates, so it's pretty easy to go for each other on that one. But, you know, I think for this tournament alone, Luis Scott Vargas is also teammates with Johnny Gutman going for him as well.
What the heck? There's a squirrel swarm going on here.
Yeah,
Johnny Gutman did pick up the very first game in this matchup. It's a Golgari food mirror, but
I don't know how these Jeskai Storm decks went 7-0 in the meta. Maybe I'm just not big-brained enough to play it. I seem to die before I get Goldspan or Lero. Yeah, it's a hard deck to pilot, Renegade.
This game's been over so fast. Now this is probably
Tokyo, don't you dare. Don't you dare, Tokyo.
Can go from either, you know, a quick
5-10 don't you do me dirty.
Hour-long game. I've seen both sides of those spectrums there on that.
Ravenous Squirrels saying,
"Come on,
fight me, fight me." Ooh. Will we see a deadly dispute on one of the unblocked ones to kill this goose, grab some cards and a treasure, and just keep them growing? Because yeah, sure, one of you guys going down, it doesn't change the combat math.
Yeah, and I think Johnny would not have made that block if it wasn't for having Fatal Push to protect this goose. It doesn't seem really worth it enough.
I wish I could go to bed.
But decides to
no, not
to
allowed.
Make sure he can save Gilded Goose. Ely found a land, luckily off that, but it was a tap land.
Footstool.
Yeah, it's all good. Had the option there to run out the oven or the goose, but wants to keep that treasure around.
Hey.
Here comes the Cauldron Familiar, the big bad of Historic. The little 1/1 kitty cat.
Yeah, I love that you said the big bad, and it is a 1/1 for one, but it really is that powerful, and the synergies are just so high with Cat Oven. We've seen it around for so long.
Yeah, it's definitely a staple, as all good things should be part of a staple diet. Ram the Squirrel getting there for 2 points of damage. Overgrown Tomb, so there is land number 4 for Cassis. He's got a pretty good hand right now. I mean, he's got all the combo pieces he could possibly want. He's got the goose with the Trail of Crumbs.
Missing
he's got
one.
the food. He just needs, you know, he's got the oven. He just needs the cat.
Yep, exactly. Cauldron Familiar. And I mean, it's kind of the same for Johnny Gutman right now. Johnny really wants a Trail of Crumbs to be able to kind of keep going, and also an oven to really complete everything here. But Lurrus in hand, a pretty good advantage already, and just having a decent amount of lands is pretty good as well. So we do see that one Culling Ritual in Eli Cassis's hand. That card is really impressive, and it will
get my
make
legs up
people
without
play
knocking
very
everything off my
different.
desk.
It'll make these players play really different in the post-board games, because if you overextend too much, not only are you overextending into a battlefield where you're going to lose everything to the ritual, but you're also feeding the mana, where after Culling Ritual, Eli would just get to play so many things if Johnny just dumped his hand on the battlefield.
It's absolutely brutal if that goes off. So that's kind of the big reset button, but you do get the advantage, as you mentioned, of being able to rebuild if you're the one firing it off.
Yep, absolutely. And then, you know, after you cast Culling Ritual and you rebuild yourself, then you have to worry about if your opponent is going to Culling Ritual and you know,
done.
restock again. Oh no. Was that almost a early concession, huh?
Hey now, don't press that button. Believe in the cat. The cat's coming.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, so Trail of Crumbs is active. If we decide to go that route here for Cassis, he could just blow up the entire battlefield if he really wanted to. Not a terrible idea right now, but I don't know if it's time for that just yet.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, Ely been known to, if really behind in a game, you know, maybe see the writing on the wall. But even this game does not look really bad for Ely. Maybe a little bit behind at the moment, but definitely in this one.
I mean, having Trail of Crumbs is just...
yeah, big advantage.
It just sticks you...
It just
so
sticks
far
you.
ahead. I mean, there's another copy of Oven. Cool, sweet, rad. Need some cats, though, please.
Yeah, now it's that tough spot where Ely's just thinking, how far can I overextend? What you really want to overextend your battlefield with is Cauldron Familiar, because you do not care if that dies, and you can just sacrifice it in response to a culling ritual. We know, with perfect information, and everybody at home knows, that that ritual is not in Johnny Gutman's hands. So, you know, in a perfect world, you'd probably be just firing this off and kind of dumping your hand and hoping they don't top deck it. But as it stands now, decides not to.
Cursebound Witch and Darkboard Pathway revealed their
Band
ultimate
Angels.
Crumbs, so is feeling a little
DirtyDogs.com.
so wants to get that going. Gilded Goose could be a temporary blocker against this Ravenous Squirrel, so it's like animal violence in this matchup. Just realized that. All these poor little critters just fighting each other.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I thought we already had goats going at it here earlier with Kai and and Paulo and Luis playing each other.
Oh, goodness me. Here comes Trail of Crumbs.
That was a big draw.
For Johnny Gutman. He can also
play.
make a food with his other Gilded Goose, and the cat's going to come on back, though. That's just a freebie for him.
Yep, and now all the pieces are in place for Johnny Gutman. You've assembled it, and now it's just how do you best play around Culling Ritual from Ely in case he does have it. We know that he does. But yeah, that's the combo right there. Trail of Crumbs, Cauldron Familiar, Witch's Oven, and Ravenous Squirrel is kind of the cherry on top. You don't really need that one. It just kind of makes some of your draws just really, really over the top. And big advantage here for Johnny.
For sure, for the time being. Now, there is a Lurus in hand for both players, so once this Culling Ritual does get fired off, they will be able to rebuild here. But, you know, before everything goes kaboom, let's dig a little deeper and try and find pieces to rebuild if that's the way that Cassis wants to go and just blow up this board. Oh, hi, kitty. Okay,
there's the cat. Let's see if this is the turn where Ely wants to do this. It looks like it is time.
You should wait until Meat hooks out.
Such an incredible mirror breaker of a card. And this is something, you know, when we saw this deck dominate a set championship earlier in this year, the mirror match really wasn't on the radar. We just saw them, you know, going back and forth, just playing really, really grindy games because, well,
I like Elspeth. That's a keep for me.
Sideboard of those decks because it was pretty much only the team from Japan that was really playing this deck.
Yeah.
Now it became a little bit more of a known quantity, so there's got to be some tech, mostly so that these matches don't go to time every single time.
And that is a big factor in these mirror matches. You know, you got to keep an eye on your clock because if you run out of time and you can't get the game done in like game number 2, game number 3 is going to be a struggle.
Oh, yeah.
So good rebuild here from Ely Cassis, Lurus of the Dream Den down with a Cauldron Familiar. There is a Meat Hook Massacre on the other side, though, so these creatures aren't long for this world if Gutman feels like retaliating.
Yep. Yeah, if memory serves me right, I believe it was Riku Kumagai who ended up timing out, you know, fighting for a world spot in that set championship earlier, and that, you know, a little bit of feels bad.
It was actually his opponent, I believe, who was close to timing out, and Kumagai conceded, knowing that
that's right.
His teammate was ahead,
Yep, that is right.
All right. Phyrexian Tower on the board could get the other oven down just to keep this cycle going. How much does Cassis want to dump on this battlefield?
Yeah, you can use that Phyrexian Tower, just an incredible land in this deck to be able to bring Cauldron Familiar back, sacrifice that last food, and then with that extra mana hanging over, have another Witch's Oven down. And then Ely's just like, okay, please don't kill my things.
Stuff's dying next turn. We know that. That
Johnny needs that
Massacre
Meat Hook
is just
out.
staring down these cats right now.
Yep, Ely probably knows that as well. And while it's not really, you know, it will kill Cauldron Familiar. That's not the biggest deal. Decides to play nothing. That's pretty interesting.
Ooh, hello, Culling Ritual.
Wow. And Ely was definitely played nothing to play around Culling Ritual to not give Johnny that 1 extra mana. Didn't have it, but drew it. So heads up play there from Ely. I'm not sure we would have been firing that Culling Ritual off anyways from Johnny's perspective.
Yeah, not really working out too well for him in that respect. Hive of the Eye Tyrant is one way to get the damage through pretty nicely and try and target some cats. But let's see which way we're going first and foremost. There's an Outland Liberator, which is great at blowing up annoying enchantments, such as one Meathook Massacre.
Yep, absolutely, and really, really strong with Lurrus as well, being able to, for 3 mana, you know, always have a way to deal with your opponent's pesky permanents. And this matchup is very valuable. And we're also going to be seeing Johnny being the last player to have Lurrus right now, and especially with Culling Ritual.
Even Meathook can be replayed, right? Just get it in play.
Where if you are the one who loses your Lurrus first, and then everything goes away, and your opponent has a Lurrus to follow it up, that ends up favoring that player pretty heavily.
Yeah. It's kind of funny because you never think about, you know, the blink first mentality in a freaking food mirror, yet here we are. Unfortunate whiff there for Trail of Crumbs, finding 2 non-permanents, so no presence there.
I don't know if I've ever won a food mirror ever on the ladder, though, so maybe I'm not the specialist to be asking here. I usually get destroyed.
Ooh, hang on. There is a way to get Lurrus back if Cassis is playing Takenuma Abandoned Mire, because the channel ability on that brings friends back.
And the stockless usually play 1 double
he's got 2.
checking. Yeah, okay. Impressive.
Okay. I don't think we see one down on the board just yet, but, you know, Cat's going to come back, going to do some pingy things, and we're going to keep digging with Trail of Crumbs here, because... you know, we still have that beside you. Another excellent answer to annoying lands, to permanents on the battlefield. So,
yeah, probably the wrong channel land that Ely was looking for, but you know, still a good card.
Hey, you know, it stops Gutman in his tracks for a teeny tiny bit, as we're going to see Lurrus of the Dream Den hit the battlefield and start the rebuild.
Okay, here's Trail. You're going to get that food. Now, you know, Johnny will have the ability to just sack Cauldron Familiar and get this going all over again with Witch's Oven again. You know, you get to do this one more time. And with the Takenuma from Johnny, in case Lurrus does die to, let's say, Meathook Massacre or something, it's really all coming up Johnny to, you know, advance to 9-3 and meeting Ely with the same record.
And 9 wins, of course, is just a nice little milestone for the players. They do qualify for the first Pro Tour when that returns next season. So,
how exciting!
Very exciting stuff indeed. As Bosaiju, who endures, is going to get rid of this Trail of Crumbs, at least for the time being.
Pretty hard destroy with Lurrus sitting right there.
Yeah, takes out that. We're likely just going to see Lurrus immediately next turn bring it back. But, you know, Ely is just like, well, I got it. What else am I doing besides slowing you down and hoping to draw a Meathook Massacre to control Lurrus or Takenuma to start rebuilding himself or maybe another Trail. But that's really the main thing we're looking for here.
Yep, and he's going to go towards Hive of the Eye Tyrant now. Swinging on in. Lurrus can block. And
there we go. Nice play there.
Yeah, that's nice. Nabbing that Trail of Crumbs. No block to be had.
Yep.
And we're going to see some flippy flops of night and day now.
Yeah, I mean, that was huge. Now maybe you just go to Ravenous Squirrel and start drawing cards by sacrificing a plant, you know, using that kind of lesser used ability of Ravenous Squirrel, just activating the ability for 3 mana to draw a card. Probably where we're going to be going here. Or if you just want to get aggressive, there's 2 Hive of the Eye Tyrants there in the top left for Johnny Gutman's land. And maybe you just want to try to end this game.
If not, why not? He does have the option to play a Castle Lochthwain as well.
Okay.
You know, start drawing cards like that. But yeah, I like your idea, says Gutman.
Firing them both up.
Let's go Hive. There's no way to get these cats out the graveyard right now, so Cassis is very much on the back foot at this point. 9 points of damage coming in. Hive of the Eye Tyrant's going to take care of the cats.
Yikes. I'm pretty sure that's game.
Leaving Cassis with top deck.
Pretty sure that's
Yeah,
game.
Healy's cats are out of the bag there, out of the
Meat hook off the
graveyard,
top?
and won't be able to bring those back
No.
even if you find anything big. And yeah, not the best of draws here. You have a Gilded Goose, a Squirrel to do some, let's say, blocking and then sacrifice it to maybe stay alive. But two Hives coming in is already very problematic, and this is not looking good for a reigning set champion here, Ely Cassis.
Not at all. So eating that food too does gain him a life and finds another card, but yeah, this is not looking good with two menace creatures.
Yeah. And with Cauldron Familiar coming back, I think this
they
is
both
just
make the
it.
same
It doesn't
sound.
matter if Ely plays that untapped, has the option to sacrifice Gilded Goose to gain one more life, but now we're gonna see both Hives coming in, Luras coming in. You know, if we want to do that same play, and then Cauldron Familiar out of the graveyard can deal that last point.
Yeah, I mean, even just getting Meat Hook Massacre back, or if this is a new one being played here, these guys are going bye-bye.
Yep.
Well, not
Just did it
bye-bye,
for
but
0,
when
yep.
things... Yeah, just for 0. When stuff dies this turn now, especially with this cat being cycled through, you got to think this is more than enough here for Johnny Gutman to pick up the win against Cassis.
Oh, for sure. Yep, this one is over.
See? What'd I tell you? Cat. The big bad.
Well, you made a bold prediction that Cat was going to take this one down. You know, you really stuck your neck out on that one, huh?
Oh, I would do it all the time.
Yeah,
That's funny.
I do love this deck. It is definitely what I would have played if I was qualified for this event. I don't know what I would have played in Standard, but I would have for sure played this in Historic.
All right, so the cat doing plenty of damage here. Down to 1, well, down to 2 goes Ely Cassis. The Hive of the Eye Tyrant can jump up here and swing in for 3 points of damage alongside Luras attacking. So this is going to be game over. Good game, says Ely Cassis.
No.
2-0, improving to 9-3. So congratulations, Johnny. Corey, final thoughts on that matchup?
Yeah, you know, just a mirror match. Both players know their decks in and out. It really just comes down to who can get on the battlefield right away. Get that
What up, Walter?
trail of crumbs.
Are you the last surviving general, Walter?
You have to make sure you don't
You still here, Webb?
overcommit, and then the ritual is really going
Mike?
to blow you out.
I think Walter is our
And, you know,
our last
if you can't do
OG.
that, then you can play the ritual afterwards and then really gain an advantage.
Anyone been here with me all day?
Yeah, that culling ritual from both players was just like insane stuff there. But yeah, the rebuild, a lot better on Gutman's side, and he picks up the victory. We still have plenty more action from the new Capenna Championship, my friends. We're going to take a short break.
Dinner
Back to the news desk
time.
after this.
Dinner time for Walty Doos. Yo, yo, yo. Try to wake everybody up. If you are as tired as I am, you're in trouble because we done. Tommy Gun. Been quiet in chat today, Tommy. It's good to have you though. Oh my gosh. And the craziest thing is that we're not done. We have literally a full day tomorrow as well. Which is crazy. Tab Eater, always a friendly name to see as well. Numbskull woke up out of his nap literally just to type this message. This guy's been passed out all day for sure. Meister, what up, what up, what up? Mr. Onion. On Ion. An Ion? Almost all day for 2 dead. There you guys coming out of the woodwork there. I like to see it. I like to see it. You know, a little bit of interaction in chat helps me stay awake. Most certainly, if I know you guys are here. Does nice motivation. For Shizzle, my nizzles! We probably have a lot of Magic to be played still. I'm expecting about 3 more hours of content here. You know what I mean? A lot of stuff to cover still. I could be wrong, but I would estimate that we have 3 hours left. 2.5 minimum. But I would say maybe longer. 3 hours, 3.5 hours. It's a long time to go yet, so I'll probably duck out, look for some snacks, and grab a drink, and then we can get into our last session here.
Hot in here. Are we in the final
Whoa, dang girl!
Capenna Championship.
Woo, what you got there?
Somebody who's doing very well for himself is none other than David Inglis.
I like that.
The only player with just one single loss in the tournament. Let's find out how he's feeling about everything so far with Riley Knight.
I'm here with David Inglis.
The rest of the evening is indeed historic.
Winning, David, congratulations.
Tomorrow is standard all day long.
Well, tell us about the deck in historic. I know you got a lot of experience.
So tonight historic, tomorrow standard.
Yeah, it's going just how I drew it up. Expected Phoenix to be the most popular deck. Just got paired against Shota, and I feel really comfortable with that matchup. So just cleaning up.
Yeah, it really does seem like you've just got the old broom out the cupboard, and you are just cleaning. You're sweeping the floor with people here. Tell us about the World Championship. Is that on your mind? I mean, at this point, you're looking pretty secure in your position there, although it hasn't been confirmed for sure. Is that sort of invading your thoughts at this stage, or are you managing to?
Yeah, this last round, I haven't been trying not to think about it all weekend, but with this win last round, I'm pretty sure I'm locked at this point. So it's I can kind of let myself celebrate a little, and I'm really excited. I've got my
good
couple
game
teammates locked up their slots today.
Oopsie doopsie.
And Simon, so really excited to join them, and hopefully some more people from my team can make it through.
Well, a lot more winning to be done, of course, just this weekend, so we'll let you get back to it. But thank you very much for joining us, David, and best of luck in the coming rounds.
Thank you.
David Inglis absolutely crushing it at this tournament. Cedric Phillips and Riley Knight here at the news desk. Let's take a look at our standings after 12 rounds of play here deep into day number 2. There you see him, David Inglis, leading the pack at 11.
Imagine going 9-3 and it not being enough. Oh, that hurts.
In second place right now, none other than Hall of Famer, one of the greatest players of all time.
So many
Yasuoka,
9-3s.
Sitting at 10-2. Guess who
Wow.
else is 10-2? Zachary Keaney. This guy's amazing at Magic, has already qualified for the World Championship. Mike Sigrist, also an amazing player, sitting at 10-2. Stefan Schutz there, David Inglis's teammate, is sitting at 9-3. He was one of the other players who was undefeated overnight. A little bit of a tougher day for Stefan Schutz, but there he is sitting at 9-3, so still in okay shape. Simon Nielsen qualified for the World Championship yesterday, sitting at 9-3. Ely Cassis, 9-3 as well. Ely won the last one of these championships. Can he do it again? Now on to the World Championship races. Where are we at with the leagues here, Cedric?
Boy, oh boy, I got 2 of those fun little symbols there for the World Championship. Shota Yasuoka, David Inglis, congratulations to you both. We've said it multiple times, we'll say it again, because you're both having as well. Headed to the World Championship. Logan Nettles, my guy.
Well, right now we're just trying to determine top 8. So they're all basically tied, but eventually they would have to face off in the bottom bracket.
So I'm not going to fully lock
right?
him in, but I'll tell you what, he is pretty darn close to heading to the World Championships. Duque, Marcio Carvalho, you see them both with 81 points, but let's take a look at the players.
Like technically they're just tied right now, and when the race finishes they won't be tied.
Peter Glogowski, better known as Canister,
quote unquote race, but
Austin Bursavich, right on the heels of Duque and Marcio Carvalho. So things are going to get very, very interesting for the 75 pointers. It's going to be a lot more difficult for them, so we're going to focus on 10th place and above.
It's a little bit different for this race league. They take into other stuff into account then, but I don't have it at the top of my head.
Well, not too much has changed on the challenger side of things.
We're on backup generator?
Monumental shifts.
Is there a storm or something, Mike?
And Julian Wellman, can they win enough?
What's the weather like, or just powers out?
Davis, these two cannot pick up any more points. Davis is out of the tournament. Lukesh hasn't even played, and they have somehow managed to remain in possession.
Holy, you should shut that generator off. If it's burning gasoline, just light a candle, bro.
All change if Harane and Wellman get up, get another win or 2 under their belts, and force their way into that yellow box. But at the top end of town, Simon Nielsen, Tristan,
a storm, nice. That's pretty cool.
And Nathan Stoyer.
I like storms.
They're all locked in. So no worries there. Drew Baker looking pretty good as well. Another win there would probably seal the deal for him. He's obviously, I mean, look, the point here is they're running out of time, right?
The point is here 50-50.
And if Harane, if Wellman, if Baker want to really shore up their position, they need to win, and they need to win now. So that is the state of play when it comes to the race with the challengers.
All right, there's a look at the leagues and the challengers. Here's a look at who's already qualified for the World Championship.
And here's a look of who will be qualifying.
It hits in the fall. Tons of great people already
Boom.
qualified.
It's yourboy.com. It's yourboy.com. It's yourboy.com.
He might be in, and indeed he is.
Y'all know it. Y'all know it. Y'all know it.
Absolutely fantastic tournament for
Y'all
him.
know it.com.
And then the cherry on top. Guess what, buddy? You're already in the World Championship. Well, if you're watching all this at home and you're wondering, hey, how can I play on Magic's biggest stage? Don't worry, there are now more ways than ever to qualify to play in the Pro Tour. How do you get there? Marshall Sutcliffe will let you know.
Now there are more paths than ever for you to qualify to Magic's biggest events. Tabletop Magic is back with the return of the Pro Tour. Start with the Regional Championship qualifiers to prove your skill at your local scene. At the Regional Championship, compete for the title of Regional Champion and a chance to go to one of Magic's most prestigious events, the Pro Tour. Compete for $500,000 in prize money at each of the Pro Tour events. You can also test your skills on one of the digital paths. On MTG Arena, begin with ranked ladder and play-in events and earn your spot to a qualifier weekend. Success at a qualifier weekend can punch your ticket to the Pro Tour and earn you a spot at the Arena Championship. You can play on Magic Online and earn a seat at the Pro Tour through the Showcase qualifiers and Opens. No matter which path you take, once you're at the Pro Tour, you're competing for prestige, a slice of Magic history, and a seat at the biggest event of all, the Magic World Championship. Choose your path, and we'll see you on the battlefield.
Thank you so much, Marshall. That's how to play at the PT.
You get points for competing in the Pro Tour and other events that are of a competitive nature.
We know what decks are at the top of the field, but what about decks that are a little less well-known, perhaps played by fewer players at this tournament? We're going to take a look at some cool decks that Cedric has unearthed for us. Cedric, you've got the first deck, Mono Red.
A lot of people like Mono Red, Maria, myself among them. We're going to see a Mono Red deck list here from Mike Eagle, something that, you know, Historic is kind of missing lately. Just a pure, hyper, aggressive, straightforward strategy. People love red decks, and this is certainly one way that you can build it with Torbrand, with Bone Crusher Giant, with Rampaging Ferocidon. Riley, these are some cards that have just run roughshod over standard formats.
They really have. I mean, these cards have got a real pedigree behind them, and often, you know, you'll hear a deck like this described as red deck wins.
50-50.
In this case, however, well, for poor old Mike Egolf, it was more red deck breaks even. He went 2-2.
I'm a big fan of Rampaging Ferocidon. I like it.
But look, in the right format, when you've got decks that are, you know, fiddly farting around, not being proactive and wanting to just sort of settle in durdle, this deck will really pack a punch. I don't know if Historic is set up for it to really dominate at the moment, Cedric, but I mean, in the right position, Mono Red is always.
It can get there.
Deck is just.
It's got to get lucky.
Lightning Bolt. Can we get a little Lightning Bolt love in here? Another burn spell. Just a little help to get it over the edge. That's all I'm saying. We just need a little push.
Just one of the best cards ever printed in Magic. Let's just give us that one, please.
I mean, I'm asking for a little bit. Just a scotch. Maybe a Goblin Guy type card. Just give it a little bumperooski over the edge so we can get some Mono Red in our life, Maria.
I like it.
I don't know about you.
It's good against the cat deck.
Oh, boo. I boo you.
Boo you.
I mean, look, I love aggressive decks. I love creatures. Mono Red has spells that can kill my little creatures and then plays creatures that are sometimes better, like Goblin Chain Whirler. That's just rude. Just rude.
That's true.
I'm going to take a look at a deck here that I think is pretty cool. This is Grzegorz Kowalski's Enchantress deck that he brought this weekend for Historic. Now, Kowalski has been playing a deck like this, similar to this, for a long time and has been a champion for it on Twitter. And I was expecting something else.
Yeah.
When I clicked on this deck image earlier this weekend. I was expecting the Prison deck with 9 lives to lock him up.
If it was an image of it.
It's a really, speaking of rude, it's a really rude deck. But no, those are nowhere present in Kowalski's build here.
I'll stop.
None whatsoever. He's playing a much more aggressive version of enchantment deck. Generous Visitor, pump it up, put +1/+1 counters on it. Duque Naturalist, discount your enchantments. Make an enormous land with Destiny Spinner and smash him in the face. Sanctum Weaver, adding all of that mana to pump up that land.
Weaver of Harmony's like pretty good, eh?
Gain life, draw cards. I love all of those words I just said. Cedric, what do you think about this deck?
Well, Kowalski is an incredibly talented player who doesn't just settle on a deck like this. I agree and kind of experienced the same thing as you, as I was expecting when I saw that he was presenting this deck, some sort of prison strategy, because he is really known for 9 lives and just posting that stuff on his social media and his Patreon. But that's not the case, and I imagine he's put a lot of work in to come to this configuration of what is really, if you think of Affinity as the artifact aggro deck, we never really think of an enchantment aggro deck. This is not really a thing that really happens in Magic. So to have that actually be the case here, and it is pretty aggressive.
Oh no.
Again, in Candle Trap, main deck copies of Rest in Peace, some lands that actually do a lot in Boseiju and Aganjo. Maria, I'm kind of into this. I don't know if this is going to be its final form, but for him to put the work in here, and I think people
oh, who can ban this for me?
Yeah, I'm
because
digging
they're
it too.
not
I
in
mean,
my
when
chat.
I first heard about Enchantress, I was like,
try to
let's
find
go,
it
because that's what I thought this deck was going to be like. I thought it was going to look like this, but no, it was a prison deck, which was still cool,
I'm looking.
but it wasn't my style.
I'll
But
deal
now,
with it.
Much more my style, so I've definitely got my eye on this deck moving forward. Celestia Enchantress from
I got
Gregor
you, chat.
Kowalski. All right, well, there's a look at some of the cool decks in Historic, but now we're getting geared up for round number 13 here. Lucky round number
Nailed
13.
it.
3 rounds left to play here in the building.
Get banned,
quote
yo.
unquote. So let's see who we're going to see in our feature match area.
They
coming
bugged
up
us so
for this
much
round.
on our last experience. They were here like every 10
Two of
seconds.
the greatest in the game. Is it Phoenix versus Golgari Food? 15 top finishes for Nassif.
Bad boy.
17 for Paulo Vitor Damarosa. Those are some of the highest numbers that we got here at this tournament, people. Check out that number of arena games played. More than 19,000 there for Nassif. He's won 2 Pro Tours. Where's his
Streamer recommends.
Stream under
Shit.
yellow hat. Much beloved player there in Nassif. Also beloved Paulo Vitor Damarosa here running Golgari Food. Former world champion. 14 Pro Tour top 8s and 2 wins. That number is absolutely absurd. Let's talk about these decks here, Cedric.
Well, let's dive in. These are 2 historic mainstays. If you've been with us over the course of this weekend or other big events like this, you've seen them. They've changed a touch. Ledger Shredder, the most notable change here for Is It Phoenix, Symmetry Sage as well. But look, you're going to find your Faithless Students, you're going to find your Arclight Phoenixes, your Considers.
Yeah, it was brutal. They're just spamming it.
Unholy Heat and Pillar.
I made them subscribe. They have to subscribe for 5 minutes. So at the very least, it'll be 5 minutes between.
Value lands here as well, like Otawara. So this deck's gotten some minor upgrades, but this is still just the same old good old.
I'm a big Nassif fan. I'm gonna be honest. This will be a nice matchup. This will be a really good matchup for me personally. I like it. Oh, I like it a lot, boy.
It's very click intensive, I guess I would say. There's a lot of decisions that are involved with Golgari Food, but if you know all of the avenues of how to play this deck, you are going to get a lot of wins. And fortunately here for Paulo Vitor Damarosa, he is in what I believe to be quite a good matchup.
Nice good match to wake us up. A couple of our favorite players.
So this might be a good spot.
Ooh, let's go.
Let's find out what happens. It's time for predictions here at the desk. Let's see how our scores are doing here deep into day number 2. Well,
fucking Riley's getting wrecked.
Cedric undefeated.
Poor guy.
Oh gosh, Riley, not looking so good. Who are you picking this time?
Well, look, I love watching Paulo Vitor Damarosa win games of Magic, but there's something I love even more, and that's watching Gabriel Nassif lose games of Magic the Gathering.
Wow.
So I'm going to go the baby. Let's go.
With the heat, Riley. How about you, Cedric?
Goodness, I can't even top that. Riley just taking shots at Nassif. I will say, if Nassif does lose the tournament, it's probably going to move a little faster. Wouldn't mind our day to be over a little sooner. So, who did I pick? I don't remember. I picked Paul. I know who I picked. Because Paul's playing food. Matchup's really, really good for Paul.
They just hate Nassif. No.
Paulo is 3 points out of my yellow box, and he needs a win here really bad to qualify for Worlds. So, give me PVDDR.
Yeah, I'm not going to roast Nassif with my comment here. I'm just going to say I picked Paulo. I picked Paulo. Look, you know, I'm no fan of cats and ovens, but hey, the deck is so good against Phoenix. Let's find out who takes it down here. Round number 13 with Marshall and Paul. Birds or bagels, as Ailey would say.
Birds or bagels?
We'll find out.
I like that.
And welcome back to coverage here at the new Capenna Championship. Marshall Sigmund with Paul Cheon. Thanks so much for joining us. Yes, we do have 2 all-time greats, 2 Hall of Famers about to do battle in the feature match area, but the eyes should really be on Paulo Vitor da Rosa, because he's the one, Paul, who can take another important step towards qualifying for a world championship. We know that he's won one before. He'd love to get back in the mix once again. Just a little obstacle in the way. It's just Gabriel Nassif, no bigs.
It's just Gabriel Nassif.
Hall of Famer just standing in your way into the World Championship. Now, as you can see from the records here, both players are eliminated from top 8 contention, right? If they win their next few rounds, they'll finish at 10-5. That is not a good enough record, but of course, so much on the line from Paulo. For Nassif, playing for a few more places, and of course, if you pick up your 9th
again,
that will qualify you for the first Pro Tour of the season.
That's right. So there's still a lot on the line for Nassif from a personal standpoint, but really the weight of this match lies with Paulo Vitor, as
absolutely,
you know, especially for, I mean, this would be true of both of these players, but you know, players at this caliber with this type of,
they're going to be here every 5 minutes forever.
If you're relatively new to competitive
I can change the time.
These 2 players
like
are often mentioned in the top 5 players
a higher time.
Yeah. You know, there many people would have both of them on the list. So we are really going to get to watch some greatness here. But when you get to this level where you've kind of done it all, they've both won Pro Tours, etc. World Championship is the name of the game, and Paulo is still...
Now they need to be subscribed for 10 minutes.
Look at this little value here. New addition to Is It Phoenix Ledger.
That should solve that issue.
Triggers off of your opponent's spells too.
Sorry about the sex bots.
That gives Nassif a free Phoenix to put into the yard. There is a chance that Nassif might be able to attack here this turn with that Phoenix.
Yeah,
needs to find another 1-mana spell. Oh, there it is.
Oh, and he find the Faithless Looting, which is definitely just what he wanted to see, because he could even hit another Phoenix here, Paul.
Oh, yeah.
Have to get a little lucky, but he could do it.
I mean, you get to connive here as well.
There's an Unholy Heat as well. He could do that and kill the Goose if he decided that the looting wasn't where he wanted to go with it, and still get back his Phoenix.
Right. Yeah. The question is, do you feel like you want to just put another Phoenix in play, or do you want to slow down the mana development and just get that Goose off the battlefield? We can see Paulo's hand doesn't have a green source.
That's right. So this is actually a big deal here for Nassif.
What a turn.
He gets to come in for 6. He gets to kill Gilded Goose. Wow, what a turn here for Nassif. This is turn 3.
6.
Attacking for 6 in the air, and Paulo's like, what the heck? I played a card. Cauldron Familiar is going to come back on the battlefield here for Paulo.
Okay, and that was a decent place to start here for Paulo. Need to get that Ledger Shredder off the battlefield. That is a big clock that's being presented here.
Yeah, you can see he's got Deadly Dispute as well. He can throw that cat. These cats just get abused, I have to say. Sometimes in ovens, sometimes the disputes, but they don't last on the battlefield long. He's going to go with Witch's Oven here. He's got Castle Lochthwain on the battlefield as well, so he'll have to wait on that Deadly Dispute.
So finds a Phoenix, so needs a 1-mana spell here, as he does have a Faithless Looting.
Yeah,
if you can
I like
find
his
another
chances.
1-mana spell, it's another Phoenix.
I like his chances. Faithless Looting. It's a lot of cards. Oh, he gets to discard 2 Phoenixes, but doesn't have a way to get them back.
He does not. I mean, can you imagine if that was just consider Phoenix?
Oh my goodness. Instead, I mean, the default play here would be to discard both of the Phoenix, and then you're left with just a handful of lands. Next turn.
Right, you might just want to play it out. Of course, Nassif must be getting close to just being able to escape that Ox of Agonis too.
True.
To try to find some more action. And look,
and it looks like that's the plan he's going to go for here, Paul. He's got 2 Spiral Bluff Canals lined up to discard 0 Phoenixes. That indicates to me that he wants to get to Ox of Agonis mana. Remember, the Phoenixes will end up in the yard off of that anyway.
Yeah, and it looks like, Nassif just kind of wants to go to the skies, but a big reprieve here for Paulo, right? No extra pressure here from Nassif's side. So he's got to be breathing a sigh of relief, giving him some time to continue developing his board. He's got the cat oven combo in place. He can Deadly Dispute to try to get the green source. get that Trail of Crumbs online too. Eventually find a way to find a Soul Guide Lantern or some way to interact with the graveyard. Finish things up with a Meathook Massacre.
Boy, you've got the table all set for him, don't you, Paul?
You know, I mean, we saw David Inglis do that exact thing, right? I mean, this is just kind of how the matchup plays out. If you're the Phoenix player, you just want to put on that early pressure and kill your opponent as soon as possible, because the longer this game goes, the food deck is the deck that has the inevitability.
Some powerful stuff on the horizon here for Nassif. He could have an absolutely absurd turn next turn with the Ox coming back, dumping his hand, reloading. He could even get extremely lucky and get the Phoenixes back as well. Oh, he's going for the water, his patented sip of water here.
All right, so Paulo's got the card advantage engine going now too.
Yeah, that green mana was clutch there for Paulo. So interestingly, both players get to do what they want to do here, Paul, but you seem to think that the food deck has the tools to win if both players get to go off.
Right, now Nassif is going to have a decent clock here, right? Next turn, even if he just chooses to play a Phoenix, I mean, that's still 6 in the air every turn. Mm-hmm. So Paulo really wants to find that Meathook Massacre and potentially also a way to affect the graveyard. The thing with Nassif is he's light on spells, right? No way to actually just chain a bunch of spells and recur them.
He doesn't find one here either. It's Symmetry Sage. Nassif's going to survey the scene, as he does have an important decision point. This turn feels very, very big. If he decides to go for Symmetry Sage plus Arclight Phoenix, he could set himself up for the now and the later. If not,
and it's,
he can go for an Ox.
Is it hasty time?
He's looking at it.
Could just go Phoenix Symmetry Sage this turn, right?
Yeah.
And then just go, hey, if you've got the Meathook, you've got the Meathook. But next turn, I'm going to have potentially 9 power worth of flying coming at you.
Here it is. Double Arclight Phoenix attack. The good old-fashioned way, just cast it for mana. And as you mentioned, that 9 power could be lethal as well. We see the Cauldron Familiar. There's going to be some triggers. It looks like it'll be a little short, but
right,
very close, especially if we can add another Arclight Phoenix from the hand here, probably would do it. All right, he's just going to play the Den of the Bugbear, which is also another attacker next turn, potentially.
Yeah, so this first interaction will put Paulo up to 9. Can do it again, of course, next turn. Bring his life total up to 10, so pretty unlikely for Nassif to be able to get the kill on the following turn. Remember, Paulo, in a pinch, can also just pay 2 mana, sack a food, gain 3 life.
Yep.
But still digging here.
He finds Gilded Goose off of that trail.
Could see a Deadly Dispute here, just to find some raw cards.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to see, Paul. There we go. Let's see what he can find. Oh, it's 2 more lands here for Domitarosa. Yikes.
Not quite what he needs.
He still has a good amount of action going. Gilded Goose will add another food. He still has a Cat Oven combo with a Trail of Crumbs. I mean, this doesn't lose very often, right? Like,
no.
When you and I do coverage, Paul, if those 3 cards are looping, it is very rare to beat that. Nassif is going to have to come up with something pretty special. He's drawn all 4 Phoenix now.
Okay, so now, can you find 2 more spells here with this Faithless Looting?
You can. Gotta be lucky.
Right? The alternative is Escape Ox of Agonis. Play your land first. Escape Ox of Agonis. You have 3 draws and 4 mana available to potentially cast 3 spells.
It's just tough, right? Because you got to go perfect to get back the Phoenixes.
Right. I mean, the other line is, of course, just play Phoenix.
Yeah,
right?
This has been working for him. It is a lethal attack. It won't kill Paulo this turn, but this is huge pressure coming in from Nassif.
And you're probably going to see a Cauldron Familiar return here, unless Paulo is going to choose to also chump block here with the Goose. But Paulo really needs to find a Meathook Massacre here.
He sure does. And maybe even something along the lines to interact with the Yard.
Nassif is indeed Yellow Hat,
right,
yeah.
He could do both of
Sorry, just grabbing some banana bread, babe. Bye.
Yeah, if he finds Meat Hook plus Soul Guide Lantern on this next turn, then yeah, I think it's going to be pretty tough for Nassif to come back from that.
He has some looks though, right? Like he's got.
Oh, we got more spam.
Trail of Crumbs, a land. It's also a Phyrexian Tower, so that could be 2 mana, and a
I got
sitting
him
over there too, with 2 food. So he gets to see some cards.
Yeah, I mean, and Paulo could even he's blocking.
Yep. Then sacrificing it to the tower, so he has 2 mana floating right now.
So this is
now
2
he
Trail
can
of
start
Chrome
trailing.
activations.
That's right. And that can find the pieces that
There's
we talked
the
about.
Meat Hook.
There's one of them. Meat Hook Massacre in
rough.
hand. He needed that. That was the most important. But
needed
he
that.
could also find his Soul Guide Lantern off of this too.
He can. And keep in mind, if he doesn't find Soul Guide Lantern, Nassif still needs to find 3 spells, right, to get all these Phoenixes back.
Yeah, he's spotted one with the Faithless Looting, so he has some wiggle room there. But yeah, down to 5 is Paulo Vitor.
All right.
He draws another Meat Hook Massacre, but he needs the first one. It's also interesting to note Nassif's life total, which hasn't exactly stayed super high. He's down to 10 himself, thanks to Cauldron Familiar chipping away a few times on attacks and then also just looping.
Yeah, that has been something that's happened a few times where we kind of sit here, try to figure out what we're going to do with the Meat Hook and how they're going to get back. And it's like, oh, wait, they're just dead.
They're just dead, yeah. Especially the older versions that had red.
Right.
You know, those type of decks could really pile it on with Mayhem Devil, but this is a little bit more towards the middle.
Yeah, and Paulo's going to just be on the Meat Hook plan here. That's going to gain him 4 life, right? Because 4 of those creatures are going into the graveyard. And then Paulo can follow that up and go Darkboard Pathway on the green side, and then run out a Gilded Goose, right? And that'll also give you an additional blocker in case somehow Nassif.
Yeah, that's a thick girl, eh?
Bunch of put 3 Phoenixes into play next turn, potentially 4, given that we know he's got copy number 4 in hand.
And it feels like he would need all of them, right? Like, assuming that Paulo has to use up his mana here, he would just have the 1 blocker. But here's the key. Meat Hook Massacre. There was a decision point for Paulo about whether to do it for 3 or 4. Excuse me, 2 or 3. He went for the full 3.
Okay. It's an extra point of life. Not irrelevant.
Back up to 9. There's the goose.
And I don't know if Paulo cares too much about the value. He might just care about the 1 life. We'll see. Oh, he does have access to 2 mana as well, because that is a treasure.
He can food here.
Oftentimes, food and treasure look similar.
That's right. You don't want to eat the treasure, though. I'll tell you that, Paul.
All right.
Tried it.
I mean,
I'll tell you what, Paul.
I mean,
Tried it.
Look, this is the turn Nassif's just going to have to try to find 3 spells.
Marshall's so funny.
Yeah.
Paulo's got the entire engine ready to go. Pretty likely to just be dead next turn through Meat Hook Massacre, Cauldron Familiar, Drain effects. So the real question here is, what do I lead off with? Probably the Ox.
Yeah.
But that does keep you on just 4 mana, right? If you lead with the Faithless Looting, that's a spell, and then you'll have 3 mana available to cast 2 more.
Yeah. If he does the Ox, he could also hit a land and bump himself up to 5 total mana.
Right.
Oof. These are very, very, very difficult judgment calls that these players have to make. And he's going to go for Ox of Agonis, so here we go.
All right.
Start exiling 8 other cards. And let's see what he can hit off of this. This is huge for him.
If he can find a way to kill this goose too.
Yep. Spell Pierce, expressive.
Okay, well that's 3. Wait, no, that's not.
That's 2.
Needs to find some 1 mana effects here.
All lands.
No. Okay, but this is a land.
Yeah, he did need a land at some
So
point
he can
here.
Expressive Iteration. and still find a 1-mana spell here to get 4 Phoenixes into
Counter
play.
his expressive.
Yes.
Counter your own
Can he
expressive.
find them?
Okay,
Or
it's a
not.
1-mana spell, but is that enough?
That's the question. Right now, no. Right?
It is not.
It's 9
So
damage
good.
getting through, but there's a Cauldron Familiar sitting there, or a food, or whatever.
I think he needed a removal spell. I think he needed a burn spell, a 1-mana removal spell to kill the goose that's in play. I'm not sure if that if that gets it done, because if Paulo sacks the treasure and taps the Castle Lochthwain, he can go up to 12 by sacrificing a food. Then you sack the other food to the Cauldron Familiar, and you go up to 13. So I think Paulo, even if would have gone down to 1.
And as it stands, he didn't. He just got 4 Arclight Phoenix on the battlefield this turn, and it will.
That's a lot of Phoenix, baby.
Against Paulo Vitor, incredible.
Yeah.
This deck.
Cheers, Renegade.
When you get
I'm glad you enjoy that. It's one of my favorite things as well.
Like this is one of the most powerful things Nassif could do for the turn, right?
He put 4 Phoenixes into play, and it was not enough.
And a 5/3 Ox all on the battlefield this turn. And he had an opponent under 10, and he's not going to get the job done.
Close.
Really close.
Very close, as you can
looks
see here.
Completely unworried about the situation. He already did the math. He knows that there's no surprises here. He can go down to 1. And now the math.
It's the meat hook. You know what I mean? The meat hook is so good.
6. You got to figure that Nassif's not going to survive.
The cheat hook. Crazy good card.
So close, and Nassif knows it.
Yeah, you got the cat here, got the Deadly Dispute here. Sacrifice. That's another trigger. You can then return to Cauldron Familiar still here.
All right, I got a question for you, Paul.
What's that?
Whose Nassif turn was more impressive, Nassif's turn or Paulo on Nassif's turn? Because look at this. I mean, he's giving him a run for his money, and Nassif put down a 5, 3, and 4 Phoenix, and Paulo's like, well, watch this on your end step now on his turn. It's incredible.
Yeah, and Paulo's doing this with a bunch of 1-mana cards too. It's just like, oh, hey, Cat Oven, remember me?
Wow. And that is going to be game number 1, a very important game number 1 going to Paulo Vitor Domidarosa. If you're just tuning in first, I want to welcome you along. Thanks for joining us. I'm Marshall Suckup. I got Paul Cheon with me here. And what's happening is we're still a few rounds away.
And HGG. Don't forget about HGG.
Figure out who's in our top 8 here. But one of the big storylines for this whole tournament is getting people qualified for the World Championship. And believe me, it's on the players' minds coming in. And one of those players here is Paulo Vitor Domidarosa. He, at this point, is in 7th on the leaderboard for the league players. 5 of those players were qualified. So there's a few ways that this can go for Paulo. If you look at his record, he's 7-5. That means he's out of range for making the top 8 of this event, which would get him extra points, and then the top 6 would automatically qualify him for the World Championship. That's not happening this
He's going crazy on the bed. She's got a little elastic band. Just throwing it all over. It's cute.
He's currently 7th, so he's just on the outside looking in, but here's the catch. If he can keep winning and keep himself even in 7th by the end of today, he could still make it in. I know that sounds crazy because I just said it was 5th, but people like Shota Yasuoka and David Inglis have a very good chance of making it in to the top 8 here with a good run. And if they do make it to the top 6, then they will free up slots that will bump down to the next point getters, which are most likely going to be league players like Paulo Vitor Domidarosa, and he could still secure a seat. So it is not over for Paulo. Picking up this win against one of the toughest opponents in the field, full stop, is great for him. He's got to win one of these next 2 games to keep it going, though.
Absolutely. I mean, there are so many players just kind of.
I see a cheat hook
range where Paulo sits. Every single match is just so crucial.
Okay, get things underway here for Gabriel.
Marshall's like, okay, let's go, boys. Just play a land.
Here.
No 1-drop there for Paulo.
Okay.
Or he chose not to play.
All right, there's a land. Nassif might be considering just passing because Paulo's representing a fatal push here, right? So
which is
perhaps
exactly
you just,
what he's got.
Perhaps you just opt, and the next turn you can play Ledger Shredder with Spell Pierce up.
kind of like that line, Paul, and so does Gabriel. He's going to go for
He's only seeing blue sources, but might still want this here.
I bet he throws it.
Okay, no.
He's going to look for a red source.
All right.
Okay, continue to dig.
You have to find it, right?
Good at it, spinning its wheels.
Yeah, that's right. That's kind of the name of the game. Paul is going to go for Tormod's Crypt, which plays around Spell Pierce, and it's a nice thing to have on the battlefield. But Trail Crumbs does not play around Spell Pierce, and he's going to get pierced here.
That's good value.
Nasif's going to really want to land here to potentially go up to a 2/4 Shredder. And...
there it is, baby. There's the land.
Yeah, you see Paulo sat up in his
right
chair
off the
just looking at
top.
that Spell Pierce hit. That's because that's the only one. He just has the one copy. And we talked about this earlier, Paul.
Maya likes when I get revved up.
This is a popular thing to do in open deck.
We feed off each other. Then she gets all revved up. Then I get more revved up. It's just like a positive feedback loop.
Less likely to, right?
Yeah.
He's
Maya?
more likely to say, look, I know the odds here. You've only got one of them.
Yeah.
You can't sit here and give up a bunch of equity and not try to play around some phantom card that you have as a one of. But when it does get you, it kind of stings.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, though. It's one of those things where mathematically, you just most of the time shouldn't play around it, right? You should just assume that they don't have it. If they have it, good.
Toss the ox?
Unless you're in such a winning position where you can afford to play around.
Really?
Exactly.
Wow.
And so, that's why what Paulo did was the right thing to do. But when it does pop up, you're like, oh, man, you actually...
Yeah, a little bit more interaction, eh? A little bit better internet too, HGG.
Because getting that Trail of Crumbs down would have been quite nice here for Paulo.
Yeah, definitely. And now Paulo, I mean, he's got a nice assortment of cards, and he's got the graveyard on lockdown here, right?
Mm-hmm. He does.
But given the Spell Pierce on the Trail of Crumbs, and he doesn't have the Cat Oven thing going, still has a lot of pieces that he's looking for here.
Plays the squirrel after using his removal spell here.
This Biforce might do some damage here, by the way, right? You can get both of these artifacts off the battlefield, which is kind of nice.
And this is a good time too, because there's nothing that relevant in the graveyard.
It's a little bit awkward. If Nasif had an untapped land here, he could go Biforce, target both artifacts. Paulo might pop both of them in response to the second pop. He could use the Unholy Heat to get the squirrel off the battlefield, but can't do it. I guess he can Biforce one of the artifacts and then do the Unholy Heat, but that's obviously much less satisfying because you kind of want to get both of these artifacts.
Much less satisfying.
Then you'd have to deal with a 3/3 squirrel.
Biforce, of course, very timing intensive here, because if he can force that issue, he won't have to worry about these artifacts going forward. And right now, they don't do that much.
Yeah, he's also considering just casting Unholy Heat and going, Paulo, do you really want to sacrifice both of your graveyard hate cards just to keep the squirrel alive? Because there's also a chance Nasif can then go Mountain, play another removal spell.
Absolutely.
Right?
Just wait a turn.
Little tiny sub games here, right?
Just play land pass.
All right, he's going to go for Biforce and just look to take out these two artifacts.
Yep.
And Paulo's like, whoa, okay.
So now we have
big squirrel now, though, right?
a 3/3 squirrel.
Yeah, that's what's going to be left over. So both of the artifacts are gone. Maybe Nasif looking to run out Ox of Agonis next turn.
Yeah, if you can find an untapped land.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a pickle there. The Unholy Heat's not even close. It's only on 1 towards Delirium.
Paulo just gets to still fully utilize his mana as he's got access to Luris.
Oh, there's a Stormcarved Coast right off the top.
Yeah, but it's kind of interesting because now you know Paulo's got that Luris, right? So does he want to keep that Unholy Heat, use it, and then play Ox next turn? But you're leaving a lot of mana on the table, right?
Like 4. And what if Paulo doesn't
you have
play
to.
Luris for some
you absolutely
reason?
have to.
Right.
Oh, goodness
Right.
sakes.
Yeah, I mean, if he draws something like a Trail of Crumbs or anything like that, he might just run
A land and then a hive attack. right? Hive hits for 5.
Boy, Nassif
Is that
like
correct, or
ready
is
to
it
take
6?
his medicine here. He went to second main. No, he's going for it. There's the Ox of Agonis. He just says, I got to use my mana. Plus, he could find another burn spell.
Right, or threats.
Right.
Or not.
Or something.
Or lands.
Yikes, he found land, unlicensed hearse. At least the lands do something. They both.
If you've got it, don't throw it away, chat.
Or another.
Right, but not putting
This
a
hurts.
ton of pressure.
Just meat hook for 2.
And this squirrel can get out of hand.
Oh, yeah. We've seen these win the game all on its own.
Right. There's an active Witch's Oven.
Really?
Loris here. It's going to get back a graveyard hate card this
No
turn.
meat hook for 2 there. Interesting.
So that can
I guess that's why I'm at home.
4/4. Then of course you have the option to sacrifice.
Boy, things looking good for Paulo Vitor Damarosa here. Everything's kind of gone his way this game. Even a 2-for-1 from Nassif didn't hurt him that badly. He's got one of the cards back already.
Oh, Loris.
Oh, Loris.
Well. And
now this could be a 5/5.
Yeah, now that he's got the Colony Garden plus Witch's Oven, he can attack cleanly in addition to the Soul Guide Lantern. Oh no, another unlicensed hearse.
Not going to be doing too much here. I mean, it is going to slow down the Loris.
Yeah.
Hearse is a little late.
You can get the Trail of Crumbs and the Tormod's Crypt, but of course the redundant copy is not really something that you want here.
Yeah, it's interesting because it is nice to have, right? Like it allows you to target something on the graveyard and then target it again in response if it were to get used in some way or activated in some way that that was applicable. But it just doesn't do much on the board. Like it's just gonna sit there.
Yeah, having a second in play makes it better against Cat, I guess, right? Because oftentimes they'll try to return to Cat in response, and then you can do it again. But
it's just such a narrow case, right?
And that's the thing when you look at the way this food deck operates. I mean, this is a game where Paulo didn't have Cat Oven. Don't always need it. It can just beat you in so many different angles, and it's really hard to hate out. Sure, you have some graveyard hate. Well, I can still just beat you with my cards.
Right.
If you have, we've seen people bring in sideboard hate cards like Rest in Peace or what have you, and it's just like, no, now I'm just going to grow my squirrel. Trail of Crumbs is still a great card. It's still providing me value over time.
Exactly, and that's what's going to happen here. He drew Trail of Crumbs for the turn. That's going to add to his food count. And the Ravenous Squirrel's going to attack once again. Ox of Agonis can't do anything.
Paulo probably going to grow this, yeah.
And take a look at some cards with Trail of Crumbs as well. Oh, another threat.
Right, and if he doesn't have anything else, he can get even more value with the cost of 1 more mana. You can sacrifice the food to the Ravenous Squirrel, draw a card off of that, and then also get the trigger from the Trail of Crumbs.
Yeah, see, it's tough. The individual card quality actually does keep up in many cases. Usually, decks like this that have to get 3 or 4 pieces together to be really good will lose if you don't get all of them. But as you just described, Paul, that's not the case here. Another land off the top for Nassif. This has been a miserable game for him.
Fake out.
Yeah, and I mean, we've just seen this even since a few set championships ago, where the kind of the Japanese super team completely dominated with this food deck, where the field was pretty similar. Lots of Phoenix decks. And we really saw the food deck just completely destroy these decks, and not a whole lot's changed, right? We saw some innovations at the last event where the Is a Phoenix decks were maybe splashing black for Hidetsugu Consumes All, but a lot more people here are still just going for the more streamlined version with just the straight blue-red cards, and oftentimes that's just not going to get it done in this matchup.
Yeah, everybody says that Phoenix is kind of the deck to beat in the format, but boy. Food really
I'm on team food.
Yeah.
That it's just, I think a lot of people may also dislike just the way that this deck plays. I think I've heard several people say, I don't really like playing this deck, so I'm just going to choose not to play it. But
that's how I feel.
But look,
seriously, I'm not good
enough to play
this deck.
There's so much underlying.
Well,
if you want to win matches of Magic, I mean, you can't go too wrong playing the food deck as long as you expect there not to be the Azorius control decks, which in this event, not a whole lot of that. Many of the members of the Japanese team that chose to play Azorius control at the last event, all playing food here.
So there you go. It's a good time to be on food. And it's a good time to be Paulo Vitor da Amorosa. He is continuing to cement his lead in this game. This Ravenous Squirrel is now a lethal attacker. There are a few unlicensed hearses that could jump in the way.
I just don't see how Nassif can come back from this.
Yeah, especially with having effectively nothing in hand. He can soak Kenzen to make some chumps or to crew up a hearse or something.
It'll grow the hearse.
But now they're tapped.
But, okay, and this is a 3-powered flyer. I mean, next turn, Paulo probably won't, just because the value of the Lurrus is so high, and Nassif just hasn't been able to find a way to kill Lurrus after all these turns. But could set up a lethal Meat Hook Massacre.
Oh, sure.
Right? Clear the board.
Yeah, when you've got your opponent down to 7. The one piece that's missing here from Paulo having already won is a cat. The hearses ideally would have taken care of it at some point.
Right. But these squirrels are going to be good enough by themselves.
Definitely. And Meat Hook Massacre as an enchantment, not bad either.
And the Gilded Goose, of course, has the other mode of producing food, right? So
just Meat Hook for one almost.
Will also continue to feed the Trail of Crumbs.
Yeah, Paulo has to be considering his options on getting his squirrels big enough for Meat Hook Massacre for 2, which would wipe Nassif's board and leave him with the squirrels. It would also kill his goose and his Lurrus. He also has the option of doing it for 1, which would kill the 2 tokens, but leave.
Or if he did it for 2, squirrel goes to 5.
Decent line here.
Squirrel goes to 1 for 6.
It gets the chump blockers out of the way.
So he just needs to power up the squirrel one more time.
He has to block with creatures that
so
Paulo can exile.
He's just doing it for 1. Okay.
Right?
That's right. And there we go. Meat Hook Massacre for 1. That's going to shrink down everything by 1, including the 2 1/1 tokens, which are now gone.
You touch them all for good luck, right?
The 6/6 squirrel certainly getting in there. Oh, just get in with everybody.
Wow, team coming in, huh?
Well, remember the -2 on the Meat Hook minuses their power too, right?
So I was saying he could maybe crew up.
But he could sack the lantern, and then it would have been lethal.
I think they're both on 3/3 right now.
Right, but yeah.
Okay, so a chump and a trade. Lurrus is off the battlefield, but probably wasn't doing that much because of the hearses anyway. And it's 26-4 with what, a 7/7 squirrel, 3/3 squirrel.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no chance.
There is no chance here, and Gabriel Nassif is
Yikes.
going to concede.
Quick 2-0, baby.
And that's huge.
2-0, bye.
He has kept himself in the discussion here.
Holy Toledo's
for that World Championship.
I'm like
he
relaxed.
still needs a lot to go right.
I'm like way
but a loss there would have
back.
been a devastating blow. Now he's still in.
That's why I was so small.
I mean,
so I had to
again,
zoom in.
Fate's in his own hands, right? He's kind of right in the scrum of things. 2 more matches to go. Likely has to win both of them to keep his chances alive at the World Championship.
That's right. That's what we're looking at for a lot of the players in the field as it's starting to really come down to the wire here on day 2. We've got more Magic to bring you. Let's hear about the matchup from Maria.
Coming up next, David Inglis versus Mike Sigrist.
David Inglis is breaking out here this weekend, and Golgari food is a big reason why.
Food.
Cats, ovens, Trail of Crumbs, an engine that's incredibly difficult
Gotta
to
love
beat.
it.
For Mike Sigrist, a Pro Tour mainstay, just like Izzet Phoenix is in Historic. We see Faithless Looting, we see Arclight Phoenix. We might see a win heading his way.
Tangram Siggy coming up after the break.
Yes. How is everyone doing? Did you know that you could dodge this 1-minute ad break with Twitch Prime? It's as easy as that. Holy. So we have Phoenix. We have food. We've not seen any, like, Azorius. I thought we'd see a lot of Azorius because there was, like, you know, enchantments and affinity. We've not really seen any of that. Don't mind the Rakdos midrange. Right? We like this. We like this. It's just, you know, it's entertaining to not watch the same match over and over. Just like when you play, it's entertaining to not play against the same deck over and over, right? So it'd be cool if we could see, you know, maybe some of these other decks as well today. Because even just after, you know, the one food match, I feel like I'm all fooded up. I'm totally full. It's, you know, I can only eat so much a day, right? Anywho, thank you all so much for watching. Appreciate you guys. I hope you're having, and girls, ghouls, goblins, everyone else. I hope you're having an absolute magical day. Thanks for hanging out, and reminder, we're going to be back here literally all day tomorrow for our third and final day of the tournament. Right? B-E-A beautiful, baby. Let's go! Do you love that sound of my mic when I just bang and rattle on it? Hashtag I'm sorry. Ooh, mono red? Yes, I am with that. I'm down with that. Double fooded up on a Saturday afternoon.
Championship,
right, get fed, baby.
And let's not forget, Paul, we've got a tournament to play here. We've been talking a lot about
let's not forget
the seats that are going for that. But if we zoom in a little bit to today, this tournament right now, we've got David Inglis, who is on the verge of making top 8. May already be there with the record he's got at 11-1. He's also secured his world championship seat, as we mentioned before. Mike Sigrist on the
got to be proud of that, right? That is good performance
today for Mike.
10-2
is Mike's record. You know, I was looking at the Discord where the players kind of hang out in there, and they think that there's going to be a decent number of 11-win players that could make top 8 of this event. So Sigrist, he's on the verge, and Inglis, if he wins this match, is just actually locked for top 8. Like, his day will be done, and he'll be in no matter what. He's got a good chance.
Is Tiger Woods playing?
But Siggy on the top there, he could be good.
All right, you got me
as well.
But I am an actor.
And
Don
we've seen
Cheeto.
this matchup a few times, I want to say, today. And these are basically carbon copies of the decks that we just saw in the last round. Both Mike Sigrist on the same testing team as Gabriel Nassif, and of course, David Inglis on the same testing team as PVDDR. We've already seen the food deck do its thing in this matchup. The Phoenix deck really needs to come off with an incredibly fast start to have a chance.
Double oven with a cat.
Kind of heading in that direction here with that turn 1 Symmetry Sage. Ouch. Does not get in the way. They kind of
50-50, baby.
Sage, the Delver of this format.
Oh,
a 1-mana 3/3 flyer a lot of the time.
So far, it's done that. It's down to 17 goes David. He's found a Cauldron Familiar and a Ravenous Squirrel to go with his Witch's Oven, though. So the table is set for him.
It's a lot of juice.
Familiar Squirrel Oven. I mean, come on. Come on.
You're doing your Mike Sigrist impression right now.
I'm sure he's doing the same thing. And I'm sure the viewers as well, right?
Your Mike Sigrist impression.
This deck is doing the thing.
Oh, I'm going to do my Elon Musk impression here. Not really. Starlink be better.
Sigrist right here, we're looking at 6 damage at least coming in this turn, right?
That's true.
We've got the loot. We got 2 lootings.
That would be a bad impression to do right now, I guess, hey? With, like, the recent things. Oof.
Really a fantastic run for Mike here at 10-2.
Donovan McNabb.
I mentioned the World Championship race. David Inglis having secured his seat. Sigrist isn't really in the hunt for a seat as far as the race goes that we've been talking about throughout the course.
He's Donovan McNabb with the Eagles. Then he's Tiger Woods, and then he says he's Don Cheeto.
And then winning a match.
And then I think he's in other episodes too.
Which is another way to qualify. And I'm sure Mike will be thinking about that if he can make it to the top.
I forgot about the Eagles one, though.
Business time. He's got to try to get there.
More Phoenix?
That's Alvin. That's Alvin.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough.
It is too late, yeah.
It is.
I'm loving it.
Graveyard.
Yeah, it's always too late.
People oftentimes think they can kill.
He pulls up in that shitty car.
Yeah, Mike's going to see that one, but he can go for another Faithless Looting and maybe even hit another Phoenix here.
Phoenix?
Just the once. Oh, there's a Phoenix. That's a real clock now.
That's a 2-turn clock.
Make it 9 in the air. We know that David can gain some life here thanks to the cauldron.
Imagine having 2 ovens, a cat, and still losing.
Heat coming in for Mike Sigrist again. I'll remind you, we're on turn 3. If you're wondering why people like this deck, yeah, just 9 you.
Lethal Weapon, no Shooter McGavin.
David Inglis.
And then they were doing like infomercials in one of the newer seasons as well.
Maybe that
he was like, I think that actually might have been the Lethal Weapon one.
David's.
To the face.
To the dome.
Yeah. To the
I can't remember. Shooter McGavin.
That's 11 damage.
Bless that show.
Oven draw here from David. He also has Trail, Double Phyrexian Tower, and Cauldron Familiars in his graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the start you need, right? I feel like maybe one Phoenix was just not enough there.
Agreed.
Right? Kind of just needed the second one, and now all of a sudden there's all the pressure here for Dave Inglis to try to find that key sweeper by next turn to survive.
Yeah, because we talked about it last time. Just a shortcut for you and I, Paul. People don't beat this combo, right? Oven Cat plus Trail of Crumbs is extremely difficult to beat. Mike Sigrist must have heard us, though, and taken some exception to it, because he is putting a beat down on David Inglis right now and trying to prove us wrong.
Just keep ovening. Just keep ovening. Oven.
Don't tell me Mike is dead here.
No,
just don't.
I don't think so. I don't think so, Marshall.
He might be.
He might be.
I mean, David can't be ahead here, can he?
Because
look, I mean, he's at 14 life. So this, even with the Pillar of Flame. What is going on?
What is going on?
If David wins this game, I'm just never touching another Arclight Phoenix in my life. Ever. I'm off it.
I'm off it.
I'll learn how to play this food deck. I'll embrace
10,
the complication.
11? Is he one short? I think
he's just doing the math now.
This turn.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my
11,
gosh.
12.
Yeah, you return the familiar.
Wow.
And that's 12. Holy cow. And he can't die next turn now, right? This isn't a...
Because there's so much life gain.
That's 11 damage.
Well, let's not say that he can't die.
And
let's not say that.
He needs to draw another burn spell here, or he's
because we don't know what else is here. There's other stuff here.
Unbelievable. And you're talking about...
There's an expressive...
To Cauldron Familiar at this point. Ravenous Scroll doesn't even matter at this point.
13 damage.
It's like, 9 damage.
You have 9 on board. He just needs 5 damage.
Mike must just be shaking his head. How can you get more out of the deck than turn 1 Symmetry Sage, turn 3 double Arclight Phoenix? Like...
Okay, so it starts with Expressive Iteration.
Okay,
now,
that's where we start.
Taking a look at this list, it only plays 1 Pillar of Flame. So you can't... That is not an out.
And their other burn doesn't go to the face, right?
So perhaps finding a Faithless Looting into another Phoenix, into a... Right?
There's the expressive. Beautiful.
Would be maybe the thing to do here. So you need to find the
Tell
Phoenix.
Us.
Consider can put a Phoenix into the graveyard if it's on top.
It has to be the top card.
And so that would be 14 damage. Because if you can put a Phoenix into play.
Wow, he's going for it.
That's
he's going for it.
Coming in plus the Pillar of Flame.
So consider Phoenix goes in. Pillar of Flame.
If you can find a Phoenix here and put it in the yard.
Oh no!
I mean, there's already 2 in play. It's a 2-outer.
It's a
spicy.
Got me on top of the library here for Mike Sigrist.
Show me that. Oh no!
Oh, it's an opt.
Nope. Oh.
And that's not going to be good enough.
Nope.
Nope.
Could have found a Faithless Looting into double Phoenix. I guess is the
sure.
But yeah, this is not going to be enough.
And he's showing him, look how close I was to beating you.
Get you down to 2, but then I'm dead on board.
Unbelievable. David Inglis won that game with Ravenous Squirrel.
Jeez.
Crazy.
10 last turn. And then so many witches oven cauldron familiar activations that he got the job done.
Right, that was really fast.
I'm in shock. If I'm Sigrist, I'm going, what is my life? Why did I choose this deck if it can't win with that draw? That's incredible.
Well, he's also 10-2, so that's not bad.
5 to 10% of Mike Sigrist deck's draws, right? But David Inglis also matched him, right? I mean, we're talking about Squirrel triple cat oven, right?
Right. That is the fastest way to pile on damage, because every time you do the loop, you're getting the drain and also adding a power to the squirrel. So
that was just a turn 4 kill from the Golgari food deck.
Like actual turn 4 kill from food. And the funny part is he ended up with the Trail of Crumbs, which is kind of the third part of the trifecta, but he just used it.
It will be as a millionaire.
It was just a food
Trail of
token.
Crumbs.
I mean, he cast it. He's just like, I just want the food.
No, yeah.
Facts.
I just need more triggers.
Wow. All right. Well, Mike's going to have to shake that one off. He's the one who's playing for more than David at this point. I mean, David is realistically, look, he can win this match, the next one, or the next one to just
get good at drafting.
Top 8. And if he loses all 3, he came over overnight as one of our leaders. And that means that his tiebreakers are going to be better than everybody's. And so even with 11 wins, if the players were correct in the Discord lounge, that they will be able to, that he'll get in anyway. Now, Sigrist, he's not in that spot. He's close, though, right? If he can get to that 11th win, he'll be in that discussion that we talked about. The 12th would lock it up, of course. He could even lose here and win the next 2 to lock top 8 as well. So a lot of options for him. But
yeah, you probably could.
The important thing for Sigrist is needs at least 1 win, right? Between this match or
I'm
the
with
next
you,
2,
Walter.
needs at least 1 win, especially if
and then play Magic while you're doing those other things.
Will make it in. That has not always been the case, right? So of course we can't just project everything. A lot of weird things can happen, but it starts with you absolutely cannot make it at 10 wins, right?
That's right.
So need to pick up this win. This matchup, though, kind of a tough one.
I don't like it anymore.
One land.
Did you like it ever?
I don't know. I thought it was okay.
I don't know.
Hate it. Wow. And
yeah, I'm excited. On July 7th, we get 250 new cards into Arena. That's a solid thumbs up.
David.
All right.
You know, in Faithless Looting, we trust. He's got the Arclight Phoenix, a red source and a looting. What more do you need? It's actually a really good hand, all told. For 6, he's got Coast, Consider, Ledger Shredder, Channeler, Faithless Looting, Phoenix.
If that Coast was a Spire Bluff Canal or something, right, then this would just be ideal. As is, a little bit kind of on the slower end, right, because that land's going to come into play tapped.
Yeah, he probably would have preferred to get the Dragon's Rage Channeler down and then dig with looting, but maybe won't have that luxury.
And look, take a look at David's hand. It's
got
the cats, but doesn't have the oven yet, but it's probably on top.
Right on top of the Trail of Crumbs.
Yeah.
Not a lot going on with this hand. It has some nice pieces, but he would need to find more. He's going to keep it, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's on 6. There's plenty of great draws with what you have here. Right?
Yeah, I mean, Pioneer cards, I believe.
Oven, Trail of Crumbs, Deadly Dispute, just so many good live draws.
He put actually a Cauldron Familiar on the bottom.
Is that the Boulder Gate release?
Castle Lockthwain for the turn. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't really want to see any more lands.
Which will be historic cards.
The 5th is not really what he wants to see.
I don't think they said. They just said 250 cards.
To start. Tap land, of course, for Sigrist. Let's see if we can find a land here.
Land here would be very nice.
He did not.
Yeah, because that would allow him to go Dragon's Rage Channeler into spell.
That's right. He's going to go with Consider here to try to hit his land drop, and he does. That can let him get the Sage down as well.
Yeah.
Or the Channeler.
Sage represents more damage.
Yes, it is better at this stage of the game. Ideally on turn 1, but turn 2, sure.
But the thing with the Sage is next turn you cannot play both of your red spells.
All 3 of them, wow.
Pathway as a blue source.
And that would have been nice, but he is saving the Faithless Looting for a turn when he can get Phoenix back.
Right.
All right, Deadly Dispute, and he's going to sacrifice an artifact to it.
There's a Trail of Crumbs.
There's that. Although we did give him credit for the
for
the oven, which he hasn't found yet. Oh, Spire.
All right. So this is a nice little turn where I think Siggy is just probably going to play his creatures. So just go Ledger Shredder into Dragon's Rage Channeler, get the Connive, can dump the Phoenix.
Is he worried about anything here? We see a treasure plus a potential land, so Massacre for 2, not really a big deal with the Shredder.
Yeah, I don't think Mike's in a position where he can.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter anyway.
Beautiful.
Paul.
All right, so we have Goose, Cat, Oven, Trail of Crumbs.
We were wrong, Paul. We were dead wrong. It was the Trail of Crumbs on top of the Witch's Oven, not the Witch's on top. Yeah, we got that.
We were wrong.
There's a glitch in my prediction model.
Yeah, we'll work on that after the show.
I'll have to work on that. Yeah.
All right, well, David wants to put our theory to the test once again. Can anybody ever lose if they have these 3 cards going? And I don't think David's going to lose.
Well, you know, David, I mean, there is a lot of evasive flyers, right, on Mike's side.
Yeah.
David does have the ability to drain for 1.
The cat is kind of crazy.
Cat Oven combo. However, no Squirrel this time around to put that pressure on, right? So very likely that David's going to find the pieces, but doesn't have it just yet, right? Doesn't have the Squirrel, doesn't have a Meat Hook Massacre.
He
would like to find it relatively.
Or it might have been the competition before last.
Poor guy.
He has Meat Hook Massacre. Doesn't have Squirrel.
The list is dwindling quickly.
Rotation's not till September.
Meat Hook Massacre right now can't kill the Ledger Shredder.
All right. You found something.
I don't know if Dominaria is in September. I guess I should look.
Paul Chion over here.
Hey, look.
He's trying.
I'm sure there are people rooting on the not Golgari food deck.
That is true. Also, Sigrist does have potentially more to win here than David does at this point. And the reason
July
David
8th
has crushed everybody.
No, that's not it.
Absolute destruction.
Yeah, he has really put on a show. Corey said it earlier when he was in the booth, but you know, we're used
Dominaria United releases September 9th. So yeah, it will. It will, absolutely. Dominaria and Rotation are the same.
Now what can Siggy put together?
Which is fun.
Here?
It's a nice fresh start.
More of the same.
It'll be the same day.
Card filtering, some
they do it
lands.
together.
You know, the majority of the deck is made of that.
Yeah, and can't find a third spell to play here, right? Because that Spiral Canal.
So we have these cards until September?
So hoping to find an untapped land here off the Consider, right? Because then you can fire off the Unholy Heat and then get that Arclight Phoenix that's in the graveyard into play. So this is big. This is a big Consider.
These Considers have been so high leverage for Mike.
Now get several looks here, though.
Oh, yeah, true.
He's a favorite to find a land here.
Has to be. Oh, another Phoenix goes in the bin, too. Oh, that's a Shredder, though.
And
he gets the Connive. Or, excuse me, a Channeler, but he gets the Connive.
So Brothers War will be in, like, what, January?
Okay, yeah, oh, right. He still needs to find the land, of course.
He does.
Okay.
He's looking at his yard.
Consider is now resolving land, untapped land. Oh,
yes!
There it is.
It is a Riverglide Pathway.
Okay, so now, I mean, how much damage is coming in? This is 15? I want to say?
3, 6,
no,
9.
more. 17.
It's even more because of the Shredder, 17.
Is this going to give him Delirium? Is this just a lethal attack?
No.
How close is he to it? No, it doesn't look like he has it.
Oh.
This is 17 damage. Meat Hook Massacre for 2. Excuse me, he can do it for 3 with the treasure. that does not kill the Ledger Shredder.
No, that Shredder's massive. It's a 3/5 on this board. He will gain enough life to survive, though, right? He'll gain 4?
He'll go up to 5. But remember, Symmetry Sage gives something 3 power. That pumps the Ledger Shredder into a potential lethal attack, right?
You're right. It absolutely does. The Shredder has 2 counters on it already. So 3 power base plus the 2 counters is 5.
You just unholy heat your Symmetry Sage or cast Faithless Looting?
Yeah.
There's no way it's November.
Okay,
he
still
actually
alive.
beat the combo. Now, to be fair to David, he didn't get the Witch's Oven on the battlefield. Does it still count? I'm calling good there for Sigrist. He did it.
And he needed every last bit of that, by the way.
He did.
Right? Double
Literally
Phoenix
lethal.
Again. I mean, look, those are the types of draws you need, especially because Inglis had a great draw there, right? He kind of had all the pieces, but wow, what an explosive turn there for Mike Sigrist.
Fantastic, Mike fighting back. He's not going to go out like that. One more game here between these two players. David Inglis on cruise control.
However, David's on the play this time around. Big shift.
Interesting to know both players mulliganed that game as well, yet still put up
Oh, wow.
really good performance.
Brothers War is scheduled for release on November 18th.
Right. If you take a quick look at David's deck there, that's the 1-drop slot next to Learn.
November 18th for the Brothers War.
You can see
Interesting.
That this deck is made of 1-drop.
I got my schedule all messed up.
Most of Mike's cards are also 1 mana. So even on a mulligan, you can still do a lot of things. The question is just, do you find your combo pieces for David? And do you find your Phoenixes for Mike? And so far, yes. In fact, he's had 2 excellent draws, even on the mulligan on that second one. Somehow couldn't get the job done with the first one inexplicably, but the second one just got over the line.
Okay, that's Cat Oven Squirrel. That's what allowed David to win on turn 4 last time. Doesn't have all the ovens just yet. Jeez, okay.
Only 1 oven?
Well, they're on top.
Right.
Yeah.
There's Fatal Push. Hey, that's not too bad. You can have
and I'm sure Mike is just thinking, oh, not again.
Yeah, and the answer is
Oh, not again.
Exactly the same sequencing here.
No. At least it's quick.
Exactly, and David keeps the Cauldron Familiar in the yard, but he could trigger that squirrel anytime.
Now, David is just on the 2 lands. Mike able to get in for 3 here.
It's a start.
It's a start. Gonna need to find some ways to put some Phoenixes into the graveyard. Probably not going to be able to race the squirrel with what's presently constructed.
Nobody listens to me, sad face. I do, bro.
Good answer for it. Can't race
I read and understood.
Hard time interacting
kind of.
with it. They can chump block it, but
yeah, and Colony Garden is a nice additional creature here for David because he can go
Poor guy.
Colony Garden, make the token, and now he can safely return to Cauldron Familiar and have an extra sacrifice available.
And still get around Unholy Heat.
Right, and this allows him to get in for more damage this turn.
Right. 16 to 19 are the life totals here, so still early in game 3.
Yep.
And yeah, he's going to kick off the festivities here. Cauldron Familiar.
Nice.
Sacrifices a food. Puts that trigger on the stack for the Ravenous Squirrel. Technically a window for Sigrist here, but doesn't actually have an opportunity to do it because of Witch's Oven.
Yeah, we're just maximizing the damage here. Is like, look, I can race you with this squirrel.
Yes.
Did it game 1, I can do it again. Might just sack it here too, just because you have the backup. You have the other familiar there too, and extremely unlikely for Mike to be able to kill a 5/5 squirrel.
And this clock is very real for David Inglis. He's going to get Mike down to 12.
And do you just not even...
The thing is, if like that squirrel gets damage in, you don't have to do as much cat damage.
Keeping it up.
Kind of locks him into fatal pushing it at some point here. Oh, there's a Phoenix.
There's a Phoenix, but won't be able to put it into play this turn.
No.
Siggy's only real play here is just expressive iteration.
Can he use Otawara at some point to reset the squirrel to any
with the receipt?
He could, but that is such a huge cost to do so. But if it's the difference between life and death, I imagine that's what he'll go for. But the thing is, I mean, David almost has him dead already.
Right. Another oven would easily put it over the top.
Look at this, Siggy not even attacking with the Sage.
Yeah, he recognizes that he could just be dead here, but so does David. He's going to fatal push the Symmetry Sage.
Ouch.
And this is a window.
That squirrel's crazy, hey?
The familiar, right?
Right, but because there's a plant in play, you can just make a food and then just kind of do the same loop. And of course, David has the backup familiar in hand as well.
So Sigrist says, yeah, sure. Am I dead?
I don't... Let me catch myself. I was going to say I don't think so, but hold on.
Yeah, you should always start with absolutely and then work your way back from
8.
there.
So let's see.
9.
Ravenous Squirrel can sacrifice the token, the plant.
10.
That'll turn it into a 6/6. You sack the familiar and you get it back. That turns it into an 8/8 and you get a drain.
Yep.
So they're at 2.
Right. David just doing all the things right now, so we'll find out.
Yeah, this is nice. You just described it and now he's doing it.
There you go.
Ooh,
That changed things because now
I think that's lethal.
Play that, sack the familiar, and then play the other familiar.
Yes.
And is that enough?
Feels like
the answer is probably. And if
the
not,
answer is no. Actually, absolutely. That's where we start. Is it enough? Absolutely.
Until proven wrong.
Yeah, I'll work my
David,
way back.
with lethal here.
Guaranteed lethal. Okay. Squirrel.
That's hilarious.
7.
Absolutely.
12 is the life total for
8.
Sigrist.
This is 9.
And
gets
down
him to 11.
11.
You sack the familiar. That's a 9/9, and you play the other familiar. Can't sack that one. So you'll have a 9/9 squirrel, and you'll get one more drain.
So it's
you'll get him down to 1 again. You'll get down to 1 again.
That's
one
good
short.
enough. I mean, Sigrist can't get him from 20 to 0 next turn. And he can't stop the Witch's Oven right now.
You can't stop the Witch's Oven unless he finds a way to kill the oven. Right?
Yes. But yes.
He just lures over though.
But
I mean, seriously, our shortcut of starting with absolutely was almost correct. We were one damage off from that just being right from a starting point. It's incredible what this deck can do.
Yeah. Mike can draw a hearse, I guess, right?
That trample spell would take a lot from the deck, though.
Blocker.
Oh, you're right. That's the problem.
Right, it needs space.
There are combinations of cards here, but of course, being at 1 life, we'll just say David has a lot of live draws, even if Mike somehow finds a way out of this.
Yeah, so I guess Mike has to kill the familiar with Unholy Heat.
Sure.
And then hope to be able to wipe them out and also chump block. Or
kill the oven.
Highlighted message.
Yes.
But he has to do 2 things. He has to either kill the oven or take out the things and have a blocker for the squirrel.
Well, but you can pitch the Phoenix and have that as a chump blocker. Okay, those are not going to get it done. I think that's it. Well, you can find.
We're grasping at straws.
We're reaching here.
Yeah, I mean it's just so difficult to come up with a way for Sigrist to survive. He's just going to play Ledger Shredder and Channeler, and that's him waving the white flag, giving up as it's not much else he can do here.
You're done.
Oven, and he's going to do a style sacrifice. You're 9-9, get an additional food, and that's a Cauldron Familiar. To finish things off, David Inglis is locked for top 8 here. A fantastic run, capped off by not even having to play the last 2 rounds.
That's crazy, yo.
Super impressive stuff.
All right, what's Walter sharing?
He just continues to impress, right? I mean, every time we see him, he's doing better and better.
I mean, I just feel like the sky's the limit for somebody of this caliber, right? It's probably just a matter of time before you see him actually just take one of these down. Now he's locked up at the top 8, a seat to the World Championship. We're going to be seeing a lot more David Inglis.
That's right. Now, Mike Sigrist is not out of it. As we mentioned, 1 win will put him in good contention for top 8. If he can win the next 2, he'll lock it up. That's going to do it for this round here from the new Capenna Championship. We'll be back with more at the news desk right after this break.
Yeah, not it for today, because we probably have very many hours left. You know what I mean? It is local time 5:30, and I'm guessing we've got about another 2 hours. I would be confident to say that this is going to run on for another hour and a half to 2 hours. If I were to be a guessing individual. And I want to take a moment and just say, frick guys, thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. You really do make this experience much more enjoyable. It's like, well, what's better than hanging out and watching a cool Magic tournament? Doing it with hundreds of my somehow closest friends. You do sacrifice your social life when you become a content creator for the most part. So, you know, I'm just super grateful that at least there's someone to hang out with, right? Even if it is just Walter, you know? Even if it is just Tokyo and Numbskull. Christmas. I'm kidding. No, but in all seriousness, thank you all so much. Appreciate each and every one of you. I hope you've been enjoying. And we've got a whole another day of this jam tomorrow, which is pretty crazy. So support the channel. Hit me up with that Twitch Prime, that YouTube membership, whatever it happens to be, and do your best to dodge this ad. Beautiful. We got it. Oh, easily. Easy. I'm doing all right. I'm actually kind of into this. I just really hope that we don't see any more food decks. You know, anything. Show me anything else, right? Heck, I'll take an Azorius control deck over this. No, it's a cool deck. It's fun to see, but I like to see a diverse field, right? I don't want to see the same kind of matches over and over. It's like, I've seen my fill of Phoenix. I've seen my fill of food. Let's get over it and move on to something else, right?
For the new Capenna Championship, we've got 2 rounds left to play. Maria Bartholdi, Cedric Phillips, and Riley Knight here hanging out at the news desk with you. Let's see where we're at as we take a look at our standings. Here in the tournament, you see that red check mark next to David Inglis's name. Congratulations to him. He is into the top 8. Doesn't even have to play anymore. Sit back, relax, and get ready for tomorrow. Right behind him, Zachary Keaney at 11-2. So close. 12 wins, the magic number there. Hisamachi Yoshigoe at 10-3, sitting in 3rd. Shota Yasuoka, Hall of Famer there, sitting in 4th. And Simon Nielsen, what a fantastic tournament for him this weekend, in 5th at 10-3. Made it to the World Championship yesterday, and then was like, I'm not done. Wow, incredible stuff. 10-3s go down to 10th place. All of these people, of course, with a chance at the top 8. Let's take a look at our top 8 as it stands right now, and we'll continue filling this in as we work our way through these final few rounds. Once again, David Inglis, congratulations to him. You are in the top
Tomorrow's
8.
top 8 will
Let's
be
talk about these World
all standard
Championship races. We're really coming down to the wire here, Cedric. What's going on in the leagues?
Let's dive on in, Maria, because there's a lot to look at. David Inglis, as you mentioned, good to go, clear for takeoff, 103 points. We're going to get to him in just a moment. Shota Yasuoka, we also know, is already in there. Logan Nettles still kind of hanging on. Not a lot of rounds left, but in some pretty good positioning. Same thing said for Duque. You see them in their 84 points. Both still in the tournament, of course. Nettles in 76, the Duque in 38. Matty Kuzma is getting a little interesting here. He's in 10th place, and has 81 points, potentially a top 8 berth on the horizon for him. And then you see Paulo Vitor Damaderosa, 36th place, almost certainly not going to make top 8 of the tournament, but more wins could get him into the enviable position of being in the box. Same can be said for Marcio Carvalho, Austin Versavich as well. Going to be tougher for our 78-pointers. You see Luis Scott Vargas, Peter Glogowski, Jakob Toth, as well as Gregor Kowalski as well. Going to be very, very difficult for those players to get into that yellow box. It's winning time here for Nettles, Duque, and Matty Kuzma. But I do want to mention David Inglis again here very quickly, because for him, already in the top 8, already locked a World's Invitation. Now it's just a matter of what type of World's Invitation is it going to be. Because he's in the top 8, if you make the top 6, that invite of top 6 at a set championship supersedes the invite here from the races in the league. So again, if Inglis is able to make top 6 of this tournament, that means he doesn't get queued through our leagues race that I've been following all weekend long, which opens up another slot there. So for some players underneath Inglis, again like PBDDR and LSV, hoping that Inglis may be top 6 this tournament instead. Riley, that's what I got. How about you, my friend?
Yeah, don't ever lose.
At our end here in
That's rule number 1.
The Challenger race, and I want to point out the points total of Drew Baker, Lucas Harane, and Julian Wellman. These 3 blokes are still in the tournament, and they can still gain more points in the coming rounds. This means Jim Davis's position is more tenuous than ever. Lukesh has already been knocked out. Salutations to you, my friend. You did your best, but it's not looking good now unless something... I mean, there's still a scenario in which Lukesh gets in, but it's looking increasingly unlikely with every round. For Wellman, Baker, and Harane, a single win will put them on 60 points, put them above Jim Davis. If all 3 of them win, that's it for Davis. He's out of the top 8, or he's out of the race here. Not, sorry, the top 8 of this championship, but the race. And so, things looking very good for Harane, Wellman, and Baker. Another win secures their position above Jim Davis, and more or less, I would say, makes an invitation to the World Championship very likely for them.
Well, we saw Paulo Vitor Damaderosa there in the league races on the outside, kind of looking in. What a sweat for him. That race is certainly a bloodbath here as we get to the final rounds of the new Capenna Championship. Let's find out how he's doing, because he checked in with Riley ahead of this segment.
I'm with Paulo Vitor Damaderosa, who has just beaten Gabriel Nassif. And Paulo, it looked pretty comfortable. Tell us about your deck choice in Historic, and were you expecting a lot of...
That wasn't our last match.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone thought Phoenix was going to be the most played deck, which it was by a fair bit. And that was part of the reason I chose the Golgari Food deck, because I think it has a good matchup versus Phoenix. Not an insane matchup, because Phoenix did get better. Ledger
this was not our last match.com.
But I think it's still favorable.
And the other thing, obviously, on everyone's mind at the moment...
I had to think back for a second. I'm like, wait a minute.
You're just outside that yellow box we've been calling it all weekend. Is this something that's on your mind? I mean, you've won a World Championship before. You want to run it back like Shenhe?
I mean, yeah, this is what I'm playing for right now, right? Because I can't top 8 anymore. I'm already dead for that. But I'm still playing for Worlds, and that means a lot. I don't know if it's entirely up to me at this point. I would have to see other people's results as well. But I guess I can just do my best and hope that it's enough. But yeah, that's my goal right now in this tournament, is qualifying for Worlds.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen you succeed on the biggest stage, Paulo. So certainly, I mean, personally speaking, I'm very much hoping you make it. Well done on the win against Nassif, and best of luck in the World Championship race.
Thank you.
There's Paulo Vitor Damaderosa hoping to hold on there for the World Championship spot. Well, this is the final tournament of the season. So what we've been doing is taking a look back on our tournaments from earlier this year. The Neon Dynasty Championship was one heck of a tournament. And if you missed it,
don't time out.
Best highlights.
Don't time out. But you can draw.
230 players entered the arena to battle for the title here at the Neon Dynasty Championship.
Oh, wow. Those will all get the job done.
Wow.
It's going to go beautifully here for Paulo. He's got everything. Yuta has nothing.
Sam doesn't have a draw here.
Oh, it hurts so much.
And that's a World Championship seat for Zapra.
Oh, that's going to feel so good.
He is very, very far behind here.
totally sick match.
That is so impressive.
Jim Davis, the first player to ever go 11 rounds undefeated at a set championship.
Brutality here from G Mini.
Cradle of the Death God.
Oh, and look at Johnny. He's shocked here. Oh, and look at that. Sigardian Evangel off the top of the library.
It's time for our final.
Look at that. What is this, a hockey game, eh?
It's
my
the
God.
Hive of the Eye Tyrant. And he's going to give the good game. And we have a champion.
Goodness.
It's Ely Cassis.
Oh man, I love watching those tournament recaps. That one was so awesome, as indeed they all have been so far this season. Well, like I said, 2 rounds left to play. It all comes down to these final 2 rounds, and it's going to be a sweat. Let's take a look at our feature matchup here for round number 14.
Gonna be a sweat.com.
Versus Julian Wellman. There's a look at our players here.
All right, let's Lesnia humans to mix this boar fest up.
11 top finishes for Luis. None for Julian.
Love LSV.
Goliath story here.
Seen a lot of Phoenix today already. A lot of Phoenix yesterday.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Probably no Phoenix tomorrow because it's all standard. Oh, that's nice.
If you play Magic,
no Phoenix, no food tomorrow.
Here's Julian Wellman.
Beautiful.
Playing against LSV, running Celestia Humans. He got 10 wins in the last.
This guy looks like a cartoon character.
The last round of competition at the Neon Dynasty
like from
Championship
Recess or
to
something.
Requalify, come back here and play again. 62.1% historic win rate for Julian. But let's talk about these decks. Cedric.
Let's dive on in. Luis Scott Vargas, is it Phoenix, the weapon of choice here for LSV? And you're going to see those 4 copies of Ledger Shredder. That is the newest edition here from Streets of New Capenna. As I've mentioned a couple times when we've gone over this deck, a lot of this stuff we're pretty used to, right? Arclight, Phoenix, Expressive Iteration, Faithless Looting. But what I'll highlight here for this matchup, Unholy Heat, yeah, plenty of copies of that. 1 copy of Pillar of Flame, excuse me.
Pillar of Frame.
Spells, you're not really going to find any. You're going to find a more creature-heavy version of this deck, ideally to prepare for the mirror. This is going to hurt LSV in this particular matchup because Julian Wellman is playing with, you guessed it, a whole boatload of creatures. Selesnya humans, lots of humans in this strategy. You see Thalia, you see Esper Sentinel, you see Collected Company, you just see a bunch of knuckleheads up and down the curve, and really no other spells or interaction. I suppose Giant Killer does act as a piece of interaction.
It looks like some cartoon character. I can't put my thumb on it, but...
Play a 1-drop, play a 2-drop, play a 3-drop, play a Collected Company, more creatures all day. And Luis is going to have some difficulty killing them because he just doesn't have any removal spells. So for Luis, I think he's going to have to kill these. He's going to have to kill Julian quicker than Julian kills him, which is going to be probably pretty tough.
All right, well, let's take a look at our records here for our predictions at the news desk.
6-0, baby. Cedric.
Very impressive. Riley, 2-4. You gonna redeem yourself here, buddy?
Nope. Fucking no.
Riley, don't I?
I mean, if he, I think he's muted, but. Oh, we lost him.
Here's what I think.
I don't know, man.
There he is.
There you go.
I don't know. I had a bunch of stunning insight about this matchup that's coming up, but we're running out of time. So I'll just go for LSV and I'll explain why, I guess, in a tweet or something.
All right. Zoom fall there for Riley. How about you, Cedric?
I'm going to go with Julian here. Luis just doesn't really have removal, and their build of Is It Phoenix just doesn't have a lot of removal. So it's not really going to be that tough, I think, for Julian. Just play a creature every turn. Luis probably can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I'm also going to pick...
Riley's just like, what?
Down here on my card. Thalia. There she is. There she is. That's what we need from Julian to take this thing down. All right, round number 14 is coming up. Everybody, only 2 left to go. You don't want to miss this action. Round 14, Alien Corey with the call. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Maria. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the penultimate round of Day 2. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister.
Hey.
And guess what, Corey? It's not a food deck. Woo!
You know, I kind of wanted to see Phoenix and Food one more time. Just keep letting them play against Food until they win one, and then we'll move on to something else. That's what I'm saying.
Can I just say, Julian Wellman has glorious hair. Goodness,
yeah, I am very, very jealous. Usually I kind of get an afro when I grow mine out, but nothing even close to that glorious hair. That's amazing.
All right.
That's amazing.
Power of the hair compels him. He's going to have to mulligan there, just a one-lander. But
oh, gosh.
Natalia and Natalia's lieutenant. So a decent hand to keep. Can chuck one of those redundant copies away. Or maybe want to keep it just in case an unholy heat that we do see in hand.
Is LSV crushing a beer? Did anyone else see that?
Legendaries.
Yeah, I
My
think
bro's
I would
crushing a
absolutely
brew.
keep both of them. Smart choice there because they just die so often. Because, well, if they don't die, it makes Luis's life a bit more hectic, as we've seen from some of these Celestia aggro decks in the past. But we did just see Luis beat one of these Celestia aggro decks here in the hands of Ian Burrell. So, you know, definitely not out of range for Luis to be able to do it again. Ooh, big draw.
Ooh, big draw.
Big draw indeed. Turn 1 Sentinel is exactly what you want as the humans deck. Just put a tax on every single spell that Luis wants to cast. But he's just going to get some damage in here with the Dragon's Rage channel and being like, come on, you want to trade? You want to trade? This is going to get out of hand.
Please?
I know you want to.
Yeah. All right.
But a nice 1-2 punch from both players. Yeah, Dragon's Rage Channeler with Ledger Shredder down. Esper Sentinel into Talia's Lieutenant. Or excuse me, Talia, Guardian of Thraben. And there is the namesake card, Collected Company.
See? He's crushing a brew. Not even, like, drinking it.
Absolutely.
Fucking crushing that. That was like a quad gulp.
Human synergistic. This one is trying to maximize on those synergies with Thalia's Lieutenant. You also see 4 Inquisitors.
My bro's going to be cracking a second one in a couple minutes if he keeps up this pace.
Get 2 things style of Magic.
Yep.
Do you think he's got multiples lined up? That'd be awesome.
You're relying on this weekend. Collected Company does, of course, get taxed by Talia, Guardian of Thraben. So there's a downside, but for the most part, like the desk said, if you can just get a bunch of dudes down, chances are Luis won't be able to keep control of them, as Unholy Heat will take care of Talia and will be able to pay for the Esper.
Right? He's putting them back.
I mean, that's what I said about the last match, and then I think Luis took that personally and then decided to win. So I'm just going to say this is an even match. It's 50-50, as Riley would say. Luis is either going to win or lose. Easy.
Yep. That's life in general. It's 50-50. If you want, you know.
50-50, chat.
It's a chance it does or it doesn't.
Yeah,
50-50
already here. You know, he is an educator, so we're learning some very serious lessons. Yeah.
Very good hands, yes. All right, so big thanks now here.
Oh no.
Third copy of Talia.
Poor Riley.
Putting that tax
50-50.
Yeah, seems like a big think, but it really seems like only one play to me, and that's get in there for one and replay one of these Thalia Guardian of Thraben's.
Is Lewis crushing beers? 50-50.
Especially with drawing another Thalia Guardian of Thraben. You just want to make sure you throw that out there in case Luis wants to point another removal spell at that one.
Oh, yeah. Consider plenty of things to do here. He will pay for the expressive iteration, so not a bad find. But it's just going to have to be satisfied with 3 spells in hand and 2 dudes in the battlefield right now.
Yeah, that's definitely what you don't want to see if you're on the Is It Phoenix side and you're up against Esper Sentinel and Thalia Guardian of Thraben. It's just a bunch of the blue cards. You know, Expressive Iteration, we're going to put as a blue card now because it is mainly card advantage. You really need some of those removal spells. And Luis doesn't have a ton, you know, in the game 1 configuration. We have those 4 Unholy Heats, 1 Pillar of Flames. You know, kind of the go-to number that we've been seeing is 5 removal spells, which I think looking back at the last set championships.
So this match is over, yeah?
As well, you know, there was usually a lot less threats when you weren't playing Symmetry Sage and Ledger Shredder.
Thalia's Lieutenant down to the battlefield now, gonna pump up the team and make it so Thalia can get swinging here. In for 3, down to 12 goes Luis, and Esper Sentinel's tax just went higher. Crazy inflation even affects cards in a, you know, Magic game.
Yeah, there you go. Nice. I'm pretty shocked, actually, that we didn't see... Actually, as I was about to say that, I realized, of course, Thalia Tax does work on Collected Company. I was going to say that we didn't see Collected Company. I'll stop myself there and just pass it right back to you.
Well, if Luis does Julian a solid here and kills this Thalia, then we are good to go with 1 Collected Company. But he's just going to hang tight for the time being. Pause the turn back, but there's line number 5. So we can Collected Company for Julian and the humans. Does he go for it? Are you going to pull the trigger? If not, what else are you doing this turn?
Yeah, to quote you, if not, why
That could be
not?
counter
You know,
magic,
we
right?
do
It's
see
open
the
mana.
only 1 Spell Pierce that really can counter this, but, you know, that is 1 card. Julian's probably looking at this list and saying, like, God, this is just such a blowout if it happens. But yeah, I mean, I think it's really tough to not do that. I mean, that is exactly what your deck's doing, and that's really only what Julian's hand is doing as well. So we'll see.
I'm channeling my inner Palpatine. Do it. Come on. Come on.
Here
I believe.
comes Thalia. And this could be an opportunity for Julian to get blown out if, you know, Luis were to just play 2 1-mana spells and then connive with Ledger Shredder and then block with a 2/4. So decides not to block here in case a Collected Company was on the horizons.
Esper Sentinel, trigger on the stack. Does Luis want to pay for it this time? He would have an out to get a removal spell if he doesn't pay for it here. But yeah, we're going to go for Coco.
And here we
Collected
go.
Company on the stack.
Ooh.
That was
a sad one. Impressive. We have not seen very good Collected Companies so far. Of course, you know, there are certain companies where that card is just one of the best cards you can possibly see at the 4 converted mana cost slot, but we've seen a lot of whiffing these days. These last 2 days, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't performed great in the last one, but oof, when it goes off, it feels so good.
So very
So I can understand the appeal to play humans in this match, or in this tournament for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've been seeing Simon doing great with it. Simon is at, you know, that 10-3 record where, you know, he even thinks with one more win, his breakers were pretty good, that he'd be able to make it to the top 8. And that's already 1 in contention for the top 8. So, you know, pretty impressive showing from a deck that isn't one of the big 3 that we saw when the metagame first came out.
For sure. Both these players still have a chance to make top 8. They just have to win the next 2 rounds and cross their fingers that their breakers are good enough. Unholy Heat takes care of Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. No extra land or no extra card being given to the Esper Sentinel.
Yeah, and exactly. They're in that top 8 scrum where 2 more wins and they have a solid chance at it. Luis is also very close here in 9th place for the League World Championship race at 78 points. The line is 81 points. That's only 1 win. So he's definitely has a good chance at it.
That is super close indeed. Expressive Iterations gonna go digging through the top of the library. Unholy Heat sent to exile, and that will take care of this pesky Esper Sentinel. The tax was paid already, so he's not gonna get a card off of this. You kind of feel bad for this little guy, huh? He hasn't gotten any cards this game.
Yeah, Luis has really been very efficient with his mana here, making sure to control the Celestia Humans deck. And just the way that Luis's draw has kind of come together, he's drawn a lot of the Unholy Heat, so you're really trying to play this resource game because Luis right now can't just be jamming in with everything and fall too far behind here. So just gets in with the DRC, which has to attack.
Yeah. That's got no choice in the matter. Ooh, Skyclave Apparition. That's a great draw for Julian Wellman, getting rid of this Ledger Shredder or even the Dragon's Rage Channeler, depending on what he values killing more here. But certainly a great answer to these flying threats.
Had to be the best draw on the deck. And Julian only playing 2 copies. Not kind of see a gulp there from Luis, not what he wanted to see. And to pile it on, this Thalia is really not going to be what Luis wants to see. Yep, we see a little shrug there. And that's 3 out of the 4 Thalias being drawn, which is just incredible in this matchup.
That's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, goodness. So
now you have to opt.
Ledger Shredder down.
Yeah, now you have to opt and maybe try to find another land, even though that's not really what you want in this scenario at all. It's just Thalia makes you play so brutally here. To try to chain together spells.
It's like all the efficiency of the deck just goes bye-bye out the window as soon as Thalia hits the battlefield. So there was a land found. Unfortunately, it is down to the Bugbear. It enters tapped. Dragon's Rage Channeler has to go. And yeah, this is looking pretty bad news. Bears
this
nothing
is just game.
that Luis can do at this point.
You see Julian kind of staring at that like, ooh, I think you're dead. And yeah, Julian, your math is correct.
There's no 0 mana card that can interact with your board, so you're good to go there, bud. But let's just take a squiz, see what the top of the library has in store. Catilda Dawnheart Prime, in with the team, turn dude sideways, and there's the concession from Luis. That one hurt. You can see the bit of grimace on his face there.
Yeah, and I do
Easy.
love the way Luis played at the end of the game. Of course, the game was over.
That's easy.
But just not conceding.
Just play Thalia, turn 2.
Does the thing. You know, I mean, you got to leave your opponent as much room as possible to make mistakes. You know, that's really what it's all about. And Luis, Reed Duque, one of the specialists in that kind of thing, just be like, absolutely play it out until my life total goes to 0. It's definitely the correct way to play Magic.
For sure, and we've seen it several times this weekend actually, where
the Humans is a good deck. I like it.
You play out like you will kill me, and then we'll go to the next game because you're using all your things, you're using all your resources and your clock.
And your clock. It's a big reason as well. Probably not coming down to the clock in this one. I'd be pretty shocked, but yeah, I totally agree with you, Ailey.
And you can just sit back and see what they do, especially with the Jeskai Storm decks.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You can knit a sweater in the time it takes them to do some of their turns.
Yeah. Your opponent gives you a coloring book while you combo off. Absolutely. Yep.
That would be nice. It's like a nice thing to do as you walk into a matchup on tabletop specifically.
Yep.
Let's take a look at the sideboarding here.
I have seen it before, believe it or not. That's a Storm player brought a coloring book for your opponent while they combo off. Yep, it's impressive stuff. One card I do want to bring some attention to from Julian here is that Crawl Harpooner. The way that these Izzet decks are constructed now with a lot more threats on the battlefield and, playing to the battlefield a lot more with Symmetry Sage and Ledger Shredder, being able to play that and not have to trade away your Crawl Harpooner is so powerful. So a really nice addition to have a couple of those for these Phoenix matchups.
For sure. And bringing in the Graveyard Hate, the Unlicensed Hearse. We've seen that get absolutely ginormous against these Phoenix or other graveyard strategies, as well as Tormod's Crypt. On the other side of things, Luis, again, one of the fastest players I've ever seen. He's also incredibly fast when it comes to sideboarding, brings in some more removal, brings in the Crackling Drake, and out with the Symmetry Sage, Spell Pierce, which does not all that much, and an Ox of Agonis × 2. So, let's boogie.
A player like Luis Scott Vargas, who has been around the block so much and just one of the, for sure top 5 best players in the world, just even can recognize like, oh, this style of matchup, played Phoenix decks across multiple formats. You know what kind of cards you need to take out. You know what your plan is post board. And, pretty simple in these kind of matchups. You need to be killing their creature. You need to be doing a little bit bigger things. So even though Luis maybe has not played this specific matchup thousands of times, he's played matches like this that fit the template 1,000 times, so he definitely knows what to be doing when it comes to, Magic the Gathering.
Consider into Expressive Iteration. We now have an attacking 3/3 on turn 2, which is exactly where you want to be. Unfortunately, though, if this Crawl Harpooner comes down, this little Symmetry Sage is getting a little bit squashed.
Oh, such a good sideboard tech. And we've seen this card a little bit in small numbers, but most of the time in previous set championships, it was just an additional way. I mean, honestly, I think this was before Brutal Cathar, where you could just play Crawl Harpooner and have a way to deal with Crackling Drake. Just a 2-mana, removal spell, a 2-mana Doomblade, if you will, for these cards. But now, with these addition of these kind of cheaper flyers, it's just a 3/2 body and kills the card. So it got a huge upgrade for this set championship.
Definitely did. Expressive Iteration will be the go-to here. There's a Spire Bluff Canal, Expressive Iteration, and a Consider for Luis. So Expressive Iteration back in the deck, and we're going to get rid of this Crawl Harpooner so that the birds are free to fly. 2 Phoenixes in hand for Luis.
And I think some of the things Luis doesn't want to see is like Esper Sentinel and Thalia or Adeline. Adeline is just incredibly powerful and incredibly tough to deal with whenever you don't have Delirium. So anytime in these early stages of the game, and that's going to be a big one here.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. Really wants to find that fry. So Expressive Iteration, let's get digging.
Faithless Looting would have been a big draw.
Oof, that would have been fantastic. Dragon's Rage Channeler, an excellent find as well. So that will likely be Luis's play for the turn.
Yep.
And he's got to dig now. He's got to find a way to deal with this Adeline because she can definitely run away with the game.
Yeah, and Luis isn't at the spot yet where, you know, it's kind of that desperation consider that we kind of saw, you know, with Nassif against Paulo trying to get these crazy draws to compete with Golgari Food. Not quite there yet, but decides to try to go for consider anyways, but consider to try to find Faithless Looting to have a really over-the-top turn is coming with a couple other good plays from Julian.
For sure. You need to start racing here because Julian is off to the races with Inquisitor Captain on the stack here. Let's see what he can find out of the library. What's it gonna be?
Yeah, the collected company that doesn't miss, at least this early in the game.
Oh, man.
Interesting.
Choice here, opt goes into the bin. There's the fry. Okay, all right, now we're cooking.
Good.
Well, at least Adeline's gonna be cooking when she gets fried.
Two great choices there from Julian. Two very pesky cards. I think I like Thalia, but both are very pesky for Luis to deal with here.
He hasn't played a land yet, but Forsaken Crossroads comes in tapped as he was... No, he's on the draw.
No, he did play a land.
land.
Yep, played a land and then slammed Inquisitor Captain. Here comes Crackles. And Luis is not going to like this because there is the perfect answer, and the only other card in Julian's hand is that Skyclave to deal with Crackling Drake. You know, normally that becomes a bit of a liability to put a 4 converted mana cost creature underneath it because that is a very, you know, incredible blocker against this deck, but it's just snowballing kind of out of control here for Luis. And without any sweepers in the sideboard, you know, and he burned down the houses or anything like that, Anger the Gods, it's going to be a really tough one to come back from.
Yeah, this is going to be an unpleasant sight for Luis. Skyclave Apparition takes care of Crackles, as you called him so affectionately. And whew, that Adeline is a big last right now. 6-4, 3-3. 2-1-1-1-1-1. This thing looking good here for Luis.
Yeah, and with that Thalia, you can't even picture some really insane turn where you can string together maybe a couple Faithless Lootings to bring back a bunch of Phoenixes. Because this Fry kind of has to go to Adeline. Maybe now it does have to go at Thalia. I think step one is Luis Scott Vargas has to draw Faithless Looting, and maybe we can survive a turn. Not even like win, but survive a turn. Oof. Well, at least you can kill Thalia and Adeline, and then you have 5, 6, 7 damage. So Luis would go to 1 if he decides to take that line, but that Sheffet Dunes, I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember exactly what it does, but I know it puts counters on in some way, so it can probably, you know, figure out at least 1 point of damage here.
Yeah, creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn.
Yep, absolutely. You got to sacrifice it. There's also the cave for the creature land. So looking like Luis Scott Vargas is going to have to win next round and do some hoping.
That's exactly right, my friend. So Julian Wellman sitting pretty right now, poised to 2-0 in round 14 and improve his record. Poseidon, who endures, is going to take care of Den of the Bugbear there, and we'll find another land here for Luis. Definitely doesn't want one of those steam vents, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, and we've been talking a lot about Luis Scott Vargas, but we got to give some props to Julian here, making it in on the very last set championship to qualify for this one, and now at 9 wins has qualified for Pro Tour 1 here later on, as well as having a chance at the top 8. You know, stringing these kind of finishes together is not easy. So huge congrats to Julian for, you know, really making these qualifications count.
Yep. There's the Sheffet Dunes. We have 2 removal spells here for Luis. Sheffet Dunes is going to pop, and we will see the team get chunky. And I think that is going to be more than enough to take care of Luis here. He does have Delirium, Unholy Heat. We can get a blocker.
Yeah, that's a good point. You
Is that
can kill
enough?
Skyclave instead of killing Thalia. I went kind of tunnel vision to try to kill the card that's annoying you the most. But yeah, dealing with the 4/4, then blocking Thalia, that's still 8. So you can't even block Thalia. That's the brutal part. You have to just trade with Inquisitor Captain,
with 4/4.
which is less good.
Jeez. Unbelievable stuff here. Go wide, smack face. It's a good way to win games of Magic.
Absolutely.
Woof.
And these
so
human-based Celestia aggro decks, you know, Ian Burrell's version, where it seemed like there's a lot more hateful cards for the matchups. Yeah, don't do that. Julian was like, come on, do that block, take that one. And here can be 2 blockers, but that is just barely not enough, as there would be 4 attackers from Julian.
Goodness me, oh my.
There's Faithless looting.
All
Luis
can do
chuckled.
is chuckle.
Because that's what he needed for so many turns for it to be over.
Yep, and as you mentioned, plenty of attackers going here. Luis is at 1. There's the concession and a 2-0 for Julian Wellman. Good job, sir. Making humans look good. Huh?
Yeah, making humans look really powerful. Somebody other than Simon Nielsen being able to, you know, win with this really powerful synergistic aggro deck. And what I was trying to say is, you know, the green-white hateful creatures
Quick and easy.
aren't exactly what you want to be doing to attack, you know, this Is It Phoenix decks. Maybe just the synergies and the power of Thalia's Lieutenant is just better at, because you're putting on a clock on your opponent. Mixed with Adeline, it really shows off its stuff, that's for sure.
Just forget what your opponent's doing. Just find dudes and go. That's pretty much it.
It'll be fine.
We have more Magic to feature, my friends, so let's toss it to Maria and Cedric and find out all about our next matchup.
What's up, everybody? Coming up next, Zachary Keaney versus Simon Nielsen.
Food.
One of Magic's fastest rising stars.
Food. At least they're giving it. Well, I guess it's not them giving it, but at least they're not.
Preys on creatures, which is bad news for
you know,
Simon
they're mixing it up. They're mixing it up.
Run this weekend.
Still at it, big dog. HolyToledos.com / I'm so goddamn tired. No, I'm not. I'm fine. High energy. You know what I mean? Overtired, if anything. Hashtag Lego. Are you guys having an absolute magical day? If you're not, how can I help you have a magical day? You want some foot pics? You want some weird stuff done? I'll help out. I just want to see you smile. Tokyo wakes up out of a dead sleep. Oh, really? Heyo. Thanks for supporting the channel, you guys. I do appreciate it. I hope you're all having just fondest of times. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You'll be looking back on your life in 50 years from now and it's been, man, you remember that HGG stream? That was the shit, dog. If I could just go back to that day, everything would be perfect. I think going back in time in general would be perfect as you get older, though, right? I'm down to clown. Oh, 50-50. I made the 50-50 with Magic Set Editor. I like it. I like it. I like it. You guys each made one. I love it. 50-50. I don't think feet picks brings a smile to this community. Let's kill it is here. Got him. Got him. Well, you know, here's this is a business plan. You know what I mean? I just like half-heartedly joke about it, and eventually someone's gonna DM me, and they're gonna be like, "Yo, you serious about those foot pics?" And I'm gonna be like, "Yo, here's my PayPal. Hit me with the big ones." Just like that. Nailed it. Now we're both happy. Expensive pasta. Right? Screw that itchy bad noodle. We getting some of that top shelf up in here. Yeah, 50-50.
Welcome back to coverage
Certified.
of the Capenna Championship. I'm Ailey Lodi alongside Corey Baumeister, and we have more spots to fill in the top 8 as well as the World Championship, but these two fellas don't have to worry about the second part because they're already qualified. We're gonna check out Zachary Keaney versus Simon Nielsen, Golgari Food, Selesnya Humans. What do you think of this matchup, friend?
Yeah, so Golgari Food and Celestia Humans are two decks that are very much targeting Is It Phoenix. You know, I think both these players
How do you get
had
started?
it in mind that was going to be the most popular
I guess
deck.
you make an OBS
Phoenix, so
download and you make a Twitch account and you connect the two.
Turns out Golgari Food
there you
also
go.
has a pretty
You're
good
done.
time of dealing with
Get lit.
creatures, so you got to give the advantage here to Zachary Keaney.
Oh,
but
for
maybe
sure.
not with that hand. not the strongest Golgari food hand.
Yeah, this leaves a little to be desired for sure. But on the other side of things, Simon Nielsen's start looks quite good. We'll hope to find the third land, but having that Thraben Inspector down, we'll be able to go digging with that clue token if we don't find land number 3, which arrives as intended.
Absolutely. Gilded Goose and Thraben Inspector, very similar cards, you know, very much powerhouses from their time. Thraben Inspector maybe hasn't been as powerful as it was in the past, but still a great Magic card.
Oh, good draw here. Blooming Marsh off the top here for Zachary Keaney. Cauldron Familiar hits the battlefield and now has the option to either Bone Shard something or just Deadly Dispute away this here Kato with the help of the Gilded Goose for the 2nd mana.
Yeah, I think the choice here is, do you want to go and block something from Simon and then with, you know, before damage, Deadly Dispute, whatever you blocked with, or do you want to try to get rid of one of these cards? Neither of these are really problem creatures that you really look for in the matchup. Skyclave Apparition being one, you know, Thalia, all those other kind of tricky cards that we saw be good against Luis Scott Vargas last round.
OBS is
I
the
think I like the Deadly Dispute
broadcasting
play to
software.
try to get your feet set, try to find Trail of Crumbs, try to find Oven, and
I would just Google it, bro.
assemble the
It's really easy.
that Marshall and Paul were putting it so elegantly that you just don't lose when you combine them.
Exactly right. And you mentioned Skyclave Apparition, which Simon Nielsen's found. And, you know, at this point, he might be going, hell yeah, I get to catch a cat. Nope. Nope, not this time around, because Deadly Dispute will prevent the Skyclave Apparition from hitting. But let's see how this turn plays out as we do move to combat here. And we're just going to pass straight through and say, oopsies. Here comes the Skyclave.
Interesting. I guess, yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense, because if you attack with Thraben Inspector, you know, Zachary Keaney would have the option to sack Cauldron Familiar and then sacrifice that treasure to make Ravenous Squirrel a 3/3.
Yep. And that would open up the door for Skyclave 2nd main phase to pick
50
battlefield.
Yep, exactly. So a really nice patient play there from Zachary. And here we go. Do you play Collected Company that can't miss? Collected
You don't
Company
need a headset.
sometimes miss, or the removal spell that for sure is going to hit?
See, I'm still
Well,
streaming.
you say for sure, but there's the same situation.
It's actually a more
again with
enjoyable
Deadly
experience
Dispute
this
with
way.
treasure
I'm going to be
now,
totally
and
honest.
Yeah.
the mana open.
It's
to
freeing.
Just, you know,
Exactly.
block
I think
whatever
that's
it's trying to
why.
steal.
That's where I'm a little bit more inclined to Inquisitor's Captain,
Wait, literally?
unless there's some kind of weird block here
this is nice.
that threatens some of my creatures. And if we don't see anything like that, you know, where we're not trying to push through a lot of extra damage, maybe you just do wait until Zachary Keaney's end step, fire off one of those Collected Companies, and then Inquisitor's Captain to just hopefully put 4 creatures onto the battlefield.
Sounds like a good plan to me. Fatal Push off the top of the library for Keaney. He's going to be happy to see that. Also has a Meathook Massacre to clean up all these humans. And like we've mentioned, this deck is super good at keeping the board clear of any other threats.
Oh, absolutely. And the hook brings you back. I am not telling you any lies when it comes to that card bringing you back into the game.
Yo, that's
Value
a
tax
draw.
is expensive, though.
Hello. Good job, Coco. You did it.
Yeah. The only person that can hit two creatures off Collected Company so far has been Simon Nielsen, at least the matches that we've been covering together.
He's the Collected Company whisperer, I'm telling you.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Doesn't really whisper, though. We know he sings very loudly to himself, so yeah.
Well, we don't know.
Sings
enough.
very
That's
loudly.
That's a very good point, actually, yeah.
Anywho, let's see what Coco Light can find, or I don't know, Coco Max. Anyway, Inquisitor Captain. Let's go looking for some dudes. What do we find? Ooh,
Okay.
Ranger Captain. Hell yeah, let's freaking go.
Yeah, pretty nice
That'll
there.
find us
That is
another creature.
Yeah, only Simon Nielsen has Collected Company into 3 creatures here. Inquisitor's Captain into Ranger Captain into another thing. Pretty nice here. Yeah.
Not bad.
Oh, I love it. Dauntless Bodyguard can protect. It doesn't protect against a Meathook Massacre, though, so with that in mind,
50-50.
Decision.
Oh my god, that's
Yeah, I think
good.
now that's probably on
I like that,
Simon's
Walter.
mind is
That
just
one's
how do I
good.
best play around Meathook and try to get it to
Sweet that at Riley.
And that Thalia's Lieutenant is
50-50.
out of range unless we were to see a top-decked Phyrexian Tower. I guess that doesn't even.
When
do it
you get
because
hit
of
with
the
that, are you dead?
tax.
50-50.
We would be one short. Yeah, and there's only one food. So, yeah, we're actually quite a ways away from trying to Meat Hook Massacre for 6. So that's got to be kind of taken off the table for Zachary. Just be like, okay, that card will live. I have to just deal with everything else. And step 1 is killing Ranger class or Ranger Captain of EOS so that you can for sure still cast Meat Hook Massacre.
Yep. And we have to, if we want to try and clear up most of this board, we need one of these geese to survive to use the food to Meat Hook Massacre, but also with attacks, I mean, we're just going to have to go for, you know, for 3 here, if that's even possible.
Yeah, right here it is, giving an oops there, but this seems pretty good still, right? Because the food, you can Meat Hook for 3 and now for 4. Could have already did it for 3, so, you know, Zachary didn't actually need this. And here, look at this, Ailey. It looks like we're able to Meat Hook for 3 and then Bone Shards, discard your Colony Garden to deal with Thalia's Lieutenant and deal with the entire battlefield here.
Oops.
Yeah, with that treasure, yep.
Oops.
No big deal.
Oh. Owie, 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 it hurts. Bone Shards.
Yeah.
Let's go. We're gonna chuck some stuff away.
Oh, I like the high level BMs. That's fantastic. Because Simon oopsed him earlier.
Gone. Absolutely
gone.
Demolished.
And, you know, looking at how this stands right now, Simon is picking up a card with that clue. That was a nice draw here.
Jeez.
Too bad he didn't have the mic drop.
I was just going to say...
What are you feeding this deck?
No kidding. I was going to say, even with Meat Hook Massacre on the battlefield and cleaning up, leaving Zachary at 18 and a Lurrus to bring something back, Simon's still ahead because of that Skyclave to deal with Lurrus.
Is he really?
Unbelievable, I must say. Gilded Goose, Squirrel. There's a cat in the graveyard, so that can come back and make the squirrel
I guess.
bigger. Jeez.
Seed of the Empire, too.
It's insane.
Yep. And I want to remind everyone where these two players are at in the tournament. Both in the World Championship already. Zachary
That Meat Hook cat can just grind.
You know,
so he just needs like an
top
oven,
well,
I guess, right?
Simon for sure needs to win at least 1 round and probably has to win 2. So Simon is the one who really has something huge still on the line. Zach, of course, would like to just lock it up and not have to care about tiebreakers and not have to worry about that as well. But a lot of pressure on Simon here.
Yeah, keep your fate in your own hands. Don't have to rely on other people's performances. As we're going to see Kitty Cat jump into action, jump in the way of this Inquisitor Captain. Thalia's Lieutenant will get in for 2. And don't forget Catilda Dawnheart's other ability. She can make these creatures very, very big indeed. As we'll see the Skyclave Apparition come on down and get rid of Lurrus of the Dream Den.
Absolutely.
It's
a nice little card here as a
good top deck.
game mana sink to be able to attack and then just boost everything. Trail's a big draw.
Excellent stuff here. Zachary finding what he needs. Let's see if the top of the library plays nice here. Doesn't look like he's going to get the cat out the graveyard just yet, though.
Yep. Deciding to wait a little bit.
Oh, come on. Simon.
I mean,
honestly, come on.
Pretty soon we got to count. Is there enough creatures still in the deck that Inquisitor's Captain
There might not be.
off? It doesn't always go. Okay,
it does.
Still went this time.
Oh,
are you kidding me? This is
oops.
ridiculous.
I hope Simon oopses him back. Can we get another oops? Oops. 50-50.
A word I love in the English language is flabbergasted. Right now, that is me.
That is you, huh? Fully flabbergasted. I have to agree. I mean, Simon, you know, even drew a decent amount of lands, but just has been throwing haymakers at Zach turn after turn after turn. And honestly, as we've seen, you know, over that 3-round stretch where we had Is It Phoenix First Food, the only way to beat this food deck, it seems, is to really have one of these just absurd draws, and you're not even guaranteed a win. You just have a chance at that point.
Unbelievable.
Oh.
Ooh, okay. All right. All
Oops.
right. You survived and rebuilt after 1 Meat Hook
Oops.
Massacre.
Oops.
Can you do it again, Mr. Nielsen? We're going to find out.
Oops.
As we still
He needs 1 more
We
land.
don't have to block this damage. We can just leave our dudes.
He's
and-
6 mana.
Okay,
Has to
as it stands, it looks like it's
hook
pretty
for 4. I mean, it would be cool to hook for
add
5,
or
but
create a food with Gilded Goose, and then top deck a land to be able to Meat Hook for 5 so you can get Thalia's Lieutenant out of here. Oh, but that block was super punishing because of a Ganjo.
that does suck.
Oh, yeah. It hurts. Only 6 points of damage coming through.
So now
down to 12.
he can't make a mana through
Meathook
it.
Massacre will still go off, and there is one in hand there.
Oh,
Mana for Exceed
that saves them. That saves them.
Mana. Woo! Let's bring the cat back. Let's chew on it, and then let's
Maya loves it.
That was insane. Because that Gilded Goose blocked, you know, that was the surefire
Hello,
way,
good
if
game.
to be able to meat hook for 5. Zach, that is unreal. If Zach would have, or I guess it didn't even need it. This is still just a meat hook for 5 to clean up the whole battlefield. What a draw.
My goodness.
Unreal.
Good grief. All right, goodbye, battlefield. Nice to know ya.
Oops.
That's a lot of ouchies. That's a lot of life gained.
That'll make it
And
50-50.
honestly, goodbye,
2 meat hooks,
any deck being
50-50.
food, if we're only looking at today. Today, it has just been a clinic with this Glogowski deck. It's just been unreal. Whenever you think they're completely done, they're back.
Oh my gosh. Jeez, like the rips off the
50-50.
top. Ugh, unbelievable stuff from both sides, but Golgari food.
Right?
2 board wipes, too much. As both players look at their sideboards. Zachary is happy. He's good to go, locked and loaded. And Simon
Maya,
Nielsen
go get me a
has
sandwich.
work to do here, friends.
Thank you.
Absolutely. You know, Marshall and Paul are just like not even surprised anymore. They're like, "Yep, that was what was gonna happen." They're just both saying, "Of course," you know, and
Yep.
It
Always
was
a meat
foretold.
hook.
Yep.
All right, let's go. Game number 2. This is round 14 of the new Capenna Championship. If you're just
It is the
joining
meat hook.
us,
Because I know when I'm playing
great
and I'm
Magic
running
today.
Sacrifice
I hope
with
you
meat
go
hook
back and
out.
check it out, but we
Man, it's so
are
good.
just
I use the
2
anvil, a little
rounds shy
different, but
of determining our top 8. So don't go anywhere. Get comfortable. Grab a snack and a beverage, and kick up your feet. Enjoy the magic as it happens. Let's take a look at these opening hands here, Corey.
And if you don't want to go get any snacks or anything, we got plenty of food here for you as well. So.
Oh yeah, we can share. The squirrel might not though. He's quite ravenous.
Yes, absolutely. And very good hands from both players here. Simon is missing a couple things. You know, you got plenty of 4s, so missing a 3-drop, missing land number 4 to make this hand, absolutely perfect. But Zachary's hand is nice. That is a really good one. It's missing a few cards as well, but a very good start.
Yep. Thoughtseize taking a squiz, and there's basically 3 collected companies in hand there.
Yeah.
For Simon Nielsen, but it's going to get rid of the green one this time. Oh, come on. And they just...
Wow.
Unbelievable.
I don't know if Simon necessarily even wanted that, though, to be fair. A land or a 3-drop probably would have been a little better.
Hey, he's got one more draw step. Watch, he'll just find it now.
Yeah,
Easy.
3-drop into 4-drop. Yep, calling it.
Wait for it. There it is. Nope, never mind.
Ooh,
JK.
Unfortunate.
Just kidding. But still, his turn 4 onwards is going to look pretty darn dumb as we are getting set up here on Zach's side of things to get this nice little combo going with Goose, Trail of Crumbs, and a Ravenous Squirrel to boot.
Yeah, absolutely. Putting a lot of material on the battlefield this turn.
There's the 3-drop.
Well, let's
It
go.
was one off. They were
totally fine.
switched. They were switched. Otherwise,
Yeah.
Simon's draw would have been perfect.
Adeline is such a cool card. I really like that one.
So good with Thalia's Lieutenant. It is such a combo.
Oh, it's nice. Speaking of, Thalia's Lieutenant's gonna get... Oh, come on! This is so funny. I mean, what do you take here? There's so many good options, like the trail. There's obviously the squirrel's a pain in the butt, but jeez, like...
I thought you meant from Simon's side. I was like, I would have picked Skyclave Apparition. Yeah.
No. Yes. This choice was kind of made for him there, but sure.
Yeah.
Meat hook, though.
Another
You know what I mean? You
tough
just
search
can't
to
beat the
go.
meat hook,
The
baby.
goose on the board,
Can't beat it.
making the food, or excuse me, using the food to generate the mana.
So
And I
now
wonder
it's a
how much more
question.
Keaney wants to commit to the board here, huh?
Exactly what I was going to say. Now it's just a question of how much you want to go. Do you maybe buy Luris? I think that's pretty telling that, like, yeah, you were setting up for a big meat hook, but maybe there's nothing you can really do about it. Looks like just pass and doesn't
Ooh,
even, this is
tell ya.
interesting to me, doesn't even play a land untapped. So Zach could have went sack the food the old fashioned way and then, activate. What that says to me is Zach is really high on being able to sack both those food to Gilded Goose to be able to meat hook for 5 if need be, in case Simon just goes off again.
Yeah, and I think Simon sniffs out that Meat Hook Massacre.
Yep.
I don't know if he's going to commit anything to the battlefield now.
Feels
Because
like
if there is a Meat Hook,
company turn.
then
Yep.
yeah, just rebuild with Coco and hopefully not whiff.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see how much restraint Zach's going to be able to have. And I don't think it's necessary this turn. You know, we are really very much missing a Cold Drawn Familiar from this draw from Zach to be able to continue this amount of
Oh, wee.
Oof, that was good.
Can't beat this meat.
Exactly what we saw from Zach before, being able to end step, fatal push.
Unless you pay.
That Ranger Captain of EOS.
Then we can talk about
And
it.
then Meat Hook to make sure the coast is clear.
Yeah. You like counterspell
And even then-
white? Well, here you go. Have a Ranger Captain, basically.
Yeah, it really is. It's such a strong card.
What is your prior experience?
All right, we're going all in here. We're just gonna dump everything down at this rate, it seems, from Simon Nielsen's side of things. Gotta go fast.
Honestly, you know, Zachary
Just
kind
like
of, if I was sitting
Coco
across the
Captain.
table from him and just kind of, you know, had a vibe of what he was holding, he is showing some weakness by, you know, not really doing anything, but also not playing Luris is a bit sus for sure.
Just a little bit sus.
A little bit.
Now, Catilda Dawnheart Prime would make the rest of the creatures able to tap for, you know, whatever color they're in, so it could get Adeline down, but I don't know, I kind of just want to keep swinging here.
Yeah, I think so too. Just get aggressive as possible.
Play Thalia, baby.
But as it stands here, you know, 4 toughness is easy to deal with.
Yeah.
With this
Turn
battlefield.
dudes sideways, go!
And now, yeah, we'll see how Zach wants to do this. If you want a sack of food to gain some life and then fatal push. If you want to just make a food with these geese. You see Zach being a little hesitant this time by getting somewhat blown out by Ganjo last game. Thinking, how many legendary creatures do you have this time? And yeah, it's still 2.
Enough.
So Ganjo is actually live on the table here. If I'm seeing this correctly.
Yeah, because the vigilant creatures can tap for mana still.
Oh, that too. Yeah, then it's very much live. Yeah, that's true.
It was live just for the 1 mana because there's 2 legendaries in play as well. Right, Catilda and Adeline.
How you doing? Oh,
So
go
this-
on. Fatal push it. Do it. Do it.
I think you have to fatal push Ranger Captain of Eos. That has to be the case.
Or you're super dead. Oh, hi.
Back up, baby.
Simon's gonna be mad. Oh no. Good game. He says he's not even gonna hang around. He's just like, ugh, fine. I guess all my things are dead again and you gain.
Well, right now it's not there. Zach needs a land. With Thalia
They're amazing.
to meet
Nice.
up for 4, we still need a land. So, you know, Simon's saying that thinking for sure the last card in Zach's hand is a land. It is not. So right now, Adeline could live, which would be good game. Maybe not necessarily the following turn, but yeah, I mean, Zach needs it. Right now, Zach is considering, I would imagine, if you want to just sack a food to give yourself a little bit of a cushion just in case you don't draw the land. Doesn't.
I mean, it's still a lot of life being gained.
It
Don't
is a
forget
lot of
that.
life, but it is not a full-on wrath effect. And
Pretty
I mean, as
good.
it stands now, what really is Zach going to do next turn about it?
Another
if he doesn't
captain
draw
off the
land
top.
again? So
Another captain off the
the 1/1
top.
blocker does help a lot, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Stop it.
definitely does. Here comes Inquisitor Captain. Number, I don't know what by this point. Oh,
At least 10,
what
yeah.
the? Seriously? Look at that. Unbelievable. Inquisitor Captain into Ranger Captain. It's just Captain my captains everywhere.
Yeah. I would like to never have to play against Simon when he's playing this deck.
No. It's
Playing it
just
at
run away.
such a high level and getting some nice hits off these cards.
Unbelievable.
Now, what do you get? Probably another Esper Sentinel to just make sure it's a 1 mana draw a card type thing.
Well, it doesn't matter. There's another meat hook right there, baby. Let's go.
We need a land to wipe this.
What's better than 1 meat hook?
Second
Oh,
meat
2 of them.
Don't have right now. From Zachary's
I
side
knew
of
it.
things.
And I mean, Ranger Captain can
Can't
stop
beat
that.
this
So it is
meat.
really up to Simon. If Simon even wants to give Zach that chance, and if that does
top deck a
happen,
land, baby.
and Zach doesn't draw a land, the only thing
Top
Zach can
deck a
do is
land.
draw land, buy Luris, play Luris as a blocker, if Ranger Captain goes to the yard. And then with that Skyclave to be able to clean it up, as long as Simon sacks that Ranger Captain of EOS, I don't see a way out of this here for Zach for this game.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. He is on the ball here, knows exactly what he needs to do to get this game over and done with. All these cards in hand are dead. The food gains some life. We can try and find a creature with Trail of Crumbs. We don't. So that is going to go to...
I like that sacrifice effect. That's pretty cool.
So this goes to 12. Adeline is going to be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then just playing the Skyclave will be 12 or top decking a land. So I think it's Xaxes for 12 damage with Skyclave.
That's close. I can't believe Simon pushed through.
But there's a cost there as
well. Good for him.
Unless that crossroad comes untap and you can just attack with Cave, there's not too much of a cost to that one. If there is a fatal push, then, you know, you can untap and Meat Hook Massacre and Zach could come back into this. So it's not just very easy for Simon. He's got to think about it a little bit, but decides to go for
sure.
it.
And Zachary is holding full control, so feigning that there is something there. Skyclave Apparition is going to take care of one of these permanents, adding to Adeline's power. And now with a big old swing and extra deal on the board, that is, as you said, Xaxes. We're going to go to game number 3.
Absolutely.
I've never seen that many captains
you know, we are
and Cocos like in succession.
But,
every
you know,
single turn.
After today, I'm just happy to go to game 3 when someone's playing Golgari food. It has just looked untouchable.
Oh my goodness. These guys have been making us sweat here. Just absolutely.
It was still pretty close. You know what I mean?
Unbelievable
the games
stuff
have been
from
so great today, and just so great for the set championship. Standard's been awesome. Historic's been great. And we get another day of this for the top 8. We are all very lucky.
Yeah. Can't wait to see who will be in our top 8. Both these players still vying for their spots. A mulligan here from
our top 8 is standard, though. Keep in mind, this is the last little bit of historic being played tonight.
Handy to kill one Thalia Guardian of Thraben on the other side of the battlefield. But ideal start once again. Esper freaking Sentinel into Thalia, into Ranger Captain. What more could you want?
Yeah, an oven. We're an oven away from the trifecta here, where, you know, it's so tough to lose. But yeah, I think Zachary Keaney saying nice was saying nice to us. Like, come on, this is the best hand I got, even after a mulligan.
So one problem is dealt with on the battlefield. Now let's see if problem number 2 hits the board here. In Thalia, Guardian of Thraben.
Yep, Thalia, you know, we have a nice little turn here of being able to go Cauldron Familiar, say go. You don't necessarily have to do this now, but then Fatal Push Thalia at Zachary's convenience.
I kind of want to put the cat in the way there, because that portable hole scares me as a cat owner. It's like, don't put my cat into a black hole, please.
Yeah, that was a really smart play, too. Also, not fatal pushing right away, just in case Simon had another Thalia Guardian of Thraben. Because it's not even that bad, because Trail of Crumbs casting 3 is not super detrimental or anything, but it would be annoying. Now Trail's going to cost 2. You bring Cauldron Familiar back and get to trigger it is much better than the former.
For sure. So Trail of Crumbs hits the board. Colony Garden, land for turn, so the cat can come back. And if needs be, in response to a removal spell, there is the Deadly Dispute available next turn. So let's see what Simon Nielsen's turn looks like now. There is 4 lands available, so he could go Inquisitor Captain. But it looks like this portable hull might be called on to nab one of these pesky combo pieces in Trail of Crumbs.
Yeah, and, you know, I think the option here is Inquisitor Captain or all of the other things. And, you know, I think it is I think it is pretty nice to portable hold that Trail of Crumbs and just get that card advantage out of there. You also just get to put, you know, a solid, 5 power into play with Esper Sentinel and Thalia's Lieutenant. So still a strong turn.
This also forces the issue here with Cauldron Familiar sacrificing the food. Oh, we got another. Now we're cooking.
Well, we're losing the trail now, so the trifecta was really close to assembling, but now it's farther away again.
It's okay. It's fine. We will survive. We will endure. As Ranger Captain of Eos and Esper Sentinel get a counter courtesy of Thalia's Lieutenant. Kitty Cat's not jumping in the way this time, though.
Okay, game. That's it.
Trails,
GG.
let's go.
We had a good run. Pack them in.
Oh, no. Pay 2? Ew. No, don't pay 2.
2's a little bit too much. Trail of Crumbs. And here we go.
I feel like we need a starting gun or something. But still plenty of action in Simon Nielsen's hand there. Inquisitor Captain ×2. An ever-growing Thales Lieutenant. What can we find? Ooh, hi. Sure.
I mean, that was a relative miss, you know? I mean, at this point of the game, you're really looking to take away, you know, one of those 3 permanents. Try to hit a Skyclave or something. These are good, of course. I mean, I guess if you Catilda, you can just do this again. Because we haven't played a land yet. I don't think we've played a land yet, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't think he's played one. So if it is Catilda plus a land, that's another Inquisitor Captain on the board.
Yeah, but maybe that is just overextending a little bit too much as well, where maybe Simon would just say, hey, I wouldn't really want to do that. But with only 4 lands, you know, it is kind of advantageous here to just kind of go for it.
Okay, just going to hang tight. Inquisitor Captain's going to sit back in case of one Meat Hook Massacre.
Yep, and some of the creatures are still big enough that Meat Hook's not the scariest thing yet for Simon. Yep. Although it's getting close.
Catilda can outpace the Meat Hook every turn, right?
Also, Catilda's ability to put counters on stuff.
Yeah.
Things are looking a little nasty here for Zachary. Chucks out an oops there. Oh, more ovens. That's nice.
Another oven. They come in pairs, that's for sure.
Double oven. All right. Another Trail of Crumbs. Another land would have been nice.
Yeah, and I think that's why we're sacking it right now, to just try to find a land. That's really step number 1 of learning this Golgari food deck. Just always be trying to make sure that you make a land drop, and then everything else, you know, is gravy on top of that. So that's kind of step 1. You know, maybe if you're that behind Cauldron Familiar, but yeah, I like just getting Boseiju, making sure you get the land, and now this is kind of one of those setup turns where Zach doesn't have that long with this size of a battlefield. You really do got to find a Meat Hook quick, and with Ranger Captain of Eos, you have a little bit tougher of a situation here.
Yeah. And also, you want to play your instance at sorcery speed, basically, because Esper
Simon could have captained last turn for Athalia, and then they wouldn't have been able to play this many things this turn, right?
And not revealed via Trail of Crumbs. So Zachary could
the trail, the oven,
to wipe this entire
the
board,
dispute all would have been taxed if they went
I mean, just look at that turn.
Captain last turn for Thalia. So let's see if they get Thalia.
Only had 1 oven. All of a sudden, you blink.
Yep. Oh no! Punished for holding it.
And made a land drop. And
Simon should have done that last turn.
That is also huge.
Problems though with Ranger Captain of Eos once again.
Should have done it last turn.
Grief for any
Ouch.
non-creature spells. I don't know. I think Zach might just be dead.
I would agree, but I've said that in the past when somebody else is playing Golgari Food, be like, this Golgari Food player cannot possibly win.
Still good.
And then
Don't get me wrong.
Again, we're proved wrong, so I'm not saying
could have been better
until a life total goes to 0 here.
Good call there, friend. We might see that next attack if this Ranger Captain has his way, but it's attack time now, so let's turn dude sideways and go. That is a lot of damage here. This cat has some blocking to do. I was just coming through 7, 8, 9.
And are we trying to leave some stuff back so that Catilda could be
4,
activated
block 5,
to mess
5,
up the
so
math a little bit here? Kind of looks like it, since Giant Killer didn't get in there. Or no, I guess that doesn't really help out the cause.
It's 1 point of damage, but I think at this point Simon's pretty confident. 2 swings will do it. Cat's gonna jump in front of the 5/5 here, no doubt. And on upkeep, we should see the Ranger Captain of Eos sacrifice himself to prevent any non-creature shenanigans.
Yep, so gonna be a big turn. Now we're gonna see, does Simon, activate that Ranger Captain of Eos to just shut everything down? It would make a lot of sense.
Yeah,
of course he does.
If I'm playing humans,
he has to.
100% doing that. There's more than enough power on this battlefield, especially with Catilda Dawnheart down there. So it's my turn. Don't do it, please.
Wow.
Says Zach Keaney, and alas, Ranger Captain of Eos says no.
Well, now we have a lot of looks with Cauldron Familiar to not only gain some life, but find a couple blockers. I don't think it's crazy, you know, to think that if Zach was able to find 2 blockers here, there would at least be a chance. The Giant Killer really complicates the math, though. The Giant Killer is actually awesome here.
Yep, because he can just tap down whatever blocker is in the way.
And then tap down the next blocker, you know, during Simon's turn. So, yeah, I'm with you. I'm going to cautiously say, I think Simon's got this. But,
I think so too, friend. Let's be confident. Simon Nielsen has this game in the bag. The cat is out of the bag. He's got no chance. So
yeah, there you go. And this easily could be that winning into this, you know, major event that I know Simon has very much wanted for a very long time.
Oh, goodness me. Another Ranger Captain of EOS.
That's pretty dirty.
Just go for it. YOLO.
That's like, what do
you
get
game,
at
though.
this point? We see
Nice
this
win.
Cauldron Familiar come back. It's going to get tapped down. I mean, we have plenty of damage to finish this off. Simon's just thinking, okay, what if you have 2 fatal pushes? What if you have 3 of them? Running through all the angles here before you hit that beautiful attack all button into a maybe winning in again, or maybe already locked it up.
I mean, the best bet here is the food. Because what's that, 3 extra life? So you'd go to 14?
Yeah,
so
you
it might not be super dead right now.
You can gain 4 total, right? Because you can go to...
Isn't it 3 per food?
Yeah, and then you bring back the Cauldron Familiar, which gains 1. So 12, and then you get it tapped down, though. That's 6, 7, 8, 13, 14, 15. That's still not enough. That still has Zach at -3 here, if my math is correct. But if there was a fatal push here, that would absolutely leave Zach alive. So Simon's thinking, okay, this game's probably not over on the spot. But even if it wasn't over on the spot, Ranger Captain of EOS to shut down Meat Hug Massacre again would have been devastating to Zach if he was still in this game.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we shouldn't have just eaten both foods there.
There was only 3 mana.
You know, there's a...
Or I guess that is the treasure.
Oh, there's a treasure.
Yeah. Yes, he could
I still think there were enough dudes on the board, though, so...
Yeah, and then you couldn't bring back Cauldron Familiar.
Super dead. Never mind. Ignore us. Jeez, Louise.
Whoa. I can't believe humans won. Dang, yo.
Collected Company Whisperer.
www.dangyo.com.
The toughest decks to beat in historic. GG, Mr. Nielsen. Corey. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. And it seems like the way to take down these Golgari food decks is, one, you have to curve out. That helps. That helps a lot. Be Simon Nielsen, number 1. Number 2, curve out, put a clock on them. But we've seen this even with the Phoenix decks earlier. You know, Gabriel Nassif, one of the Golgari food victims, that the clock wasn't enough. You have to get a clock, and then you have to disrupt this trifecta that has been so dominant. Trail of Crumbs, Witch's Oven, and Cauldron Familiar. You need all of those combined, and still, you kind of have to hope some things go right. Because even in that last game, Zachary Keaney's draw was a mulligan, and it still wasn't that good, but he was still fighting into it and had a solid chance to meat hook and take that game over.
Oh, but I bet you chat is extremely happy right now that food has gone down. That seems to be the villain for the weekend. I did say the cat is the big bad, but
you were right.
Excellent game there.
You were right.
Simon
That's
Nielsen.
for sure.
Yeah,
we didn't think it could actually happen, that Golgari food could actually lose an entire match. We've seen a game here and there, but honestly, this is the first time I saw it lose today, so really impressive stuff.
Well, we get to see Selesnya humans in action once again in the hands of Arna Huschenbett versus Reed Duque, another goat, as we like to call them here. Is it Phoenix?
More
is
Phoenix?
He is rocking, and we're
Pretty
joining
nice and
these
quick.
players in game number 3.
Hell yeah, though.
So let's see what's in
Right.
store
Dahlia's
for us here as we
gonna
take
get
a look
pretty
at
dirty.
the opening hands.
Yep, absolutely. And we're looking at these records, 8 and 5, nothing too amazing, but, you know, in this field, of course, nothing to slouch at with so many goats that started this tournament. But the main thing we're looking at here is Reed Duque is sitting very well in that World Championship leader race, so every match still matters very much for Reed, and you know how much he always wants to just be able to compete in the World Championship. It's always his dream.
Yeah, for a lot of players, like you just look at the answers, what does it mean to play in these sorts of tournaments? And it's playing against the best players in the world because, you know, that's the measuring stick. You know, you want to know how good you are compared to the best in the game. And, you know, it just makes you a better player competing against players of that caliber.
And it's made me a better player. I've been lucky enough, you know, when I was still playing on these pro tours, these set championships, that I got to, you know, share a team with Reed Duque for quite a while. And there's nobody more motivating as a teammate than Reed. He is, you know, the first one waking up. You know, he's the last one going to bed, always testing out matchups when people want to, you know, want some help and stuff like that. He's just a stand-up teammate and just a stand-up guy as well.
He is an absolute gentleman and an excellent player to boot. So this
You're
is going to be a great game here.
Scholar
versus Reed Duque, both picking up a win so far. They're at 8-5, so unfortunately, like you mentioned, out of contention for the top 8, but still playing for the marbles here as we take a look at the choice to be made here for Reed Duque. Sees an Adeline Resplendent Cathar on the battlefield. A Braid will not kill her.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Where do we go from here?
One thing to remember as well before we check out what to go from here, that 9 wins is that first, or that's that invite to the Pro Tour 1 here later on. So this match still very much matters.
Have you just been not around for last year?
Yep. Oh, for sure. And even whoever loses in this game, they still have one more round after this. 15 rounds in total.
A while now.
Before we wrap up the play for the weekend and name our top 8. Dragon's Rage Chandler finds an unholy feat on top of the library. If we can get Delirium, we can kill Natalie.
I'm sure you do as well, though.
See, this is pretty important here. If Reed discards one of the lands, which you're pretty tempted to, that Crawl Harpooner is going to have a field day with the Letter Shredder. A really heads-up play, discarding a Braid, even though if you look at Reed's hand right now, the worst card, you know, is probably that Steam Vents, and something that I would have discarded, you know, without the threat of Crawl Harpooner, but Reed recognizing that's a card on his sideboard, so trying to play around that blowout
For reals, go click on an old YouTube video. I'll have it.
Crawl Harpooner put in some good work. If you can kill something with 0 power or 1 power, that is a great day for the green player.
Yeah, anytime your green creature that already has 3 power for 2 mana also just kills a creature, I mean, that's just a premium Magic card right there.
That's what you call stonks, Corey.
Stonks, yes. Stonks. I wouldn't call it that, but yeah, sure. You
I wouldn't call it that.
Good. Probably shouldn't, but you know. Arna has an answer for the Pesky Pigeon in hand, though, besides the Crawl Harpooner in Skyclave Apparition. So that'll play that up nicely. Adeline is going to get swinging. She becomes a 3/4 along with a little token that she makes. And Dragon's Rage Chandler is not interested in blocking at all. Ox of Agonis is a nice find here.
Yep, decent find, but the pressure is really on this turn for Reed to get Delirious and be able to deal with Adeline. So you see we don't have a land in graveyard, and you know, that was another cost to discarding a spell with Ledger Shredder. It doesn't help for Delirium. Ledger Shredder, I believe, adds a 3rd type, and now if we can consider a land into the graveyard, oh no, it's another creature. Maybe you have to pick that one. And no, you can't even go Ledger Shredder into Unholy Heat because that would be the 3rd spell.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Ledger Shredder doesn't count itself as the 2nd spell when it comes down.
Yeah.
So, and also if he plays that, it's just going to get harpooned.
I mean, honestly, we might be in the scenario, you know, there's these desperation scenarios that some of the Is It Phoenix players have run into, and Reed might be double checking, be like, do I really have to cast Unholy Heat on a 4 toughness creature and just pray I have a land on top? And honestly, like, what else is Reed doing to get out of this game? I think you might have to gamble, even though those plays feel so bad, because if you miss, and the odds are you will miss, you know, statistically, that, you know, it just feels so terrible. But if Adeline connects a few more times, makes a couple more tokens, you're just dead already.
I mean, statistically, according to Riley, it's
50-50.
How foolish of me. How foolish of me. Of course, it's 50-50. I like those odds, to be honest.
Oh, Alias, my girl.
You gotta go for it, you know?
50-50.
We'll see what happens, because otherwise, Adeline gonna get a little bit too unruly.
Simon is really good at coin flips then. You know, 50-50 to hit 2 creatures off company. He's just been doing it over and over.
50-50.
Crawl Harpooner is going to hit the battlefield here. Take care of this Ledger Shredder. Also pumps up the Adeline, but in response, the Unholy Heat's going for the safe option here to keep this Ledger Shredder alive.
Well,
I
let's see
like that a
if
bit
it.
more.
Let's see if it would have been on top. Reed's gonna.
Oh,
no! You know, if he loses
feels
this.
bad.
Yeah, you know, if he loses this game, he's gonna
Sadly.
look back, and be like, "Did I just have to go for it?" But you know, it's such a rough play to make because if you miss, you're done. The game's over.
Yeah. But you know what? This kind of works out because even with that, we
I like
now have
Arnie
a
too.
3/3 Dragon's Rage Channeler along
But
with
I'm also a
1/3
big Reed
Shredder,
fan,
which
so
can
I'm
easily
kind of
kill
torn
the
here.
Adeline.
Unless there's a Thalia's Lieutenant that gets cast. Then that's really bad news bears, and I think eventually Arna's going to come to that same conclusion that, you know, Dragon Rage Channeler has to attack.
Yay, I
next
won a
turn.
game.
So as long as
Several
Arna doesn't
hours
give
later.
Reed a very good double block here, then
Congratulations,
you
bro.
just take 3 and
Hopefully
you're
the
like,
first
yeah,
of
sure,
many.
Dragon Rage Channeler, I'll take it all day. You know, so
Also
I
the
wouldn't be
Thalia's
too
Lieutenant. Just
Yeah,
another counter on it. That's easy.
Exactly. I think if you play that, you know, you just attack with Adeline, you'll have to attack with the human that comes into play as well, and that human will get eaten, but Adeline couldn't die in combat, and that's really all Arna should really go for this turn.
Well, she could. Thalia's Lieutenant hits the board, puts a counter on. That's a second spell cost. Shredder gets to connive,
of
sticks
course,
whatever
yeah.
into the bin, and then it kills Adeline, or at least prevents her from attacking.
100%. Yep. Nope, you were 100% right there. Yeah, we probably won't even see an attack this turn because of that.
Yep.
Yeah,
there
that's
goes
huge.
the Ox. Come at me, Adeline. What you got, yo? I got 2 birds. I don't know what that was, but you know, it's my taunt.
Yeah,
Don't
no,
play
you're
it.
100% right. That second spell off Ledger Shredder stops this attack.
Boom
You know, there's no
on.
real great attacks unless you want to trade Adeline for Ledger
I love
Shredder.
Cork from Deep Space Nine when he says
Really
humans.
don't want to do, especially since DRC has to attack now unless we escape Ox right now, pre-combat.
I don't hate that idea.
Cork has got to be my favorite character on Deep Space Nine.
You know, it's a bit of a coin toss here because on one hand, yeah, you have to deal with these idiots on the other side of the battlefield, but you also have to kill the opponent kind of quick because we've seen this board start swarming, right? So
yeah,
getting in for
We're
3
good.
points of damage there. Let's get a land down and let's escape an Ox and see what the top of the deck yields.
Yeah, I like that just because you just think like, okay, am I going to block at 16 life with a 1/1 that's assuredly either trading with a 1/1 or it's just a chump blocker? Reed says, no, I'm not doing that. Decides to get in some damage. Willie Kin being efficient.
Oh, here's another decision point. Expressive Iteration can find... I don't think we have played land this turn,
Have
right?
played a land, yep, so not an
Yes.
ideal card
Okay.
there.
Woof woof, baby.
So maybe the opt and then ditch the Expressive Iteration, or even the Pigeon to connive.
Yeah, I think, maybe ditch the pigeon. You're not going to be able to I guess you're not even going to be able to second
No,
spell
it's-
because
that
Ox is
doesn't
not a
matter, yeah.
spell.
What up,
But, yeah,
Riker?
probably get rid
How
of
are you
the
doing today?
pigeon and try to maybe string off a turn where maybe this opt can find a removal spell, and then you can start your turn with a removal spell on Thalia, and then kind of go from there and maybe get Phoenix back.
Yes, there's another opt on top of the library here. It's going to go into the graveyard for DRC. Oh, okay, there's another birdie. That's pretty
Easy
nifty.
discard right there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, another Ox. Neat.
Yeah, Ox is this card that you really think is just kind of for these grindier, matchups, but it's proven that it's just been a very good card against aggressive decks as well. Just being able to go removal spell, and then just on turn 5, slam Ox, replenish your hand, block with it, usually trade with something, and then later bring it back again and get refueled with more removal spells. So Ox pulls in some heavy work against aggro decks.
It sure does. And it's irrelevant power as well to keep Adeline at bay. So Arna's, really hoping to
3
find
a.m.?
something that
Goodness
digs a
gracious.
removal spell out of his deck, like the Collector Company, like the Inquisitor Captains. But all he's got going for him right now is an Esper Sentinel
I'm
and a
torn.
Wise
I like both
Lieutenant.
players here, to be
Yeah,
honest.
looking back to that turn where, I thought that Adeline had a nice clean attack. Everything was looking so in favor of Arna, but just Letter Shredder being able to have that nice little play of when your opponent plays a second spell as well to boost it really messed with everything this game and changed the tempo shift back in Reed's favor.
It sure did. And we have found a Fry courtesy of Ledger Shredder, and that is a big, big draw. able to kill the Adeline, Respite, and Cathar, which will allow Reed Duque to start swinging.
Yeah, surprisingly, the Adeline is like not even the most threatening thing to Reed when Reed has that 5-3 blocker. So yeah. I don't even know if we need that. And a 4-6 blocker with Ledger Shredder. Yeah, this is looking kind of rough for Arna here.
Yeah, these birds are getting very large indeed. Not going to swing. Stormcarved Coast is the draw here. Fry can take care of either Adeline or the Thalia to try and string together some combination of spells that allow these birds to come back.
I don't know if we're going to see it, but I know I want to see it, and I know all of chat wants to see Fry on Thalia, Expressive Iteration, and you need to find 1/1 drop, and then you can bring back all these Phoenixes. You also get the DRC Surveil off both of those, and you get a Letter Shredder activation, so you get to see a lot of cards to find any 1-drop. We'll see if Reed wants to just play a little bit more conservatively with this line. Yep. Dang it.
I wanted to see it. Chat wanted to see it. You wanted to see it. But, you know, it's Reed Duque. Come on. Hall of Famer. He's not going to go for it. He's not going to make the flashy play. He's going to make the correct play.
Yeah, Reed's not distracted.
Lieutenant?
Yeah, that was big. Yeah, Reed isn't too distracted with the flashy plays. He focuses on the best play, no matter what.
Oh, yeah. Always go for the best line available to you. Thalia's Lieutenant, the only thing that Hushinbet can do right now, he doesn't have to worry about any board wipes or sweepers or anything like that. So he just has to try and figure out a way to deal with this bird or kill Reed Duque before it becomes a problem.
And now this is probably going to force Reed's hand because now Adeline becomes a little scary. That 6 toughness is pretty big. So normally Fry for Thalia, you know, seemed like it was definitely at least in the conversation as something he wanted to do. Now Adeline is back in the conversation of wanting to Fry back.
I mean, this like in the game, the tax isn't too relevant.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the kill Adeline train here because Thalia's Lieutenants, they get buffed with every new creature that enters the battlefield. So they become another problem if Adeline sticks around.
Exactly. The Thalia Lieutenants are going to get quite large. So, yeah, I think I'm with you as well. I think Fry has to happen on Adeline, you know, since Fry is only dealing 5 damage. We'll see if Reed agrees. Does not. Okay.
All right, Adeline. Adeline can also take care of Ledger Shredder and Ox in one fell swoop. So something has to die here, I think. Or we're just going to go for the kill next turn with the pigeons, but I don't know if he's got enough power at this point.
I think Reed is trying to pseudo-trap Arna here into some really aggressive attack where Reed can go to a very low life total, fry away Thalia to be able to clear the way and allow a bunch of spells to happen and try to win with a gigantic turn. We'll see how that plays out, but maybe that's what Reed's going for here with letting Adeline get to 6 toughness.
And Arnie should have smashed with everything, yeah?
There's the attack from just the Adeline. Very disciplined from Arna Hushinbet. We're going to see the Ox jump in the way and the Ledger Shredder jump in the way of the 1/1. So let's have a squiz here if we will see a Fry post-combat before we go to Reed Duque's turn.
Can't imagine you can't. Wow, Reed is really just going for the skies. Okay, so what? We have 2 Phoenixes? Okay, that's big.
That's a good start.
There's 2 Phoenixes, right? And Letter Shredder is 4. DRC is 3 more power. That's 7, 10, 13. That's 13. So Reed has a plan. Does not deal with anything. All we need is 1 spell off one of these Expressive Iteration. Reed has to be heavily favored to win this at this point. So nice play from Reed to not pay 3 there.
Arna finds a Boseiju. It's not really going to help him in this situation. Riverglide Pathway into the bin. Expressive Iteration. Let's see what you got. Let's get these birds back. Faithless looting.
I think that's plenty already.
All right, Iteration to hand. Land goes bye-bye. Faithless looting. Let's do some shenanigans and 1 more Expressive Iteration to boot. This will help us get another card into the bin here. Ox of Agonis likely going to get sent west. Ooh-wee. Oh, this
yeah,
is
and
wonderful.
I think this is it. Huge props to Reed for setting this up.
Nice. Petty theft even.
Here's a Brazen Borrower as well. Not that it's really needed, but yeah, Reed set this up masterfully.
There are no reachy creatures on Hushenbet's side of the battlefield, and he's like, oh, come on, you can't have it. Surely not. But yeah, 8 power, 2 more birds in the bin.
Yeah, I think there were 2 birds. There might have even been another one. I think there was at least 2.
I think we might find a third one here if we're lucky.
Yep.
Sokenzen. Nah, let's send that west. What else can we find? Consider takes another look. It's another Dragon's Rage Chandler. That's going in the bin too.
Oh.
In the bin. There's another birdie. Yes! Woo! The dream! Faith is looting. It finds another pigeon, and that is just going to nail the coffin of Arne Hushenbet with 2 more birds. Let's freaking go!
Wow. That's gonna be all 4, baby.
Goodness. Pigeon Force assembled! Here come the Phoenixes along with the Shredder and the Dragon's Rage Chandler. There's nothing Hushenbet can do except pick his jaw up off the floor because that was amazing. Good
game, baby.
Didn't have that one on my bingo card, Ailey.
on
my bingo card.
Wow.
Massive stuff from the Duque.
That's crazy, yo.
He's just so good. He is so good.
Oh,
Reed's been training.
Yeah, honestly, I think I would have snapped fried
pigeon magnets out.
With that Thalia's Lieutenant on the stack, and I think I would have lost because of it. Maybe if Reed was going to still hit 4 Phoenixes, it really didn't matter. He probably could have pointed the fry at the Esper Sentinel or something if that was what you were going to be doing. But, needed to get that Thalia off the battlefield so that he could chain together those spells and win the game on that turn. So really next level play from Reed there.
This is why Reed wins the big bucks, Corey, and we're just sitting here calling the action and being dumbfounded by it. So kudos to make his way into the Pro Tour, and we have 1 more round of action after this, so don't go anywhere.
Yeah, 50-50. I fucking love that, Walter. Alright. I gotta get that on stream. Save image. This is not Google. Beautiful. Alright, chat. We got a new card. We're gonna put this in people's deck so they have better luck to win the championship. We're just gonna slide this in here. Wild card, baby. 50-50. I absolutely love that. I wish it would auto. Just like sync to where it needs to be. We're gonna put it as their number 1 card. You know what I mean? Wild card, bitches! Highlight of the tournament commentary? 50-50. Oh no.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of the new Capenna Championship. Maria Bartholdi, Cedric Phillips, and Riley Knight here at the virtual news desk for you. And this is what you came to see. We've got 1 round left to play. This is where it all happens. Let's take a look at our leaderboard after 14 rounds of grueling competition. And check this out. Only 1 player has confirmed to be in our top 8. David
You guys should be making art of all of the commentators. You know what I mean? And we'll collect them when we do this.
In the final round of competition, we've got to find 7 people to join David.
So whenever one of the commentators says something funny, make it into a card and we'll put it on stream.
Sitting in second, Simon Nielsen, also on 11-3. Zachary Keaney, been watching him all weekend, has already locked his spot to the World Championship long ago, sitting at 11-3. Sam Rell from the UK at 11-3. Mike Sigrist at 11-3. Johnny Goodman of Canada. Ginky, as he's better known as, at 11-3 as well. And check it out, Shota Yasuoka, Hall of Famer, at 10-4. So much left to happen here in the final round of competition. But this is not the only thing we're watching here. We are also keeping our eye on the World Championship races we have been doing all weekend long. And we're going down to the wire here, Cedric. You've got the leagues.
All right, let's jump into it.
He's like, oh, getting up from his chair.
Yasuoka, as we've mentioned many times, they're good to go. Reed Duque is looking to be in pretty darn good shape here. So we're not going to give him the badge of honor just yet, but I got a feeling it's coming here pretty soon here for Reed. For Logan Nettles and Marcio Carvalho, pretty simple. They need to win. They win, they're good. Life is really, really good for them. Now, if they don't, things get a little bit more hairy. So, control of their own destiny. For Matty Kuzma, Jakub, Paulo Vitor Damaderosa, Piotr, Austin Burcevic, and Grzegorz Kowalski, well, step 1 for them is winning and then see what happens after that, right? So, again, a little bit of control of their own destiny insofar as they win their matches, at least they're getting themselves the best chance they can. But also worth noting as well here, Maria, that backdoor invites are available because if Inglis or Yasuoka do make the top 6 tomorrow, which David Inglis is already into the top 8, so he's got to win 1 match tomorrow, that opens up another invite for the league competitors that are in front of us right here. So things still very, very tight, but for a couple of players here like Logan and Marcio, just win and life is going to be really easy. How are things looking for you, Riley?
Similar sort of situation here with the challenges.
It'd be funny if Riley just said 50-50.
And as yet untested strategy in that they're going to have to attempt to win a game of Magic with all their hearts. Because if they don't do that, they're really damaging their chances. So I maybe it's outside assistance, I don't know, I should be giving them this sort of advice, but I advise them very strongly to win. We've got people here, obviously 5 locked away. Nielsen, Wildlarue, Orange, Kazumi, Stowe, we talked about that already. Julian Wellman with a win, he's locked. Don't worry about that, easy peasy. Harane and Baker, also with a win, probably lock it up as well. Less certain than Wellman, but probably lock it up. All of those people on 54 points, they also need to win if they want to be in with a sniff at a seat at the World Championship. But the one that's really interesting is Stefan Schutz. He's got pretty good breakers because he had a fantastic day yesterday.
All the United States.
May make the top 8 of this tournament. If he does that, that will get him 4 extra points and put him at 61 points for the World Championship race, which you'd think would lock it up for him, but he's still got to go boldly 4th and win a game of Magic the Gathering. And if he doesn't do that, well, I mean, it's all over Red Road probably. So a lot to play for all of
It's actually only 50-50 that's good advice.
54s that are still in, Saporito, Kasako, and Schutz still have a sniff of it, but it's going to be a tough uphill battle because the places, well, Maria, there's not many of them left.
Yeah, wow. I didn't expect everything to come down here to the final round. And indeed, the top 6 in the tournament tomorrow. We really like to keep you all on the edge of your seats here. Well, we've got some awesome feature matches coming up this round for round number 15. And I want to talk everybody through them and talk about what's at stake in these individual
final round.
Give you a bigger picture of the tournament here. The first one we're going to focus on, Stefan Schutz versus Carl Serap. Teammates right here, Golgari Food versus Celestia Humans. Riley, what does this match mean?
Well, I'm going to start with the easy part of it. Carl Serap languishing in the Challenger race. He's got absolutely no shot. Cannot make it into the World Championships. But Stefan Schutz, on the other hand, holy moly. So much on the line for him with this match because if he wins, he's got a good shot at the top 8. If he wins, he's got a good shot at the World Championship.
Still freaking
it's not very
going.
Often that you play a win and in for 2 separate tournaments at the same time here. It's not very often that a double win and in comes across our table here, but this may be the case. Again, not guaranteed, a lot of moving parts here, but if Schutz wins, he's in the best possible position to qualify, not just for the top 8, but also for the World Championship. So much on the line for the Austrian here.
Wow, a double win and in.
Potentially. A double win and probably in. I don't I don't want to sign on the dotted line there, but a double win and probably in.
50-50.
All right, well, that's a look at our first feature match. Let's check out this other one that we've got going on in our feature match area. Sam Rolfe versus Hisamichi Yoshigawa. Is Phoenix versus Rakdos Arcanist. Both these players sitting at 10 and 3. Cedric, how about this one?
Riley's was so confusing and so much going on. This one somehow a little bit more straightforward, but still plenty on the line. Here it is. Winner is into the top 8 of the new Capenna Championship. Straight up, win it in style, easy breezy. You control your own destiny. Get the W here, and you're in to the top 8 of this fantastic.
You did miss some good stuff, Elite Omega.
All right, pretty straightforward there. Sam Rolfe, Hisamichi Yoshigawa, win and in. Very important stuff
50-50.
on the line for both of these players here. Here's the last one we're going to be watching. Marshall Carvalho versus Andy Ferguson. Is it Phoenix versus Azorius Affinity? Woohoo! Been waiting for Azorius Affinity here. Both these people at 9 and 5. Cedric, what's at stake here?
We'll put our focus here on Marcio. Fantastic shape with a victory here. I'm not going to put it in Sharpie. I'm going to put it in deep black pen that if Marcio does win this one, headed to the World Championship via league standing. So again, very much control of his own destiny. Get the W here, and life is almost certainly fantastic for Marcio.
All right, well, we put it all down here to the final round, round number 15 of Swiss. Let's focus back in on our main feature.
What year did I start in?
Last round of Swiss competition.
50-50.
Schutz versus Carl Serup. 10 and 4. Both of these people are teammates, but they brought different decks here in historic Golgari Food versus Celestia Human. Stefan Schutz had one heck of a day yesterday. A little bit rougher today, but still doing very well. Qualified for this event on a Magic Online sealed event. Playing here today, historic and standard this weekend as well. Carl Serup, his teammate here, Celestia Humans, qualified via qualifier weekend on Arena by beating 2 Hall of Famers. So well done, Carl. Bet you played plenty of good people this weekend as well. Food versus humans. Humans need food. Does food need humans? It's a pretty existential question there, I guess, Cedric, but tell me about these decks.
Yeah, it just got dark in here, but I'm going to try to lighten things up just a little bit. Let's start things off with Golgari Food, everybody. Again, we know this is a historic mainstay, and we're seeing some pretty similar builds here. Cauldron Familiar, Gilded Goose, Ravenous Squirrel, Witch's Familiar, Witch's Oven.
I like the Thought Distortion.
It's kind of the engine that makes this.
That's pretty spicy.
And given the matchup, Fatal Push is going to be pretty important here as well. Got to control the creatures that are going to be coming at Schutz, and Carl has quite a few of them. We're going to see his deck here in just a moment. It is Celestia Humans. It is breaking back out here this weekend. I think a lot of players expected this.
Maybe not in this matchup, actually.
Set championship, that Neon Dynasty championship, and it performed okay, but not as well as I think it's performing here this weekend because people just weren't really that prepared for all of these 1-drops, 2-drops, and 3-drops, your Esper Sentinels, your Thalias, your Collected Companies. If this deck is not prepared for, it's incredibly powerful, and that's why I think it's been seeing some success.
50-50.
However, a very bad time to run into what I believe is a difficult matchup. I'm not going to classify it as horrible, but I don't think it's good, given that the food deck has removal.
There you go.
It has that engine of Oven plus Cat, and Meat Hook Massacre for X. X can be a lot, and that's a game ender.
All right, well, it's prediction time here as we head into the final round of Swiss. Let's take a look at the scores for everybody here on the news desk. Cedric, perfect day for you so far. Don't mess it up, buddy.
Down, man. Imagine if I ever started like sending a Pro Tour, a thing I cared about. That would be nice. But
what? You don't care about this?
But you know what? I'll take it where I can get it right now. Take it where I can get it.
All right, Riley, who are you picking?
Well, while Cedric attempts to become a force of nature, I'm going to do my best to become a siege mastodon at 3 and 5. We'll see how we go. But look, I want to clarify something earlier before I mentioned that Serup was dead in the water for the World Championship race. That isn't in fact the case. But I failed to mention that he can still make it to top 8 here with a win. He's very live for a top 8 here. Serup is, even if he can't make the World Championship. And so I'm going to back him. Get in there, Celestia Humans. You love to see it. A lot of removal spells in the but you know you got to believe in the heart of the cards, and I certainly do. Serup, let's go, baby.
All right, Cedric, for the perfect record, who you picking?
I want this more than I thought I did. Okay. I am going to go with Stefan here, who I think just has a really good matchup. I know they're teammates. and all that jazz. I'm sure they've tested against each other in the matchup and everything, as teammates do. However, I just think the food engine is just too much to overcome here for Slancy Humans, which is a very linear deck, doesn't really disrupt food all that much. So, Meat Massacre, where are you at for my 8-0?
All right. Well, I'm going with
Meat
Stefan
Hook
Schutz here
Massacre.
as well,
You
as
heard
much
it
as
there,
pains
chat.
My little creaturey
The
heart.
cheat hook.
I think food's got the upper hand. If I'm playing the creatures deck, I do not want to be sitting across from the food deck. But anything can happen in a game of Magic the Gathering. We've got the final round of Swiss here at the new Capenna Championship coming up, everybody. Marshall and Paul with the call. Take it away, you guys.
Thanks, Maria. And yes, it is me, Marshall.
That even
It is
cracked
the call,
Marshall
and
up.
We do have the call. We've got mega stakes in round 15. We always do, right? There's always top 8 implications, and sometimes there's more. And today, we've got more, especially when you look at Stefan Schutz. He is carrying a massive load. The upside for a victory for him is potentially huge. We're talking top 8 at this tournament.
50-50,
and
really.
potentially a seat at the World Championship.
Everything in life
He's
is
looking good for both of those with the win. Not quite at that hard lock point. Remember, these players are sitting at 10-4. You need 12 wins to be an absolute lock. But it's worth noting here, Paul, that Stefan overnight was one of our 7-0 players. And that means that his tiebreakers are actually very good. So if he wins, he'll be at 11-4 and tied with a number of other people. Some of them will make top 8, some of them won't. He could easily be one of them.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Going into this last round, typically you will have a couple of people who may have picked up that 12th win. Only David Inglis. David Inglis was the one who absolutely locked his
Let me go
spot
grab some
into the
snacks.
top 8. Everybody
Snack
else is
time.
playing, right?
That's right.
So there's all kinds of tiebreaker math that we can get into at some point later. But the big thing here is Stefan is playing one of the most important matches of his life, probably the most important match of his life. Let's be real here, right?
Definitely.
This has Worlds implications and top 8 implications. Like you mentioned, started out 7-0, has great tiebreakers, having a bit of a rough day here, 3-4 on the day. But despite all of that, because of his great start yesterday, if he wins here, really great shot at the double qualification.
That's right. Now, on the other side of the table is his teammate, Carl Serap, and Carl's also playing for a lot. Now, we're not going to pile quite as much on his shoulders as he did here for Stefan, but top 8 is still in sight for Carl. Carl has middle-of-the-pack tiebreakers, which means with a win and an 11th victory, he will definitely be in the conversation right on that border between getting, 7th, 8th, or maybe 9th, 10th, somewhere in that range. So this is a huge win for him. And let's not forget, if you make it to top 8, you are then 1 win away on Sunday, which you get 2 cracks at to try to get top 6, and that is also a World Championship seed. So make no mistake, this is not all on one side. It's just mostly on one side for Stefan Schutz. Underway here, Paul, we see a pair of Esper Sentinel as well as Ranger Captain of Eos on one side, Cauldron Familiar, Gilded Goose, and a Ravenous Squirrel on the other. So both decks kind of doing their thing.
Yeah, definitely. And Carl, with that collected company, that's going to be big. But Stefan also with one of the most important cards in the matchup, which is the Meat Hook Massacre. We saw it do a lot of work, but all hope is not lost. We did see Simon Nielsen actually defeat Golgari Food. That might have been the only win we've seen against Food. But just by overloading the board with such a dominating board presence and then utilizing Ranger Captain of Eos's secondary text ability, target player cannot play a spell for your turn, which actually bought him just enough time to prevent Zach Keaney from casting Meat Hook Massacre. So that's the play pattern that you might also see here. So keep an eye on that Ranger Captain of Eos, because Carl will be able to generate a giant board here. That's just what this deck does, right?
That's right. And look at this. A collected company combat trick potentially here from Carl Serap. He did get some blocks, Cauldron Familiar and Gilded Goose, but it looks like it's going to be Thalia and another Ranger Captain, where he was probably looking for, I don't know, Thalia's Lieutenant.
Right, Lieutenant would have been big here. Now, the Thalia is still pretty decent here, right? Because it does mean that Meat Hook Massacre will cost 1 more mana.
And he needs to get up to 3, yeah.
And kind of awkward because Thalia is in play. can't play that Deadly Dispute.
Huh. So he's going to have to settle for making a food token with Gilded Goose before going to his turn.
And now we're looking at 5 potential mana this turn, which means you can Meat Hook Massacre for 2. Not enough to get the Ranger Captains off the battlefield.
Yeah, 3's the number here.
Right? And Carl, of course, very aware of the fact that that is the thing that he needs to be mindful of, right? Knowing that Stefan can't play the Meat Hook for 3 this turn, not choosing to sacrifice the Ranger Captain, could potentially see it next turn. But right now, I mean, he doesn't have the most imposing board, right?
Right.
That often happens with the aid of something like Athalia's Lieutenant, which Carl has not found yet.
Yeah, so Stefan's going to pass the turn back over. He does have Deadly Dispute. You know, you could see something like a Chump Block and then a Dispute with the Squirrel, something along those lines to keep the mana flowing for him and to set up for this big Meat Hook Massacre next turn. Now, he does need to keep Gilded Goose on the battlefield if he's going to make that play, though, because that is one of his mana sources.
And a heads-up thing that Carl set up several turns ago was using the Ranger Captain of Eos and searching out a Giant Killer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Searching out the Giant Killer, well aware of the fact that one of the most problematic threats in this matchup is a giant Ravenous Squirrel that's left unchecked.
Now, this one's just the right size. As you see a nice little play here from Stefan. He's going to go block, but the Ravenous Squirrel is a 2/2 is going to go on Thalia. Then Deadly Dispute will get it to 3/3, but there's a response.
There's an Iganjo, right?
That's right.
So
Seat of the Empire. And it's even a little cheaper here thanks to Thalia. That means that Ravenous Squirrel is going to soak up 4. But the good news for Stefan is he still has his backup plan with the Meat Hook Massacre. The bad news is he was hoping to keep a Squirrel after that.
Right. And so this Squirrel, there's no way to save it, right? Because you can return to Cauldron Familiar, but that'll only turn it into a 4/4, right? And Thalia also has First Strike.
Right.
So, I mean, you would need to find a way to grow that into a 7/7 to have it live.
Yeah, this was just his way to get Thalia off the battlefield and keep the Squirrel post-Massacre, but now he just is going to have to Massacre.
Right, and
for the full amount.
We can Massacre for 3. I wonder if Carl is
Meat
just
Hook Snacker? I like that.
I just hope you don't have the Meat Hook Massacre, or can he afford to sack the Ranger Captain? I mean, Stefan's at 16, right? So
giving up a 3/3 is a big deal for sure.
Right. Yeah, is that even enough pressure, right? I think maybe you just have to just kind of go, hey, all right, if you're going to hook me, you're going to hook me.
Yeah, because if he did do that, he would have himself a 3/3 and a 2/1, and then 2 1-powered creatures. So not a super fast clock from Serap. And right now, his hand is a little weak, right? He's got a redundant Thalia, and he's got a Giant Killer that doesn't really have a target right now.
Yeah, I feel like you want to Meat Hook because Carl's actually given you the opportunity this turn to cast Meat Hook, right? Because if Carl, let's say, finds an Inquisitor Captain into Athalia's Lieutenant, next turn, you bet he's going to sacrifice that Ranger Captain of Eos.
That's right. All right. So there's Esper Sentinel triggering. And it looks like it's going to get paid for, too. So Stefan really managing resources as best as possible here. You see Carl responding with Ranger Captain of Eos sacrifices, though clearly those were just going to die anyway, which is why he did it, save the life gain.
Yeah, to save the triggers from the Meat Hook Massacre. And, rebuilding here.
Okay, hey, that's the one, right? Because before we pass it over, it was going to be Thalia. That was it. Now there's some more business here, and he's got a board state now. Look at this. Thalia, Ranger Captain of Eos, and Esper Sentinel all in a row, and boom, built right back up again. And the ball's back in Stefan Schutz's court. He needs to find ways to interact once again.
Unclear that this is going to be enough, though, right? This is still not enough because we have Cat Oven. Cat Oven is online. You could run out the... and you can safely just block the Ranger Captain of Eos. You're only taking 2 damage a turn here because of the drain effect on the Cauldron Familiar.
You know what I'm thinking, Paul? A little Trail of Crumbs.
1 damage.
Yeah, Trail of Crumbs.
Okay, overgrown farmland off the top here.
Or no, that's the opposite. That's their creatures die.
And here comes the attack with
Never mind.
But as you mentioned, Familiar can come back in, jump in front of the 3/3 Ranger Captain, And that just means 2 damage gets through to Stefan, but he gets to offset that by gaining a life from the familiar, and it's just not a real clock right now.
Right, and this is where, I mean, Cauldron Familiar, you know, of course this interaction is
Nonetheless,
extremely powerful,
still
but
good.
we've seen a lot of Food versus Izzet Phoenix matchups where the familiar can't realistically block, but in this matchup, right? I mean, the Food deck, it's just all ground creatures.
Another Gilded Goose. He also has Soul Guide Lantern. It's being taxed by Thalia, but he could get a card out of that at some point. Oh, and look at this. Luris is going to go into hand. And
Might just choose to wait to get the value on the Luris because Skyclave Apparition is a thing.
So rather than having it exposed, he can cast it and then cast a spell from his graveyard straight away.
Right. You want to get at least 1 spell off of the Luris.
There is a Collected Company, though, for Carl. That's exactly the type of card he needs to draw at this point to push him back in the lead.
Big draw.
Yeah, right now, you'd give the lead a little bit to Stefan, but Collected Company could change that very, very quickly. Ooh, more Thalia's.
Okay.
There's a Thalia's Lieutenant and a Ranger Captain. That is exactly what he wanted to hit. And look at this. Triggers abound. And what does he get with the Ranger Captain?
Yikes.
Just another Esper Sentinel.
Good enough. Now that's a board state, Paul.
It's slightly improved, I want to say. Right? slightly improved.
Yeah, Stefan went from taking 1 a turn to a lot more. Now he's being hit for 9. The Cauldron Familiar
This turn not so much,
thing,
but the next turn, right? The next turn we're going to see a little bit more action. Interestingly enough, I think Stefan is still okay here. Just again, Oven, Massacre, Familiar, extremely powerful. Stefan has access to a lot of mana, can generate food off the Goose, and then you're also going to see some extra value here from the Luris on top of that. Now,
go ahead.
Now, at some point, Stefan's going to want to find another Meat Hook Massacre here.
Right,
but he has some time. He has a few turns.
He's not under, such immense pressure that he's going to be done in 2 turns, but he does need to find some action. And let's see if he can do it. The Lantern can get him a card. Luris can, provide some value from his yard.
He's got a squirrel? Does he have a squirrel in there?
He does have a squirrel,
Okay, and this will also make it so that it's going to be really hard to attack through. Now, of course, Stefan does know about the Giant Killer in Carl's hand.
But if he can keep his life total up, he can say, okay, kill my Giant. I'll just play it again.
Right.
Start building it up. I mean, it doesn't take long to get that Ravenous Squirrel huge when you have, Cauldron Familiar with Witch's Oven.
Yeah. The Giant Killer is just going to be a temporary solution, right? Because you can just get it back. So I think Stefan's going to return this cat, block. You can probably also go ahead and put that squirrel in front of something as well, right? You just go, it's going to be a 2/2. You can turn it into potentially a 4/4 here, maybe more, as you have a couple of Gilded Geese in play with the extra food tokens. And that's a crazy part, right? I mean, Carl just resolved Collected Company, got a Thalia's Lieutenant and a Ranger Captain, has 15 power on the board, and I think he's behind.
Crazy. He just had probably the best turn he could have hoped for and still finds himself trying to fight through the board here from Stefan Schutz. Crazy how good this deck is.
And you can't play around, really. You just want to go for the block before it becomes 4 power, right? And then you're like, okay, if you want to use your Giant Killer, go for it. I'll just replay it next turn.
But you've got to block in, right? So you're not taking damage from that creature. I hate to say it, Paul, but we also have to make sure we keep an eye on Carl's life total, right? He's down to 9 here, and he's not going to be at 9 by the time it's back on Stefan's side.
You're absolutely correct.
Taking a lot of damage. Let's not forget, the Meat Hook Massacre is an enchantment. It's just sitting there doing a lot of damage.
And he has Hive.
So a chump block and a hit from Thalia means 14 is the life total right now from Stefan, but down to 6.
Jeez. And you can even attack here with the Luris, right?
Can he just kill him here?
You Fatal Push the Esper Sentinel. Oh, man.
I would have Fatal Push, then activated Hive.
Oh, right. And there's a Hive as well. This might just be lethal, yeah. Just attack with everything and just
rude.
Oh my gosh.
And that is in fact game number 1 going to Stefan Schutz, who picks up the win. It looked like he was on cruise control the whole time, and that was not a bad draw from his teammate Carl Serap. So that is one step to glory here for Stefan Schutz. I can't imagine what's going through his mind. I feel like most of the time when you get in a position like this, you think about it before the match, and then once you start playing, you know, it's enough focus to just think about the cards and stuff and kind of sort out what it means later. But it has to be in the back of his mind here, especially after a 7-0 start yesterday where your hopes get really high. You start to think about, okay, if I can put together a decent run, I might be able to top 8 this thing. Maybe I can put myself in a good spot on the challenger race for the World Championship. Then he stumbles in day 2, right? He came into this round 10-4. That means he's lost 4 times just today. But he has a chance for redemption in this last round against his teammate. And now he is super close with a game win under his belt. And that did not look difficult for him.
It did not. Now, the way that these matches play out, I mean, oftentimes the food deck will find a meat hook, right? And the way you beat that with this deck outside of the Ranger Captain is you just gotta power through it sometimes, right? We saw Simon Nielsen do that, where it's just like, look, I'm gonna draw a bunch of my 4-drops, all right? I'm gonna draw multiple companies, multiple Inquisitor Captains. Go ahead, you might have that one meat hook, but I'm gonna, you know, if you can't find the second or third one, I can try to still just overpower the sweepers. It's a big ask, but that's kind of what it's gonna take for Carl to come out ahead in this matchup.
Okay, well, Carl has land drop number 2 with a pair of 2-drops, make that 3 2-drops, and then he does in fact have the Inquisitor Captain as well as the Skyclave Apparition. So he has some good tools to do that first start, and we have to note here that Stefan does not see his Meat Hook Massacre just yet.
Right. Does have the Fatal Push for the Catilda here.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
That'll come in handy. Colony Garden for a free creature.
I feel like Thalia was also a reasonable consideration there.
No attack from the cat. No block either. Giant Killer gets in for 1.
Get a little scry here. Wants a land for the Inquisitor Captain.
He topped it, Paul, so we're going to assume that that's a land. And I bet you Stefan's going to assume the same.
Yeah.
Okay, so Thalia Guardian of Thraben on the battlefield now. And all of a sudden, Trail of Crumbs. The window for that has gotten a little tighter here. He had a really nice turn set up here with Trail and then a Gilded Goose that he happened to draw. But as it stands, he's going to have to choose between them.
Yeah.
Deadly Dispute, also an option. And it looks like the option that he's going to take here, Paul.
Yeah, probably just looking to get more mana on board, right?
Yes.
It's a good start.
Yeah, Corey was saying that's kind of one of the secrets to playing this type of deck is you actually do need to really protect to make sure that you're hitting every land drop possible.
Yeah, and the
It's true for
treasure's
most
also
decks, but
also the treasure is extremely relevant, right? Because it
Yes.
allows you to power through the Thalia and cast a big enough Meat Hook Massacre to wipe the board. And that was a big turn here from Carl. Inquisitor Captain into Edeline. Big attack. And no immediate answer for that Edeline that's in play.
yeah, Stefan could also be considering that with the Deadly Dispute. Hey, I need to find Meat Hook Massacre at some point here sooner than later, and now he's got to find it quick. Looks like he's deciding on if he wants to block and then sack to Deadly Dispute, I assume.
He's definitely blocking. It's just a matter of deciding whether or not you want to block with the other creature, right? The Cauldron Familiar. I think that was probably the thing he was mostly considering.
Okay. He did, by the way. He traded off for
a
token and right on time. Now, it isn't
not big
great
enough
here, though, right? Okay.
But you can set up, right? You get the land, you play the land, and then you have a Gilded Goose as well. That's an extra point. That's an extra source of mana. So you go land number 4 this turn. Next turn, you can drop land number 5. That plus the Goose plus the treasure means you can Meat Hook Massacre for 4 while also paying the tax on Thalia.
Just perfect timing for the massacre to show up.
And I'll be curious to see if Carl does something like
Stop, David.
Skyclave Apparition the Gilded Goose.
Yo.
Or something.
I see your messages.
Full to the metal. Mm-hmm. And this is kind of a why not trail of crumbs here for Stefan, who passes the turn back. And I'm curious to see this too. Does Carl play Skyclave Apparition? He did find a land as well, so he can play both of his creatures this turn. And this is a heck of a board. It's not quite lethal. It's 14 damage. Actually, 15 damage,
and I love this
damage?
because with the land and now the fact that you play the Thalia's Lieutenant, your Inquisitor Captain is also protected from a Meat Hook Massacre for 3 because that's the biggest Meat Hook Massacre that Stefan can play next turn.
Yes, and Adeline now has toughness as well.
Big hit,
so
baby.
This is going to get Stefan to 2 to 1? 8, 9.
Well, so we can return a familiar here.
Oh,
so
okay.
we can chump the Adeline and we'll take 10. So we'll go down to 9.
There you go.
Probably not going to pay 1 here is my guess.
At any rate, it's a non-lethal attack. But where does this leave Stefan? Does he have the ability to play a meaningful Meat Hook Massacre here?
So he can play a Massacre, wipe the board, Adeline and Inquisitor Captain will survive. However, Apparition will die, which means that Stefan will get a chump blocker, right? You will get a 1/1 token there, given that it's exiled the Goose. Now, he still is going to need to fight. I mean, don't get me wrong, this Massacre is amazing, right? Still going to have to fight through the Inquisitor Captain and the Adeline.
Let's just start though.
But he has a 1/1 and he can return. He has a 1/1 and he can return a Cauldron Familiar.
He still has
and 2 trails.
Oh, and there's a Skyclave Apparition. It's not going to do it here. Yeah. Boy, he must have.
Not.
You can still cast it. You know, there's still targets over there.
And maybe that's just the play, just to keep on.
Take the trail.
Putting a little more pressure here. Of course, he just has a good enough attack here as is.
Yeah, this is a 2-turn clock. This is going to be big time pressure here on Stefan. What does Stefan need to do to get out of this? I mean, it feels like he's close.
He's extremely close. I mean, Stefan. I mean, look at his hand, right? Like you got the squirrel. You can play a Trail of Crumbs. That Trail of Crumbs does get you back your Cauldron Familiar, and then there's also that active Meat Hook Massacre still.
Carl's at 13. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Yeah, and a bit awkward here on drawing the second copy of Boseiju because one is in play. Now the Skyclave Apparition, Carl holding it, will mean that he will be able to use this to get that squirrel off the battlefield.
Mm-hmm. A nutty play. Nice.
Okay, that doesn't get it done. That also doesn't get it done.
Finds a pair of lands here off of the trails.
Stefan will go up to 11. Skyclave Apparition on the squirrel. Actually, it might just be better
familiar.
It might just be better to do the familiar because I believe the squirrel, especially with that lieutenant off the top, I think that squirrel just needs the chump block.
Yeah, that might be the case here, Paul, because right now Stefan doesn't have any way to sacrifice the squirrel since the familiar since he's tapped out.
Yeah, it looks like it's probably. I think it's going to have to chump block the Adeline here. As the Adeline, if you play Thalia's Lieutenant and Apparition, it's going to have 7 power after you attack and make a token.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
so heads up there.
Plus, yeah, and then the Inquisitor Captain's 4.
What a draw.
Wow. It's actually 5 for the Inquisitor Captain as well, so an easy chump block here for Stefan. So now what?
Meat Hook, Marshall.
Is it
always
Meat Hook or
Meat Hook.
death? Yeah.
It's always Meat Hook.
Oh, it's a Ravenous Squirrel that he found off the top. Does he have any other play here?
That is not enough.
Carl Serap was able to apply the first wave and then keep just enough of it and apply the second wave, and it looks like that's going to be enough.
You got to power through that first Meat Hook most of the time.
That's right, and he did. It's interesting because the more pressure that you apply, the faster they have to feel compelled to deploy the meat hook to just not die. And in this case, that actually allowed 2 of Carl's creatures to survive it because Stefan didn't have time to wait until it was big enough to truly wipe the board, and that made the difference here.
Yeah, now if Stefan had infinite time, could have done something crazy like Boseiju your meat hook massacre, then play Luris and then replay it or something like that. But of course the humans that won't give you that kind of time. I can't imagine Stefan's going to survive this attack.
It sure doesn't look like it from here. There is a lifelinker, but...
There is a lifelinker. You take 7. Oh, no, you'll go to 1. You'll go to 1. You put the squirrel in front of the Adeline, the Luris in front of the captain, and you go to 1.
But that Cave of the Frost Dragon in hand for Carl was
But
clutch.
Marshall, Meat Hook Massacre. No meat.
Not this time. Even then, the castle just kills you, right? Oh, no, you'd gain a bunch of life. Oh, that would have been insane. So Trail of Crumbs does make a food. You can sack it.
I don't see enough damage coming through here.
We're not seeing it here, yeah.
No.
I also feel the GGs. But we get to see round number 3.
Great
right?
fight here from Carl Serap.
Gonna be another one.
Number 2. It felt like
game 3.
He had a pretty good draw in game 1, and he was nastily outclassed here.
Just
by
wants
Stefan.
to see his draws.
And it looks like game 3 is upon us. And there's a concession there.
Oh, man.
Oh, I spoke a little too soon. He pump faked me. There we go. Now we're going to get a game 3 between these two. And now Stefan really has to be feeling the heat. And make no mistake, Carl as well.
For all the marbles here.
So
Stefan.
many marbles at play.
So many marbles.
For tuning in, and I'll remind you of the stakes as these players do their sideboarding. Stefan Schutz here on the bottom started off 7-0. The wheels have come off a bit here in day 2, but with a win, he would move to 11-4. We're predicting that multiple 11-4 players will make it into the top 8 here. If he's one of them, and he is likely to be if he wins here because of his great start, that affects your tiebreakers positively, then he could get into top 8 of this event and the World Championship based off of this game that we're about to watch. On the other side, Carl Serap
local time 7:30, almost 8 o'clock.
Could definitely
Holy.
still mean a win and in for him for top 8. He's in a win.
I was joking when I said this was going to go to 9, but look at us go.
Oh, Stefan's on 6. He's mulliganed. There's an oven. There's a goose. Needs this hand to develop a bit. Carl Serap does have a portable hole to deal with that oven. Or potentially this goose.
Collected Company, Inquisitor Captain. There's an Adeline off the top now for Carl. That is a heavy hitter hand if he can hit his land drops.
Oh, man. Now, Carl, yeah, like you mentioned, that's big for him, right? He's got all the action. Just needs to hit land drops 3 and 4 to unload that hand because Stefan is down to 2 cards.
That's right. Is this a land? No, it's a Skyclave Apparition.
Has one
and
more
that is
turn, though.
Uncastable. He has to hit a land next turn. Castle Lochthwain here for Stefan. And he, okay, he can Maelstrom Pulse or Luris here. He's just going to go for Luris.
Carl?
Land.
Carl?
Yes, it's a plains off the top for Carl
Serap.
Oh, that was huge.
I mean, everybody wants to see a real match of Magic played right here for all the marbles. So
everybody except for Stefan.
Of course.
Okay, there's Fatal Push.
Yeah, so that is a way to get this Adeline off the battlefield.
That's right.
You can eat a food with the goose or gain some life. You could also just cast Maelstrom Pulse here. You could also sacrifice the goose after adding mana, Fatal Push to Adeline, play Luris, and then play goose again.
Yes.
I think he's got the mana for all of that.
I'll tell you what, Carl Serap is using up his 1-times on a land off the top here. I mean, if he finds a land, now look, he's got plays if he doesn't, so it's not like it's over.
Yeah.
But Inquisitor Captain into Collected Company?
I mean, this is the ideal hand here. This is the type of hand that you need if you're Carl. to win this matchup, right? Multiple 4-drops, multiple apparitions. Oh, and I think he's doing the thing.
He is, and there's the fatal push. He liked your line, Paul.
Oh, but choosing to hold off on the push.
Okay.
And we're going to see something go into the oven, probably. Actually, I wonder if Stefan's interested in making a 3-3 and killing the apparition. Looks like he's not.
Yeah, he's just going to sacrifice it in response. That gets him his fatal push active and another land off the top.
This castle locked.
If he holds on to that Maelstrom
right?
pulse to hit 3 apparitions.
For Carl Serap, that is exactly what he needed to see. And yes, Castle Lochthwain, desperation time for sure for Stefan Schutz here. He has to start finding action because it is going to get nasty from Carl's side. He's got 2 4-drops to play off of this Temple Garden, and they are the 2 best cards in his deck. There's Inquisitor,
right.
Captain.
What do we find? All right.
Nice.
Oh, an Adeline. That has to be the best hit as well.
I don't think you're going to... Oh, attacking with Apparition, because Stefan can activate Hive of the Eye Tyrant here. That would prevent him from drawing a card, but it would eat the Skyclave Apparition.
Stefan has to make a very tough decision here between getting a creature off the board now.
Or it's, do I need to just find a Meathook Massacre here? Would he rather draw the card? Then that's what
may already be to that point, and he is going to go ahead and draw his card. He's got Witch's Oven in hand. He can soak up 1 damage with the Goose. 2 damage gets in. It's not the end of the world. And that's not a Meathook Massacre off the top, Paul. This is starting to get very tight here for Stefan.
Yeah, and we're going to see a pulse on the Adeline here. Into the oven. No cat, though. Could stay alive by sacrificing some food.
You know it's getting tight when that happens.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, activating Castle Lochthwain against the humans deck.
Right.
That's not really where you want to be.
Right. Not only is the life loss tough, but the mana that you spend means you're not doing things that affect the board, and that can put you way behind as well. It is double bad.
But, you know, he's got no other choice, right?
Right. Okay, there's Maelstrom Pulse to take care of the Adeline. So right now he's facing down 6 power. Oh, another Inquisitor Captain.
Another Captain.
This is how you do it, Carl.
Oh my.
And Stefan has to be shaking his head here. It has been heavy
Lieutenant?
hitters.
Ranger Captain.
Wow.
That's the one, because now, I mean, there's so much pressure on the battlefield.
Yes.
Carl can choose to play around Meathook Massacre here.
He can sacrifice Ranger Captain of Eos on Stefan's upkeep. That will prevent Stefan from casting non-creature spells this turn. And if the only way that he can get out of this is Meathook Massacre, that could lock up the game here for Carl, as well as the match, and maybe even a top 8 seat for him.
All right, so we're looking to pump up our life total here a little bit.
Yeah, sacrificing a food to sacrifice a food, as it turns out.
So now that he's at 20, I don't know if Carl's going to sacrifice the Ranger Captain.
Right, he's down to
15. Meathook would be
15.
fantastic. Oh, okay.
Cauldron Familiar gives you a chance. Remember, he has Witch's Oven in hand number 2 and a food to get started.
Okay, so that it starts with the cat. We got the oven here, so that's a double drain, right? That's 2 more life for Stefan, along with a block. Now, Carl does have a Skyclave Apparition.
Yeah, he's got 2 of them.
But Stefan isn't just dead right now.
I think it would be 3 because he has the food organically already.
Carl has an incredible hand here.
And then the Goose can make another
Skyclave,
food, but there's not enough interactions.
Company, Giant Killer, and he drew an Iganjo for the turn as well. His first order of business, though, send him in. Everybody is attacking here.
I like so we're gonna see a Lochthwain activation. Oh no, Hive. Okay.
Okay, so Stefan's changing gears here.
Now Carl does have an Iganjo to kill the Hive if he so chooses.
That's going to hurt.
Stefan's going to try to eat a Skyclave Apparition. It's worth noting that this Apparition doesn't have anything under it. Here's Collecting Company, though, with blocks having been done.
Double Ranger Captain.
Wow. Now he can certainly start sacrificing those. That's right.
No meat hooks for you ever.
And Carl's not running out of gas.
Not at all.
Not this game. He picks up a pair of Esper Sentinel. Now, he didn't get the +1/+1 counters.
And 2 ovens do it.
Thalia's Lieutenant or something like that. So
needs a trail.
The Skyclave Apparition will die, but I think he'll be just fine with what he found. Double Ranger Captain. He now has 3 of them on board, and he can just start throwing them on upkeep and saying, Stefan, you don't get to cast anything but creatures the rest of this game. And if that's the case, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think, you know, what are we looking for Stefan? Perhaps a Ravenous Squirrel, right? That's one of the better creatures you can draw, but keep in mind, double Skyclave Apparition, Giant Killer. Carl might just play Giant Killer and just start sacrificing a bunch of Ranger Captains to prevent a meat hook.
I'm thinking Stefan's looking for a power outage in Estonia. That's where Carl's from, and it's not feeling like he has any outs that are Magic related at this point.
Oh, man.
I mean, we've seen this deck do crazy stuff before. It's foolish to call it out before it's done, but how is he going to get back into this game facing down that much power and not being able to cast non-creature spells on his turn? Yeah, they're huge. He's keeping his life total up admirably, but next turn's really bad.
He gave him a draw there. Maybe thinking he needs a little more pressure before he can afford to sacrifice those Ranger Captains.
Perhaps eyeballing a victory this next turn.
Now keep... if that was an untapped land, you could have gotten rid of both of the Witch's Ovens.
Yes. He'll have to start chipping away at them now, though. He can use... He also could remove the Gilded Goose, start getting blockers out of the way, depending on how aggressive he's feeling. All right, it's going to be the oven.
Yeah, but because if somehow Stefan just finds ways to survive a bunch of attacks, I mean, there's a lot of draining happening here. So, want to keep those ovens in check.
Definitely. 2 food, 2 Cauldron Familiar in the yard, and everything in the red zone again here for Carl Serap. He lost game 1, won game 2, and now he has dominated game 3 against his teammate.
And are we activating again the Hive?
It does seem so, Paul.
Looks like it, yeah.
Probably doesn't feel like he's got much of a choice. This is not a lethal attack thanks to the blockers, but he probably feels like he needs to make some headway here.
Is it eating an Esper Sentinel? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, or he could trade for a Ranger Captain.
Right. But given that there's 3 in play...
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
2 is better than 3 from Stefan's side of things.
Sack a cat. Take 7.
Ouch.
Now are we going to see some sacrifices?
I mean, his hand is so great. He also is going to have Cave of the Frost Dragon down this turn.
Right, because you can go Thalia or double 1-drop.
Right.
I'll play Thalia for sure.
And if you do that, I'd assume that Ranger Captain... I mean, he knows he's just stone top decking here, right? Like, he doesn't have any way to get through his library if he activates the castle.
The cats were brutal.
I mean, with the tower
I agree.
Play and the familiar, a top deck meat hook, you could cast a meat hook for 4 and destroy the entire board.
Be pretty bad for Carl. I mean,
even
he
with
does
the
have
Thalia
ways to
play,
get through.
You can still meat hook for 3. So I feel like we're gonna see a Ranger Captain. I mean, this is how Carl loses, right?
Right. That's what I'm thinking too. Let's see if he goes for it on upkeep. He's got a stop set.
I think he's got enough in play
there
now.
It is.
All right, yep.
This is it. Stefan does not have any more runway. Finds another hive. That's rough.
And is this it? We have
I think so.
Cauldron Familiar.
Is this it? 50-50.
Can block one of the 3/3s. You can actually, and so you have 3 blocks total next turn. So you're not just dead. Even if Carl activates the flyer, you would take a total of 9 damage. But you can activate the hive, gain some life, and sack a food if you have to. Oof.
Yeah, this is just about it here for Stefan Schutz. He is facing down immense pressure. Carl had that huge sweat off of keeping the 2-lander, needing to hit land drops 3 and 4 in short order. And he did, in fact, back-to-back turns.
Yeah, I think maybe if Stefan could have found something like a fatal push this turn, right, to help set up the meat hook, that could have been great for him, right?
Yeah.
Use that fatal push, get this other Ranger captain off the battlefield, put yourself in a position to top deck meat hook. But as is, it just seems like Carl just has way too much here.
Right, even just surviving the turn is difficult.
Although it's interesting because Carl this turn might not attack with the Ranger captain, right? It's the last one that he has.
Is it at risk though?
Well, there's a oh, excuse me, there is not a hive. It traded, of course, in the last turn.
Yeah. So and the new one's tapped, so yeah, he can jam.
Yeah, no, he can attack. Never mind. I thought that there was a hive still in play. Okay.
So this is going to force the issue now. Skyclave Apparition targeting Witch's Oven. And if Stefan wants to do some activations of that, he's going to have to do it now.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a Castle Lochthwain activation somewhere in the mix to try to find a fatal push again. After some blocks, sack
that
to the Phyrexian Tower, play a fatal push.
And then cold top deck, Meat Hook Massacre.
Look, I mean...
Hey, I like it, Paul. You're finding every little edge you can here. And Stefan's going through the exact same thought process that you are.
What an impressive showing, though, this Humans deck. I know we've had previous tournaments where Humans was a deck to beat even, and a lot of people came prepared, but I think the metagame shifted in a way where people were not ready necessarily for this matchup.
Yeah,
maybe
when you kept
playing
people wrong-footed with this deck, it goes very well for you.
Yeah, maybe a couple of removal spells or sweepers people weren't playing.
Okay, so Stefan taking a look at the situation.
TikTok,
here.
baby. We're going to be here till 2 in the morning.
Food. He has the goose.
So you have the Cauldron Familiar. You can return to Cauldron Familiar. Block with the Familiar and the goose. Make a food. Sack the food to gain 3 life.
13 at that point?
Could go up to 13. And he's looking at 9 damage here, potentially, if he blocked the biggest creatures.
Seems like that's the best he can do. He has no cards in hand, so the castle... I mean... You know, you start to get into desperation mode and think, okay, well, I could either lose here or activate castle, hit something like fatal push and maybe survive, but he probably has enough wiggle room here to just
I'm with you, Tommy. I'm with you.
I don't know. I mean, maybe you do have to Lochthwain. Maybe that's the only way you can possibly win.
Because of Ranger Captain?
Because of Ranger Captain is you castle Lochthwain, draw a card. No, he's not. Okay.
It's hard to imagine him winning, right? I mean, it's really hard to imagine him winning.
He can still do it here.
Okay. Because
Although
of Phyrexian
I think he's
Tower.
just gaining life. Yeah. Yeah. So at this point, I mean, I think
down
Carl
to
just
2.
Yeah, Carl just has to have this locked up, right? I mean,
Feels
all
like
you
it.
do is sack Ranger Captain,
Yes.
play out my hand, go.
Yes, and you can see that he's going to do that, by the way. He just played both of his last 2 cards because Ranger Captain says these are going to be on the battlefield by the time it comes back to me, and it doesn't feel like there's any outs left here, and it's
Thought sees himself. Thought sees yourself to death. No, but he can't cast it.
And he's
Shit.
going to have to give the good game.
Oh, my
It would have been cool if he could.
Sarap, who picks up an epic victory here in round 15 over his teammate, Stefan Schutz. He's going to feel, hey, you know, I'm sorry. I know how much you had on the line, but Carl Sarap is live for top 8 here. And remember, if you make top 8, you have a shot at top 6. And if you have top 6, it could be Carl who walks away from this match having won this and parlayed that into a world seat as well. So huge victory here for Carl Sarap. And he's got a big sweat coming up here, Paul, because his tiebreakers were in the middle. He's by no
How has
means
Stefan
locked
not
to make
conceded?
top 8 with a victory here.
Yeah, no. And it would feel doubly awful, right? If
Oh, God.
If you won this match and did not top 8.
Wow.
And you knocked your teammate out of potentially worlds and also top 8.
So you don't even just see this in the ladder.
All right, they're still playing for some reason.
For some reason.
But we're still battling here.
Taking
that is
game actions.
Certainly a lethal attack here from Carl, though. And Stefan's going to go to the bitter end. But that'll do it. First strike damage from Thalia Guardian.
We're still playing for some reason.
Things off for Carl Sarap. What a win.
Wow.
In a high intensity match late in the tournament here against a teammate with everything on the line. And Carl found a way.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes when you look at these aggressive Celeste Humans decks, you think, okay, well, there's not a lot of interaction. They're just trying to beat me down. But, I mean, Ranger Captain did so much work, and that just seems to be kind of the most important piece of the puzzle in this matchup, where you're trying to establish a board, get that Ranger Captain in play, and make it so your opponent can't cast that Medoc for the win. So, really great start. There was a total risk of disaster, too, in that game 3.
Absolutely.
Keep in mind, Carl kept that 2-lander. Needed back-to-back lands, found the back-to-back lands, and it was able to put it away. So
when asked in the future, Paul, what your favorite card is, Carl's going to say Temple Garden.
Yeah, Temple Garden is tops on my list. And at this point now, Carl, big sweat here. Nothing is still guaranteed. Really going to have to cross his fingers and hope that his tiebreakers will be good enough to put him into the top 8.
That's right. We're going to find out that in just a little bit, but we've got more business to take care of. We've got more Magic to cover here in round 15. Let's head over.
I don't know how.
Our next match.
I don't know how you do.
Hey everybody, coming up next, we've got Sam Rolfe.
Literally, we've been here for 10.5 hours. 50-50.
Players Sam Rolfe on Is It Phoenix, tried and true strategy.
I don't understand how we're still here. This is crazy, yo.
Many players waiting to win. See if we can get Sam one more for Hisamichi.
Hashtag do not get paid enough for this.
Dreadnought Arcanist is the name of the game. Can it lead Hisamichi to one more win?
Sam Rolfe versus Hisamichi
We'll get there.
Yoshigawa coming up after that.
At least this is a nice looking match, right? We haven't seen this Rakdos deck yet. Excited to see it. Let's go. Yaz. www.yaz.com. More, man, there's gonna be so much more. There's like a whole bunch more, which is pretty amazing. We're in historic right now. Yeah. I can only estimate that there's another 2 hours of Magic left, which is ridiculous. What's even more ridiculous is they're probably not even showing us all the games, right? Like, there's probably lots of games that we don't see. Nice, there you go. I still have to, like, take Maya out for her walk. I need to, like, do some treadmill time. Eat dinner. Holy. What a life. Wouldn't have it any other way. I do think they get paid enough, yes. They're also not on camera the entire time. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. I'm doing my best. Right, we out here. We out here. Let's
welcome to
go.
coverage here at the new Capenna Championship. Don't forget, tomorrow is Top 8. Tune in for Top 8 action at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 a.m. Pacific. We look forward to seeing you there. We're not done yet for today, though. Welcome back to the booth here. That's Paul Chi, and I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thanks so much for coming along. We've got, we had a lot on that last match, right? And it was complicated. One person had more to lose than the other. Both of them didn't know exactly what would happen with the win or a loss. This one's much more simple. Our players are 11-3, and that means a win between these two will be a 12th win, which is a guaranteed top 8. No tiebreakers need apply. Now, the loser will fall into a tiebreak scrum, meaning that they do have some complicated things to think about.
We do our best.
Sam Rolfe versus Hisamichi Yoshigoe, and it
More
is
Phoenix, can't wait.
Arcanist versus Is It Phoenix. And as we come into this one, Paul, it's game number 3 for top
at least
8.
We're on game 3 at least.
So let's see how this goes. Do you like the Phoenix deck here or the Arcanist deck? Both, graveyard-centric strategies here.
I mean, I think one of the real key cards that you're going to see, especially in these sideboarded games, are the graveyard hate cards, because both decks rely so heavily on them. So, if a player is able to kind of leverage that and get ahead, they will probably be the one that kind of comes out ahead. So you saw Sam here with the unlicensed hearse. However, turn 1 Thoughtseize.
That's right.
Probably taking the hearse.
It did. And if you're into graveyard hate, there's also a go blank in the hand for Hisamichi as well. Faithless Looting is going to start digging. Arclight Phoenix is the easy discard, and it looks like it's going to be a land here for Sam as well.
Yeah, that's a second copy of Hall of Storm Giants, so.
Don't need that one.
And, this is lining up pretty nicely here for Yoshigoe. I mean, Sam likely going to go Ledger Shredder here, right?
Yep, and it's going to get snapped off, isn't it?
And it's going to get, and so the sequel, oh, okay, he's going to be patient about this, because Hisamichi here is going to go sack. He could have gone Fatal Push sack into Go Blank, which would have been incredible. But still a solid start here, as he's still just going to be able to go turn 3 Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, somehow cards like Go Blank get better later in the game. Now, not too late, but Sam almost always will have cards in his hand here until he kind of does his, usually 2 times the big turn for the Phoenix. That'll kind of get you low on cards. But up until that point, this deck is required to keep those spells in hand so that they can fire off the 3 needed to get back the Phoenix. Ooh, Crackling Drake there. Fable of the Mirror Breaker hits the battlefield here for Hisamichi, passes the turn. There's Ledger Shredder plus Faithless Looting. He'll also get the counter and the connive. Ox goes in the bin. And what else? There's Expressive Iteration in the hand.
Oh, this is an incredible turn here for Hisamichi, though, right? You're gonna see a Fatal Push here on the Ledger Shredder. You can attack, then you can play Go Blank, right? Just remove everything out of the graveyard. Oh man, and now Sam's down to Crackling Drake, hope to draw land. Okay, it looks like he's gonna keep the iteration instead. But we're down to just Expressive Iteration. I imagine
a lot riding on this Expressive Iteration here, Paul.
Yeah, not a bad one, because now you get land number 4 and a Braid, which you can use to get this 2/2 off the battlefield. But he's still going to have to find a way to answer this Chandra. That's going to be the follow-up here for Hisamichi.
A lot of pressure on Sam Rolfe here. The Abraid's not going to hit the Goblin Shaman either, so that's another treasure for Hisamichi. Gets in for 2 damage, and this is the big hitter. Chandra, Torch of Defiance. This could be the card that carries him to victory and to top 8. He's ahead on all metrics here.
Yeah, there's just so much to fight through. I mean, what an ideal start here for Hisamichi. This Consider's got to be real good. Okay.
Yep, Expressive Iteration. This is the card you want to have when you're out of gas. It's a Abrade, Dragon's Rage Channeler, and a land.
So you can choose to keep the Abrade, then cast the Dragon's Rage Channeler. We'll possibly die to the Chandra, but...
Abrade's part of that kind of old school set of burn spells. It doesn't hit Planeswalkers.
An Angrath's Command. Or excuse me, Angrath's Rampage.
The Rampage there, yeah. That's going to leave Sam Rolfe with nothing. And
yeah,
the damage is starting to flow
clock.
here. Yeah, Paul, this is 7 damage on 14 here for Sam. He's tapped out now. He does have the Abrade that could deal with the Hive or something else later, but right now he's going to take the full brunt of it. And if he's got to reserve that 2 mana for Abrade, how is he getting out of this?
I don't see it here. You can't even rely on something like a Crackling Drake, as the Chandra can just kill it.
Yeah, and he's just spinning his wheels. This is what this deck does. This is what it's designed to do. There's Expressive Iteration, but is it too late?
I believe so. I mean, what can you even find here? I think that's it.
More considers, more ops. You could hit a land. He's going to give the good game here, though, to Hisamichi Yoshigoe, and that's the concession.
Hello, good game.
Oh, there he goes. Hisamichi Yoshigoe wins and secures top 8.
Hey, well, that was painless.
At the new Capenna Championship.
I like that.
What a win for him. An easy 11 or 12-4 for him for no sweat on the tiebreakers. That's a great finish.
Yeah, absolutely. Able to just kind of lock it in with that 12th win. Had great tiebreakers going in, so really had a good shot of making it even with a loss. However, if you're a fan of Sam Rolfe, his tiebreaks weren't so great. It was 56% going in, so it's probably going to be unlikely for him to make it. But again, we're going to see a lot of those updates with Maria very soon. But yeah, that's got to be a real tough loss here for Sam Rolfe.
That's a heartbreaker for sure, no doubt about it. When you know your breakers aren't going to hold, it's all on the line. Couldn't quite get there. Another great finish, though, for Sam. He keeps putting up really solid finishes. We'll look for him in the future. So we've got a whole lot to update you on as far as
I thought they're going to say more Magic.
Update slots and all of that. And we've got Maria at the news desk to do just that.
Could this be it? Was that our last match?
Thank you so
I don't
much,
think so.
Marshall and Paul. Yes, that trophy will be going to somebody tomorrow.
That is
here.
Pretty hot.
Capenna Championship.
I would like one of
Welcome
those.
back to the news
I'll be
desk.
honest.
Maria Bartholdi, Cedric Phillips, and Riley Knight here. What a heck of a tournament it's been over these past 2 days. Really, really incredible. I've never been a part of one like it where so very much was on the line. And it is time now to reveal our top 8. This is the moment.
I guess that is it. Nice.
We have all been waiting for here at the new Capenna Championship. Take a look and congratulate these players. David Inglis, Hisamichi Yoshigoe, Zachary Keaney, Mike Sigrist, Shota Yasuoka, Simon Nielsen, Carl Serup, and Jan Merkel. Those are your top 8 here at the new Capenna Championship. Congratulations to all of them. We'll see them back here tomorrow doing battle in double elimination standard. And what a top 8 it is. Congratulations once again to those players. It's going to be a great finale to this tournament. Let's take a look at the overall standings now to find out how the players finished here after so many rounds of competition.
It's almost walk time. Just hold on.
Once again, you can see the players that have qualified
Maya's been bugging
as
me
part
to
of
go
our
for a
top
walk
8.
for
Huge
hours.
congratulations to them, and congratulations to all the other
For like
players
8 hours,
you see there on
honestly.
your screen for an absolutely fantastic and hard-fought tournament. Remember, they're all going to get to come back and play again in another Pro Tour for getting those 9 wins or more here.
She's like, yeah, I'm taking down the green screen.
Championship. Of course, big questions hang in the air as to the World Championship and who will be playing in that. Cedric has had his eyes on the leagues all weekend. Cedric, what is happening?
Let's go. David Inglis, we know he's there. Shota Yasuoka in there as well. Reed Duque, congratulations, my friend. You are headed back to the World Championship. Logan Nettles, after a 1-3 start, battled back. He's there. And then Matty Kuzma. Not in that box very often, Maria, but found his way into the box at the perfect time. He is also headed to the World Championship. Those are our 5. Congratulations to all 5 on one heck of a tournament and a run.
Wow, that is incredible. Congratulations to those players. So excited for them. But what about the
Well, with the Challenger race finally wrapping up, we do have our 8 assembled challengers. Nielsen, Wildlarue, Orange, Koizumi, they locked it down a long time ago. Stoya as well. But Julian Wellman, Jim Davis, and Drew Baker are going to the World
Jim was able to hold on.
Congratulations
Nice.
to Drew Baker clinching it at the last
I bet Jim's
moment.
pretty happy
Well
about
done,
that.
Julian Wellman winning when it counts. And well done to Jim Davis, who did absolutely nothing today, but still managed to make it in. Jim Davis currently cleaning up his house with a mop and a bucket. The sweat that has been pouring off of him today as he waited to see how the results came in, but he managed to make it. Bombed out of the tournament early, but still got over the line. Well done, Jim Davis, old son, and well done indeed to all of the challengers. Very, very excited to see these 8 fierce competitors at the World Championship later this year.
Let's take a look at the field for the World Championship and see how it's shaping up. Check it out. Yuta Takahashi back to defend his
Literally
crown,
the
and
exact
a lot
same
of players
information.
we put into the World Championship across this season. And then those down in the lower right-hand corner, Orange, Koizumi, and Nielsen got there yesterday. And then we added a whole slew of more players today. But notice those 6 spots at the bottom go to the top 6 of the new Capenna Championship. That means more things could happen tomorrow, everybody, as far as who's going to the World
50-50.
Championship is concerned. And you're not
Whether or not more things happen tomorrow or not, 50-50.
What a pair of days it has been here at this tournament. Cedric, what are your big takeaways?
Whew, I mean, just up and down and all around. I haven't really covered a tournament like this ever in my, I can't believe I'm going to say this, decade of covering Magic tournaments. It's 10 years now. And yeah, I mean, just to see how much is on the line from the main event to qualifying for Worlds through the leagues, to qualifying for Worlds through the Challenger route. Just so many people, so much on the line for everybody. And we're not even done yet. We're not done yet. We still have another day to go. I mean, just unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely true. What about you, Riley? You're over in Australia. You've been broadcasting through the middle of the night, going to bed at 3 p.m. to be here with us every day. How you holding up, mate?
Well, look, I wasn't going to bring it up, but now that you have, I'm going to have a good old whinge about it. Been getting up at midnight every day, night, morning, I don't even know anymore, but I tell you what, it's been easy to get out of bed. Something that stood out for me, you know, I get to interview these players after they win. I get to talk to the winners of these matches after they've managed to clinch the spot at the World Championship, one step closer to top 8. And, you know, Magic players aren't necessarily known for their emotional expression, and sometimes they're pretty guarded about it, but it's when you see the joy, the triumph that these people have after winning a key match. I mean, that's part of the...
Oh, yeah? And then...
Hey, man, and that's why we all love watching it so much, and that's why I can't wait for tomorrow as we give away more seats at the World Championship, as we crown another champion, as we give away nearly $500,000 in prize money. I can't wait to see the looks on the players' faces as they clinch more victories, more huge victories tomorrow, Maria.
Yeah, me too. This has been an awesome tournament, and what an awesome cap to the season. And like Cedric said, oh, we're not done yet. Everybody, you got to come back here tomorrow to see our top 8, sending more people to the World Championship. Check them out. Here is our top 8. Congrats once again to these amazing players back to do battle tomorrow in double elimination standard. After fighting through a field of 223 players on the start of day 1, the new Capenna Championship has
Their sound is so
a
scuffed.
wild ride as players threw down in standard and historic across 15 rounds of Swiss, and a handful of players had the additional sweat of making the cut to the World Championship. Tomorrow we come back to crown our champion and send even more people to the World Championship. But who will they be? You've got to be here to find out. It all starts at 9 a.m. Pacific. See you tomorrow, everybody.
It starts at 9 a.m. 50-50. I'll stop. Oh my lord, I hope I forget about that during tonight's sleep. Right, please, Lord, let me forget about that. Have mercy. Holy Toledo's, chat. We did it. Everybody who's still here on YouTube, thank you all so much. Everybody who's here on Twitch, y'all are the best. Wow. Day 2 coming to a close. 50-50, baby. 50-50, baby. Oh, Lord. Yes. I'm happy that there's no more historic. You know what I mean? We're gonna get into just some cool old standard play. We're gonna see some more of that Jund deck, which will be fun. Things like this. It was a long day though, right? You know, we did the play-in events earlier. We didn't have any luck. I'm gonna maybe try again tomorrow morning. If I wake up early enough, we'll try a few times before we do the live coverage here again, which will be fun. And yeah, just like really long days, but at the end of the day, you know, I'm satisfied, I'm pleased, I'm super happy, I'm super grateful for all of you. So again, thank you all so much. Feel free to support the channel. You know, those donations do go a long way. We're gonna work our way off to a raid on Twitch at least. I'm sure we're on the telly. What's someone? What's happening? What's happening? Right, there's Twitchception for you. Let's just jump back to the Twitch and we'll raid out. So again, cheers. Thank you all so much. You know who we're going to raid. You know who we're raiding. One of the most important people in my life. It's Christmas 666. All right, he's going to take care of you guys. Have a magical evening. Be sure to heckle him while you're over there. You know what I mean? Give him some heckles at the very least. You know what I mean? Cheers, you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Have a great day.